Chapter 1. Death and Rebirth. In a villa. Whoosh, whoosh. With his body racked by pain, Bai Qi gasped for breath. Lying amidst several corpses, the sound of sirens approaching from afar, growing ever louder. Upon hearing the frantic noise, Bai Qi gritted his teeth and, trembling, struggled to rise, his clothes soaked in blood. Not far in front of him lay a corpulent corpse, sprawled on a sofa, a long knife embedded in its skull, the eyes still open, reflecting an unyielding terror and despair. Thud! He slowly approached and withdrew the long knife from the corpse's head. The blade was nearly 1 meter long, 3 centimeters wide, with a slight curve. Gazing at the rotund body, Bai Qi wore a relaxed expression, the joy of vengeance temporarily overshadowing his pain. A faint smile flickered across his pale face, drained from blood loss. Moments later, he wiped the smile away and, with the still dripping blade in hand, limped toward the exit. His wounds continued to bleed profusely, life ebbing away with each drop, his body growing cold. Yet he paid it no mind. His obsession had been fulfilled, and there was little left for him to cherish in this world. Outside, police cars had surrounded the villa. Upon exiting, he heard warning shouts amplified through a loudspeaker, but at that moment, he could hardly comprehend them. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, a foreign object pierced his forehead, and he collapsed to the ground, his vision blurring as consciousness slipped into darkness. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. Bai Qi slowly opened his eyes, his fingers twitching slightly, his body entirely bare. The blood-red full moon filled his vision as he sat up, noticing that the wounds on his body had vanished. Surveying his surroundings, the uneven ground seemed to be stained crimson, likely due to the sanguine moonlight. Small green pools bubbled up like hot springs, emitting a noxious odor, while in the distance, peaks resembling hedgehogs extended outward, their sharp spines piercing the sky, the air thick with the scent of charred flesh. Have I descended into hell? Bai Qi rose to his feet, uncertainly murmuring to himself. Huh? His knife lay quietly beside him. He walked over to retrieve it, the narrow blade reflecting a pale visage, with short black hair and icy blue eyes. What is this about my eyes? As he pondered his situation, a group of humanoid creatures with green skin, pointed horns, and sharp ears approached from the distance, and they soon spotted him. How can there be a human here? What does it matter? Just capture him. With that, they charged at Bai Qi, regarding the knife in his hand as little more than a toy. Bai Qi's eyes narrowed suddenly. How fast? He observed the green figures rushing toward him and instinctively swung the knife horizontally. Swoosh! It felt as though he had sliced through tofu in an instant. Purple blood splattered across the ground as the green creatures clutched their throats and fell lifelessly to the earth. A few faint, invisible lights surged into Bai Qi's body, and he sensed a slight increase in his physical strength. Clap! One of the slower green creatures, witnessing this scene, froze in terror and collapsed on the ground. Seeing that one remained alive, Bai Qi momentarily set aside his bodily changes and approached the trembling creature, still dripping blood from his knife. Spare me, please. Don't kill me. What is this place and what are you? Noticing the possibility of communication, Bai Qi queried with a puzzled expression. This is the demon realm. I'm a member of the demon clan living here. The demon realm? What kind of place is that? The demon realm is where our kind resides. I have heard that beyond the demon realm lies the world of humans. That's all I know. Please, spare me. The green creature, identifying itself as a demon, pleaded in fear. Bai Qi regarded it closely. Aside from its peculiar skin color and pointed horns, it appeared quite similar to a human. In a flash of cold light, Bai Qi swiftly slashed its throat with the knife. Spare it? That was a joke. It had shown no mercy when it charged it a moment ago. At that moment, another wave of faint energy surged into Bai Qi, and he discerned that his body seemed to grow stronger once more. Moreover, he felt a red energy clinging to his heart, drawing in the mysterious gas flowing into his body and distributing it throughout. Calmly surveying the corpses, Bai Qi had witnessed far more thrilling scenes than this. The presence of a few bodies hardly fazed him. After stripping a few garments to wrap the knife and himself, he quickly departed the scene. 1 month later, in a concealed cave, Bai Qi sat cross-legged, finally discerning what had transpired during this month. He had traversed realms, colliding with a phenomenon popular in the 21st century. The most critical aspect was that he had landed in the Dragon Ball universe, a realm where power levels soared to astronomical heights, and he had not even arrived on Earth directly. Dragon Ball, his favorite and the only anime he had watched countless times, the pirated discs he bought as a child for 5 yuan were now cherished possessions. However, the predicament was that he found himself in the demon realm under the rule of Dabura. Yes, the same Dabura whose power rivaled that of Cell's. In the early stages of Dragon Ball, Dabura's power was comparable to that of Frieza, whose battle power stood at 120 million. Dabura's strength was indeed a dimensional disparity. Moreover, the most frustrating aspect was that after a month of testing, he discovered he had no typical system found among most traversers, and the Scion bloodline was nowhere to be found. As a pure human, he had been dropped into the demon realm armed with nothing but a Nifia, truly hellish beginning. Have I caught the last train of traversing? Bai Qi felt utterly bemused while he cherished the series. Experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. It was well known that the early stages of Dragon Ball had relatively normal power levels, but after the Namek saga, there was an explosive increase. Not to mention the later stages, where Super Saiyans were commonplace, and the artificial humans were so weak that only Super Saiyan 2 could pose a threat. And what about him? Just a pair of beautiful blue eyes and a sharp knife. The only consolation was that his knife seemed exceptionally sharp. Even when opponents enveloped themselves in energy, it could still slice through effortlessly. Moreover, by absorbing the special energy after an enemy's demise and channeling it through the blood energy at his heart, he could enhance his physique. The most immediate effects were improvements in defense, strength, and speed, and these enhancements were permanent. This energy resembled the life force in Goku's spirit bomb, with the distinction that Goku's energy could directly attack, while he absorbed it to fortify his body. The stronger the enemy, the more potent the energy absorbed, enhancing the effects. If the opponent was too weak, he would scarcely feel it. Additionally, Bai Qi discovered he could barely draw a small portion of the transformed energy to his knife, increasing its sharpness and hardness, a change that was also permanent. This realization filled Bai Qi with delight. Perhaps this was his method for continuous growth. Dragon Ball was his beloved anime, but to truly relish life in this world, one needed formidable strength. In contrast to his vengeful existence in the past, the exhilarating battles of the Dragon Ball universe filled him with anticipation. At times, he felt lost, for by the later stages of Dragon Ball, Earthlings faded into obscurity, with characters like Yamcha, Krillin, and Master Roshi relegated to mere supporting roles. The bloodline of Earthlings paled against the Scions, with their power growth lagging behind the times. Not to mention that, as an Earthling, Bai Qi was currently unable to control his energy, and regarding the sharp knife, one must not forget how easily Trunks' sword was blocked by Android 18, ultimately shattering it. But now, Bai Qi had come to terms with it, for the blood energy at his heart allowed for continual physical enhancement, coupled with an infinitely sharp long knife. These three elements formed the foundation for his ongoing strength. And while hand-to-hand combat was paramount in Dragon Ball, a body lacking energy protection remained relatively fragile. Even the mightiest beings like Goku could still be marked by ordinary bullets when unwrapped. Thus, Bai Qi's path to strength was clear. Engage in constant battles, absorb energy to enhance his bow to strength, speed, power, and the sharpness of his knife, while honing his swordsmanship. Even if he could not surpass Goku, Vegeta, and other top-tier warriors later on, at the very least, he aimed to stand on the same level. I never named you in my past life. Since I have been reborn, I shall call you Ice Edge, a name that will instill fear in my enemies like the harsh winter. Ha ha! Bai Qi's blue eyes gleamed with madness, as faint red energy surged within him. Chapter 2, Delilah. In the demon realm, beneath the blood moon, dozens of demon clan members floated in the air, their faces twisted with malice as they gazed down at Bai Qi, standing amidst the corpses. Bai Qi stood expressionless, gripping a long blade that dripped with violet blood. His cold blue eyes gazed upon the airborne demon tribe, enveloped in crimson flames. Damn human, this time you are doomed, a demon who appeared to be a minor leader remarked icily, while the surrounding demons looked on in trepidation at Bai Qi, who stood resolute in the center of the battlefield. The palpable aura of murderous intent shrouded Bai Qi, emanating a unique, razor-sharp energy that struck fear into the hearts of his adversaries. For months, this enigmatic human had been assaulting numerous patrol squads, slaughtering tens of thousands of demons. His long blade was extraordinary, capable of slicing through the energy that enveloped the body in an instant. Several formidable demon warriors had met their demise at his hands during close combat, their heads severed in a single stroke. Consequently, the demons had already prepared themselves, creating distance from Bai Qi, poised to launch a barrage of energy projectiles from afar. Since determining his path to strength, Bai Qi had embarked on a relentless hunt for solitary demon squads within the demon realm. In a mere few months, his power surged dramatically, his sharp aura and bloodlust serving as testament to his prowess. Moreover, after undergoing continuous enhancement, the Ice Edge had acquired remarkable penetrating ability and formidable durability, remaining unbroken even in the face of powerful strikes. He could also envelop the Ice Edge in blood energy, amplifying its intensity and penetrative power to unprecedented levels. The blood energy possessed a razor-like sharpness, allowing it to inflict harm by penetrating through the protective aura surrounding his fists. If the opponent's physical strength was insufficient, a single blow could render them incapacitated or even lead to their demise. This was why many demon masters had fallen victim to his blade in the blink of an eye. By the time the demons comprehended the situation, he had already grown stronger through the energy that flowed from their lifeless bodies. Amidst the ceaseless slaughter, his combat techniques evolved, and the Ice Edge became increasingly adept in his hands. The only drawback was Bai Qi's lack of effective ranged attack methods. Boom! Observing the retreating demons, Bai Qi wasted no words. He propelled himself forward with powerful leg thrusts, causing the ground beneath him to fracture as he charged towards the demon who appeared to be the leader. Boom! Boom! In that fleeting instant of movement, the demons, having amassed their energy, unleashed a volley of projectiles. The earth erupted as the onslaught of energy projectiles rained down, leaving Bai Qi with no choice but to evade or endure the impacts. Thus, he tore through the demon's barrage, swiftly approaching his target. Clang! With a single stroke, he cleaved the demon leader in two before the horrified gaze of his adversaries. The remaining demons, in a frenzy, unleashed a frantic barrage of energy projectiles. Undeterred, Bai Qi maneuvered through the dense assault, closing in on a particular demon. Bang! With a punch, he shattered the demon's skull and then swiftly darted towards the others, ultimately leaving only one demon standing. Witnessing the massacre, the last remaining demon erupted in white flames, hastily fleeing into the distance. Bai Qi, fueled by blood energy, swiftly caught up, delivering a fatal strike to its throat. Panting heavily, Bai Qi concealed himself after absorbing the last remnants of energy from his surroundings. Not long after his departure, over 100 demons, exuding a terrifying aura, descended upon a battlefield. Leading them was a female demon with flowing silver hair, winered skin, and clad in blue attire. Her golden eyes surveyed the scene, fixating on the scattered limbs and severed parts, her brow furrowed. Humans, though occasionally encountered, typically appeared frail, lacking significant combat prowess, and emanated a relatively calm aura. In stark contrast, the lingering energy in the air was charged with lethal intent, exuding a metallic sharpness, accompanied by a tinge of chaos and brutality that left her incredulous at the thought of a mere human being responsible for such devastation. Hey, Ball, are you certain it was a human? Did you see it clearly? I saw it clearly, Lady Delilah. It was indeed a human, wielding a long blade and enveloped in some form of blood energy. Strangely enough, after each encounter, it feels as though his strength increases by the next appearance, replied a tall demon, radiating red flames. Initially, they had targeted weaker demons in small numbers, dismissing the threat and merely reinforcing their ranks, unaware that he would grow increasingly powerful. How peculiar! How could a human exist in the demon realm? No matter, once we capture him, we can extract his memories and uncover everything. Have that tracker come quickly, he hasn't gone far. Once we trace his aura, we will pursue him immediately. A unique human appearing in the demon realm is quite intriguing. The female demon, named Delilah, revealed a cruel smile, her sharp voice reminiscent of glass shattering, causing the other demons around her to hold their breath. This formidable female leader, the daughter of the demon king Depura, was notorious for her merciless disposition, and the demon elites coddled her excessively, nurturing her exceedingly malevolent character. For anyone, be it demon or otherwise, falling into her clutches meant a futile wish for mercy. Baal wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hurriedly dragged a frail demon youth to the center of the battlefield. The youth, trembling, raised his hand to cast a unique spell. Gradually, the remnants of crimson gas on the battlefield began to coalesce, slowly drifting towards a specific direction, their speed steadily increasing. Observing this, Baal lifted the youth and followed closely behind, while Delilah soared to Baal's side, playfully lifting the youth's chin with her finger, her expression sultry. It seems that sparing your life was indeed the right choice. If only those old geezers had been as obedient as you, they wouldn't have met their demise. What do you think? Casting a glance at the quivering youth, Delilah disregarded him and flew ahead, her eyes betraying an uncontainable excitement. Since that human has managed to enter the demon realm, he must possess a means to exit as well. If I capture him and extract his memories to learn how to escape, I could finally leave this dreary place. If only I could directly reach the human world, how delightful that would be. With this thought in mind, Delilah revealed a twisted smile. She had been in the demon realm for over a century, and with Depura in a perpetual slumber, the entire realm had virtually become her plaything. Even demons stronger than her dared not voice their discontent. Unlike her father, who was obsessed with becoming stronger, she relished in tormenting those weaker than herself, deriving immense pleasure from the fear etched on their faces. However, after so many years, the thrill had dulled, and thus she yearned to explore the outside world. For the current realm no longer satisfied her. The large population of weak humans became her target, and now that an opportunity had finally presented itself, how could she not feel exhilarated? Back in the cave, Bai Qi sat on the ground, reflecting on his recent battle, which had further enhanced his strength. The crimson energy that had surged forth from his heart continued to grow with the absorption of vital energy. He believed this blood energy would become his unique aura, granting him the ability to fly, although he regrettably could not yet control this energy with precision. Additionally, the injuries sustained during combat had healed due to the reinforcement of his vital energy, allowing him to persistently assault the demons. This terrifying regenerative ability made Bai Qi feel as though he were an unyielding automaton, free from fatigue, prompting thoughts of future perpetual androids. His blade, the ice edge, was continuously strengthening, yet this rapid enhancement came with its drawbacks. As he engaged in more killings, his inner rage grew, affecting his judgment. The sheer volume of battles left him little time to process his experiences. He had to hasten his growth, as he was uncertain how far the original plot of Dragon Ball had progressed. If the events had reached Namek, the seemingly insurmountable combat power would be daunting. Thus he hoped to leave the demon realm as soon as he had strengthened himself. Moreover, he needed to heed the lurking dangers within, lest he transform into a mindless killing machine, if all went as expected. The ultimate outcome would be his eradication at the hands of Son Goku and his righteous companions. Bai Qi entered a meditative state, a habit retained from his previous life, to his astonishment. He discovered that this practice could suppress the brutality within him, providing a modicum of solace. This meditative method had accompanied him through numerous arduous nights, calming his restless spirit. Chapter 3. Bai Qi Versus. Delilah within the cave. After concluding his meditation, Bai Qi gazed at the ice edge in his hand, lost in contemplation. After months of combat, he recognized that his fighting style had become overly simplistic. Aside from basic thrusts and slashes with his blade, he was unable to harness his ki for techniques, such as energy blasts or ki cannons. The formidable ki waves could even momentarily contend with foes of greater strength, making them crucial combat methods. Furthermore, his swordsmanship consisted solely of the slashing and cutting he had practiced in his past life. With many powerful warriors in Dragon Ball, few utilized weapons, leaving him without any reference points. Alas, there was nothing to be done. He would let nature take its course, and, when the opportunity arose to reach Earth, he would seek guidance from Master Rashi. Boom! As Bai Qi pondered, a crimson energy wave struck the cave's entrance. Above the cave, Baal lowered his hands, while Delilah and the other demons fixed their gazes on the billowing smoke, which had transformed the mountain into ruins. Amidst the smoke, a pair of blue eyes gleamed. Bai Qi held his blade in his right hand, shielding his face with his left. The pursuers were remarkably swift. Lowering his hands and looking up, he was startled to see a blue figure. His pupils constricting. What the hell, Depura? Wasn't he supposed to be asleep? A chill ran down his spine. Encountering Depura at this juncture could spell the end for him, prematurely concluding his fledgling existence. His complexion turned pale as he tightened his grip on the ice edge. Witnessing hundreds of demons floating in the air, cold sweat trickling down his brow, it seemed escape was impossible. Today he might meet his deity last. As the smoke dissipated, Delilah observed the human youth ensnared in blood energy below. Her surprise evident. She had expected someone with such a dense aura of killing intent to be much older, only to find him so youthful. Bai Qi, upon realizing that the figure above was not Depura, felt a slight relief. Despite having gained some strength, Depura could easily crush him with a single hand. Examining Delilah, he noted that aside from her golden eyes, her facial features and skin bore a striking resemblance to Depura, explaining his earlier misidentification. Nonetheless, it was his first encounter with a female demon, and he found her rather pleasing to the eye. What is this? Have you never seen such a beautiful demoness before? I have a few questions for you. Surrender peacefully, and you may suffer less. Ha ha. Seemingly sensing Bai Qi's appreciative gaze, Delilah smirked, her confidence radiating. Upon hearing her piercing voice, Bai Qi furrowed his brows in discontent. Scanning his surroundings, he noted that while Depura was not present, the situation remained dire. The hundreds of demons surrounding him were significantly stronger than those he had previously encountered. Moreover, the female demon resembling Depura was formidable, and the towering demon beside her exuded considerable pressure. It seems I am in for a fierce battle. With this thought, Bai Qi began to channel the blood energy within his body. Lifting his gaze to taunt Delilah, "You are indeed quite the sight, but it's a pity you have a mouth. W. You foolish wretch." Delilah recognized a mockery in Bai Qi's words. Nothing enraged her more than being insulted, and in an instant she erupted with purple flames of energy, preparing to unleash her fury. What a perfect opportunity! Seizing the moment, Bai Qi sprang from the ground, blood energy surging, and swung the ice edge. Enveloped in this energy, towards Delilah, clang. A sword formed of dense energy, radiating a purple hue, blocked his strike. Delilah, wielding the sword with disdain, was unperturbed by Bai Qi's assault. In retaliation, he kicked towards her, catching Delilah off guard and sending her flying. Bang! With a firm grip on the ice edge, Bai Qi swiftly turned and cleaved a nearby demon in two, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts in the process, after dodging the incoming attacks. He moved rapidly, once again slicing through two more demons that moment. Baal, enveloped in red flames, charged forward to engage Bai Qi in combat. Bang! Clang! The sounds of their fierce exchange echoed, as Baal's formidable strength made it difficult for Bai Qi to penetrate his defenses with the ice edge. Bai Qi's reinforced physique, however, struck Baal like a punch against an iron mountain. Swish! A wave of purple sword energy surged towards them, prompting both Bai Qi and Baal to evade. The demons behind them, unable to react in time, were sliced apart. Delilah had joined the fray, and the three became embroiled in a chaotic battle. Bang! Bang! Clang! The cacophony of flesh colliding and weapons clashing filled the air, while the surrounding demons hesitated to fire energy blasts, fearful of harming their own. Swoosh! Bai Qi, unable to evade in time, was pierced through the chest by Delilah's purple energy sword. Fortunately, he managed to shift just enough to avoid a fatal blow to his heart. Despite his growth in power, facing two opponents remained a daunting challenge. Sizzle! Bai Qi grit his teeth, pressing closer to Delilah despite the searing energy that scorched his flesh. "You lunatic!" He suppressed the relentless burning sensation and swung his blade. But Delilah deftly released her energy sword to evade his attack. Boom! Just as Bai Qi prepared to pursue, a crimson energy wave from Ball struck him in the back, its immense force driving him into the ground. Puff! He withdrew, the energy sword still lodged in his chest, the waves of excruciating pain radiating from his back and chest causing Bai Qi to feel somewhat dizzy at that moment. The surrounding demon tribe members, who had been mere bystanders, seized the opportunity and swiftly launched energy blasts towards Bai Qi. Braving the onslaught of projectiles, he effortlessly dispatched several of the approaching demons. The influx of vital energy revitalized him significantly. His mind cleared instantly, and he began to evade the incoming energy attacks with rapid movements. Observing Bai Qi's agile dodges, the panting Delilah and Ball's expressions grew grave. Is this even normal? Is he some sort of monster? He seems to expend no energy despite the ferocity of the battle, and he remains sprightly despite his injuries. Moreover, the force he exerts during combat only seems to intensify. Ball exclaimed in shock, while Delilah, her chest heaving, remained silent, feeling the same unease as Bai Qi continued to evade. He reflected on Delilah's purple sword aura, attempting to concentrate his blood energy into the blade. Upon reaching his limit, he swung his sword at the demons, frantically firing energy blasts. With a resounding clang, a crescent-shaped red blade of energy, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, sliced through the air, obliterating several airborne demons into fragments. As vital energy surged within him, Bai Qi charged towards the stunned Delilah and Ball. The sharp surge of blood energy struck their faces, jolting them awake. Delilah summoned a purple energy sword, while Ball unleashed a fiery aura. And the three engaged in battle once more. Boom! Clash! Boom! Energy blasts, purple sword auras, and red blades collided, erupting in a cataclysmic display as demons around them continued to perish. Bai Qi grew increasingly formidable in battle, the force in his hands amplifying, while Delilah and Ball began to tire. Suddenly, with a sickening thud, Ball could no longer withstand Bai Qi's onslaught and was cleaved in two. Bai Qi swiftly discarded Ball's headless corpse and turned his attention to the now terrified Delilah. Purple blood dripped from his icy blade onto Delilah's face, heralding her impending demise. Her golden eyes met Bai Qi's menacing blue gaze, and she felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. In that moment, the sadistic thrill she once reveled in was replaced by an unprecedented terror. Death was perilously close. Overwhelmed by fear, she could no longer maintain her energy sword. Bai Qi seized the opportunity to shatter it and sever her right arm. Delilah clutched her bleeding shoulder, devoid of any will to fight, her heart consumed by dread. With a clang, she tumbled to the ground and desperately crawled away. Observing this, Bai Qi unleashed a blade of energy that severed her legs. Ignoring the writhing Delilah on the ground, he surged towards the remaining demons in disarray. 2 minutes later, Bai Qi, drenched in blood, approached Delilah, who was clinging to the last vestiges of her life. Her once beautiful face was now twisted in fear. Bai Qi squatted down, gripping his sword, and coldly inquired, "What was your purpose in seeking me? Surely it was not merely to kill me. Speak, and I shall grant you a swift end." Gazing at Bai Qi, Delilah suddenly grasped his arm with her left hand. "You will never know. Let us die together." Ha! 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 The madness gleamed in her eyes as she roared, startling Bai Qi. A wave of terror washed over him as an intense sense of crisis surged within. In an instant, purple energy erupted from Delilah's body, enveloping both of them and the entire battlefield in a thick, ominous haze. Boom! The heavens darkened, the earth shattered instantly, and the corpses on the battlefield were vaporized as the formidable and terrifying purple energy detonated like a nuclear explosion. Delilah had self-destructed. After a while, as the smoke cleared, a massive crater was revealed, with Bai Qi, burnt to a crisp, lying at the bottom. "I was careless," he thought as he succumbed to unconsciousness after uttering his last thoughts. Chapter 4. Cassius and the Means of Departure. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the cave, Bai Qi was roused by the sound of dripping water. He opened his eyes. Though his entire body ached, his wounds had been healed by vital energy. The explosion from Delilah's self-detonation had nearly claimed his life. Had he not absorbed her energy at the last moment to regain a breath, he would have surely been in hell by now. How reckless! Bai Qi mused, slightly bemused. He had not anticipated such a self-destructive act. In the original story he had read in his previous life, instances of enemies self-destructing were rare, which had lowered his vigilance. Fortunately, he had escaped with his life this time. Otherwise, his second life would have ended before it truly began. As for resurrection by Shenlong, that was a far-fetched notion. No one knew of his existence. Who would bring him back? This incident instilled in Bai Qi a newfound urgency for the future. If even a minor character not mentioned in the original story proved so troublesome, then formidable bosses like Frisia and Cell would undoubtedly be far more challenging. Moreover, he still had no idea how far along the plot was. Was Namek still intact, or had the androids emerged? The only certainty was that they had not yet reached the era of Majin Buu, as Dubra had not yet fallen under Babiti's control. When the power levels surged towards the end, he needed to grow stronger quickly to a human. Bai Qi did not possess the scion ability to unleash explosive power in dire situations. If he found himself truly cornered and lacking in strength, it would indeed mean death, the kind where even his ashes would be scattered. After pondering this, Bai Qi slowly sat up and surveyed the rocky walls. Realizing he was in some cave, "My lord, you are awake." A voice drew his attention. He looked to see a young demon with gray skin and a frail physique, his face alight with joy as he gazed at Bai Qi. "It seems you saved me and brought me here. What is your name?" Bai Qi inquired as he examined his body and the surrounding environment, recalling a fleeting silhouette he had seen before losing consciousness. If he had not been rendered incapable of gripping his sword due to the explosion, he would have struck with a blade of energy, assuming it was a surviving demon he had missed. "Yes, my lord. My name is Cassius, that I was captured by that wicked demoness Delilah." "You are incredibly strong, my lord, to have slain Delilah. That evil creature is finally dead," Cassius exclaimed, his face radiant with admiration, trembling with excitement. Blissfully unaware that he had narrowly escaped death, Bai Qi waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such titles. Just call me Bai Qi. I'd be by the way. Why did you save me? You witnessed how many demons I killed. Are you not afraid I might do the same to you?" After speaking, he approached the ice blade leaning against the wall, picked it up, and swung it through the air, tightening his grip into a fist. He felt the overwhelming power surging through his body, his blood energy growing denser, and the ice blade becoming sharper and more resilient. The energy from Delilah's group had fortified him, and the continuous flow of strength uplifted Bai Qi's spirits. A smile forming on his lips. "Then I shall call you Brother Bai." Delilah abused her position as Dubra's daughter, committing countless atrocities. Many innocent demons perished at her hands. Most of my family were cruelly murdered by her as well. Had it not been for my slight magical ability, I would have likely met the same fate. Even surviving meant enduring her torment. Those demons who followed her deserved their fates. Brother Bai, by killing that demoness. "You saved me. You are my savior, and I must repay you," Cassius declared earnestly. Upon hearing Cassius's words, Bai Qi's expression stiffened. Dubra's daughter? What a coincidence. He remained indifferent to Cassius's gratitude, replying coolly, "There is no need for thanks. I killed her merely because she was my enemy, and she sought to kill me. That is all." Cassius paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon replied steadfastly, "It matters not. You saved me, Brother Bai." Bai Qi chose not to elaborate further. Dubra's daughter? How intriguing. No wonder it bears such a resemblance to Depura. It seems rather challenging to devise a means of escaping the demon realm before Depura discovers my presence, Bai Qi mused quietly. Despite having grown considerably stronger, he had not yet reached the level of hubris that would allow him to confront Depura. He had merely spent a year in the demon realm, and without a specific benchmark. He could not accurately gauge his combat prowess. Nevertheless, it was certainly not formidable enough, or else he would not have found himself in such a dire situation against Delilah. In the world of Dragon Ball, a power level exceeding 10,000 could obliterate a planet, while even the early stage came Senin, with a power level of over 100, could destroy the moon. The thought that he still could not harness energy left Bai Qi feeling quite helpless. Others who traversed realms typically did so as souls, whereas he had arrived in his physical form, retaining only the memories of his past life. The soul changes in his body with a transformation of his eyes to blue and an apparent rejuvenation. Moreover, the vital essence at the heart had now completely merged with his heart. Hidden within, it surged with each heartbeat, erupting and then inhaling once more. Having contemplated this, he squinted at the still excited Cassius and inquired, "Since you possess some magical abilities, it stands to reason that Delilah's ability to locate me is in part due to you. Now that we are hiding here, I wonder if the demon clan possesses similar means of tracking us. I hope Depura will not come after us." Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, the excitement on Cassius's face vanished, and he shrank back, saying, I apologize, Brother B. It was Delilah who compelled me. Rest assured, Brother Bai, I've concealed our presence with magic. Even Depura would be unable to find us. Cassius's voice grew steadily softer toward the end. Bai Qi nodded. He bore no grudge about being tracked, but was merely concerned that the demon clan might have followed them. Cassius's assurance allowed him to relax slightly. He looked at Cassius, who had lowered his head, and remarked, "Well done. It appears you know a great deal of magic. Well, you know any methods to leave the demon realm? By the way, do you have any food with you?" Cassius, upon hearing this, hurriedly produced a soft package from behind, revealing a sticky, purple, jelly-like substance. "Our village primarily practices magic, which leaves our combat capabilities rather weak. Consequently, we are often captured by powerful demons for various purposes. Evade capture. We also strive to master magic for concealment," Cassius explained, his expression one of embarrassment. Bai Qi listened while sitting on the ground, placing the purple food in his mouth. Initially, he found this peculiar food, reminiscent of some toxic substance, difficult to swallow, but he eventually got used to it. As for the taste, it was better left unmentioned. "Is that so? Since you can wield magic, do you happen to know how to leave the demon realm? If possible, let us hasten our departure. If Depura finds us, none of us will survive, and I'm sure you are aware of this," Bai Qi asked with a hint of expectation. Cassius shook his head, replying, "I do not know, but I recall there being a teleportation magic that could take us out of the demon realm, though it has long been lost to time." Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Perhaps I could ask my father. When Delilah came, he managed to escape, and I know where he is that I could take you to him." Bai Qi, who had been somewhat disheartened, felt invigorated upon hearing this. He quickly wiped his hands and fixed his gaze on Cassius, saying, "Then let us set out for your father without delay. The longer we wait, the more unfavorable our situation becomes. But what of your health, Brother Bai?" Cassius asked cautiously, recalling how Bai Qi had seemed on the verge of collapse earlier, though Bai Qi appeared to have recovered significantly. Cassius could not help but worry. "Just lead the way," Bai Qi replied, wrapping the ice blade in the cloth that held the food and addressing Cassius with a calm demeanor. "Very well." Cassius tidied up and set off with Bai Qi. Chapter 5. The completion of the teleportation array, leaving the demon realm. Demon realm arc concluded. In the heart of the demon realm stood a grand palace, where a towering figure clad in blue, with wine-red skin, sat upon a throne. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, indicative of his immense strength. His yellow eyes, featuring black vertical pupils, coldly scrutinized the several demons kneeling before him. These formidable beings, usually powerful, now dared not breathe in the presence of Depura, the king of the demon realm, whom Bai Qi had been contemplating. "So, you mean to say that after a month, you have yet to identify the perpetrator who killed Lilera?" Depura inquired slowly, his expression devoid of emotion. That a month prior, he had been abruptly awakened from slumber due to the sudden disappearance of his beloved daughter, Delilah's aura. Upon confirming her death, he had been consumed by an uncontrollable rage. Pondering who in the demon realm would dare to kill his daughter, he immediately set in motion an investigation. Yet a month had passed without any leads, intensifying his desire for vengeance. Lord, we suspect that the culprit employed some method of concealment, and we can ascertain that this individual remains within the demon realm, that we have already arranged for all the magic-capable demons to be gathered, and within a few days, we should be able to pinpoint the murderer's location. Here is the appearance of the suspected assailant. A visibly trembling, higher-ranking demon stammered, projecting the image of a slender human boy with black, tousled hair and striking blue eyes, who was none other than Bai Qi. Depura gazed at the image, somewhat taken aback. "That a human? Whatever his race, I grant you 3 days. Use any means necessary. Should you fail to resolve this matter within 3 days, you shall be the first to be offered as a tribute to Lilera." With a sullen expression, he spoke and disregarded the trembling crowd of demons, vanishing from the throne in an instant, causing the invisible force field that pervaded the air to dissipate. Watching Dapula depart, the demons breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground. The demon who had spoken earlier wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to instruct his subordinates to hasten their preparations. At this moment, Bai Qi was seated cross-legged on the ground, and a month prior, he and Cassius had located Cassius's father, a somewhat aged demon with gray skin, who was hiding behind a magically generated barrier. Naturally, the father and son exchanged pleasantries upon their reunion, after which Bai Qi elucidated the purpose of their visit. He, their delight. Bardis, Cassius's father, revealed his knowledge of an ancient teleportation array. However, it required specific materials and a substantial amount of energy to activate, which explained why they had been unable to leave the demon realm previously. Given their lack of combat prowess, they were incapable of providing the necessary energy or hunting formidable creatures for materials. After a month of preparation, the so-called materials turned out to be certain organs from powerful beings, and Bai Qi had already slain many. He had even prepared several extras, and he could provide the energy needed to activate the teleportation array. Now, everything was in place, awaiting Bardis's final arrangements. Resting on Bai Qi's lap was the sheathed ice edge, its scabbard appearing to be crafted from the hide of a scaled creature, to put it mildly. It looked exceedingly unattractive, resembling a poorly made handmade item, which gave him a newfound perspective on his own craftsmanship. Nevertheless, it was better than tattered cloth that was fashioned from the skin of a single-eyed giant serpent, a creature of over 10 meters in length, which Bai Qi had slain while in search of materials. The heart of this colossal serpent had been utilized as a material, its skin transformed into the scabbard, while its dark red eyes were extracted, and the flesh was consumed by Bai Qi and his companions, making full use of the creature. After crushing the crystalline substance surrounding the serpent's eye, Bai Qi discovered a small, drop-shaped red stone that appeared quite sturdy and aesthetically pleasing, reminiscent of a gem. That he pocketed it, intending to use it as an ornament for the scabbard, only to awkwardly realize he could not affix it. Thus, he carried it with him, planning to devise a solution later. At this moment, Bai Qi closed his eyes, placing the ice edge on his lap, attempting to establish a connection with it. Subsequently, a faint blue light intertwined with his consciousness within his mind. He opened his eyes and grasped the ice edge in his hand. Indeed, the fact that you could traverse with me signifies your uniqueness. Previously, Bai Qi had sensed a peculiar bond with the ice edge that had accompanied him, and now he had finally succeeded in establishing that connection. With a casual flick of his wrist, the blade left a delicate trace in the air, and as he wielded the ice edge with the same ease as his own arm, a smile broke across Bai Qi's face that he had grown stronger. In just a month, he had completely mastered the surge of power within him. The insights gained from Darlila now enabled him to effortlessly unleash energy that coalesced into sharp, crimson blades of energy, reminiscent of Klin's energy circular slash, but with greater intensity and a wider range. Indeed, power is intoxicating. I wonder how Cassius and the others are faring. They must be nearly ready. I truly look forward to reuniting with Sun Wukong and the others. Bai Qi gazed towards the barrier, recalling the day a month ago when he, Cassius, and Bardis had convened, only for the entire demon realm to suddenly tremble. An astonishing aura emanated from the heart of the demon realm. Even though he could not yet perceive the aura, the immense pressure felt from such a distance indicated that it was undoubtedly the Demon King. Dapula it felt as though the very gravity of the demon realm had multiplied several times over, which was why Bai Qi had refrained from venturing out to hunt demons, even in his current state. He was merely a larger ant before Dapula, easily obliterated in a single encounter. He was eager to depart. Although the barrier appeared reasonably safe, magic was not solely the domain of Cassius and his companions, and being discovered was merely a matter of time. Thus, the sooner they could leave, the better. Bai Qi approached a clearing in the center of the barrier and inquired of the busy Cassius and Bardis. "Cassius, how are the preparations coming along? Are we ready to leave?" Cassius wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "We'll be ready shortly, Brother Bai. Just a few more minutes, Bai Qi nodded at that moment. Bardas pulled Bai Qi aside. A look of concern etched across his face as he spoke in a hushed tone. Bai Qi, this teleportation array will take us directly to the human world. Are you certain we will be safe there? After all, we are demons, and humans generally harbor hostility towards us. Bai Qi assured him, do not worry. Once we reach Earth, I can guarantee your safety. Bardas nodded in response. Feeling reassured by Bai Qi, who had saved his son, he then turned to continue preparing the teleportation array. Bai Qi understood Bardas's apprehension. He was well aware of the character of Sun Wukong and his companions on Earth, who were not the type to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Moreover, Earth could be considered the safest place in the universe. Bai Qi examined the assembled teleportation array, where various internal organs were arranged in a pentagram formation. Resembling some malevolent summoning ritual, occasionally, tendrils of high-voltage electricity manifested around them, causing Bai Qi's brows to twitch. Were it not for the dire circumstances, he would never dare to use such an unreliable-looking teleportation array. Bardas had previously informed him that due to its ancient origins, the array had never been fully perfected, resulting in a degree of risk, yet the sense of danger in his heart suggested it was no trivial matter. All right, Brother Bai, everything is ready. After we gather our belongings, we can set off, Cassius said excitedly, and Bai Qi nodded, glancing at the teleportation array. Aside from the ice edge, he had little else to bring. Minutes later, Bardas and Cassius were prepared. Bai Qi grasped the sword and stepped into the center of the formation with them. Bardas and Cassius placed their hands on Bai Qi's shoulders, and he took a deep breath. I hope we make it in time, Bai Qi thought anxiously, knowing that releasing his aura would surely attract attention before Dapula could arrive. Subsequently, a surge of blood energy enveloped Bardas and Cassius, ascending further as the terrifying blood energy radiated outward. The surrounding materials floated as if deprived of gravity, and the blood energy was rapidly absorbed by the array, sending a beam of white light piercing through the barrier into the skies above the demon realm. Suddenly, Bai Qi sensed an approaching presence radiating a terrifying aura as a white energy wave surged toward them from the distance. He could even feel the scorching, deathly energy enveloping the wave, in the nick of time. The surrounding organs were reduced to ashes, and Bai Qi and the others were whisked away by a blinding flash of light. Boom! The location where Bai Qi and the others stood was instantly engulfed by the energy wave, and amidst a tremendous upheaval, a massive crater appeared, larger than the one created by Darlala's explosion. Dapula, his countenance grim, materialized above the vast pit, contemplating the last fleeting glimpse of blue eyes. The powerful, robust energy reverberated throughout the demon realm. Chapter 9. Friend or Foe? The despairing Z warriors Earth, a beam of white light manifested on Earth. A meditative Piccolo, seated cross-legged in the air atop a desolate mountain, suddenly opened his eyes, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. What is this overwhelming power that has suddenly emerged? Piccolo stood, his body trembling involuntarily, his expression grave as he gazed into the distance. He sensed that this energy was both formidable and exceedingly sinister. Damn it, is this world doomed? With that thought, he unleashed his aura, gritting his teeth as he soared toward the source that on a small island, Bulma, Wulong, Yamcha, Klin, and Master Roshi were gathered for a meal. Klin exclaimed. This is, Yamcha interjected. How can such a powerful energy exist? Master Roshi, too, wore a serious expression, having sensed the disturbance. What happened? What's going on? Bulma asked, bewildered, glancing at Klin, who had suddenly risen in evil. Powerful energy has just materialized on Earth. Klin stammered. Bulma paused, asking, powerful. Is it stronger than Wukong? It's hundreds of times more powerful than Wukong, and it's extremely malevolent. Yamcha swallowed hard. What? Bulma was also taken aback. In her understanding, Sun Wukong was immensely strong, yet this presence was purportedly hundreds of times stronger. Perhaps this time, Earth was destined for destruction. Master Roshi spoke wearily, his shell-laden back seeming to sag even more. Could be Piccolo. Klin, filled with uncertainty, inquired. Impossible. That guy Bit cannot be this strong. Yamcha replied with conviction. Though his legs began to weaken, having lost all will to resist, while Klin had already slumped onto the ground. "Let us go take a look. Surely Goku and the others have sensed it and are making their way there," Yamcha said, mustering his strength to address Klin. Klin nodded weakly and rose to his feet, the two of them igniting their energy as they soared toward the source of the sensed power. "It must be all right." Bulma watched the departing duo with a worried expression, silently praying for their safety. Alas, Master Roshi sighed, feeling helpless. His era had passed, and he could no longer keep pace with Klin and the others. Meanwhile, in Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong abruptly set down his bowl and chopsticks, his face turning serious. "What's wrong, Wukong?" Chi-Chi asked, puzzled, as it was the first time she had seen him lose his appetite during a meal. "I'm going out for a bit. You and Gohan continue eating," Wukong replied, swiftly exiting the house and flying off into the distance. Chi-Chi, noticing Wukong's grave demeanor, understood that something serious had transpired and refrained from saying more. Silently praying for Wukong, beside her, the 2.5-year-old Gohan continued to eat happily, blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. On a training ground in a plane, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi paused, sweat beading on their brows. "Tian, do you feel that energy?" Jiaozi gazed at Tianjin Fan, bewildered. "Yes, I sense it too. This time, it may be dire," Tianjin Fan replied solemnly. "The level of power here seems insurmountable that I can feel the presence of Wukong and the others. They are also heading there, indicating they have sensed it as well. Given the circumstances, we should join them," he concluded. Jiaozi nodded in agreement, and the two of them erupted with energy, flying toward the source. In the heavenly temple, the old Kai and Bobo were in a state of frantic disarray, sweat cascading down their foreheads as they too sensed the formidable energy, unlike Wukong and the others. The old Kai and Bobo could discern the inherent malevolence contained within that energy. "Kai, Wukong and Bick have already rushed over. Is there a possibility of victory if they work together?" Bobo asked, a hint of hope in his voice. "Impossible. The potency of this energy exceeds that of Wukong and Bick combined by several hundredfold. There is no chance of victory, that we can only pray that the newcomer harbors no ill intent." The old Kai responded, shaking his head in resignation, fully aware that this planet might be approaching its end, having mentally prepared for death. Upon hearing the old Kai's words, Bobo's expression darkened further. Ill intent. That's a jest. Judging by the chilling aura that sends shivers to the soul, the newcomer not only bears malice, but is overflowing with it. Compared to the former demon king Bick, this energy is vastly more intense and evil. Just as their concerns mounted, Wukong and the others, having converged, dashed through the skies. "Bick, I didn't expect you to join us," Wukong exclaimed, slightly surprised to see Bick's presence. "Humph. As anticipated, this planet is beyond saving. Rather than perish in obscurity, I might as well fight," Bick replied coldly, his expression grim. "With you here, our odds may improve," Wukong said optimistically, though he too was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the energy, while fear wasn't his immediate sentiment. He felt deep concern for the fate of the Earth, and Klin's group merely regarded Bick with caution. Observing Wukong and the vigilant expressions of Klin and his companions, Bick scoffed, addressing Wukong. "Do you think we can rely on merely the two of us and these lackeys? How naive you are, Wukong." Wukong chose not to respond, his serious gaze fixed on the horizon, while the others, hearing Bick's taunts, remained largely unreactive. A profound sense of defeat enveloped them. Before such overwhelming power, they felt like frogs in a well. The atmosphere thick with despair as silence fell over them. Meanwhile, the architect of all this chaos stood within a black pentagonal pit. Huh. Bai Qi inhaled greedily, relishing the fresh air as long-lost sunlight warmed his skin, bringing him a sense of comfort. Smack, Kashi and the others slumped to the ground, devoid of color, the sensation of having survived a catastrophe flooding over them. The energy wave from Depura had been perilously close, and Kashi felt as though he had glimpsed death itself. A lingering pain still evident on his face that I almost thought I was done for, Kashi remarked, a look of lingering dread on his face. While Bartz nodded in agreement, What is that?" Just as they lamented, a terrified voice pierced the air. Surrounding them were several burly figures resembling soldiers, armed with guns, while a few vehicles stood parked nearby. Moments ago, a flash of white light had obliterated several of their companions, and now Bai Qi and his companions materialized at the center of that light. As Kashi prepared to explain, "Wait a moment," he was cut off by the sound of gunfire. "You're asking for trouble." Bai Qi's eyes glinted coldly as he caught a bullet aimed at Kashi with his bare hands. Bang, 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 bang. Seemingly spurred into a frenzy, the soldiers unleashed a hail of bullets upon Bai Qi and his companions. Crack! In a blur, Bai Qi swiftly dispatched the last soldier, snapping his neck and casting the body aside before dusting off his hands. Brother Bai, we could have discussed this earlier, Kashi said cautiously, while Bart's wore a nonchalant expression. Clearly accustomed to such scenes, there's no need for that, Bai Qi replied indifferently. Some matters cannot be easily articulated at that moment. He noticed two individuals seemingly captured by the soldiers within a cage at the back of a pickup truck. Approaching slowly, he discerned that they were ordinary people devoid of combat capabilities, that a golden-haired girl with blue eyes and a similarly featured boy with black hair, both in tattered clothing and barefoot. The golden-haired girl instinctively shielded the trembling boy behind her, regarding Bai Qi with suspicion. Crack! Bai Qi effortlessly tore open the iron door of the cage. Noticing the girl's tense demeanor, he forced a benign smile onto his pale face to avoid startling them and influencing the ensuing conversation. "Hello there, little sister. Do you know if there are any houses nearby?" The heavy scent emanating from Bai Qi caused the girl to frown, subtly inching back with the boy. Perhaps I should have let Kashi ask instead. Seeing the girl's silence, Bai Qi's smile faltered. Indeed, social interaction was not his strong suit. Observing the somewhat unsettling smile on Bai Qi's face amidst the surrounding corpses, the golden-haired girl hesitantly raised her hand, pointing in a certain direction. Bai Qi nodded in acknowledgement and turned to thank her. "Thank you." As he regarded the girl and the boy, who were covertly scrutinizing him, he noted the grime on their faces obscured their features, giving the impression that they were likely homeless before being captured. Rummaging through his tattered clothing, he produced a red, teardrop-shaped gem, the eye of a one-eyed python, and placed it in the girl's hand. "Consider this a token of gratitude. It should be worth quite a bit." After handing the gem over, he disregarded them and walked back toward Kashi and Bart's, knowing the gem would be of no use to him. The girl stared at the red gem in her hand, her blue eyes following Bai Qi as he departed, her gaze flickering with intrigue. Twins? Soldiers? Something about this feels familiar. Bai Qi pondered, momentarily perplexed, unable to recall the connection, perhaps due to the disorientation from the teleportation. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and addressed Bart's and Kashi, who had stood up, saying, "There seems to be a settlement over there. Let us check it out, clean ourselves up, and change into fresh clothes." Kashi and Bart's nodded, acutely aware of the foul stench clinging to them, particularly Bai Qi, who hadn't tea-bathed in a year during his time in the demon world. The mingled sense of blood and filth overwhelming. Bai Qi led the two toward the settlement, and along the way, Kashi curiously inquired, "Brother Bai, did you discover something when you smiled so unsettlingly?" Bai Qi's lips twitched slightly. "Oh, I merely asked for directions," Bai Qi responded calmly, feeling that his smile was rather radiant. Upon hearing this, Cassius nodded and then, puzzled, inquired, "Elder Brother Bai, after we finish washing up, where shall we go? Are we to settle down on Earth?" "At that time, a few friends will come by, and we can simply wait for them. I have a few matters for them to assist me with. By the way, your teleportation array can transfer us between planets, correct? Once I'm done here, I intend to leave for other planets to cultivate. After settling Uncle Bart on Earth, you may choose to accompany me or remain with Uncle Bart on Earth." Sensing several presences approaching from afar, Bai Qi responded indifferently, "I will definitely follow Elder Brother B. Why Father has already taught me how to set up the teleportation array. I can do it independently now. Why Father can stay here on Earth." Upon hearing that Bai Qi intended to leave, Cassius, anxious about being left behind, exclaimed, Bai Qi nodded in acknowledgement. "The presence is starting to move," Clint exclaimed in surprise. "Let's hasten our pace," Sun Wukong suggested to the others, prompting all the warriors to quicken their steps. Eager to meet your demise, are you?" Piccolo sneered, yet quickened his pace to follow suit. That moment, Bai Qi stood before a mirror in a room. clad in loose-fitting, dark yellow attire with black trousers and a sword hanging at his waist. His somewhat pale complexion was a result of the lack of sunlight in the demon realm, complemented by a head of casually trimmed black hair. Behind him, the owner and his family lay unconscious on the bed. Observing Cassius in white and Bart's in blue leisure wear, Bai Qi's blue eyes glimmered with a hint of excitement upon sensing the approaching presence. Have they arrived? He mused, stroking the hilt of his sword before stepping outside. Chapter 7. Overwhelming domination in mid-air. Sun Wukong and the others gazed at the youth hovering before them, a cold expression on his face and a sword at his waist. Piccolo, Clin, and the others regarded him with trepidation, while Cassius and his companion, observing from a distance, were instinctively disregarded. Are they certain he is a friend? He hardly seems like one. Cassius thought curiously from afar, noting the serious expressions on Piccolo and the others, which lacked the joy typically associated with meeting friends. Seeing the figure on the screen manifest before him, Bai Qi felt a surge of excitement, albeit only slightly, as his initial exhilaration from over a year spent in the demon realm had significantly waned. Sensing the presence of Sun Wukong and the others, he felt somewhat reassured. Weak, far too weak. It appears the main storyline has only just begun before Radit's arrival. Bai Qi sighed in relief, estimating that the battle power of the group was around 200 to 300. He still had time to grow stronger before the explosive power-ups of the Namek saga began. Hello there. You seem to be from Earth. My apologies, but your energy is quite formidable. We came to confirm whether you are an enemy. Sun Wukong greeted Bai Qi with a smile that, in contrast, Piccolo and Clin remained vigilant, scrutinizing Bai Qi. Indeed, I am from Earth, though I previously resided elsewhere. It seems you are the strongest beings on this planet. I have heard of a set of Dragon Balls that can grant wishes. I require their use and will depart afterward, Bai Qi stated plainly to Sun Wukong, revealing his intentions. What? He actually knows about the Dragon Balls. So he is here for the Dragon Balls? Can we trust what he says? Piccolo and the others were taken aback, contemplating Bai Qi's words. However, their anxiety lessened slightly, as his tone suggested he was open to dialogue. Not a merciless villain I see that we indeed possess the Dragon Balls, but can you assure us that your wish is not malevolent? Sun Wukong asked earnestly. Bai Qi nodded slightly, though he felt somewhat exasperated at the tense demeanor of Piccolo and the others. Very well, let us spar a few rounds. All you can join in. Afterward, you will understand. Excellent, I was just about to suggest that. Sun Wukong exclaimed eagerly, thrilled by Bai Qi's proposal. Do not underestimate us. Piccolo scoffed as the group took their positions. Here we go. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong launched the first attack. Bai Qi effortlessly dodged his punch and retaliated with a knee strike to Sun Wukong's abdomen, causing him to spit blood from the immense force. I sphere slash. Kamehameha. Clin and Tian Shinhan unleashed their signature moves. After deflecting the Kamehameha with a single palm, Bai Qi caught the key sphere slash and tossed it back at Clin, who narrowly evaded in a flash. Bai Qi appeared before Tian Shinhan, only to be momentarily halted by Kairatsu's telekinetic grip. Unfazed, Bai Qi landed a powerful punch to Tian Shinhan's face, lifting him by his distorted features and throwing him toward Kairatsu. The two collided, losing consciousness from the impact. With a swift motion, he slapped Clin, who was preparing to unleash the solar flare, sending him flying, and kicked Yamcha, who was advancing with a Wolfang fist, to the ground. Kamehameha, Devil Ray. With a pair of roars, the recovering Sun Wukong and Piccolo unleashed their attacks, with Piccolo employing the move originally intended for Sun Wukong. Explosions erupted. Bai Qi stood unharmed in the center of the shattered crater. Bang! Breathless, Piccolo stared in shock, only to be struck with sharp pain in his abdomen as Bai Qi withdrew his right fist, stained with a hint of purple blood. Unable to maintain flight, Piccolo plummeted to the ground, unconscious. Next, Bai Qi approached Sun Wukong, grasping his neck and lifting him effortlessly. An aura of bloodlust erupted, a terrifying killing intent weighing down on all present, his blue eyes glinting with menace. You understand now. Ending your lives would be a mere trifle. My patience is limited. You had best prepare the Dragon Balls quickly, for exhausting my patience may lead to death. With that, he released the now flushed Sun Wukong. Were it not for Bart's wishing to remain on Earth, Bai Qi might have already resorted to forceful tactics, sparing no time for idle chatter. The group lay sprawled on the ground, the overwhelming pressure from Bai Qi's aura akin to a sharp blade against their throats. A constant reminder of their impending doom. The vast disparity in power extinguished any desire to fight back, observing the so-called friends of Bai Qi lying unconscious around him. Cassius and his companion looked utterly bewildered. 3 days. Grant us 3 days to prepare the Dragon Balls, and I hope you will keep your word by then. Sun Wukong finally spoke, rising to his feet. Naturally, this little bald head shall serve as a hostage for now. If the Dragon Balls are not ready in 3 days, I shall dispatch him first, then eliminate everyone on Earth, that he stated calmly, walking toward the now terrified Klin under Sun Wukong's furious gaze. Hours later, on Master Roshi's island, Bulma and the others watched in fear and curiosity as Bai Qi and Cassius devoured their meals with great delight. Upon learning of Klin's gathering, a ravenous Bai Qi had engaged in friendly conversation with him, leading Klin to reluctantly bring them to the island. "Wait, you brought this killing machine here?" Oolong exclaimed in shock, staring at the embarrassed Klin. "Enough, Oolong. Do not blame Klin. He had no choice. He merely seems like a cold-hearted, handsome fellow. It is hard to believe he is so terrifying, though that sword is rather ugly," Bulma interjected, evidently having been informed by Klin of the recent event. "I say, Bulma, please refrain from any strange actions. If not, you should leave. It's quite perilous here," Klin cautioned, concerned for Bulma's safety, as she was unable to sense energy and thus unaware of Bai Qi's terrifying nature. "Not a chance, since this jerk intends to kill you. How can I sit idly by?" Bulma retorted, stepping toward Bai Qi. Klin and Oolong felt a surge of panic, attempting to intervene, but Bulma was already standing before Bai Qi. "This is delicious. What kind of life did you lead in the demon realm?" Cassius exclaimed, mouth full of food, looking blissful. "Indeed, I never imagined the food in the human world could be so delightful." Bartz chimed in agreement. At this moment, Bai Qi beheld Bulma approaching, her cerulean locks cascading elegantly. Adorned in a pink top, her striking visage marred by an expression of fury. "Hey, I'm talking to you, knife guy. If you wish to make a wish, just say it outright. Why did you have to injure Krillin so severely? I heard you even intend to kill him. How could you be such a scoundrel?" Upon her words, Krillin's brow twitched, and Master Roshi beside him broke into a cold sweat. Bai Qi, however, remained largely unfazed by Bulma's outburst. It was perfectly normal for her to act in perplexing ways. After all, in Dragon Ball Super, she even dared to slap Beerus. What could she possibly shy away from? Wiping his hands, contemplating his objectives, he addressed Bulma. "Could you assist me with a matter? Upon completion, I may reconsider my intention to eliminate the little bald one. Really?" Bulma paused, taken aback, while Krillin and the others, who were rushing to intervene, stood frozen in place. "Are you serious?" she inquired cautiously. "Indeed, I've heard that you possess portable space capsules here. I require sustenance that can last over a year, a place to rest, and clothing. If you can prepare these for me, I might just spare the little bald one," Bai Qi stated matter-of-factly. "Sure, that sounds easy. You mean the universal capsules, right? Just wait for me, and remember to keep your word," Bulma exclaimed with delight, swiftly departing in her aircraft. For her, the wealthiest woman in the world, this request was hardly a challenge. Krillin and the others stood dumbfounded. "It seems he truly intends to leave," Krillin thought to himself, secretly elated that he might escape death after all. Meanwhile, Goku and the others, having consumed the Senza beans, had recovered and were hastily gathering the Dragon Balls. "Goku, are you sure we can trust him? What if he doesn't keep his promise?" Yamcha asked with concern. "I don't know, but we have no choice. We can't defeat him. Besides, the Supreme Kai communicated with me, urging that we should try to meet his demands and not provoke him," Goku replied helplessly. "We can only hope he honors his promise. By the way, I sent Piccolo coming." Tin asked in confusion about Piccolo. It seems this time hit him quite hard. He has gone off to train. That guy is truly formidable. I wish I could have another match with him, Goku said with a hint of excitement. Upon hearing Goku's eagerness for a fight, Yamcha and Tin exchanged glances, understanding Piccolo's situation. He was not the only one affected. Who among them wasn't he? A sigh escaped their lips. The following day, Bai Qi sat cross-legged on the ground, entering a meditative state. Meditation allowed him to calm his mind. His unique training method necessitated that he remain true to himself at all times, lest he become a mindless monster consumed by slaughter. This moment, Bai Qi's aura was restrained. He had mastered the perception and control of energy under Master Rashi's tutelage. Master Rashi was quite astonished by Bai Qi's inquiries, but did not decline. As a martial artist, he possessed the requisite generosity. Of course, the safety of himself and Krillin, along with that gleaming knife, was also a significant motivator. Bai Qi marveled at the extraordinary training method, the god of martial arts. Truly deserving of the title, he placed the ice edge upon his lap, sensing its presence, the connection in his mind with the blade steadily strengthening. Meanwhile, Cassius and Bartis were becoming familiar with Krillin and the others. In contrast to the taciturn Bai Qi, Cassius mingled easily with them. His father and Master Rashi were engrossed in studying some peculiar items, occasionally chuckling in a rather lewd manner. This juncture, Krillin cautiously approached Bai Qi, took a deep breath, and with determination addressed him. Mr. Bai. It was evident he had learned Bai Qi's name from Cassius. Had it not been for Cassius's fervent assurance that Bai Qi was easy to get along with, he would not have dared approach him, especially given that Bulma had entrusted the universal capsules to Bai Qi. Bai Qi opened his eyes to regard the anxious Krillin. Mr. Bai, you are so powerful. Are you truly human? I mean, is it possible for a human to cultivate to such strength as yours? Krillin gulped nervously. Observing the fearful yet yearning expression on Krillin's face, Bai Qi recognized him as the strongest earthling in his previous life. Indeed, Krillin possessed remarkable talent for cultivation, albeit amidst a group of oddities. Bai Qi replied earnestly, of course, it is possible. Then how can I become as strong as you? Krillin asked, hope gleaming in his eyes. Through diligent training, seizing opportunities, and possessing the heart of a warrior, Bai Qi answered patiently. Krillin nodded thoughtfully. Opportunities, the heart of a warrior. I understand now. Thank you, Mr. Bai, he expressed gratefully, entirely forgetting Bai Qi's earlier intent to kill him. After all, who does not yearn to grow stronger? Watching Krillin walk away, Bai Qi shook his head. Krillin seemed somewhat different from his counterpart in the original story, compared to the time he had spent cultivating. Krillin had far surpassed him. The words he had just spoken encompassed all he had learned throughout his life. Bulma soon returned with the necessary universal capsules, an entire box full, while Bartis had also settled in well. Now, they only needed Goku and the others to bring the Dragon Balls tomorrow to fulfill the wish, and then they could depart. There remained over a year until Raditz' arrival. Presently, Bai Qi estimated that, in comparison to Goku and the others, he was roughly on par with the Goku who had just arrived on Namek, fully powered up. He wondered what level he could achieve within a year. Chapter 8. Departure and warning on the third day. Aside from Piccolo, Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, and the others arrived at the small island. The 7 Dragon Balls were laid out on the ground, and Bulma spread her arms wide. Calling out, "Come forth, Shenron, and grant my wish." The sky darkened instantly. A flash of white light erupted, and the dragon from Bai Qi's memories appeared in the heavens. In a desolate wilderness, Piccolo, who had been training, noticed the sudden darkening of the sky and immediately deduced its significance. He scoffed, intensifying the force behind his punches. The memory of Bai Qi's effortless defeat of him weighed heavily on his spirit. State your wish, Shenron intoned, his voice resonating as the standard summoning ritual concluded, and everyone anxiously turned their gaze toward Bai Qi, while Cassius and the others looked on in awe at this spectacle. Shenron, let me learn the Kaioken, Bai Qi called out. The onlookers were bewildered. Goku, too, was oblivious to what the Kaioken entailed. That wish is quite simple, Shenron replied, his eyes flashing red. I have inscribed the training method for the Kaioken into your mind. Follow it, and you shall succeed. Your wish is fulfilled. Farewell. Bai Qi watched as the 7 Dragon Balls ascended into the sky, scattering across the horizon. This Shenron is rather cheeky. I assent, Teehee. Bai Qi silently critiqued. Noticing the murderous intent emanating from Bai Qi, aside from Goku and Krillin, Yamcha and the others felt a surge of satisfaction, though they maintained a facade of composure. That moment, Goku curiously inquired, Kaioken, is it a powerful technique? You'll understand in due time, Bai Qi replied, his focus returning to the Kaioken method now embedded in his mind, a technique capable of rapidly enhancing combat power within a short time frame. His formidable physique was perfectly suited to the Kaioken. If Cassius had not intended to leave with him, he would have wished for instant transmission instead. Ignoring the others, he instructed Cassius to prepare the teleportation array while he stored the universal capsules. The teleportation array could not be directed to a specific planet. It would automatically transport them to the nearest one with a high energy index, as Cassius had informed him. Bai Qi, when we meet again, let us have a rematch, Goku said, scratching his head. Bai Qi, meeting his gaze earnestly, responded, Goku, as a token of gratitude, let me share one more thing. A year from now, someone significantly weaker than me will arrive on Earth. With your current strength, you will not stand a chance against him. That if you remain this weak by then, it will spell the end for Earth. Having spoken, Bai Qi disregarded the astonished expressions of Sun Wukong and the others, and approached Bartz to exchange a few words that moment. Cassius had completed the teleportation array using the leftover materials from last time. The sight of the somewhat withered entrails arranged in a pentagram made Yamcha and the others feel that Bai Qi's departure was indeed a fortunate event. It resembled a sinister summoning ritual. Subsequently, Bai Qi positioned himself at the center of the array, where Cassius, after bidding farewell to Bartz, joined him. Enveloped in blood energy, Bai Qi unleashed his full might, causing the crimson aura to erupt dramatically. From a distance, Krillin and the others felt a sudden heaviness on their shoulders. A prickling sensation coursed through their scalps, and the air was thick with the scent of blood, making Bulma struggle to breathe. Monster, this was the unanimous thought that echoed in their minds. Farewell, Cassius. Krillin waved goodbye, having enjoyed the time spent with him. Just as he was about to bid farewell to Bai Qi, a flash of white light enveloped them, and the two vanished from sight. The harbinger of death had finally departed. What a relief, Yamcha remarked lightly, as Tien and the others sighed in relief, although Bai Qi's final words once again tightened their spirits. 5 months later, on an unknown planet, Bai Qi discarded the blood from Ice Edge as he sheathed the blade, the ground around him littered with headless corpses. Over the course of nearly half a year, he and Cassius had traversed through a dozen planets. This was the advantage of the teleportation array. Speed. Had they traveled in Vegeta's spherical spaceship, much of their time would have been wasted en route. He flew towards Cassius's location. Upon arriving at each planet, he released his aura, prompting the strongest beings of the planet to converge, only to be provoked by Bai Qi's murderous intent. Combat ensued. Slaughter, absorption, enhancement. A straightforward process. As for the ordinary inhabitants, he paid them no mind. Excessive and senseless killing held no value in his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, however, his name had already been blacklisted by King Enma, who had arranged an entire set of processes for him to follow in the 18 levels of hell, merely awaiting his arrival. After a while, he entered a semicircular house and pushed open the door. Welcome back, Brother Bai. Are you preparing to leave? Cassius, engrossed in a game, inquired, but must be said that Bulma had prepared quite thoroughly. Bedroom, kitchen, gym, and even entertainment facilities were all present. Aside from practicing magic occasionally, Cassius was utterly absorbed in games and novels. Taking a sip from a can of beverage, Bai Qi replied, Yes, I shall depart tomorrow. Observing Cassius, who was lost in his game, Bai Qi shook his head helplessly as Cassius's pale face flushed with excitement. After a quick shower, he settled onto the sofa, meticulously polishing Ice Edge, watching Bai Qi attend to his blade. Cassius couldn't help but twitch his lips. Ever since he learned the sword's name was Ice Edge, he thought, what a fitting name. It's almost laughable. Interestingly, during their journey, they had encountered Frisia's team tasked with exterminating the planet's natives. After dispatching them with ease, Bai Qi considered studying the devices on their faces, but suddenly recalled that these gadgets seemed to possess surveillance capabilities, prompting him to crush one underfoot. Neither he nor Cassius had any aptitude for technology, rendering further investigation unnecessary, and they were not keen on confronting Frisia at that moment. Meanwhile, aboard a massive spaceship, a creature equipped with a detection device knelt on the ground to report, Lord Frisia. A month ago, a team executing a mission suddenly lost contact. Prior to their disappearance, the detector registered a massive energy fluctuation. According to our analysis, This energy reached a combat power of 1.4 million. Standing up, a diminutive figure with horns, Frisia held a wine glass as he listened intently to the report. 1.4 million. Interesting. When did such a formidable individual appear in my dominion? I wonder if he might be interested in becoming my subordinate. He mused with a chuckle. Frisia descended from his floating seat, flanked by Dodoria and Zarbin, both of whom wore shocked expressions that a combat power of 1.4 million was formidable, second only to Frisia himself. Even the strongest member of the Jinyu force, Captain Jinyu, possessed merely 120,000. Even the mechanical army under Frisia's brother, Cooler, was no match for such power. To become Frisia's subordinate was an honor indeed. Perhaps you should send the strongest Jinyu force captain to negotiate with him. Surely he would not refuse, Dodoria suggested, seeking to curry favor. If Jinyu had been present, he would have surely thanked Dodoria, as he would have likely been the first to be slain. Are you an idiot? Sending the Jinyu force captain, with a mere 120,000 combat power, to seek him out? That would be tantamount to sending him to his demise, Frisia coldly retorted, saving Jinyu's life in the process. Your subordinate is a fool. Dodoria quickly knelt, cold sweat pouring down his face, clearly realizing he had misstepped in flattery, that if you send him, he would be reduced to ashes, he thought, feeling the temperature in the room drop several degrees. At that moment, Zarbin stood silently, not daring to breathe. Speaking up could very well lead to death. No need to be so tense. Dodoria, I was merely jesting that I shall personally handle the negotiations when the time comes. Frisia said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Dodoria trembled and moved closer to Zarbin. Had he not understood Frisia's character, he might have believed the jest. After sharing a laugh, Frisia addressed the still kneeling messenger. You may leave now. Should there be another surge of energy, notify me immediately. Yes, I shall take my leave, the creature replied before exiting. By the way, Zarbin, have there been any unusual movements from those wild monkeys? Vegeta and his companions? Frisia inquired. Zarbin promptly responded, no abnormalities, Lord Frisia. They have been executing the tasks you assigned without issue. Very well, continue to monitor them closely to prevent any mischievous actions, Frisia concluded, turning his gaze toward the vast expanse of the cosmos beyond the transparent glass. 1.4 million. If I could harness such power, my territory could expand even further. Humph, Cooler's mechanical army would be rendered useless in comparison, that if he serves no purpose to me, then he has no need to live. To Frisia, whether it was 1.4 million or 14 million combat power, it mattered not. He could extinguish them with a mere gesture. His thick tail struck the ground with a resounding thud. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Qi, blissfully unaware of being targeted, was meditating with his eyes closed, practicing a technique to enhance his soul, which he had learned from Cassius. A powerful soul could prevent others from probing into his memories. He recalled that in the original story, characters like Sun Wukong, Baba, the fortune teller, and the Grand Elder of Namek possessed similar mind-reading abilities, which were indeed terrifying. He did not wish for anyone to uncover the secrets of his two lives. He attempted to combine this technique with his own meditation, nourishing his soul with blood energy. Perhaps due to his experiences in 2 lifetimes, his soul power was significantly stronger than that of an average person, allowing him to achieve remarkable results with minimal effort, successfully merging his meditation with the technique. This could be considered an enhanced meditation method, one that not only purified the mind but also strengthened the soul, enhancing him holistically from body to soul, and then through blood energy. Moreover, his swordsmanship had also reached new heights, and he had not neglected his training in the Kaioken technique, which he could now barely perform at a 20-fold multiplier in his full power state. Cassius had likewise continued his studies in magic, becoming increasingly adept at setting up teleportation arrays. The demon race inherently possessed some enigmatic abilities, and Cassius, specializing in magic, displayed terrifying talent. If he continued to hone his skills, Bai Qi reckoned he could rival Babidi from the Majin Buu saga. Bai Qi was also curious about the principles behind the teleportation arrays and various magical techniques. After enduring a lengthy, complex, and esoteric explanation from Cassius, Bai Qi found himself utterly bewildered. The information went in one ear and out the other without triggering any chemical reactions in his brain, that he couldn't help but marvel at the notion that every field has its own expertise. Chapter 9. The Limits of Humanity on a Desolate Planet. Bai Qi, drenched in blood energy, entered a house while wielding ice edge. Oh my god. Look at you. Cassius, his mouth as sweet as honey, was cursing at the game screen. Upon seeing Bai Qi, he abruptly halted his tirade. Brother Bai, what's wrong? Did something happen? Cassius set aside the game he was playing and inquired of Bai Qi, having recently sensed that Bai Qi's spirits seemed somewhat diminished. Each time he returned, his aura fluctuated unpredictably. It feels as though I've reached a bottleneck in my abilities, Bai Qi replied, reclining on the sofa with a hint of resignation. Indeed, I've noticed that my strength appears to have hit its limit. My body feels saturated, and the energy absorbed from vanquished foes seems to no longer enhance my physique. The energy filtered from my heart brings only a slight sting as it disperses throughout my body, leaving no significant changes in my strength. The vitality released from defeating opponents of comparable power elicits a response, while that from weaker foes dissipates without a trace. Have I reached the limits of a human's potential? Bai Qi clenched his fist, a flicker of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Based on estimations, his current combat power was over 1.4 million. Wielding a blade could elevate that figure to approximately 3 million, without relying on the Kaioken. This was his utmost strength. In just over a year since arriving in this world, he had achieved a level of power that took Goku and others over 20 years of training to attain, namely, the Goku from Namek. The extraordinary blood mist had enabled him to reach the pinnacle of his potential within this brief span, yet now he felt akin to a satiated individual, unable to consume any more. Is that so? I believe Brother Bai is already quite formidable, Cassius remarked earnestly. Throughout his acquaintance with Bai Qi, aside from the fierce battle with Delilah, they conveniently overlooked Dapra. No one had truly posed a challenge to Bai Qi. Whether it was Goku and his companions on Earth, or the various planets they had traversed over the past 7 months, even those slightly stronger than Bai Qi fell swiftly before his unique blood energy and ice blade. Thus, in Cassius's perception, Bai Qi was already exceedingly powerful. Bai Qi chuckled self-deprecatingly. During the Super Saiyan era following Namek, my current strength wouldn't suffice for self-preservation. He began to understand Krillin's sentiments. He had once believed that the enhancement of this energy was limitless, only to discover it was merely a temporary acceleration. He took a moment to calm himself. Closing his eyes to meditate, he still possessed advantages. The enhancement properties of his body were permanent. Even without unleashing energy, he could withstand various attacks, and his strength, speed, and defense would not diminish without the aura's protection. As long as he could still move, he could continue to fight, and his formidable endurance provided him with a significant edge, ensuring he remained in peak condition. As for the concept of limits, in the realm of Dragon Ball, the so-called limits were of little value. He absolutely know he must find a way to transcend them. He had no desire to rely on the Dragon Balls for repeated revivals in the later stages, and he surmised that few would even wish to resurrect him. Thus, it was best to take fate into his own hands. Having settled his emotions, Bai Qi contemplated the 3 stages of combat he currently possessed. The first was unarmed, the second involved wielding the ice blade with full energy, and the third activated the Kaioken in a state of full power. Super Earthling form? Bai Qi mused. Since he could not enhance his hard power, he resolved to solidify the recently surging strength. The rapid increase in power instilled a sense of superficiality, which, while manageable in the early stages, could prove fatal later on. A solid foundation was essential for further progress. True power lay in the strength one could wield, as individual physiques varied. He was not a scion. He could not unleash a burst of strength in a fit of rage to vanquish formidable foes. Instead, in such fury, he would only hasten his demise. If physical training proved unfeasible, he would refine his mind. He had not neglected the cultivation of his soul. The enhancement of his spiritual energy significantly improved his reaction time. And he had to admit that Cassius's training method was nothing short of miraculous. Brother Bai, don't overthink it. How about I prepare a few dishes for you? I've been working diligently on my recipes lately and have made considerable progress in my culinary skills. Cassius exclaimed excitedly as he headed toward the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi's brow twitched, and he hastily interjected, "There's no need for that. I believe there are instant noodles in the fridge." Just prepare a couple of bowls of those, as my appetite isn't particularly robust right now. Ever since the last incident where Cassius nearly blew up the kitchen, Bai Qi had come to the conclusion that Cassius, much like himself, lacked any culinary talent. He had attempted cooking himself, only for Cassius to poke his head in curiously, asking if he was concocting some elixir. Yes, that's so. I was hoping to showcase my skills to Brother Bai. Cassius replied with disappointment as he turned to prepare the instant noodles. Bai Qi reclined on the sofa, gazing at the bright lights above, his blue eyes appearing even more profound due to the training of his spiritual energy. Earth bang, bang, bang. Goku and Piccolo were engaged in a fierce sparring match on a vast plain, their figures darting to and fro, ever since Bai Qi had forewarned them of an impending formidable enemy a year hence. The Z fighters on Earth had embarked on a relentless training regimen, with Goku and Piccolo frequently practicing together. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan were equally diligent, refusing to slacken their efforts. Meanwhile, a spherical battle spaceship sped through the cosmos. Carrying the slumbering Raditz within 3 months later, a round spaceship descended upon Earth, and the warriors, well prepared, swiftly approached it. Raditz, adorned with a scouter over his left eye, emerged from the craft. Humph, a weakling with a power level of only 5. He declared disdainfully to a farmer wielding a firearm. Suddenly, his scouter detected several strong energy signatures approaching him. Raditz smirked. Have they all sensed me? Humph. Saves me the trouble of searching for them. Ha. Boom! With a hearty laugh, he casually unleashed an energy blast that obliterated the farmer, then soared into the sky, his energy flaring. Upon sensing Raditz's aura, Piccolo remarked, as expected, he's quite powerful, but he pales in comparison to that knife-wielding man. He sneered, his eyes filled with murderous intent, while Krillin, Tin, and others maintained a relaxed demeanor. Raditz's energy was indeed formidable, yet was not beyond Bai Qi's reach. Soon, they stood before Raditz, gazing at the spaceship and the tail behind Raditz. An alien? The warriors pondered. Kakarot, Raditz began as he recognized Goku. Then, through a series of exchanges, they unraveled Raditz and Goku's sign identities. Swish! Aware that Raditz was not to be trifled with, Krillin acted first, launching a key blade attack. Raditz, clearly caught off guard by Krillin's ambush, narrowly evaded with a tilt of his head, earning a shallow cut on his cheek. Wiping the blood away, he became both astonished and furious, his body erupting with energy. You lowly trash from this inferior planet. With a furious roar, the battle was imminent. Boom! Roar! Solar flare! Energy blast! Kamehameha! Minutes later, Raditz lay bloodied on the ground, his battle attire in tatters, while Goku and the others fared no better, all suffering severe injuries. Cough, cough, you fools! The bald one's earlier words about the Dragon Balls. My 2 companions are already aware. Within a year, they will surely arrive on Earth, far stronger than I. They will annihilate you all. Avenging me, ha. He coughed up blood after his taunts. Watching Raditz continue to spout bravado, Piccolo, enduring intense pain, slowly rose to his feet and approached Raditz. As the shadow of Piccolo loomed closer, Raditz's eyes filled with dread, and he attempted to speak again. Crack! With a swift kick, Piccolo dispatched Raditz and collapsed, panting heavily. His expression shifted between emotions, as Raditz's words cast a pall over the group, especially as they glanced at the gravely injured Goku. Hey, hurry and give Goku a Senzabine, or he might not make it. Oh! Krillin quickly retrieved a Senzabine from his belt and moved toward Goku that moment. Piccolo's ears caught the voice of the Elder Kai. Wah! What? Are you certain? After receiving confirmation, Piccolo halted Krillin from feeding Goku the Senzabine. He knelt beside Goku, his expression darkening as he asked, Goku, do you have any final words? Cough. I indeed have a request to make of you. Sun Wukong, unfazed, spoke to Piccolo with difficulty. Subsequently, under the terrified gazes of Krillin and the others, Piccolo killed Sun Wukong, but on an unknown planet. A hulking bald man and a small, fierce-looking individual with hair tied back were gathered around a fire. Both adorned with tails at their waists, they were feasting on some form of alien flesh, grilled over the flames, surrounded by the scattered remains of extraterrestrial beings. These two were none other than Naba and Vegeta. Humph, who would have thought Raditz would perish on such a lowly planet? By the way, Vegeta, does that so-called wish-granting Dragon Ball truly exist? Naba inquired curiously, directing his gaze at Vegeta. Why not go take a look? If the Dragon Balls are indeed real, we could wish for eternal life. Haha. Then we can finally rid ourselves of Frisia's control, and our Scion race shall rise again, Vegeta replied, his spirits lifted, showing no concern for Raditz' demise. Which in turn brought joy to Naba. Ha. 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 The two erupted into laughter. In the gym, Bai Qi sat cross-legged with his eyes shut. I could see that moment. A distinct knife shape vividly appeared in his mind. Though somewhat blurred, it was unmistakably the form of Ice Edge. The sword, resting atop his lap, emanated an inexplicable aura. Since determining the limits of his body 3 months prior, he had devoted his energies to honing both the sword and his spiritual prowess. Now his connection with Ice Edge had deepened. Enhancing their combined combat capabilities, the crimson aura gradually radiated from him, sharper and purer than before. Downstairs, Cassius, engrossed in a video game, suddenly felt a pang of unease. Brother Bai seems to have grown stronger, more terrifying, he muttered to himself, glancing in Bai Qi's direction, before shrugging it off and returning to his game. Having grown accustomed to such occurrences, Bai Qi opened his azure eyes, suppressing his presence, and gazed at Ice Edge before sheathing it. Raditz must have reached Earth by now. Perhaps he has already met his end, he pondered silently. Chapter 10. A fortuitous encounter with Dales in a certain region of the universe. A colossal tree towered over the land, its height piercing through the clouds. With a flash of white light, Bai Qi and Cassius were transported to this planet, quickly taking notice of the immense tree. My goodness, that tree is enormous, Cassius exclaimed in astonishment. It seems to be a planet dominated by vegetation, Bai Qi speculated, scanning the surrounding environment. Strangely, all around them were desiccated plants, with not a single living organism in sight. This planet felt peculiar, akin to a dying elder nearing the end of their life. What's the matter, Brother Bai? Is something amiss? Cassius asked, puzzled by Bai Qi's contemplative demeanor. This planet is strange. Do not set up camp just yet. For now, stay close to me, Bai Qi replied. Oh, understood, Cassius nodded. Typically, upon arriving at a new planet, Bai Qi would clear a safe area to set up a universal capsule, allowing him to wait comfortably inside. Clearly, the circumstances today were unusual, so it was wiser to remain by Bai Qi's side. Bai Qi led Cassius towards the great tree, believing its oddity was linked to its presence. Beneath the massive trunk stood a figure clad in black shoulder armor battle attire. Resembling Sun Wukong, though with slightly darker skin, a fierce expression adorned his face. A red scouter affixed to his left eye, and a tail coiled around his waist. None other than Dales, a character from the cinematic adaptations. With these fruits, the process of dominating the universe advances yet another step. Haha! Dales exclaimed joyfully as he gazed at the red fruits brought by his subordinates. At that moment, 2 furtive figures lurked behind a massive tree root exposed to the earth. I see. Should we retreat? That's a scion. If they catch us, we'll meet a gruesome fate, whispered a small, purple-skinned alien clad in a white vest, his yellow eyes wide with anxiety as he glanced at a girl with short yellow hair dressed in a black bodysuit beside him. Do not fret, Gak, that weren't you here to investigate the disappearance of the planet? The culprit is right before us, and this is splendid material for writing. Just hold on a little longer. Besides, aren't you an elite? Surely you're not afraid? Tai Si replied eagerly, her face alight with mischief. Afraid? No, I am an elite. I am merely concerned for your safety, Gak responded, feigning composure, though the beads of sweat on his brow betrayed his anxiety. A strong combat force is approaching. The scouter on Dales emitted a series of beeps, and he concealed his smile, ascending into the air with his entourage. Shoo, quiet. They're coming, Tai Si urgently whispered to Gak, both shrinking back to observe Dales and his followers discreetly. Dales floated in the air, scrutinizing the approaching Bai Qi and Cassius, noting Bai Qi's stern expression and Cassius's curious demeanor behind him. Consulting his scouter, Dales remarked, 15,000 combat power? Not bad. So, how about joining me as my subordinate, haha? He arrogantly declared, dismissing Cassius, whose power was merely in the hundreds as Bai Qi observed the striking resemblance to Sun Wukong and the towering tree behind him. He quickly pieced everything together, thinking to himself, so it's Dales. However, his combat power seems significantly lower than in the films. In his perception, Dales's power reached at least several 100,000, a far cry from the mere 20 or 30,000 depicted in the original narrative. No wonder he was so brazen upon seeing Bai Qi. Not interested, Bai Qi replied nonchalantly to Dales's proposition. "Oh, humph. Then you shall become nourishment for this place." Dales sneered, waving his hand, causing hundreds of his minions to encircle Bai Qi and Cassius. "Perfect, I can test out my newly developed technique." With that, Bai Qi grasped the hilt of his sword with his right hand while pressing down on the sheath with his left, the air within a 1,000-meter radius resonating with a faint, ominous blade hum. Extreme blade storm. In an instant, Bai Qi drew Ice Edge, and the surrounding atmosphere filled with countless transparent blades that Dales's subordinates were swiftly sliced into pieces, and blood rained from the sky. Quite effective, Bai Qi nodded in satisfaction. This being a technique he had recently discovered, Dales, having rapidly retreated to a distance of a kilometer, suddenly halted, when Bai Qi seized the hilt of his sword. Dales felt a jolt of danger and hurriedly fled. "You run quite swiftly," Bai Qi remarked, surprised as he observed Dales from afar. "Humph, do not get too cocky. Just now, I was merely careless. Allow me to show you my true power." Having calmed his nerves, Dales began to unleash his energy, a terrifying force surging from his body. Moments later, enveloped in an aura of energy, Dales confidently pointed his thumb at himself, saying, "My combat power is a staggering 930,000. Prepare to meet your demise, you scum." Clearly, the sudden surge in his power caused Dales to overlook the lingering sense of peril as he charged at Bai Qi with reckless abandon. A few minutes later, a battered Dales lay on the ground, despondent and defeated, his hands severed by Bai Qi's blade, blood covering his entire body, his eyes devoid of life. We should hurry and flee before that monster discovers us. "We will surely die here," Gak whispered to Tai Si, swallowing hard, his legs trembling, realizing that remaining here was the gravest mistake of his life. "I don't think we will make it," Tai Si's quivering voice replied. Gak turned to look at Tai Si, only to see a long, blood-red blade pressed against her fair neck, with Bai Qi, drenched in blood, standing ominously behind her. "Ladies, eavesdropping is not a commendable habit," Bai Qi Han spoke in a cold voice. Having sensed a lingering gaze from afar earlier, though he had no time to address it at that moment. Upon observing the figure resembling Ultraman, named Gak, and the one beneath his blade, Ties, he pieced together their identities. "Please, we mean no harm. I am Galactic Patrolman Gak, and this is my companion. We have come to investigate the cause of the planet's disappearance. We did not intend to intrude upon you." Upon hearing Bai Qi Han's voice, Gak's legs buckled, and he knelt, hastily divulging the reason for their presence. Bai Qi Han remained silent, casting a detached gaze upon Gak. The silence made Gak sweat profusely, while Ties, her face pale, dared not speak. She felt a chilling sensation around her neck, accompanied by a faint sting, as if death itself were beckoning her. "Galactic Patrolman, is it? I assume you possess the coordinates of various planets in the universe. Please assist me by searching for the coordinates of a planet called Namek." "I shall overlook this incident," Bai Qi Han commanded after a moment of contemplation. Gak, realizing the urgency, responded, "Why, yes, my lord. I have planetary data aboard my ship. I will check immediately." With Bai Qi Han's nod of approval, Gak hurriedly made his way into the distance. Observing this, Bai Qi Han sheathed his icy blade and returned to Cassius, dragging the paralyzed Ties along and casually discarding her beside the barely breathing Dales. "Greetings," Cassius cheerfully greeted Ties, exuding warmth and friendliness. Hi, Ties stammered, still shaken, glancing at Dales, who lay in a pool of blood, feeling dizzy and desperately trying to avert her gaze. Cassius engaged her in conversation, his sunny demeanor offering her a modicum of comfort. Stealing glances at Bai Qi Han, she noted his tousled black hair, black trousers, and blue jacket, with a sword at his waist, albeit an unattractive sheath. His azure eyes were fixed on Dales, lost in thought, and despite the coldness of his expression, he possessed a certain rugged charm. Suddenly, Dales, lying there, let out a blood-curdling scream, startling Ties and breaking her train of thought. Bai Qi Han discarded the tail he had been holding, aware that scions could transform into gigantic apes. Although there was no moon present, he preferred to be cautious. What if Gak doesn't return? What if that scoundrel has fled with the ship? He pondered anxiously. Ties, regaining her composure, regretted her decision to remain. Her story remained unfinished. She had yet to marry. Would she perish here today? Observing Ties on the verge of tears, Cassius felt helpless, unsure how to console her, accustomed as he was to Bai Qi's demeanor. An hour later, amidst Ties' torment, Gak returned, panting heavily, now a beacon of hope in Ties' eyes. "My lord, I apologize for the wait. This sphere contains the coordinates of both your current position and the planet Namek." Gak handed Bai Qi a white metallic sphere, which, upon being squeezed, projected a three-dimensional star map. A red line extended from Bai Qi's location to a green planet, evidently Namek. Observing the lengthy red line, Bai Qi's lips twitched. They had unwittingly traveled quite a distance. Ties and Gak stood together, apprehensively regarding Bai Qi. "Thank you," Bai Qi acknowledged Gak before ignoring the two, lifting Dales with Cassius and soaring into the air. Fixating on the colossal tree of spirit, a sense of foreboding enveloped him regarding the tree, as if it possessed consciousness, a peculiar sensation gnawing at his mind, with a flick of his left hand. It appeared as though the colors of the world were drawn into it, a red energy sphere, no larger than a ping-pong ball, compressed within his grasp. He hurled it towards the tree's roots, resulting in a towering beam of light shooting skyward, followed by a violent explosion that revealed a gaping black crater. "Meteor shower," Bai Qi exclaimed, having emulated Broly's technique, even adopting its name. Simple, efficient, and perfectly suited for someone wielding a blade. The unsettling sensation dissipated, and Bai Qi nodded in satisfaction. By the time Gak and Ties recovered from their shock, Bai Qi and Cassius had already departed. Chapter 11. The long road ahead. North Ko's planet Goku. Up so early? North Ko yawned as he stepped out of his abode, spotting Goku engaged in his morning workout. "Well, that scion is supposed to arrive soon, and I've heard he is incredibly strong. If I don't put in the effort, Earth might face annihilation," Goku replied, concern etched on his face as beads of sweat dripped to the ground, forming puddles. Nearby, Baburus held a towel, while Gregory hovered in the air. Observing Goku's diligence, pleased with Goku's intense training, North Ko nodded approvingly, sipping juice from a nearby table. Initially, Krillin could have used a Senzu bean to restore Goku, but the Grand Kai had instructed Piccolo to eliminate Goku to bring him to North Ko for training. Explaining Goku's presence there. Noticing North Ko leisurely sipping juice while reading a comic book, Goku paused his training, wiped his sweat with Baburus' towel, and curiously inquired, "Lord Ko, you seem remarkably unfazed. Oh, you have a strategy?" With a mysterious grin, North Ko replied, "Well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to share, as long as you master my two signature techniques, the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. You'll be able to navigate this crisis." The Kaioken? Goku was taken aback, having heard about the technique from Bai Qi. He had been curious about it. "Oh, you know the Kaioken?" North Ko queried, puzzled, prompting Goku to recount Bai Qi wish to learn the technique. He also learned the Kaioken, North Ko exclaimed in astonishment, as the existence of the Kaioken was known only to a few of his close friends. That it was unfathomable for a stranger to Earth to possess such knowledge. Sweat began to bead on North Ko's forehead. He had sensed Bai Qi arrival, but had not pursued it further after witnessing the lack of conflict between him and Goku. It seemed he had overlooked something significant. "Are you all right, Lord Ko?" Goku asked, concerned upon seeing the sweat on North Ko's brow. "Never mind. Focus on your training that I will teach you the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb in a couple of days." North Ko reassured, wiping his sweat. "All right," Goku exclaimed, exhilarated, realizing that even someone as formidable as Bai Qi sought to learn the Kaioken, highlighting its potential. He was thrilled to learn himself. Meanwhile, North Ko was deeply troubled. Aware of the chaos in the North Galaxy, the mysterious youth wielding a blade was wreaking havoc, battling the strongest beings of each planet and ruthlessly eliminating them, much like a hunter on a spree. If it weren't for Bai Qi disinterest in exterminating the weak natives, North Ko would have suspected him to be Frisia's henchman. Despite that, the sheer volume of destruction was staggering, relying on the demonic youth's teleportation array. Bai Qi had ravaged over 100 planets, and now he seemed to have vanished, likely causing mayhem elsewhere. Don't run. Let me take another swing. With his body marred by numerous scars, Sun Wukong's son. Sun Gohan joyfully chased after a dinosaur that had lost its tail, shouting exuberantly. Meanwhile, atop a towering mountain, Piccolo sat cross-legged in midair, his eyes closed. The white cape billowing behind him moved as if stirred by an unseen wind. And upon sensing Gohan's commotion, he opened his eyes. Humph, it seems that little Brad is still alive, Piccolo remarked with a cold snort. The task entrusted to him by Sun Wukong was to assist in training Gohan, after which he had disregarded Chi-Chi's protests and taken Gohan away. Initially perplexed, Piccolo soon discovered the astonishing talent residing within Gohan during their training sessions. One fateful night, after gazing at the moon, Gohan transformed into a colossal ape, leaving Piccolo so terrified that his face turned pale. In a desperate measure, he ultimately destroyed the moon to regain control over Gohan. Both father and son are indeed monsters. He mused before closing his eyes once more to resume his cultivation. Bai Qi and Cassio-C carried the barely conscious Deli-C to a clearing, where Cassio-C retrieved a universal capsule and tossed it onto the ground. With a puff, a crescent-shaped house materialized before them. "Brother Bai, aren't you coming in?" Cassio-C called as he stepped inside, turning to glance at the contemplative Bai Qi. "I have a few matters to attend to," Bai Qi replied. Hearing this, Cassio-C shrugged and entered the house, eager to continue his gaming adventures. Bai Qi seated himself on the ground, observing Deli-C, who lay motionless. He had not spared Deli-C's life merely for a nostalgic reunion. Taking a deep breath, he struck Deli-C with a swift blow, ending his life. A surge of vibrant energy then erupted from the lifeless body, which Bai Qi eagerly absorbed into himself. As the energy flowed through his heart, it began to enhance his physique. Noticing this, Bai Qi condensed the blood energy at the surface of his body, which now clung to his skin like a glass membrane. From a distance, he appeared as a figure of blood, preparing to contain the energy within himself to prevent its dissipation. However, as a sharp pain coursed through his body, the energy sought to escape, leading Bai Qi to experience excruciating agony as it violently surged within him, causing his entire form to tremble. Minutes passed, and as the energy recognized its confinement, it gradually began to seep into his muscles, tearing at them, almost overwhelming Bai Qi's capacity to maintain control over the blood energy. Gritting his teeth, he fought through the pain, sweat beading on his forehead. Finally, after an hour, he had fully absorbed the energy. Drenched in sweat, he lay on the ground, his chest heaving. "Brother Bai, what happened? Are you all right?" Cassio-C, who had been watching from a distance, hurried over. Sensing Bai Qi's turbulent aura, he had set aside his game to rush out. But upon seeing Bai Qi's condition, he dared not interrupt. "Phew, I'm fine." Thankfully, Bai Qi gasped, and with Cassio-C's support, he made his way into the house, collapsing onto the sofa and wiping his face. Despite his flushed visage from the pain, a smile graced his lips. Bai Qi had long harbored this plan, but with Gak and others present earlier, he was unable to execute it. Otherwise, he would not have left Deli-C alive until now. Now, his aspirations had been realized. Though his body still trembled from the lingering pain, he could distinctly feel the changes within him. The strength and resilience had indeed improved. The blood energy within him had also increased slightly. While the change was not monumental, it was a definite sign of his growth, suggesting that his journey towards becoming stronger could continue, albeit with great difficulty. "Ha!" he laughed, and Cassio-C placed a glass of water beside him. Observing Bai Qi's mirth, he scratched his head in confusion, unsure of what was amusing his companion. However, seeing that Bai Qi appeared unharmed, he relaxed and returned to his game, after taking a few sips of the water Cassio-C had brought. Bai Qi realized that he could finally continue to grow stronger. For someone who had exhausted his potential, taking another step forward was akin to scaling a mountain. That IT was like trying to pierce a concrete wall with a needle. Yet, what did it matter? There was always a way forward. After a brief respite, Bai Qi took a shower, changed his clothes, and settled in the gym where Cassio-C sat nearby. Before them lay 2 red fruits, which Bai Qi had procured from Deli-C. Legendary fruits, said to be consumable only by deities. That Deli-C had relied on these to elevate his battle power from a mere 20. 000 to an astonishing 930,000. Bai Qi handed the larger of the two fruits to Kaxio. Brother Bai, what is this? Kaxio inquired, intrigued as he examined the fruit. These are spirit tree fruits. Consuming one will significantly enhance your strength, Bai Qi replied, toying with the fruit in his hand. Oh, is it really that miraculous? Kaxio remarked, sniffing at it, but finding it odorless that he held little obsession with gaining strength and lacked interest in training. He preferred to indulge in gaming, practice magic, and live a blissful life as a homebody. Not bothering further with Kaxio, Bai Qi scrutinized the fruit, noting its resemblance to the devil fruits from a certain pirate saga, lacking the eerie essence he had felt when first receiving a spirit tree fruit. Otherwise, he would not dare offer one to Kaxio. Suddenly, Kaxio let out a loud shout, startling Bai Qi so much that he nearly crushed the spirit tree fruit in his grasp. What the heck? Bai Qi exclaimed, suppressing the urge to slap Kaxio as he donned the scouter obtained from the Lai Si, though it lacked Frisia as monitoring capabilities, placing it over his left eye to scan Kaxio. Over 13,000, Bai Qi gasped, astonishment washing over him as he observed the data on the scouter. The increase was substantial, soaring from a few hundred to over 10,000. No wonder Kaxio was shouting. He must have felt on the verge of becoming Super Kaxio. Brother Bai, I feel incredibly powerful, Kaxio declared, clenching his fists in exhilaration. Indeed, your progress is remarkable. Take a moment to feel it out and try to control this newfound power, Bai Qi advised. Before consuming the remaining fruit himself, anticipation growing within him as he observed Kaxio's transformation. After a brief interval, Bai Qi felt only a slight increase in blood energy. No other changes apparent. Is it because it was too small? He pondered, bemusement washing over him. Had he known, he would have let Kaxio consume both fruits. Such a waste. He wondered how many Lai Si had consumed to achieve a battle power of 930. 000. Brother Bai, I can't seem to control my energy. Can you teach me? Kaxio admitted sheepishly, having neglected to learn energy control methods previously due to his weaker state, now rendered helpless by the sudden surge. Let me think, Bai Qi mused, recalling how swiftly he had grasped the concepts when Master Rashi had taught him, though some details had faded with time. Ahem, in defense, be as tranquil as the sky. In attack, strike with the swiftness of lightning, Bai Qi instructed, blending his memories with his current knowledge. Kaxio stared blankly at him. Confusion etched across his face. Bai Qi felt a headache coming on. His pride somewhat bruised, and he began to patiently explain based on his experiences and the fragments of Master Rashi's teachings. An hour later, watching as Kaxio finally managed to control his energy. Gradually retracting it, Bai Qi wiped the sweat from his brow. Chapter 12. Berserker in the future. A spacecraft descended upon a verdant planet. An elderly man clad in green trousers and a white long coat emerged from the vessel. His mismatched red and white eyes, devoid of pupils, scanning the surroundings. This new Namek is truly elusive. Ha ha ha. I hope the so-called Dragon Balls do not disappoint me. Wouldn't you agree, Hachiyak? The old man laughed maniacally, glancing back at a towering, muscular humanoid creature following closely behind him. This being was clad in crimson armor, adorned with crystalline blue gems embedded in its wrists, chest, and head, its expression blank as it gazed ahead without responding. Unperturbed, the old man soared into the distance, with Hachiyak trailing closely behind. Not far away, in a nearby house, the newly appointed Grand Elder Mulin sat in a chair, surrounded by Namekians he had summoned in advance. Their expressions were grave as they regarded Mulin. Have they arrived? Mulin murmured, a glint of fatalism already glimmering in his eyes. The future had undergone a tremendous transformation. Back in the present, Bai Qi and Cassius traversed a desolate wasteland, with Cassius donning a Darius detector, curiously scanning the surrounding environment. Brother Bai, it appears this planet has suffered deliberate devastation. The detector indicates there are no living beings nearby, Cassius remarked in astonishment as he gazed at the device. Let us continue searching. If there is nothing here, we shall depart, Bai Qi replied, his gaze fixed on the ruins around him. Ever since discovering the location of planet Namek, Bai Qi and Cassius had been persistently advancing towards it. Due to Cassius's enhanced power, The teleportation array they had set up could now accurately transport them in a specific direction. With Bai Qi's growing strength, his appetite had also increased significantly, and their food supplies from Earth were nearing depletion. Thus, they intended to gather some provisions on this planet, but judging by the current state of affairs, it seemed unlikely. Bai Qi surveyed the wreckage, suspecting it to be the handiwork of the real estate mogul. Brother Bai, there are two highly formidable life forms approaching, one with a power level exceeding 30,000, the other over 5,000. Cassius's voice interrupted Bai Qi's thoughts. Looking up at the sky, Bai Qi saw two figures descending before him. One was a middle-aged man with dark skin. Clad in a white cloak, his left eye blinded by a scar, and upon seeing this individual, a sense of foreboding washed over Bai Qi. The other figure, towering over 2 meters, with long arms and a bare torso, donned a flowing red skirt, his eyes vacant. Bai Qi gasped, feeling a sudden constriction in his breath. "Greetings. I am Paragus, trapped on this planet for quite some time. You appear to have come from the outside. Could you possibly take us away?" "Oh, and this is my son, Broly." Paragus greeted them warmly. Bai Qi nearly choked upon hearing this, recognizing the names, Dapla and Broly, and wondering how he could encounter them. Hello, I am Cassius." He introduced himself, while Bai Qi remained silent, though Cassius engaged in conversation with Paragus. Despite outwardly smiling, he felt a rising sense of vigilance. It was evident that the desolation surrounding them was Paragus's doing. This man was not to be underestimated, and he could sense the tension radiating from Bai Qi. Should I make a move? I wonder if I can eliminate Broly in one strike. If not. Bai Qi thought anxiously. He had no faith in Paragus's words, and planned to have Cassius set up the teleportation array while he kept Broly occupied. They don't seem to be Scionts. Scionts typically do not wield knives. Once I ascertain the location of their spaceship, I'll have Broly deal with them. Paragus, too, was concocting his own scheme. Observing the seemingly amiable Paragus, Bai Qi understood that this cunning old man was plotting something sinister. He discreetly called Cassius over. "When the battle ensues, quickly set up the teleportation array and look for an opportunity for us to retreat." "Understood." Cassius nodded without hesitation, placing complete trust in Bai Qi, sensing the malevolence hidden behind Paragus's smile. After conveying his instructions, Bai Qi turned his attention back to the still smiling Paragus, slowly placing his left hand on the hilt of his blade, steadily elevating his energy, his azure gaze locked onto Broly. At that moment, Paragus sensed the shift in atmosphere, and his smile faded as he regarded Bai Qi's icy demeanor. Has he noticed? He scoffed. Broly seemed to perceive Bai Qi's murderous intent, mechanically turning his head to meet Bai Qi's blue eyes. A frenzied, killing aura igniting within his gaze. Not good. With a swift motion, Bai Qi unsheathed his sword and struck towards Broly, activating his 20x Kyoken mid-attack, his hair and skin turning crimson as his augmented power surged forth. Bloodlust enveloped the icy blade, and a green protective barrier shielded both Broly and Paragus. Crack. Under Bai Qi's relentless onslaught, the barrier shattered like glass. Paragus, recovering from the shock, attempted to shift aside, only to have half of his body obliterated and the remnants sent flying. Just as Bai Qi's blade neared Broly's neck, Broly bent backward, narrowly evading the strike, several strands of black hair and an accessory resembling a headband falling away, followed by a retaliatory kick aimed at Bai Qi. Thud! A sharp pain erupted in Bai Qi's abdomen as he was sent flying. Before being hurled away, he managed to throw a massive meteor at Broly's face. Boom! Bai Qi plummeted into the ruins like a cannonball. Hastily rising to the sky to gaze at Broly, incredulous that he managed to dodge that. At that moment, Broly was enveloped in a cloud of smoke, which was suddenly dispersed by a fierce gust of wind. A formidable aura materialized at the center. Broly, fists clenched, his hair transforming to a dark purple hue, became enveloped in a golden aura. His previously frail body, now robust, as the ground around him fractured under the immense pressure. Resembling a berserker. Ha! 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 He laughed maniacally, seemingly celebrating his liberation from restraint. Cough. Well done, Broly. Eliminate them. Cough. Paragus, reduced to half a body, gasped, unaware that the controller on Broly's head had vanished. Kati dimension. Broly revealed a cruel smile. His palm aimed at Paragus. a green energy blast imbued with a sense of annihilation coalescing before him. No. Ah. With a final, defiant roar, Paragus was annihilated into fragments. Witnessing the scene of paternal devastation, Bai Qi released the Kaioken. It appeared that he could not eliminate Broly in one blow. It was best to refrain from pushing too hard, lest Broly transform into a Super Saiyan state and become an even greater threat. Cassius had already vacated during their brief encounter, which was a relief to him. Crack, crack. In his transformed state, Broly cracked his neck, his light green pupils fixated on the airborne Bai Qi. Boom, clang, bang. The clash of golden and crimson auras intertwined, as fists and blades collided, emitting a sound akin to metal clashing. Extreme blade storm. Countless transparent blades struck Broly, blood spraying as wounds appeared all over his body. Ha! 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 Is that all you've got? Broly cackled wildly, pressing through the onslaught to close the distance to Bai Qi. With his right hand, he seized Bai Qi's hair, while his left fist barreled towards his face, prompting Bai Qi to counter with his left fist. Bang! Boom! After the collision, Bai Qi swung his blade toward Broly's neck, but Broly released his grip, condensing a green energy blast in his left hand and smashing it against Bai Qi's waist, following a violent explosion. Bai Qi was propelled away. Bang! The sky turned green as a massive energy blast surged toward Bai Qi, who had just regained his footing. Clang! Shaking off the numbness in his left hand and suppressing the discomfort in his waist, Bai Qi forcefully cleaved through the oncoming attack, sending several red blade strikes hurtling towards Broly. Is this a toy? Ha! 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 Broly roared with laughter, amplifying his energy further, his muscles swelling once more as his hair shifted to a blue-green hue. He swatted away the blade strikes and unleashed a barrage of green energy blasts in all directions. Clang! Bai Qi braved the barrage of energy blasts, swiftly closing in on Broly, his bloodlust surging as he thrust his blade towards Broly's heart. Just as it pierced the skin, it was ensnared by muscle, unable to penetrate further. Thud! As if impervious to pain, Broly retaliated with a punch that sent Bai Qi crashing into the ground, yanking the icy blade from his grasp as he pinned Bai Qi's head, dragging him across the terrain and carving a massive fissure in the earth. With a tilt of his head, Broly narrowly avoided a red blade strike, a wound appearing on his face as blood trickled down, which he licked with a ravenous glint in his eyes. In a swift motion, he executed a 390-degree spin, delivering a kick that buried Bai Qi into the ground. Ascending into the sky, Broly gathered a green energy blast in his hand. The surrounding colors shifted continuously, the light in his hand growing increasingly radiant, and upon reaching its zenith, he hurled it down onto the entombed Bai Qi. As it soared mid-air, it suddenly expanded hundreds of times, resembling a green planet radiating an aura of destruction. Massive meteor. Die, you wretched fool. Ha! The overwhelming pressure from the blast caused the debris around Bai Qi to disintegrate instantly. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise, every bone in his body feeling as though it were fracturing, and the wounds that had just sealed began to reopen, blood flowing profusely. Damn, is this the true power of the original? Bai Qi thought, uncertain of Cassius's status. Gazing at the overwhelming assault that obscured the heavens, he knew that should he fail to withstand its force, he would be reduced to cosmic dust alongside this planet. His left hand began to coalesce a massive red meteor, which he flung into the sky. Upon expanding mid-air, it collided with Broly's colossal meteor. The sky was cleaved into two halves, one red and one green. However, it was evident that green was gradually gaining the upper hand, pressing down toward the ground point 20 times Kaioken. Bai Qi activated the Kaioken technique, barely managing to resist the onslaught, while Broly's aura surged higher. His body expanding to a hissing sound echoed. Bai Qi seemed to hear the tearing of his own flesh as he channeled all his vitality into his right hand's icy blade. In an instant, a blood-red long knife, 5 meters wide and over 100 meters long, materialized in his grasp. Releasing his left hand, he swung the icy blade. With 2 sweeping strikes, a cross-shaped scarlet blade of light, over 100 meters long, cleaved the 2 enormous energy orbs into 4 fragments, which then surged toward the maniacally laughing Broly. Boom! A violent explosion erupted in the sky, observing the falling remnants of the energy orbs. Bai Qi positioned the massive knife horizontally and struck the air with its flat surface, unleashing a tremendous gust of wind that propelled the descending energy orbs toward Broly. Kaboom! 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 The sound of even greater explosions reverberated. The Kaioken forcibly dissipated, and the icy blade's vitality faded, returning to its original form at a crack. A hiss! The sound of his bones shattering filled the air as Bai Qi gasped in shock, collapsing to the ground. Bai Qi, we must flee. The teleportation array has been set up. We need to leave. Shi rushed over, his face a mask of panic as he had been unable to approach due to the overwhelming pressure surrounding Bai Qi. Can you hold on, Bai Qi? Shi asked anxiously. That I'm fine. Let's hurry. Bai Qi replied weakly. Shi helped Bai Qi to his feet, seizing the nearby icy blade, and with a surge of energy, they flew toward the teleportation array. Is the monster dead? Shi asked, filled with hope. Bai Qi shook his head. He could sense a suffocating energy emanating from the explosion's epicenter. That moment, the explosion in the sky subsided. Broly, with his green hair tied back, had lost the pupils in his eyes, his muscles swollen to their peak. Aside from a cross-shaped wound on his chest, all other injuries had healed. Enveloped in a green-golden aura, standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, he had undeniably entered the Super Saiyan transformation, radiating a ferocious, pure, and powerful energy that engulfed the surroundings, with dark clouds swirling ominously above him. Resembling a descending demon, his gaze fixed upon Bai Qi and Shi, who stood at the teleportation array, he extended his index finger, pointing at Bai Qi. You insolent wretch, I will make you spill blood. Seeing Broly's taunting demeanor, Bai Qi felt somewhat speechless. He was outmatched in both battle and banter. The overwhelming aura surrounding Broly made Bai Qi's scalp tingle, and his breathing became labored, while Shi, terrified by Broly's pale eyes and staggering presence, nearly lost control of himself. Bai Qi, hurry! Shi cried, his voice tinged with desperation. Bai Qi poured his remaining vitality into the teleportation array. A flash of white light engulfed him, and he vanished from his spot. Broly roared at the sky upon witnessing Bai Qi's disappearance, his immense aura surging further. The beleaguered planet, unable to withstand the pressure, reached its breaking point, exploding with a resounding boom like fireworks, dispersing into cosmic dust. Chapter 13. Aboard the thief ship, a colossal spaceship arrived at the site of Bai Qi and Broly's battle. However, the planet had already been reduced to cosmic remnants. Lord Frieza, this is the location where 2 massive energy waves were detected earlier, but it appears to have been destroyed due to their clash, Dodoria reported from behind Frieza. Moments ago, their spacecraft detector had registered the 2 immense energies in combat. One of the energies had been so powerful that even their most advanced detector could not gauge it, leaving Dodoria utterly astonished. This indicated that the individual's battle power was at least over 100 million, prompting him to hastily inform Frieza, which was the very reason for their arrival. It seems we have arrived a step too late, Frieza remarked, his expression devoid of emotion. When he first received the news, he had been deeply shaken that in this universe, the only beings with battle power surpassing his own were likely his father and Cooler. However, it was evident that this energy did not belong to either of them. Although this place has been destroyed, we have detected a power fluctuation of approximately 500,000 from a planet not too far away. Analysis indicates it shares the same source as the previous one. 4 million power fluctuation, though we are unsure of the reason for the decline in battle power, Dodoria explained, sensing Frieza's disappointment. Yes, that's so. Oh ho ho. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Let's set course to meet him. Frieza's spirits lifted upon hearing this, and he commanded his subordinates to prepare for departure. Yes, Dodoria and Chamber chorused a campfire. Shi roasted a mysterious creature he had hunted while Bai Qi sat beside him. They had been recuperating there for 2 days since battling Broly. Bai Qi's injuries had healed by half, a testament to his formidable physique. Otherwise, the 20 times Kaioken would have surely claimed his life. He had left in such a rush that he had forgotten the sins of beans. Alas, a moment of carelessness. Bai Qi lamented to himself, wishing he had those beans to ease the recovery process. His powerful body was the only reason he could confront Broly head-on, as the disparity in energy had become insurmountable by the end. The strength of his physique granted him astonishing recuperative abilities. After having his bones shattered and his organs crushed into a pulp, he had recovered half in just 2 days. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, truly lives up to his name. Goodness, who spread the rumor that Broly loses his reason upon transformation? Though his fighting style is direct and forceful, he exhibits remarkable combat skills and an acute sense of danger. Bai Qi reflected, unable to suppress a smirk at the thought of Broly's incessant banter. Bai Qi felt a twinge of fear. Had Broly entered his Super Saiyan form from the outset, he could have eliminated him in an instant. Even with the 20 times Kaioken, it would have merely delayed his demise. As he felt his body grow sturdier, Bai Qi smiled faintly. Though the change was slight, he was indeed growing stronger. Bai Qi, how do you feel? Are you better? Kasher C asked while grilling meat. Yes, I feel much improved, Bai Qi nodded in response. That's great. By the way, what was the name of that last move you used? It was simply magnificent. Kasher C exclaimed excitedly. Ah, that move? It's called the cross slash. Bai Qi thought for a moment before casually stating. Huffed. Kasher C chuckled, unable to contain his laughter. What is so funny? Bai Qi inquired, puzzled. Nothing, just suddenly recalled something amusing, Kasher C replied, covering his mouth. After a moment's reflection, Bai Qi realized what had amused him, but naming techniques was not his forte. It was inconsequential, as the essence of a move lay in its power and practicality. Feeling hungry. Bai Qi glanced at the roasting meat, which seemed nearly ready. He tore off a leg and took a bite, grimacing as he asked Kasher C, "Did you forget to add salt? Weren't you the one who was supposed to do that?" Kasher C replied, bewildered. "Forget it, we'll have to make do. The food we brought from Earth has run out," Bai Qi sighed. Just as the two were enjoying their meal, a spaceship broke through the clouds and descended from above. Bai Qi wiped his hands and stood up, with Kasher C hurriedly following suit. "What is happening? Are they here for us?" Kasher C asked curiously, gazing at the descending spaceship. "Yes, there's a very high possibility. Let us observe for now," Bai Qi replied calmly, suspecting that the ship had been drawn by Broly's overwhelming aura. Apart from Frisia's level, he felt no fear toward anyone else. In his perception, the strongest presence aboard the ship was only comparable to his current. Still recovering self, entirely manageable. It can't possibly be Frisia, can it? In the depths of his heart, Bai Qi pondered, firmly convinced that his luck could not possibly be so abysmal. Encountering Broly was already the pinnacle of misfortune. The cabin door swung open, and a vibrant array of extraterrestrial beings surged forth, their ranks impeccably aligned in 2 neat lines. Upon witnessing this somewhat familiar formation, Bai Qi felt a jolt of unease within him. From the throng emerged a diminutive figure seated in a hovering vehicle, followed closely by a rotund pink individual and a strikingly handsome man with green hair and azure skin. Frisia, good heavens! Bai Qi exhaled deeply, and the multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind coalesced into a singular exclamation of disbelief. I can only take it one step at a time now. This was the only course of action left, as summoning Cassius to arrange a teleportation array seemed a futile endeavor, especially given his own lingering injuries. Frisia regarded the 2 individuals before him with curiosity. One was a stern, sword-bearing youth, and the other, a boy with flesh-like horns and pallid skin. "Oh, it appears you are familiar with me," Frisia inquired, casting a scrutinizing glance at the visibly anxious Bai Qi. "Indeed, I am somewhat aware of the formidable reputation of Lord Frisia," Bai Qi replied. Yes, that's so. Haha, my dear sir, your prowess is quite commendable. How about it? Would you be interested in joining my Frisia force?" "Oh ho ho ho," Frisia proclaimed with a smile, albeit one laced with an unmistakable air of authority. "Is this the extent of Lord Frisia's combat power? This hardly compels my allegiance." Bai Qi crossed his arms defiantly, his expression one of haughty pride, before channeling his energy, letting his aura surge outward, as one must perform convincingly in a played, oh ho ho, a battle power of 510,000. Quite impressive indeed. No wonder you exude such confidence. However, my own capabilities extend far beyond this, Frisia remarked, unfazed. With that, he descended from his hovering vehicle. activating his transformation, his form expanding as his energy skyrocketed, completing the first stage of his Minotaur-like metamorphosis, elevating his battle power to over 1.2 million. This is my first stage transformation, achieving a battle power of 1.2 million. I can undergo this transformation yet again, and I wonder if that would entice you to join my ranks. The towering Frisia observed Bai Qi, who wore an expression of astonishment, nodding with satisfaction. Those endowed with great power are invariably proud. It is impossible to secure the loyalty of the mighty without demonstrating formidable strength, a fact Frisia was keenly aware of, and he chose to disregard the blade at Bai Qi's waist. As for the moral implications of good and evil, Frisia felt no concern, for the energy emanating from Bai Qi indicated that he was certainly no benevolent soul. You can transform yet again. If that is the case, I would consider joining Lord Frisia's forces, but I have one condition. Can my companion join us as well? Bai Qi replied, his face a mask of shock, while secretly thinking, quite cautious indeed. Only revealing the possibility of 2 transformations. That is only natural. However, I suspect your strength surpasses what you have shown, Frisia queried with a hint of skepticism, having initially detected Bai Qi's power at an astonishing 1.4 million. Yet he had only showcased 510,000 thus far. Indeed, did the battle with Broly reveal my true strength? Bai Qi mused, realizing that individuals of Frisia's caliber were not easily deceived, with a bittersweet smile. He finally admitted, it seems I cannot hide anything from the Great Lord. Yes, my battle power is far greater. Just days ago, while passing by a planet, I was caught in the wake of 2 immense energy signatures and barely managed to escape. My ship crash-landed here. That's so. Did you see who wielded those 2 energies? Frisia inquired with piqued curiosity, as Bai Qi's account aligned with his suspicions, given the uncanny timing of their appearances. In my haste to flee, I did not catch a glimpse, Bai Qi responded, his expression betraying a lingering fear. Frisia nodded in understanding, dismissing any doubts that Bai Qi was somehow connected to that energy. The disparity between them was insurmountable. Very well, once you have healed, Bai Qi, you may utilize the healing chamber aboard the ship. May I inquire about the names of your companions? Thank you, Lord Frisia. You may call me Bai Qi. And this is Cassius, Bai Qi introduced, recognizing the advantages of aligning with Frisia. This arrangement would spare him the arduous journey to Namek. He could simply accompany Frisia and save a considerable amount of effort. As for declining, he was certain Frisia would not allow him to live should he refuse. Understood, Bai Qi and Cassius. Let us embark, Frisia declared, resuming his usual demeanor as he elegantly instructed. Oh ho ho ho. He settled back into his hovering vehicle, and Bai Qi and his companion followed aboard the ship. As they passed by Zabon and Dodoria, the 2 greeted them amicably, for a warrior with a battle power exceeding 1 million was not one they could afford to antagonize. Thus, Bai Qi and his companion boarded Frisia's vessel. Hours later, Bai Qi, donning a breathing apparatus, floated within a healing chamber filled with luminous green liquid, enveloped by a soothing warmth. His innate regenerative abilities, combined with the healing liquid, accelerated the healing of his wounds at a visibly remarkable rate. Such terrifying regenerative capabilities. The speed of healing is simply unprecedented, remarked the alien scientist operating the healing chamber, astonished by Bai Qi's rapid recovery. Cassius, cradling Ice Edge, stood nearby, clad in a yellow-armored combat suit, his left eye equipped with the standard-issue scouter of Frisia's forces. Lord Frisia, the human named Bai Qi, has been in the healing chamber for several hours now. It appears he is on the verge of complete recovery. According to our scans, his battle power has reached 1.3 million, Dodoria reported, kneeling before Frisia, feeling a pang of frustration, for Bai Qi's astounding power destined him to become a favored ally of Frisia, relegating both him and Zabon to the background. Understood. Once he is healed, summon him to see me, Frisia replied nonchalantly, harboring no concern that Bai Qi would prove difficult to control post-recovery. Such confidence stemmed from the might he possessed. Yes, Dodoria affirmed, rising to depart. Zabon, do you believe Bai Qi's account is credible? Frisia inquired, swirling the drink in his glass as he turned to Zabon. Yes, it seems plausible. The 2 opposing energy signatures are entirely on a different level from Bai Qi. He could not possibly be associated with them. Zabon contemplated before responding, that's so. Oh ho ho! That is splendid news indeed, Frisia exclaimed with delight, relishing the prospect of adding another formidable warrior to his ranks. A battle power of 1.3 million surely surpassed even that of his brother Cooler and his father King Cold's finest warriors. Chapter 14. The Perilous Awareness, the Celestial Dance Troupe by Gu. Are we to follow Frisia from now on? I can't shake the feeling that he harbors ill intentions. Even with your restored strength, I doubt he would stand a chance against you, even in his second transformation. Cassius queried anxiously, having discarded his scouter in the room, while simultaneously expressing curiosity, for he suspected that even Frisia's second transformation would not pose a threat to Bai Qi. Things are not as simple as you imagine. For now, we shall remain by his side until the opportune moment arises to make our decision, Bai Qi replied calmly, for Cassius was unaware of Frisia's terrifying battle power of 120 million following his third transformation. Moreover, this was Frisia's base power, not merely an enhancement through transformation. The disparity in strength necessitated a facade of feigned loyalty for the time being, grazing the hilt of ice edge at his waist. Bai Qi felt uncertain about dispatching Frisia in his first transformation. It was entirely possible that Frisia's suppressed power could be unleashed in an instant during a moment of peril, and that would spell disaster for Bai Qi. Miscalculating could prove fatal. At that moment, Bai Qi was clad in a sleek black combat suit, which he had requested to be fitted with a sheath for ice edge at his left hip, and he had also removed the scouter from his left eye, discarding in the room, for he was wary of its surveillance capabilities. This suit is remarkably lightweight, hardly noticeable in weight, yet its defensive capabilities are formidable, and with the advanced technology of the healing chamber. It seems Frisia's reign as a cosmic emperor is not solely predicated on brute strength. He is indeed a formidable adversary, Bai Qi mused, turning to Cassius. Why don't you explore elsewhere for a time? I will meet with Frisia. Cassius nodded in agreement. He understood that it would be inappropriate for him to accompany Bai Qi to meet Frisia. Pushing open the grand door, Bai Qi entered to find Frisia seated in his hovering vehicle, flanked by Zabon and Dodoria, who knelt before him in a solemn tone. Bai Qi addressed, Lord Frisia, I hear you wish to see me? Rise, Bai Qi. How fares your recovery? Frisia inquired, a smile gracing his features as he regarded the kneeling Bai Qi. Thank you for your concern, my lord. I am nearly fully healed, Bai Qi replied gratefully. Bai Qi rose to his feet, his expression devoid of emotion as he replied, Well, that's good. I am quite curious about which race you belong to. Mr. Bai Qi. I have subordinates who bear a striking resemblance to you, aside from a few differences. Frisia inquired slowly that I belong to the Earthlings. King Frisia, Bai Qi answered honestly, Oh ho ho, Earthlings. I must confess I have never heard of them. Tell me, are all those Earthlings as formidable as you? Frisia squinted his eyes, curiously questioning Bai Qi. No, most have power levels ranging from 1 to 10. Why combat prowess is higher due to my extensive travels across the universe since childhood. Bai Qi continued to spin his tail. Nearby, Dodoria and Zabon rolled their eyes at Bai Qi's words. They too had traversed the universe since young, yet their power levels barely exceeded several thousand. Oh ho ho, is that so? Mr. Bai Qi, you truly possess exceptional talent, Frisia remarked with a smile. I am undeserving of such praise. It is merely luck that I wonder, what similar race does your majesty refer to? Bai Qi asked with curiosity. That lot? Just a bunch of foolish wild monkeys. Not worth knowing. Frisia's smile faded, his countenance turning cold. Bai Qi nodded, harboring malicious thoughts. You would never guess that soon enough. You shall perish at the hands of some wild monkey. At that moment, Frisia ceased speaking, fixing his gaze on the expressionless Bai Qi, their eyes, his red, Bai Qi's blue, locked in a silent confrontation. The atmosphere grew tense, an inexplicable stillness enveloping the surroundings. Dodoria and Zabon instinctively held their breath. After a long pause, Frisia finally spoke. Then, Mr. Bai Qi, you may retire to rest, as your injuries have only just healed. Bai Qi acknowledged with a nod and slowly exited the room. Once Bai Qi had withdrawn, Frisia commanded Zabon, investigate this so-called Earth and ascertain whether it aligns with what he has described. Yes, Zabon replied, departing to fulfill the order. Intriguing, that delightful murderous intent. Oh ho ho, truly amusing. Frisia's face broke into a meaningful smile as he drained his cup of wine, the joy of acquiring a formidable warrior somewhat diminished. For he had evidently perceived something in Bai Qi's eyes, yet it mattered little to him. His formidable strength instilled confidence in his ability to control everything. Bai Qi was merely a slightly larger ant in his eyes. Meanwhile, Dodoria felt a surge of delight, thinking to himself, "It appears that King Frisia does not completely trust that Bai Qi." Haha. Bai Qi sat alone in his chamber, meditating. He too had sensed a hint of Frisia's murderous intent. It was inconceivable that one could rise to the status of a cosmic emperor without a keen awareness. He had intentionally displayed a combat power of 1.3 million within the healing pod. Yet Frisia had not inquired about it. Perhaps he had monitored me previously during that incident involving the slaughter of his subordinates? Bai Qi mused, recalling how he had always unleashed his full aura upon arriving at a new planet, leaving no room for concealment. Likely when Frisia had detected him. Let us see who meets their demise first. Reflecting on Frisia's earlier murderous intent, a cold smile crept across Bai Qi's face. At that moment, Cassius was wandering about aimlessly, unable to engage in any games and feeling quite bored. In the distance, a purple figure approached him. "Greetings, I am Jinyu. May I inquire your name?" "Esteemed one," Jinyu greeted warmly. "Hello, you may call me Cassius," he replied politely to Mr. Cassius. "I would like to inquire about a matter. You know Lord Bai Qi, who accompanied you, yes? Could you take me to see him?" Jinyu earnestly requested that, "Sure, I'll take you to him." Cassius said, unable to refuse the eager Jinyu to ask for any potential harm to Bai Qi. "Nonsense. On this ship, aside from Frisia, no one could pose a threat to Bai Qi. Thank you immensely," Jinyu exclaimed with gratitude, astonished by Cassius's accommodating nature. Meanwhile, Bai Qi opened his eyes from his meditation. He noticed everything around him had slowed down, as if time itself had decelerated. After a brief moment, the world returned to its normal pace. Was this due to his enhanced spiritual power, leading to quicker reflexes? This indicated that during combat, Bai Qi could perceive his enemy's movements with greater clarity. He felt that learning this method had indeed been a wise choice. "Knock, knock, knock, brother Bai." Just as Bai Qi pondered, he heard Cassius's voice. That he stood up, opened the door, and was taken aback to see Cassius and Jinyu behind him. "Brother Bai, this is Jinyu. He says he has matters to discuss with you." Cassius pointed out, "Greetings, Lord Bai Qi." "I am Jinyu," Jinyu said excitedly, trembling as he gazed into Bai Qi's blue eyes, feeling the overwhelming pressure radiating from him, even stronger than Frisia in his first form. He thought to himself, truly, he is the first elite under King Frisia. After all, Frisia had just recruited a warrior with a combat power exceeding 1 million, and Jinyu hurriedly rushed over upon receiving the news. "Jinyu, is it? What brings you to me?" Bai Qi inquired curiously, recognizing Jinyu as the captain of Frisia's elite dance squad and wondering about his intentions. "That I am here to sincerely invite Lord Bai Qi to join my Jinyu force," Jinyu replied earnestly. Bai Qi was momentarily speechless, about to respond when Jinyu hurriedly added, "Lord Bai Qi, should you choose to join, we shall rename it the Bai Qi Force, with you as our captain." Observing Jinyu's eager expression, Bai Qi felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. He shook his head and said, "I see. However, I am rather accustomed to my freedom and shall decline the offer." "Oh, all right, I shall not impose further. Should you change your mind, Lord Bai Qi, feel free to seek me out," Jinyu said, disappointment etched on his face as he took his leave, content only when Bai Qi nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Cassius caught up, curious. "The Jinyu Force? Sounds quite interesting. May I observe?" "Of course, Cassius. You shall not be disappointed," Jinyu replied proudly. Watching the two depart, Bai Qi closed the door, shivering at the thought of himself striking a peculiar pose among 9 others. Shaking his head, he moved to the center of the room, drawing his icy blade, its elongated form glinting coldly with the intensity of his bloodlust, lightly tapping it to produce a melodious chime. Gripping his icy blade, he practiced slashing the I in his previous life. He had been an ordinary person, never having learned swordsmanship. Thus, he could only practice the most fundamental actions of slashing and cutting based on his own understanding, day in and day out. His philosophy was that the essence of any elaborate technique is to eliminate foes. If one could slay an opponent with a single strike, there would be no need for superfluous movements. The cross-slash aimed at Broly was merely an amplification of slashing power by several hundred times. Moreover, in the Dragon Ball universe, there were no ornate techniques. Even the later Goku and Vegeta could obliterate stars with mere punches. Underscoring that one's own strength is paramount, Bai Qi swung his icy blade. It emitted a faint red glow. I must give Frieza a grand surprise when the time comes, Bai Qi thought. Recognizing that many overlooked the presence of the blade beside him due to his aura, which would serve as his trump card. Days later, in Bai Qi's chamber, Cassius was performing rapid steps in place, followed by a somersault, transitioning into a handstand and spinning around before spreading his legs wide into a split. He raised his head to gaze at Bai Qi, exclaiming, "Cassius!" Bai Qi, seated on the bed, was momentarily frozen in shock. After a prolonged silence, he wiped the sweat from his brow and asked, "Did Jinyu teach you that?" "Well, to be precise, it was a collaborative effort between Jinyu and myself. By the way, Jinyu also designed a set of moves for you, which I am here to demonstrate," Cassius declared, preparing to jump. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi's body tensed, and in a flash, he was beside Cassius, pressing down on the fidgeting individual. With a serious tone, he advised, "There's no need for that, Cassius. Furthermore, remember to refrain from performing such movements when you are with me in the future." "What troubles you, Brother Bai?" "I feel quite dashing, particularly due to your movements, which have been meticulously designed for quite some time. Allow me to demonstrate for you." Just then, Cassius, who had been speaking incessantly, noticed that Bai Qi's hand had already reached for the handle of his blade, and promptly fell silent. "Ah, Brother Bai, it suddenly dawned on me that I have matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you any longer." Observing the murderous aura emanating from Bai Qi, Cassius hastily completed his words and quickly exited through the door. Watching Cassius depart, Bai Qi reclined back onto the bed. Rubbing his face, the elegance of Cassius's dance had only heightened the tension in his already taut heart. That moment, the Jinyu force, striking a pose, stood before Frieza, who had just issued the command to attack the planet Yardrat. "Ahem, Captain Jinyu, do you comprehend the task at hand?" Frieza coughed lightly and inquired of Jinyu. "Indeed, the mission is clear, Lord Frieza," Jinyu affirmed with a decisive By the way, Captain Jinyu, I have heard that you have encountered Mr. Bai Qi. What are your thoughts on him?" Frieza asked, pondering. Powerful, aloof, devoid of artistic sensibility. However, the individual beside him, Cassius, possesses great potential, Jinyu replied earnestly. Frieza nodded in acknowledgement, waved his hand dismissively, and the Jinyu force subsequently performed a peculiar ritual before retreating. Chapter 15. The grueling battle with the Scions on King Kai's planet. Sun Wukong raised his hands high, a dazzling spirit bomb coalescing in his grasp. This point, he had mastered both the spirit bomb and the Kaioken technique. "Lord Kai, I am grateful for your guidance during this time. Now, I must hasten back to Earth, for those two Scions are surely on their way." Sun Wukong dissipated the spirit bomb and, having expressed his gratitude to King Kai, prepared to return to Earth. On Earth, Bulma had gathered the Dragon Balls, ready to resurrect Sun Wukong in the void of space. Two spacecraft hurtled towards Earth. Have they arrived? The meditating Piccolo sensed their approach, and with a cold smirk, he and the nearby Son Gohan, clad in a purple training GI, made their way to the landing site of the ships. Simultaneously, Krillin, Yamcha Shinon, Din, and others also sensed the arrival, all heading towards the landing area with confidence etched upon their faces. Over the course of a year, they had trained diligently, their powers skyrocketing, especially Yamcha, who now appeared utterly relaxed, unburdened by any pressure. Furthermore, neither Raditz nor the present-day Vegeta could be compared to Bai Qi. Even if their battle power surpassed that of Piccolo and the others, they lacked the same sense of helplessness. Boom! Nappa unleashed a blast, reducing a city to ruins. Not overdo it, Nappa. If you destroy the Dragon Balls, Vegeta coldly admonished. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Nappa, who had been enjoying himself, promptly ceased his actions, for he dared not defy Vegeta. The high battle powers of this planet are converging here. How fortuitous. Nappa, let us relocate. If we ruin this place, we shall not fetch a good price for it, Vegeta remarked, glancing at his scouter. The two then moved to a desolate wasteland. Before long, the Z fighters arrived before Vegeta and Nappa. The Namekian? Nappa instantly deduced Piccolo's identity. It is rumored that Namekians possess various extraordinary abilities. I presume the Dragon Balls of Earth are linked to you? Vegeta surmised, having recognized Piccolo's connection to the Dragon Balls. Piccolo was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent, clearly realizing his identity for the first time. The others were similarly astonished. So Piccolo is an extraterrestrial. No wonder he feels so out of place among Earth's inhabitants. Where is Kakarot? Has that traitor not come due to fear? Vegeta inquired, scanning the surroundings without further addressing Piccolo. Not at all. My father will be here shortly, and he will undoubtedly defeat you, Sun Gohan retorted, his voice brimming with indignation. Is that so? Then you had best pray he arrives soon. Otherwise, what awaits you will be a heap of corpses. Ha ha. Vegeta jeered. He then turned to Nappa and commanded, go ahead, make it quick, and extract the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Nappa nodded. Due to Bai Qi's influence, the battle power of the warriors was significantly higher than in the original tale, and Vegeta and Nappa refrained from unleashing their full potential to avoid wasting resources. Hey, hand over the Dragon Balls, and perhaps I can grant you a swift death, Nappa bellowed, his imposing stature and overwhelming aura inducing great pressure upon Piccolo and the others, who all ceased their confident smiles, bracing themselves for battle. Humph, you lack the capability to make such demands, Piccolo scoffed. Ha. Then let us engage together. Nappa cracked his neck and declared. Ha. Spirit Bomb. Yamcha was the first to strike, hurling a spirit bomb towards Nappa. Nappa raised a hand to swat it away, but the attack under Yamcha's control veered unexpectedly and struck Nappa in the back. Bang! What? Nappa was caught off guard and sent flying forward. Spirit Slash. Kamehameha. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin and Tien Shinhan launched their assaults. Nappa spun to evade the Spirit Slash and the Kamehameha. They can instantly enhance their battle power, Vegeta, observing the soaring numbers on his scouter from a distance, exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, Piccolo engaged Nappa. Bang! 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 Nappa easily dodged Piccolo's attacks, delivering powerful strikes to Piccolo's form. Bang! A sharp pain surged through Piccolo's abdomen, blood spewed forth, and he was kicked away by Nappa. Krillin, Sun Gohan, Tien Shinhan, Din, Yamcha, and others joined the fray. Bang! Boom! Bang! Yet despite their efforts, either their attacks failed to land, or when they did, they inflicted no real damage, while Nappa's strikes landed heavily on Krillin and the others. Ha! Is this all you are capable of? Rubbish! As he attacked, Nappa's demeanor grew increasingly arrogant, hurling insults at them, while Vegeta observed with a furrowed brow. After several exchanges, despite Piccolo and the others surpassing their original selves, the vast disparity in strength and battle experience left them grievously wounded. Nappa was likewise not unscathed. His battle armor lay in tatters, and he bore numerous wounds, yet he fared far better than Piccolo and Krillin. You actually managed to wound me, Nappa's tone brimmed with ire. A proud scion had been injured by those he deemed far inferior. Bang! Then, with a sudden burst of energy, he appeared beside the weary Yamcha, delivering a kick to his abdomen that sent him reeling, followed by a spirit bomb that came in hot pursuit. Boom! Following the deafening explosion, Yamcha lay motionless in the crater, while Bulma, watching through the monitors at Kame House, was reduced to tears, with Master Roshi and Baturi's offering words of comfort. If only Bai Qi were here. Damn it. Seeing Yamcha's lifeless form, Krillin gritted his teeth and roared in fury. Do not fret. I will send you to join him shortly. Nappa grinned menacingly at Krillin. Kamehameha. Tien Shinhan summoned his remaining strength to unleash a Kamehameha wave before collapsing, unconscious. Seeking death, are you? After taking the Kamehameha head-on, Nappa and Sasuke charged towards Tien Shinhan. Oh, not harm Tien. The battered Din stood protectively before Tien Shinhan. Then let us perish together. With a thunderous roar, Nappa began to gather energy for a devastating attack to obliterate Tien Shinhan and Din. Hey Nappa, watch out behind you! Vegeta, sensing the danger, shouted a warning. Spirit slash. Nappa turned, and Krillin's spirit slash, slicing through the air, bore down upon him, a harbinger of death. Just as Nappa prepared to evade, Piccolo extended his arms, tightly ensnaring Nappa, while Dend exerted his telekinetic powers to momentarily control him. Demon Flash, Sun Gohan, using the last of his energy, launched an attack against Nappa. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, Nappa, now only half intact, was sent crashing beside Vegeta, intestines and blood spilling onto the ground. Vegeta, save me! In a state of near demise, Nappa extended his hand towards Vegeta, pleading for salvation. Daha! Boom! Vegeta let out a cold chuckle, unfurling his hand and, in the midst of Nappa's terror-stricken gaze, reduced him to mere fragments. He urged Nappa to finish the fight swiftly, yet Nappa's incessant chatter during the battle irked him considerably. They had strayed off course to Earth, and if Frieza were to discover their prolonged absence, it would spell disaster. Ugh! In the distance, Krillin was taken aback by Vegeta's ruthless actions. After slaying Nappa, Vegeta slowly approached Gohan, a sinister smile adorning his face. You must be Kakarot's son. Allow me to present Kakarot with a grand gift. At that moment, Piccolo, his arms severed, stood defiantly in front of Gohan, letting out a mighty roar. In an instant, his severed limbs restored, he gazed breathlessly at the advancing Vegeta. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan, lying on the ground, lifted his head to behold the protector before him. Tears welling in his eyes. Goku! Krillin shouted in despair, calling out Goku's name as they felt their strength waning. Just then, Vegeta seemed to sense something. Halting his steps and gazing skyward, an orange figure appeared, descending from the heavens. Goku, arriving fashionably late. Upon seeing that reliable silhouette, Krillin exhaled in relief. So, you are Kakarot? Vegeta inquired coldly, arms crossed. Goku paid him no mind, instead walking to Gohan and providing both Piccolo and Gohan with senzu beans. Dad! Gohan exclaimed joyfully upon regaining his strength. Goku nodded, handing the beans to Gohan to distribute among Krillin and the others, then turned to Piccolo, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Piccolo, with a serious demeanor, Piccolo, having consumed a senzu bean, looked to Goku and questioned, Do you have confidence? You scoundrel! Kakarot, how dare you disregard me? Vegeta bellowed in fury, his rage reaching a boiling point upon Goku's indifference. Witnessing Vegeta's surge of power, Goku's eyes glimmered with excitement as he assumed a fighting stance, his energy rising in response. Repeat that. My name is Son Goku, he declared gravely. Daha. Observing the energy shift, Vegeta sneered, removing and crushing the scouter on his face. Clearly realizing its potential to mislead him, he then struck a combat pose, arrogantly proclaiming, Kakarot, you will soon comprehend the chasm between a low-class warrior and one of my caliber. Ha! Boom! Bang bang! Goku and Vegeta engaged in an intense aerial battle, yet despite Goku's training on King Kai's planet, he found himself outmatched, perpetually on the defensive. See that, Kakarot? A low-class warrior like you can never triumph over a superior warrior such as myself, Vegeta declared haughtily as he sent Goku crashing down. Coughing, Goku resolutely replied, I firmly believe that through diligent training, even a low-class warrior, as you refer to me, can surpass your so-called superior warriors. How Navi? Vegeta mocked. Double Kaioken. Goku shouted, unleashing the double Kaioken, his muscles bulging, his aura intensifying, enveloped in crimson flames in an instant, he appeared beside Vegeta and delivered a powerful blow to his astonished face. What? Bang! Caught off guard by Goku's sudden surge, Vegeta was sent flying. Swiftly, Goku positioned himself beneath Vegeta, delivering a kick to his midsection, inflicting excruciating pain as Vegeta soared into the air. With a swoosh, Goku ascended, clasping his hands together and raising them high, delivering a devastating heavy barrage punch that sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. Boom! Ah, you scoundrel! Bang, 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 bang. As the smoke dissipated, Vegeta's fury escalated, bolstering his combat prowess as he clashed with Goku, his figure flickering, leaving afterimages in the sky. Is that the result of Goku's training on King Kai's planet? Krillin murmured, observing the fierce battle. Piccolo, Watching the two warriors, clenched his teeth, his eyes revealing his discontent. Once again, he found himself overshadowed by Goku. Gohan, beside Uncle Piccolo, noticed Piccolo's troubled expression. Seeing Gohan, Piccolo's demeanor softened considerably, and he solemnly addressed Krillin and Gohan. Do not be complacent. Get your bearings and prepare to join the fray. What? Goku, he isn't, Krillin exclaimed in surprise. Gohan, equally puzzled. Don't be naive. Such a technique that can instantaneously amplify battle power must come with significant side effects. Just to be safe, let's all engage together. Piccolo, possessing far superior strength than Krillin and the others, quickly discerned the drawbacks of the Kaioken. Right? Gohan and Krillin nodded earnestly. Krillin, glancing back at the despondent Kaioken, reassured him, don't worry too much. We can wish back Tien and Yamcha with the Dragon Balls. Just moments ago, Krillin had planned to offer Tien a Senzu bean only to find him already depleted of strength. Thus, Katsu felt dejected, but upon hearing Krillin's words, he nodded, rallying his spirits. The group steadied themselves, ready to join the conflict. How can this be? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing the revived Krillin and others, who moments ago had been on the brink of death, now appeared as if nothing had happened. Is it due to those peculiar beans? Vegeta recalled the scene of Goku feeding Gohan a Senzu bean, piecing together the reason. Humph, no matter how much trash you accumulate, it remains just that, trash. Dismissing the notion, Vegeta unleashed his full fury, still overpowering Goku and the others, swiftly inflicting severe injuries upon Piccolo and the others once again. Triple Kaioken, bang, bang. Aware of Vegeta's continued dominance, Goku decisively employed the Triple Kaioken, raising his battle power once more, effectively suppressing Vegeta this time. His body flickered as he landed several punches on Vegeta, who coughed up blood. Sent flying backward, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others seized the opportunity to catch their breath. In a fit of rage, Vegeta realized he could not match Goku, vanishing from sight only to reappear above, arms raised beside his left cheek. Gathering all his energy into his hands, he aimed to obliterate Earth along with Goku and the others, disregarding the Dragon Balls entirely. Final flash. A colossal energy wave surged towards Goku, who gritted his teeth. Summoning his remaining strength, Kamehameha, the two immense energy waves collided mid-air, illuminating the sky with brilliant light as they remained locked in a stalemate. What? You dare to block my final flash? Vegeta exclaimed incredulously. Quadruple Kaioken. Seizing the moment, Goku went all in, unleashing his final quadruple Kaioken, causing the Kamehameha wave to expand yet further, swiftly pushing back the final flash, sending both Vegeta and himself soaring into the clouds. Boom boom. The energy waves exploded in the sky. Meanwhile, at the Kame house, Bulma's scouter exploded due to Goku's sudden surge in energy. Did we succeed? Krillin asked with a hint of hope. Not yet. I can still sense his energy. Goku wearily replied. Having exhausted his strength, Vegeta, his combat suit in tatters and blood streaming from his face, lowered his hands from his visage, having noticed that the moon of Earth seemed to have been destroyed. Cough. You've prepared quite thoroughly, but do you really think this will stop me? Vegeta roared maniacally, conjuring a synthetic moon in his hand. Upon seeing the radiant orb in the sky, Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically as he realized the implications. This is bad. Exhausted and devoid of strength, he found himself incapable of obliterating the sphere of light. Just as he was about to alert Sun Wukong, it was regrettably too late. A colossal figure descended from above. The immense pressure sent everyone flying, and a shroud of despair enveloped their hearts. Chapter 19. Target Namek star in the vast expanse of the cosmos. A spherical energy shield floated serenely. Within it lay Broly, restored to his original form, currently in a state of unconsciousness, gently adrift in the universe. In the distance, a massive metallic planet writhed its way closer to Broly. Beep. Detection of a super high-energy entity unit. Beep. Analyzing fusion success rate. Beep. Analysis complete. Success rate at 8%. Beep. Success rate below 50%. Fusion rejected. A cacophony of electronic sounds resonated within the planet. Ha ha. Draw it in. Leave the rest to me, an ancient voice echoed. The electronic sounds ceased on the planet's surface. Metal tendrils extended toward Broly. Transformed into a great ape, Vegeta seized the flung Sun Wukong, gripping him tightly, eliciting a series of squeaks from the latter. Sun Wukong's face contorted in agony. Boom! A key blast struck Vegeta's back, yet caused no harm. "Do not harm my father," exclaimed a barely standing Son Gohan, directing a fierce shout at Vegeta. Slowly, Vegeta turned his head, his crimson eyes fixated on Gohan. Bang! With a gaping maw, he unleashed a mouth blast aimed at Gohan, who, having already expended his last key blast, was unable to evade, staring blankly at the approaching energy cannon. Wu. Gohan, Sun Wukong, trapped in Vegeta's grasp, cried out desperately. Yet he too found himself powerless. In a moment of dire urgency, the gravely injured Piccolo once again shielded Gohan. Uncle Piccolo. After a blinding flash, Piccolo's charred body collapsed to the ground. A trickle of pale purple blood seeping from beneath him, he cast one last glance at Gohan, his gaze gradually dimming. Gohan was thrown aside by the residual shockwave, opening his eyes to the sky. Despair and fury swelling within him. His gaze fortuitously landed on the still visible artificial moon, and his tail, which had sprouted unbeknownst to him, reacted. Roar! Gohan transformed into a great ape, and perhaps due to his hybrid nature, retaining a sliver of reason, he charged toward the Vegeta who was tormenting Sun Wukong. Bang! Vegeta was struck by the sudden force and released Sun Wukong, crashing against a rock. Vegeta rose, shaking off the debris. Ready to confront Gohan, bang, bang, bang. The two immense figures collided, causing the ground to fracture all around them. Due to his earlier exhaustion, Vegeta, in his great ape form, could only muster half of his strength. Yet even so, his intact reason allowed him to dominate Gohan in their struggle. Struggling to rise from beneath the rubble, Sun Wukong trembled as he beheld the distant clash, sorrow etched upon his face. Thus, my grandfather was Gohan's transformation into a great ape brought him some realizations. Yet now was not the time for sorrow. With a wealth of experience, he quickly discerned that Gohan was gradually falling behind. He painstakingly climbed to a rocky outcrop, inhaled deeply, and raised his hands high. Sun Wukong began to harness the energy of the earth, gathering a massive spirit bomb in his hands, a technique of great potency, albeit one that took considerable time to execute, making it susceptible to interruption. Suddenly, Vegeta sensed a chill creeping up his spine, an overwhelming sense of crisis flooding over him. He turned to Sun Wukong and, upon seeing the spirit bomb in his hands, felt a jolt of alarm. No, I must not allow him to unleash that technique. With that thought, he delivered a punch that sent Gohan sprawling away, creating distance before unleashing a mouth blast towards Sun Wukong. Bang! Just then, the barely conscious Krillin and Chaos exerted their last ounce of strength to shield Sun Wukong, summoning their remaining energy to counter the oncoming blast. Krillin, Chaos, seeing the two valiantly resisting, Sun Wukong's expression grew increasingly grave. Boom! Distracted, Vegeta was met with a fierce punch from Gohan, striking him squarely on the chin, and the two became entangled once more. Smack! At that moment, Krillin and Chaos, having depleted their final reserves of energy, succumbed to the ground. Finally, Sun Wukong's Spirit Bomb coalesced successfully and was hurled toward Vegeta. Spirit Bomb. Seeing the approaching Spirit Bomb, Vegeta attempted to evade, but Gohan, sensing his intent, clung tightly to Vegeta, refusing to let go. Ah, you bastard, let go! Panicking, Vegeta mercilessly struck Gohan. Yet no matter how hard he hit, Gohan would not release his grip, even going so far as to yank off Gohan's tail in his desperation to that moment. The Spirit Bomb surged forth. Boom! A Vegeta's enormous form was engulfed within, his anguished cries echoing as his simian visage contorted in agony. Meanwhile, Gohan reverted to his human form, sustaining only minor injuries, merely being flung away and crashing into the rubble. Losing consciousness, the brilliance surrounding Vegeta intensified, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom, boom, boom! As the light faded and the smoke cleared, Vegeta, now humanoid, lay upon the ground, his body faintly trembling, indicating he still clung to life. Vegeta shakily retrieved a remote control, summoning his spherical spaceship. Moments later, it landed beside him. The hatch opened, and he, with great effort, crawled toward the vessel, his tattered battlesuit rendered completely useless from the friction against the ground. Vegeta, disregarding his exposed body, was solely focused on reaching the ship and escaping Bai Qi that moment. Krillin staggered over to Vegeta, picking up a nearby stone, preparing to see him off. Wait a moment, Krillin. Could I implore you to spare his life? Sun Wukong, lying on the ground, uttered weakly. Wukong, you Krillin, astonished at Sun Wukong's plea for Vegeta, could hardly believe his ears. Cough, cough, he is far too formidable. A single individual has forced us to this extent. To let such an opponent perish here would be a grave loss. I beg you. Krillin. Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with desperation as he gazed at Krillin. Meanwhile, as Vegeta crawled on the ground, hearing Sun Wukong's plea on his behalf, a tumult of emotions surged within him. Yet he could not afford to dwell on such matters. His priority was to escape, reflecting on Sun Wukong and the deceased Yamcha. Krillin's face bore the marks of inner conflict. Sighing in resignation, Krillin ultimately discarded the stone, but not before stepping on Vegeta's backside, venting his frustration by forcibly yanking off Vegeta's tail. Damn bald head. The excruciating pain nearly caused Vegeta to faint, yet he managed to crawl into the spaceship just in time, the hatch closing behind him. With one last glance at Sun Wukong, Vegeta restrained the harsh words that lingered on the tip of his tongue. After all, he had been thoroughly beaten, and to utter further threats would be rather humiliating. As a prince of the Saiyans, he still had his pride. The spaceship ascended, and Vegeta could hold on no longer. Succumbing to unconsciousness, this fierce battle concluded with a bittersweet victory for Sun Wukong and his companions on Frieza's spaceship. Having just received a report from Zarbon, Frieza stood with his hands clasped behind him. Dragon Balls, you say? That wild monkey Vegeta has discovered something quite remarkable. Haha. Turning around, Frieza's tone turned icy, having discerned Vegeta's insubordination through this incident. Lord Frieza, based on the information from the scanner, it appears the Dragon Balls are linked to the Namekians. I believe we should head directly to Namek. There are bound to be more powerful Dragon Balls there, Zarbon proposed, sensing Frieza's murderous intent. Oh ho ho, Mr. Zarbon, you are truly brilliant. Your suggestion is quite commendable. Very well, relay the order to proceed at full speed. Destination Namek, Frieza remarked, his demeanor softening slightly as he praised Zarbon. Thank you for your praise, Lord Frieza, Zarbon replied, elated. Humph, the Dragon Balls. If we could obtain eternal life, oh ho ho. After chuckling, Frieza suddenly inquired, by the way, Mr. Zarbon, you mentioned that Vegeta obtained this information about the Dragon Balls on a planet called Earth, correct? Indeed, Zarbon confirmed. Earth, Mr. Zarbon, please summon Berta. Frieza pondered the name Earth for a moment before turning to instruct Zarbon to fetch Berta. Understood. Upon receiving the command, Sabo sought out Bai Qi. Lord Frieza wishes to see you? Bai Qi, who was in the midst of a meal, looked at Sabo with a hint of surprise. Yes, Lord Frieza has requested Mr. Bai Qi to come at once, Sabo replied respectfully. Neither Frieza nor Bai Qi were individuals he could afford to offend, so maintaining a courteous demeanor was in his best interest. Understood, I shall attend shortly. Bai Qi responded to Sabo. Nodding, Sabo refrained from disturbing Bai Qi further and departed. Since my initial meeting with Frieza, he has neither summoned me again nor assigned me any tasks. This summons must pertain to Namek, and considering the timing, it seems appropriate. With that thought, Bai Qi wiped his hands and prepared to meet Frieza. A few minutes later, Bai Qi stood expressionless before Frieza. Mr. Bai Qi, you mentioned previously that you hail from a planet called Earth. Correct? Frieza inquired. Bai Qi nodded. Indeed, I have recently come across intriguing news that Earth possesses Dragon Balls capable of granting wishes that I wonder how much Mr. Bai Qi knows about this. As expected, Bai Qi thought to himself, yet maintained an impassive facade as he replied, Dragon Balls. I've heard tales of them in my youth, though I always regarded them as mere legends. May I ask why the Lord is inquiring about them? Oh ho! Merely a matter of curiosity. Frieza chuckled that I've noticed the ship's speed has increased. Is the Lord perhaps heading to Earth? Bai Qi asked with a touch of anticipation. Certainly not. Our destination is Namek, where it is said there exist even more potent Dragon Balls. Ha! I shall require Mr. Bai Qi's assistance when the time comes, Frisia said, narrowing his eyes at Bai Qi. Of course, it is my honor to serve Lord Frisia. Bai Qi replied with a loyal expression, Oh ho ho. Then Mr. Bai Qi, you may retire and rest well until we arrive at Namek, where you shall showcase your prowess, Frisia instructed, dismissing Bai Qi. Bai Qi nodded and exited the room. Once Bai Qi left, Frisia wiped away his smile and instructed Sabo, inform Jinyu to alter our course. Our target is Namek. Yes, Sabo responded, filled with questions but daring not to pry further, as Frisia settled back into his floating seat. He contemplated the notion of eternal life, his mood buoyant. Meanwhile, Bai Qi called upon Kashi, who was exploring performance art, and together they placed a detector in Kashi's room. Kashi arrived at Bai Qi's quarters. Remember, the situation on Namek is somewhat complex. If things seem amiss, prepare the teleportation array to return to Earth. Ditto. Understood. But what about you, Bai Qi? What if Frisia turns against you? Kashi asked, a hint of worry in his voice. Fear not. I have contingencies in place. Just take care of yourself, Bai Qi replied calmly. Understood, Kashi nodded, then departed to prepare for their journey to Namek. Watching Kashi leave, Bai Qi's concerns were not unfounded. He himself did not believe the nonsensical words he had spoken to Frisia earlier. And one could only imagine Frisia's suspicions. Frisia's confidence stemmed from his formidable strength. It was normal for him to feel secure, especially when his power level of 120 million far exceeded the tens of thousands possessed by Sun Wukong and others. Effectively a dimensional strike. I wonder what my chances of victory against Frisia would be now. Bai Qi pondered that on Earth, Sun Wukong lay on a hospital bed, his body wrapped in bandages, due to their relatively minor injuries. Krillin and the others had recovered in 3 days and were preparing to travel to Namek to retrieve the Dragon Balls to resurrect the deceased Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Piccolo. Have you found the Supreme Kai's ship? Sun Wukong asked excitedly upon seeing Krillin, Son Gohan, and Chaozu. Yes, it has been located. Once Bulma gets the ship ready, we can set off, Krillin replied, his expression relaxed. After the Supreme Kai perished alongside Piccolo, Earth's Dragon Balls had lost their efficacy, leaving everyone despondent until circumstances improved. What a pity. I wish I could join you, but alas, the Sins of Beans won't be ready for another month, Sun Wukong lamented, unable to bear the thought of lying idle for so long. Haha, Wukong, don't worry, recover well, and by the time you're back on your feet, we might have already resurrected Yamcha and the others, Krillin assured him. Yes, Dad, leave it to us. I will definitely bring back Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan declared resolutely, with Chaozu nodding in agreement. Be cautious, and please ensure your safety, Sun Wukong said with concern as he looked at Krillin, knowing this was all he could do. What? Bulma, you're going too? Krillin exclaimed in surprise. Of course. How could this young lady miss out on such an exciting adventure? Besides, Yamcha has died. As his girlfriend, I must do something, Bulma stated confidently. But there could be dangers. That evil scion might be there. Krillin warned, his tone tense, clearly contrasting his earlier demeanor in front of Sun Wukong. Don't worry. You all will protect me, right? Plus, who would pilot the ship without me? Bulma dismissed his concerns, her love for adventure evident. Well, I suppose, Krillin conceded reluctantly. I hope nothing goes awry. He thought anxiously. I am the universe. Say, Tai Si, are you certain we should head to Namek? Gak piloted the ship, nervously addressing Tai Si. Absolutely. That knife-wielding fellow inquired about Namek coordinates. So it's only natural he intends to go there. According to my novelist's intuition, something significant is bound to happen on Namek. This is a rare opportunity for material, Tai Si exclaimed, entirely forgetting the peril she had recently faced. But, Tai Si, that murderous deity is also heading there. What if we run into him? Gak said, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, haunted by Bai Qi's shadow. Relax, Gak. Once we arrive at Namek, I will heed your every command. If anything seems off, we will flee immediately. Please, I beg you. Tai Si pleaded, her tone sweet. You said it. I'll take charge. If things go south, we'll make a swift exit. Gak wiped the sweat from his brow. Agreeing to Tai Si's request, while silently hoping, I hope this elite doesn't meet his end there. Thus, various parties began their journey towards Namek. Chapter 17. The complex situation within Frisia's spaceship. In a solitary chamber, Bai Qi sat cross-legged with his eyes closed and tea that moment. The previously blurred image of the knife in his mind became clearer. It was unmistakably ice edge, though it radiated a blood-red hue. Standing silently at the center of his thoughts, he attempted to concentrate and draw near, causing the blood-red silhouette to quiver slightly. Just then, Ice Edge, resting on his lap, seemed to sense something and floated up, circling slowly around Bai Qi. Opening his eyes in delight, Bai Qi gazed at Ice Edge, not relying on energy to levitate it. Due to the presence of that knife shadow, he was able to effortlessly keep Ice Edge suspended. Moreover, he could now distinctly feel Ice Edge's existence, reassuring him that he need not worry about losing it during battle. Could it be the spirit of the blade? As Bai Qi pondered, he promptly dismissed the thought from his mind, questioning how such an occurrence could possibly arise. That it was utterly absurd. Ever since his arrival in the Dragon Ball world, he had been plagued by peculiar phenomena. The blade-like shadows within his mind appeared to be linked to his spiritual energy, becoming increasingly vivid with his meditative practice, as if they were a manifestation of his soul's power. Then there was the blood mist that fused with his heart. This formidable body, with its sharp and unique vitality, was its own creation that in a mere span of time, he had elevated his strength to the pinnacle of his potential. The vital energy absorbed from vanquished foes endowed him with comprehensive enhancement, which explained the strange sensation he felt upon encountering the Tree of Might. Much like the tree, he too could absorb vital energy, albeit to a lesser extent, leaving him with the impression of being akin to a sentient Tree of Might. In comparison to Goku's spirit bomb, Goku borrowed energy while he plundered it. Bai Qi reflected on how his traversal into the Dragon Ball realm seemed to correlate with the blood mist at his heart. Clearing his thoughts, he realized that contemplating these matters was of no benefit to him. Since there was the potential for personal gain, he would strive to grow stronger. Regardless of what transpired, formidable power remained the most reliable assurance. With the Ice Edge in hand, Bai Qi commenced his training. His determination to reach Namek was primarily driven by the desire for the Dragon Balls, which would inevitably put him at odds with Frisia. If he could slay Frisia, that would be ideal, as the tyrant's energy could propel his strength to new heights. Naturally, he also yearned to witness the legendary Super Saiyan transformation of Goku, eager to engage in combat and ascertain whether he, as a human who had reached his limits, could rival the Super Saiyan AS for the Broly he had encountered previously. Such legends were indeed rare. Upon learning about the location and circumstances of Namek from King Kai, Krillin, Gohan, Dend, and Bulma stood beneath the Supreme Kai's spaceship, fully prepared. "Oh, Krillin, don't fret. King Kai has assured us that the Namekians cherish peace and are a very friendly race," Bulma remarked, her short hair framing her face as she observed Krillin, who wore a worried expression beneath his baseball cap. "Why concern lies elsewhere," Krillin replied, exasperated, glancing at Bulma's eager demeanor, fearing another encounter with Vegeta, whom he had once personally severed by the tail, that on Frisia's planet 79. "What? Frisia has gone to Namek," Vegeta, having fully recovered from his injuries, exclaimed in shock at Koi's words. "Damn it, is he monitoring us via the scouter? Humph. Thus Frisia has forgiven your reckless actions, considering the valuable intelligence you provided. Now, Frisia can attain eternal life. Haha," Koi boasted smugly, oblivious to the fact that it was he who might soon be facing eternal life. Vegeta had no time for Koi's ramblings and hastily flew towards the spaceship. "Haha, don't waste your efforts. Vegeta, you wish to make a wish with the Dragon Balls too, right? Humph. Let me inform you that Frisia has recruited a subordinate with a battle power exceeding 1 million. They have already departed for Namek together," Koi said, not bothering to stop Vegeta as he revealed this astonishing news. 1 million. Upon hearing this, Vegeta halted momentarily, but then flew towards the spaceship, boarding it and departing the planet. Impossible! How could someone with a battle power over 1 million submit to Frisia? If this is true, it can only mean one thing. Frisia is hiding his true strength. Damn it, that cunning fiend. Sitting inside the spaceship, Vegeta's expression twisted with rage as he spoke, his mood deteriorating further. As the situation grew increasingly complex with the unknown strength of Frisia, coupled with the presence of an individual boasting such extraordinary power, dimming his hopes of obtaining the Dragon Balls. Humph, as long as I can attain eternal life, no amount of battle power will intimidate me. After a moment of contemplation, considering the benefits of acquiring the Dragon Balls, Vegeta felt a flicker of solace. This was an opportunity. The risks and rewards were proportional. If he succeeded this time, he would no longer have to live under Frieza's shadow. Moreover, given his reckless actions on Earth, Frieza would undoubtedly make his life difficult. So for his own sake, and to rid himself of Frieza, he had to take the plunge. That Vegeta's countenance darkened. Brute force would not suffice. He needed to devise a strategy. Watching Vegeta board the spaceship, Koi smirked coldly before entering his own vessel, launching into the sky and following behind Vegeta, vanishing into the cosmos. That a month later, Krillin and his companions finally arrived at Namek, a vast green planet encircled by 3 smaller stars. As the hatch opened, Krillin and the others stepped out, much to Bulma's annoyance, who was still preparing her spacesuit. "It's beautiful. This is Namek, the homeland of Uncle Piccolo," Gohan exclaimed, marveling at the scenery that starkly contrasted with Earth. Din floated in the air, feeling at ease amidst the surroundings, and upon seeing that the others were unharmed, Bulma discarded her spacesuit and joined them. "The air is so refreshing." She inhaled deeply, her face radiating bliss. "Don't get too relaxed. We're not here for a vacation," Krillin cautioned, his demeanor vigilant as he scanned their surroundings. Just then, a circular spaceship passed overhead. "Isn't that a Scion spaceship? Could it belong to Vegeta?" Krillin's expression shifted in alarm. "There's no mistaking it. That is indeed a Scion spaceship," Gohan replied gravely, while Dend also appeared tense. "What? The Scion who nearly killed you?" Bulma exclaimed in frustration, realizing they had encountered Vegeta almost immediately upon their arrival. They were still reeling from the shock. 5 more circular ships glided overhead and landed in the distance, with 5 figures emerging. "Captain, it seems we've arrived first," Guys addressed Jinyu. "Yes, however, Frieza will be here shortly as well. Prepare to welcome him," Jinyu instructed the others while gazing skyward. "Understood," the 4 replied in unison, just as Krillin and his companions were losing their composure. A massive spaceship broke through the clouds and descended. The hatch opened, and a squad of aliens formed 2 lines as Frieza emerged atop a hovering platform, flanked by Bai Qi, with Zarbin and Dodoria on either side, followed closely by Cassius. "Oh, this is Namek. The scenery is quite impressive," Bai Qi mused, a sense of delight stirring within him as he beheld the landscape he had seen on the screen in his previous life. "Hey, ha! The Ginyu Force welcomes Lord Frieza." With a chorus of enthusiastic shouts, the 5 members of the Ginyu Force flew before Frieza, performing an eccentric dance before striking a pose in greeting. Frieza and Bai Qi exchanged glances. Bai Qi noted Cassius's agitation, and with a meaningful look, he urged the latter to calm down. "Cough, Captain Ginyu, I didn't expect you to arrive so promptly," Frieza remarked, breaking the tension with a light cough. "Yes, Lord Frieza, we have just arrived," Ginyu replied. "They have summoned the Ginyu Force ahead of schedule. Have they sent something?" Bai Qi pondered internally. 5 minutes later, "I trust you all understand the mission at hand, to collect the Dragon Balls. And those who resist shall face annihilation." Frieza's dark purple lips parted, a cruel smile forming as he gazed at the Ginyu Force. "Understood." Upon receiving their orders, the Ginyu Force conducted a peculiar ritual before departing. "Lord Frieza, I, along with Dodoria and Cassius, will also search for the Dragon Balls. That way, we can expedite the process," Zarbin proposed, pulling Cassius along with him. "Cassius? Oh, very well. I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Zarbin." Frieza considered and acquiesced to Zarbin's request. Nodding, Zarbin departed with Dodoria and the reluctant Cassius, leaving Bai Qi and Frieza alone. "Lord Frieza, is there anything you require of me?" Bai Qi inquired once the others had vacated the scene. "Oh ho ho. Mr. Bai Qi, you need not concern yourself with such trivial matters. Simply wait here with me, for I am confident that soon Jinyu and Zarbin will have gathered the Dragon Balls." Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, Frieza's lips curled into a confident smile as he addressed Bai Qi, declaring that he had summoned the Ginyu Force. For the sake of eternal life, he was willing to exhaust all his resources. "Beware of me," Do you fear that I may have intentions regarding the Dragon Balls? Bai Qi nodded, wishing to take further action, but Frisia did not grant him the opportunity, choosing instead to keep him close. Evidently to guard against him, he lowered his gaze and fell silent. Bulma, please notify Earth and inform Goku of the situation here, and then you should return. This situation is dire, Krillin said, swallowing hard, as the overwhelming energy signatures had left him unnerved, especially two that were unfathomably deep. Understood. I will inform Goku right away. Bulma replied, her expression grave, and upon noticing Krillin's trembling form, she realized the severity of the situation. Uncle Krillin, do we still have a chance to obtain the Dragon Balls? Gohan asked in a hushed tone, his face pale, while Chaozu looked at Krillin with similar concern. Let us hide for now. Aside from Vegeta, we cannot ascertain whether the owners of the other energies are foes or allies. We should observe from a concealed position, Krillin suggested cautiously. Though he longed to voice his true thoughts, Dragon Balls? This time, we might lose our lives, and you still wish for the Dragon Balls? He refrained from doing so. Seeing the hopeful glimmer in Gohan and Chaozu's eyes, Krillin understood he had to be the anchor for the group. He must remain strong. Meanwhile, Vegeta was in a far worse state of mind than them. Damn it, that energy the news is true. That bastard Frisia has indeed concealed his strength, and the Ginyu Force has also arrived. Upon sensing Bai Qi's energy, Vegeta's temples throbbed. The joy brought by the Dragon Balls had evaporated, replaced by a chilling dread as more individuals descended that I must remain calm. Losing my composure now will only hasten my demise. After a moment of reflection, Vegeta steadied his racing heart. As the Prince of Silence. He could not be intimidated by such trivial matters. He suppressed his energy, a skill he had acquired on Earth. With the enemy visible yet himself concealed, there remained a glimmer of hope. Just then, a circular spaceship landed beside him. Vegeta, where are you headed? Came the voice of Koi as the hatch opened. Ha! Seeing Koi approach, Vegeta smirked, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Very well, let us start with you. In a village on Namek, the corpulent Grand Elder sat wearily in a chair, his countenance betraying profound fatigue. Grand Elder, most villagers have gathered as per your instructions, and all the Dragon Balls have been assembled. However, a few remote villages remain uninformed. A Namekian resembling Piccolo respectfully reported to the Grand Elder. Cough. Thank you for your efforts. Neru, there is nothing more that can be done for those villages. It is too late now. Inform our people that whether they are good or evil, if they come to seize the Dragon Balls, they must not resist to avoid needless sacrifices. Cough. The Grand Elder's voice was labored, each word seeming to extract his last ounce of strength. But Grand Elder, Neru implored, his tone laced with reluctance. Neru, do not worry. Whether it be the malevolent Frisia or the knife-wielding youth radiating terrifying bloodlust, they are foes we cannot confront. All we can do now is rely on our friends from Earth. The Grand Elder reassured Neru, having glimpsed part of the future at the cost of his own lifespan. He understood that Namek was beyond salvation and could only hope that their friends from Earth would protect the children of their race. Sigh. Very well, Grand Elder. I will relay the message. Neru complied reluctantly. The Grand Elder nodded. No innocent man is without sin, and the very Dragon Balls, a culmination of the wisdom of the Namekians, had inadvertently brought about their doom. On Earth, having consumed the sins of being, Goku stood before the latest spaceship developed by Dr. Brief, his expression serious. Bulma had conveyed all the information to him. The predicament of Krillin and the others was grave. Dr. Brief, you mentioned this spaceship could reach Namek in 9 days, correct? Goku inquired, gazing intently at the vessel. Yes, and it is equipped with a gravity training room set to 100 times Earth's gravity. By the way. Goku, please ensure Bulma's safe return, Dr. Brief said, concern etched on his face for his beloved daughter, clearly aware of the severity of the situation. Rest assured, I will bring Bulma back safely, Goku replied with unwavering determination. On Namek, Bai Qi sat idly on the ground, worry gnawing at him as he thought. Alas, those fools must not kill the Grand Elder. Otherwise, the Dragon Balls will be lost. He had initially intended to seek out the Grand Elder directly. But Frisia had made that impossible. Mr. Bai Qi, I ask why you always carry a sword. Frisia inquired curiously, noticing Bai Qi's idle demeanor. "Ah, my lord, I carry it because I find it particularly stylish. So I keep it by my side," Bai Qi replied, momentarily taken aback, before revealing a bright smile, his teeth gleaming white at "Oh, I see." Frisia responded, somewhat speechless. The sword as hideous sheath certainly did not exude any semblance of style. Frisia gazed into the distance, his mood tinged with melancholy. He realized that whether it was the Jinyu force, Bai Qi, or the rebellious Vegeta, each possessed formidable skills. Chapter 18. An unexpected encounter. Bai Qi sat cross-legged in the shadow of a rock. For Namek was encircled by 3 suns, rendering the night non-existent, Bai's estimation. A day had passed since Jinyu and the others had departed, yet they had yet to return. The scanner in his left eye continuously transmitted messages from Jinyu and his team, indicating that many villages had already evacuated, leaving only a few scattered with inhabitants. Despite Jinyu's relentless questioning, they had failed to ascertain the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. It seems to be the Grand Elder's doing. Perhaps he has some means of foreseeing danger. Bai Qi mused, recognizing the Grand Elder's mysterious capabilities inherent to his status. Observing Frisia, who remained unfazed, Bai Qi felt a slight agitation. The longer the delay, the greater the likelihood of the Grand Elder's demise, which would render his plans futile. Should they summon the Eternal Dragon and wish to leave Namek, his scheme would surely unravel. Frisia would not overlook such a possibility. He likely believed that with his strength, he could reach the Namekians should they make any sudden moves. I wonder what the success rate would be if I were to strike him now. Bai Qi contemplated malevolently, watching Frisia's back, but soon dismissed the thought. The primary concern was that Kachis had been taken by Jinyu and his crew. If the ambush succeeded, all would be well. If it failed, he had his escape plan. But Kachis would be in peril. Was Kachis' abduction a whim of Jinyu, or a directive from Frisia? If it were the latter, then Frisia's threat level would certainly increase. Bai Qi's anxiety began to mount. Frisia was a formidable adversary, possessing both immense strength and profound cunning. He could not fathom how Goku and the others had triumphed in their previous encounter. What is it, Mr. Bai Qi? Frisia inquired, seemingly sensing Bai Qi's gaze. Based on the information relayed from the scanner, it appeared that the Namekians had sensed something amiss and had begun evacuating ahead of time. They had yet to secure the Dragon Balls. Should I go take a look? Bai Qi suggested, attempting to gauge Frisia's response. "Oh ho ho. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Bai Qi, but the Namekians lack the technology for space travel, and no matter how they hide, they will ultimately remain on this planet. It is merely a matter of time before we find them." "There is no need for you to worry," Frisia replied, declining Bai Qi's proposal with a smile. As a cosmic emperor, he was not short of patience, and it would be beneath his dignity to lower himself to seek out a few lowly natives. "I see. How astute of you, Frisia. Your considerations are indeed thorough." Observing Frisia's self-assured demeanor, Bai Qi nodded, seizing the opportunity to flatter him. "Oh ho ho. Mr. Bai Qi, you have also given this considerable thought. Since we have time to spare here, let us return to the spaceship and wait." Bai Qi's praise left him feeling quite gratified, his spirits soaring as he prepared to return to the spaceship. Bai Qi followed closely behind Frisia as they made their way toward the vessel, knowing he could not act recklessly until he had ascertained the condition of Cassius. The old fellow, still reluctant to speak. Was it? In a nearby village, Dodoria gripped an elderly Namekian, relentlessly striking the old man's face. Surrounded by a sea of Namekian corpses. During this time, Sabo, Dodoria, and Cassius had split up with their respective teams to search. Yet curiously, they had passed numerous villages, all eerily deserted. There were no Namekians, no Dragon Balls. But fortune smiled upon Dodoria today as he stumbled upon a village that had yet to be evacuated. After he had almost slaughtered the entire village, the old Namekian before him still refused to divulge the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. And it was evident that Dodoria's patience was wearing thin. Gazing at the silent elder, Dodoria revealed a sinister smile, then beckoned his underlings to bring forth a young Namekian. "Old man, if you refuse to speak, I shall slay this little one right now," Dodoria threatened, tightening his grip around the young Namekian's neck as he addressed the elder. "Dondi scum!" The old man glared at Dodoria, gritting his teeth as he uttered those few words. Seeing the elder finally speak elicited a flicker of joy in Dodoria, though it was not the response he had hoped for. He tightened his grip further, watching the color drain from Dandy's face as the elder began to tremble. In the distance, behind some rocks, Krillin, Kaiatsu, and Gohan were stealthily observing the scene. Just a day prior, as Bulma was about to depart, they had been discovered by two aliens dressed similarly to Vegeta, although Krillin and the others quickly dealt with the pair. Their spaceship was unfortunately destroyed. With no other option, they had to hide Bulma in a cave while the three ventured out to assess the situation. However, the good news that Goku would reach Namek in 9 days invigorated their spirits. They only needed to hold out for that duration. "What should we do, Uncle Krillin?" Gohan whispered urgently, his fists clenched as he surveyed the grim scene, his inherently kind nature ignited with anger. "What else can we do? We must find a way to rescue them," Krillin replied quietly. While they were no match for Dodoria, he could not sit idly by in such circumstances that I can use telekinesis to temporarily immobilize him. "You seize the opportunity to save them," Kaiatsu suggested. "Remember, do not linger in battle, that we rescue them and flee at once," Krillin stated with a serious tone. "Understood," the two replied in unison. Still not talking, truly stubborn. Dodoria sneered as he grew impatient with the silent elder, preparing to kill Dundee in frustration. Suddenly, Dodoria's body stiffened as Kaiatsu gained control over him for a brief moment. Boom! Krillin, concealing his energy, appeared beside Dodoria, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying while catching the falling Dundee and sprinting away. Gohan rushed to the elder's side, unleashing two fists that knocked the two stunned aliens away, and he pulled the elder up, eager to retreat. However, the elder shook his head and spoke rapidly. "You must take Dundee and flee. I will buy you some time." Without waiting for Gohan's response, he charged at Dodoria. "Run, Gohan!" Krillin shouted anxiously while holding Dundee. Gohan clenched his teeth. There was no other choice, so he followed closely behind Krillin. Boom! A blast of energy shattered the elder, and Dodoria, filled with rage, pursued Krillin. "You worthless trash!" Seeking death, Dodoria growled at Krillin, his expression darkening as he unleashed a surge of energy, closing in on them. "Damn it, he's too fast. Raise your energy. We need to pick up the pace," Krillin urged Gohan and Kaiatsu as Dodoria approached rapidly. The three ceased their concealment of energy, unleashing their power to increase their speed, leaving Dodoria behind. "What? How did their energy suddenly spike?" Dodoria exclaimed, taken aback by Krillin's newfound speed. "Humph, do you think you could shake me off this easily?" With a cold sneer, Dodoria accelerated, and in the distance he spotted a figure. It was Cassius, who, uninterested in searching for the Dragon Balls, was meandering with his team. He noticed Krillin and Dodoria, but due to the distance, could only recognize Dodoria. "What is that red fatso up to?" Cassius muttered to himself in confusion. "Hey, Cassius, do you see the three ahead? They must have leads on the Dragon Balls. Come help us intercept them." Dodoria's voice crackled through the communicator, having recognized Cassius that, "Oh, okay, I'm on my way," Cassius replied, powering up and chasing after them, while a group of aliens lagged behind due to their inferior strength. "Humph, let us see how you escape," Cassius thought, invigorated by the prospect of joining Dodoria, as he hurled an energy blast toward the fleeing Krillin and the others. "Watch out! Dodge it!" Krillin quickly reacted, rolling aside to avoid the blast, calling out to Gohan and Kai. Hearing Krillin's warning, Gohan swiftly sidestepped, but Kaiatsu, slightly slower, was struck by the blast. Bang! Kaiatsu crashed to the ground. "Kaiatsu!" Krillin and Gohan shouted in alarm. With no choice, they halted and flew to Kaiatsu's side, who was gravely injured. "Kaiatsu, Kaiatsu! Are you all right?" Gohan asked anxiously, cradling Kaiatsu in his arms, concern etched on his face. "Cough. I'm sorry. I've held you back. Don't worry about me." "You must flee," Kaiatsu said weakly, his face pale and voice filled with guilt. "Were you saying? We are all going back to Earth together. Just hold on," Gohan insisted firmly. Krillin also descended, and Dundee rushed to Kaiatsu's side, worry etched on his features. The three had endured this for his sake, and now seeing Kaiatsu in such a state filled him with remorse. "Ha! Running away, are we? Why have you stopped?" Dodoria's triumphant voice echoed as he caught up, landing slowly before them. Krillin positioned himself protectively in front of Gohan and Kairatsu, ready for battle. Although Dodoria was stronger, he could not abandon his comrades, and Gohan stood resolutely beside him. Allies are we? As he observed the rapidly approaching figures behind Dodoria, Krillin's expression turned grave as he racked his brain for an escape plan. I ask you, Red Dodoria, why the haste? Can you not wait for me? Cassius, panting, landed beside Dodoria, visibly displeased. Upon catching sight of Krillin, Cassius froze, clearly not expecting to encounter them here. Krillin, too, was taken aback, realizing Cassius was with Dodoria. Cassius's presence complicated things. He was torn between aiding Krillin and the potential consequences of defying Frieza, which could put Bai Qi in jeopardy and jeopardize his plans. Damn it, why now? Bai Qi, what should I do? Cassius's eyes flickered as he looked at Krillin, caught in a dilemma. On one side stood his brother Bai, and on the other, his friend Krillin, that if we don't hurry, those fools will escape. Good little Baldy. I'll make you pay for ambushing me, Dodoria snarled at Cassius, his fury directed at Krillin for the earlier ambush. Damn it, I'm all in. I'm sorry, Bai Qi. Cassius clenched his teeth, resolutely making a decision. He must find a way to rescue Klin. Thinking of his father who had been cared for by the Klins, strangers were of no concern to him. After all, he had been following Bai Qi for some time. The number of lives Bai Qi had taken was beyond counting, and Cassius had long since grown accustomed to the brutality of slaughter. He considered himself never to have been a good person, yet he would do his utmost to assist his friends. Cassius, you stay back and prevent their escape. I intend to have some fun with them, Doria said to Cassius, a cruel smile gracing his face. Understood, Cassius replied, slowly stepping forward, simultaneously winking at Klin. Klin paused in surprise, but quickly regained his composure, preparing himself as he glanced at Doria. Boom! Just as Doria was rubbing his fists together in anticipation, a blast of energy struck him squarely in the back. What? Doria was caught off guard and propelled forward. Energy slash. Seizing the opportunity, Klin raised his hand to unleash the energy slash, utterly unprepared for Cassius's betrayal. Everything transpired too swiftly. Even Son Gohan stood frozen in shock. The energy slash severed Doria's neck, and a headless corpse crumpled to the ground, Doria's head rolling to rest at Cassius's feet, his wide eyes fixed unwaveringly on Cassius. Cassius swiftly removed the detector by his left eye and crushed it, followed by a blast of energy that obliterated Doria's head along with the detector, denying him the chance to speak. Didn't see that coming, did you? I'm an undercover agent, Cassius declared with a triumphant expression. Cassius, Klin exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he rushed over, filled with surprise. A seemingly hopeless situation had been entirely reversed by Cassius. Now is not the time for reminiscing. We must leave quickly before anyone chases us, Cassius said with a light laugh, urging everyone to depart. Agreed. Klin understood the urgency and said no more, pulling Dandy along. While Son Gohan, now aware of the situation, carefully cradled the dumpling as they hastily exited the area, but a few minutes later, a slower group of cosmic beings arrived at the scene, their faces turning pale upon seeing the headless corpse. Trembling as they stammered, Master Doria. Meanwhile, having dealt with Koi, Vegeta wandered through an abandoned village, now the third he had visited, finding it as desolate as the previous two. Damn it, have they evacuated already? Vegeta exclaimed in frustration. The absence of corpses indicated that no forces from Frieza had swept through. Vegeta felt on the verge of a breakdown. Thus far, he had yet to even glimpse a Dragon Ball, although he presumed it was round based on its name. Now, with neither the Dragon Balls nor any Namekians in sight, his plan was nearing its end before it had even begun. Suddenly, several bursts of energy erupted in the distance. Could that be Doria and the others? I should check it out. If it's them, I'll follow and see what the situation is, Vegeta thought. Having learned to sense energy, he decided to investigate the source of the energy, believing it preferable to avoid blindly stumbling around like a headless fly. With that, he quickly approached the energy source, wary of revealing his energy too soon due to the presence of the Ginyu Force. If those individuals detected him, it would spell trouble, having spent time under Frieza's command. Vegeta harbored a deep-seated fear of that elite squad. Chapter 19. Unexpected developments. United Front Frieza wants to dine with me, Bai Qi exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, Lord Frisia has instructed me to invite you to dinner. A respectful cosmic being informed Bai Qi. All right, I shall come immediately. Bai Qi nodded, feeling a strange sense of foreboding as he pondered. A banquet of betrayal. An hour later, gulp, gulp, a rectangular table was laden with an array of delicacies. With Bai Qi and Frisia seated at opposite ends, the food before Bai Qi was vanishing at a visibly rapid pace, while nearby, cosmic beings continually brought forth more dishes, observing Bai Qi's uncouth manner of eating. Frisia paused, his hand holding a wine glass momentarily stilled, his purple-black lips twitching slightly. Frisia, aren't you eating? Bai Qi inquired, his mouth stuffed with food, puzzled by Frisia's lack of appetite. It seemed he bore no malice. Merely sharing a meal. Oh, do go ahead, Mr. Bai Qi. I find myself without an appetite at the moment. After sipping his wine, Frisia responded slowly. Bai Qi remained silent, continuing to devour the food before him, intent on replenishing his energy. He had a premonition that this might be his last meal on Namek, in a cave, within the capsule room arranged by Bulma. Cassius and Clin sat around a table, enjoying their meal. So, you mean to say that Mr. Bai Qi is with that Frisia? Clin asked, astonished. He had realized that one of the two unfathomable energies he sensed was Bai Qi's. No wonder he felt a vague familiarity upon first sensing it. Initially, he thought it was an illusion. That I can hardly believe that within just over a year, Mr. Bai Qi has grown so powerful, Clin mused, reflecting on how, as a fellow Earthling, Bai Qi had left him, and indeed all of them, far behind in such a short span. Beside him, Sun Gohan listened intently, having sensed the two energies that resonated deeply within his soul. Learning that Clin knew the owner of one of those energies shocked him greatly. Clenching his fists, the young boy's heart brimmed with longing. If he possessed even a fraction of such power on Earth, perhaps Uncle Piccolo and the others would not have had to die. Did you say that knife-wielding Bai Qi is here too? Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide. Her impression of Bai Qi back on Earth had been quite negative. Back then, my only option was to follow Frisia with Bai Gu. Cassius chuckled awkwardly. For what I've seen of Frisia's subordinates, he must be a truly wicked individual, right, Uncle Cassius? Son Gohan pondered politely, having been taught respect for Cassius by Chi since childhood, particularly since Cassius had saved them. Uncle? Cassius's smile faltered slightly. He expected to be elevated to the status of uncle before even marrying. Ahem, indeed, Frisia engages in the trade of planets throughout the universe. Once he sets his sights on a valuable planet, he eliminates all the natives before selling it off. He has been doing this for quite some time, branding himself as the Emperor of the universe. Having spent some time under Frisia's command, Cassius had acquired a fair understanding of certain matters. Apart from Cassius, Clin and the others gasped in shock, clearly startled by Frisia's heinous deeds. Now comprehending the magnitude of the existence they were facing. Cassius, from my perspective, Mr. Bai Qi seems to be far stronger than Frisia. Why not eliminate him? Clin inquired, his voice dry as he clearly regarded Bai Qi as their last hope. Bai Gu informed me that Frisia conceals his strength. If he were to unleash his full power, he would be at least several hundred times stronger. Bai Gu does not have confidence in defeating him. Cassius conveyed Bai Qi's words to Clin and the others. Gulp. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed as Clin and the others turned pale, Cassius's revelation leaving them in a state of despair. Dark clouds loomed over their hearts, and the food in their hands lost its appeal. Why is it that we always encounter such monstrous individuals? Bulma lamented, feeling utterly disheartened. First Bai Qi, then Raditz, Vegeta, and now another brutal cosmic emperor had emerged. Why did calamity always seem to follow them? This is truly terrifying. Clin's tone was strained. Living on Earth had now shattered his worldview, completely oblivious to the weight of Cassius's words regarding Bai Qi's uncertainty. Son Gohan, too, bore a despondent expression, realizing that their hopes of acquiring the Dragon Balls to resurrect Piccolo and the others were dimming. Dandy, too, appeared pale, sensing that their planet seemed doomed. Thus, I have arranged a teleportation array. It would be prudent for us to leave quickly, Cassius suggested, observing the doubtful expressions of Clin and the others, reiterating his previously rejected proposal. Absolutely not. In unison, the crowd expressed their fears, acknowledging that while trepidation gripped them, they must find a way to resurrect Piccolo and the others since they had come this far. Cassius, at a loss for words, could not fathom the courage Krillin and the others possessed to challenge Frieza for the Dragon Balls. Ah, my apologies, Cassius. We shall not return until our objective is achieved. Perhaps you and Bulma should head back first, Krillin suggested with a hint of remorse, understanding that Cassius's words were meant for their benefit. Humph, Krillin, do you think I am one to fear death? I am no fragile vase. If you do not return, neither shall I. I still wish to revive Yamcha, Bulma declared defiantly, crossing her arms, though she too was terrified. She was resolute in not abandoning their quest. Since that is the case, Cassius, you should return first, Krillin replied with a wry smile, realizing he could not compel Bulma to retreat. What on earth is wrong with you all? Cassius thought to himself. Yet with everyone unwilling to leave, he felt compelled to stay. It would be too disgraceful to abandon the 3 children. Humph, Krillin, how could I possibly depart alone in this manner? I shall remain to assist you, Cassius asserted with a serious countenance. Thank you, Cassius, Krillin replied, his voice brimming with gratitude, while Gohan and Dandy gazed at Cassius with appreciation. No need for such formalities. We are friends, Cassius said, scratching his head. Indeed, Krillin exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Perhaps we should seek out the Elder, Dandy suggested, having observed Krillin's actions and realizing their noble intentions. The Elder, Cassius, and the others responded, their expressions filled with curiosity. Half an hour later, the group comprehended the Elder's significance and the truth of their situation, realizing that the Dragon Balls they so desired had already been collected by him. Excellent. As long as we reach the Elder, everything will be manageable, Krillin proclaimed, his tone now infused with confidence, as their objective had become clear. Impressive. It's no wonder that Sabo and the others searched in vain for so long. Cassius mused. Compelled to admire the Elder's foresight, a glimmer of hope illuminated their spirits. The news of the Elder had dissipated much of the gloom that had hung over them. That be by the way. Cassius, should we not devise a plan to rendezvous with Mr. White? Krillin inquired, believing that White's involvement would greatly enhance their chances that it would be best not to disturb Brother White. If we were to engage Frieza in battle, we could inadvertently find ourselves in peril. Cassius replied gravely, his seriousness underscoring the potential danger of such an encounter. Indeed. Then let us proceed to find the Elder, Krillin said, sheepishly scratching his head, realizing his suggestion had lacked thorough consideration. Uncle Cassius, what kind of person is Mr. White? Just as the group prepared to move, Gohan approached Cassius with a curious expression. Well, let's put it this way. Until you get to know him, you might as well regard him as another Frieza. Cassius responded, contemplating the need to shatter their illusions about White. Gohan's face tightened, as he subconsciously believed that someone as amiable as Cassius would imply that White was likewise. Dandy shared his sentiment. Krillin and the others, however, were not particularly surprised, recalling how White had nearly taken their lives over the Dragon Balls. Humph, I knew it, Bulma scoffed, Cassius's words reaffirming her suspicions about White. Thus, I do not recommend seeking out Brother White. If we interfere with his plans, dire consequences may ensue that a person of his caliber operates on a plane beyond our comprehension. Cassius cautioned, casting a glance at Krillin to dissuade any lingering fantasies about White. Krillin nodded, having gleaned a general understanding of White's character and feeling less astonished, as his prior interactions with White had instilled a deep respect within him. Prepared, Krillin and the others had just exited the cave when they suddenly sensed movement in the distance. We didn't find the Dragon Balls or the Namekian, but it seems we've stumbled upon an unexpected opportunity. A sinister voice echoed from afar. Krillin and the others stifled their energy, cautiously approaching and peering from behind a rock to observe. Nearby a spaceship, the newly landed Ties and Gak found themselves encircled by the Ginyu Force Gold and Raikum. The Ginyu Force? Gak looked at the duo, his training as a galactic patrolman making him acutely aware of their identities, his legs trembling slightly as Ties stared nervously at them. It was unfortunate that they arrived just after Krillin and the others. Encountering Gold and Raikum, who were searching for the Dragon Balls, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down Gak's forehead. Ties, Bulma exclaimed in disbelief upon witnessing her sister, a Bulma. You know her? Krillin asked, bewildered, as Gohan and the others looked on with curiosity. Of course I know her. She is my sister, Krillin. You must find a way to save her. Bulma exclaimed, clearly taken aback by the unexpected reunion. You have a sister. Fear not. We shall rescue her, Krillin assured. Astonished to learn of Bulma's sibling, Cassius, observing the reckless duo below, was incredulous. He had recognized them and never imagined they would turn out to be Bulma's sister. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to inform Krillin of Raikum and Gold's power levels and Gold's unique abilities, so they could prepare adequately. This is quite troublesome, Krillin remarked, furrowing his brow after hearing Cassius's description. Haha, Gold, finally some living beings. I'll take the lead this time. I've been utterly bored, Raikum exclaimed, eyeing Gak and Ties with excitement. Separated from Jinyu, they had traversed many villages, only to find that the Namekians had all evacuated, leaving them rather uninterested. Now that they had encountered living targets, their excitement surged. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others had devised a plan. Din led Bulma and Gak to safety, while Krillin, Gohan, and Cassius stayed behind to rescue Ties. Just as Raikum was about to strike, the most powerful among them, Cassius, concealed himself at a distance and unleashed 2 energy blasts at Raikum and Gold. Haha! Gohan concentrated energy blasts in his hands, hurling them towards Raikum and Gold. Boom! A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area. Solar flare, Krillin swiftly positioned himself above Ties and Gak, temporarily blinding Raikum and Gold before darting down to grasp both of them. Ascending into the air to escape. Special beam cannon. Ha! Gohan exclaimed, witnessing Krillin's success, while Cassius launched another energy blast, both retreating without a glance back. Boom! The explosion generated a cloud of smoke, and moments later, Raikum emerged unscathed, while Gold appeared somewhat disheveled. Cough, cough. Where did they come from? Gold coughed, rubbing his eyes, still choking on the smoke. Haha, this is getting interesting that I've already notified the captain. Yes, on his way. Perhaps those earlier individuals have some information about the Dragon Balls? Raikum said confidently, seemingly unconcerned about Krillin and the others' escape. That is a possibility. Once the captain arrives, and we capture them, we'll finally uncover the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, Gold replied, elated to finally have a lead after such a long search. With that, the two took off to reunite with Jinyu. Meanwhile, in a vast crevice, Krillin and the others held their breaths, remaining still. With so many of them, escape seemed impossible. They could only leverage their ability to conceal their energy and take a gamble, which evidently paid off. Feeling that Raikum and the others had departed, Krillin exhaled in relief. Bulma, I never expected to see you here. Thank goodness. I nearly thought I was done for, Ties exclaimed, wiping away tears caused by the blinding light. Her voice filled with joy as her vision cleared. Gak spotted Cassius and shivered, his heart racing anew. Thank you so much, sir. I am eternally grateful for your rescue. Tai-Sai, her face flushed with excitement, suddenly embraced the vigilant Klin. Nearly frightening him to death just moments ago it's nothing, Klin stammered, hastily breaking free from her grasp, his cheeks awash with embarrassment, clearly flustered by being hugged by a girl for the first time. Humph, Cassius scoffed, casting a disgruntled glance at Klin, feeling miffed despite having contributed his share. What was with that devilish gaze from Gak? It's you, Tai-Sai exclaimed, pointing at Cassius in astonishment. Do you two know each other? Bulma inquired, puzzled as she observed Tai-Sai and Cassius. Know each other? That's an understatement, Tai-Sai replied, a smile gracing her lips as her impression of Cassius was far more favorable than that of Bai Qi. She then recounted her encounter with Bai Qi to Bulma. What? That knife-wielding man nearly killed you, Bulma shouted in fury after hearing the tale, glaring at the somewhat awkward Cassius, who averted his gaze to the distance. Bulma, keep your voice down. We might get discovered, Klin cautioned in alarm. Bulma quickly covered her mouth, though her furious eyes remained fixed on Cassius. So it's you lot, a voice interrupted, revealing Vegeta standing confidently before them, arms crossed over his chest. You propose an alliance? Klin gazed at Vegeta in surprise. After some unfriendly exchanges, Vegeta articulated his thoughts, having previously assumed that Vegeta and Dodoria were allies. Humph, You're aware of our current predicament. Aren't you? If we form an alliance, there's a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, not only the Dragon Balls, but our very lives may be at stake, Vegeta remarked with a cold snort. Had it not been for the dire circumstances, he would have relished the chance to eliminate Klin, harboring a grudge over the incident where Klin severed his tail, but the desperate situation compelled him to set aside his animosity for the time being. All right, but if you join us, you must refrain from indiscriminately killing, Klin declared after some contemplation, recognizing that they had little choice. An alliance was their sole option. Seems Earthlings aren't entirely foolish, Vegeta noted, disregarding Bulma's murderous glare as he observed Klin's willingness to cooperate, which eased his tension that in their current situation, collaboration was indeed the most prudent choice. Chapter 20. The Captured Ones, an unfavorable situation. Vegeta and Klin, along with their companions, cautiously advanced toward the Grand Elder. Now that they had formed an alliance, Klin shared all his knowledge with Vegeta. Upon learning of Bai Qi's circumstances, a tempest of emotions surged within Vegeta. The formidable energy he sensed belonged to a mere Earthling, a notion he found difficult to accept. However, the prospect of the Dragon Balls and the Grand Elder filled him with joy, realizing that the coveted Dragon Balls he and Frieza had longed for had already been collected by someone else. For the first time, he felt so close to his dream. Vegeta walked ahead. A smirk appeared on his lips. The thought of soon acquiring eternal life was exhilarating, though he maintained a fait of calm. Observing the smug Vegeta, Klin understood his thoughts. Having allied with him, they could no longer keep such information hidden for long, and it was better to inform Vegeta sooner rather than later to avoid conflicts down the line. This is what Bai said the Scion looked like. He seemed quite similar to Earthlings, the curious observer at the back noted, attributing Vegeta's similarity to Earthlings to the absence of his tail. At this moment, various thoughts occupied the minds of the group. Bulma. Is this the Scion who fought against Goku? Quite handsome. Taisai. I'm so excited. It seems everyone is heading for something significant. Gohan. This Vegeta is a wicked individual. He killed Uncle Piccolo. I must keep a close watch on him. Dandy. The new addition doesn't he appear to be a good person? I wonder if bringing them to the Grand Elder was the right decision. Chaozu. Tian. Wait for me. Gak. Woe is me. Another Scion has joined. My fate is truly wretched. I shall never sail with Taisai again. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over them as Klin's voice rang out in terror. Oh no! 9 powerful energies are approaching. As various thoughts swirled in their minds, Klin's alarmed voice broke the silence, and Cassius, Gohan, and others sensed it too, their expressions turning grave, just as they attempted to flee. It was already too late. Vegeta was drenched in sweat, his expression tense as he fixed his gaze on the shadow descending before them. Well, if it isn't our Prince Vegeta, a chilling voice echoed, revealing Zarbin, arms crossed, a cold smirk gracing his handsome face as he surveyed Vegeta and the others at the tea that moment. The Ginyu Force descended, looking down on Klin and his companions with disdain. Ha! Little bald head. Daring to ambush me. Now that I've caught you, Guldo's boisterous laughter filled the air. Klin silently positioned himself in front of Taisai, Bulma, and the others who lacked combat power, standing firm alongside Gohan and Cassius to confront the Ginyu Force. Is this the end? Feeling the overwhelming energy emanating from the Ginyu Force, Klin's expression grew grim. He knew escape was impossible now. Even Vegeta wasn't a match for the Ginyu Force. Standing at the forefront, Ginyu exuded an aura reminiscent of Klin's first encounter with Bai Qi back on Earth. Haha, Cassius, Frieza trusted you so much. Who would have thought you would betray him? Dodoria has likely met his demise at your hands. Zarbin remarked, his expression icy as he regarded Cassius, clearly aware that Dodoria's death was intricately linked to Cassius, his anger palpable. Cassius scoffed, offering no defense. What was done, and there was no need for rebuttal. Sigh. Cassius, I once thought you had potential, but now I see you are merely a traitor. Rest assured, as a token of acknowledgement for your artistic talent, I shall grant you a painless death, Ginyu declared in a tone of mock sympathy. Never one to show mercy to those who dared to betray Frieza. Klin remained tense, his eyes fixed on the Ginyu Force, uttering not a word. At this juncture, Any dialogue was futile. They were like fish on a chopping block. Powerless. Ha! Who would have thought that the esteemed Scion Prince has now fallen to the level of mingling with a bunch of weaklings? Zarbon taunted, noticing Cassius's lack of response, and turning his derision toward Vegeta. Zarbon, are you nothing but a barking dog? If you dare, let us engage in combat, Vegeta retorted defiantly, pointing a finger provocatively at Zarbon. From the moment Vegeta laid eyes on the Ginyu Force, he realized escape was futile. However, he was determined to take down Zarbon, the annoying foe, before facing his inevitable fate. The power he gained from near death had bestowed him with confidence. He believed he could defeat Zarbon, just waiting for the opportunity to strike. It seems your brain has also taken a hit. Captain Ginyu, allow me to teach Vegeta a lesson first, Zarbon said, regarding Vegeta with disdain while simultaneously seeking Ginyu's approval. Very well, but make it quick. We have matters to attend to, Ginyu replied, slightly frowning yet acquiescing to Zarbon's request. As a favored henchman of Frisia, he felt it necessary to grant him this small favor. Vegeta, are you ready to meet your demise? Zarbon taunted as he soared into the air, preparing to thoroughly trample Vegeta. You talk too much. With a sudden burst of fury, Vegeta teleported right in front of Zarbon, delivering a powerful punch to his face, sending Zarbon flying several meters away. What? Zarbon, momentarily stunned by the pain and the unexpected surge of energy for Vegeta, was caught off guard as Vegeta swiftly closed the distance between them. Don't get too cocky, Zarbon shouted, launching a fist toward Vegeta. Vegeta effortlessly dodged Zarbon's attack, retaliating with a series of heavy punches to Zarbon's abdomen. Zarbon's face contorted in pain as he struggled to endure the blows, finally retaliating with a kick aimed at Vegeta. Vegeta locked his arms around Zarbon's leg, exerting force as he pivoted his body, flinging Zarbon away, then swiftly maneuvered to position himself behind Zarbon, clasping his hands together to deliver a devastating barrage punch, slamming Zarbon down to the ground. Bang! After a resounding crash, Sabo was struck to the ground, creating a large crater in the earth. Struggling to rise, his handsome visage was marred by the blows dealt by Vegeta. Gazing upwards at Vegeta, Sabo clenched his left hand around his right arm, while his right hand, fingers together, launched a massive energy sphere at Vegeta. Observing the incoming energy sphere, Vegeta tightened his left arm and effortlessly swatted it away. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted in the distance, leveling a mountain range. With both hands raised beside his left cheek, Vegeta gathered immense energy in his palms. Die! He bellowed. Final flash, accompanied by a fierce roar. The terrifying energy of the final flash collided with the still-dazed Sabo. Boom! A colossal explosion ensued, the shockwave nearly toppling Krillin, who hurriedly joined forces with Cassius and Son Gohan to brace against it, while Bulma and Tais managed to avoid being blown away. The Ginyu Force, aside from Good, who appeared somewhat disheveled, stood unaffected, steadfast in their positions. Incredible. He is even stronger than last time on Earth. Has he successfully defeated him? Krillin squinted, peering at the epicenter of the explosion. You didn't expect this, did you, Sabo? My power has increased tremendously. Now, you will perish, Vegeta gasped, reveling in his triumph. Vegeta, I never anticipated such a transformation in your strength. Perhaps I was a bit careless. Just then, a voice from below announced Sabo's transformation. What? In disbelief, Vegeta watched as Sabo, now grotesque in appearance, emerged from the crater, his energy significantly heightened. Ugh! Witnessing Sabo's drastic change, Bulma felt nauseous. She had once thought him quite handsome. It has been a while since I've taken on this form. Vegeta, you have successfully provoked my wrath. Sabo's energy surged forth, instantly closing the gap to an unprepared Vegeta. The second round of battle commenced. Bang! Boom! Crash! With enhanced strength, Sabo unleashed a relentless barrage upon the already fatigued Vegeta, who struggled to keep pace with Sabo's speed, absorbing several punishing blows. Thud! Vegeta was instantly grievously injured, a metallic taste flooding his throat. Opening his swollen eyes, he saw Sabo charging at him, and spat a mouthful of blood towards Sabo's eyes. What? Taken by surprise, Sabo was momentarily blinded by the blood. Thud! 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 Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of punches at Sabo, who, unable to evade due to his impaired vision, was struck hard in the abdomen. Seeing his attack land, Vegeta pressed the advantage, channeling energy into his right hand to strike at Sabo's head. Bang. How treacherous, Vegeta! Enduring the pain, Sabo opened his blood-soaked eyes and caught Vegeta's fist with his hand. Crack! With a powerful grip, Sabo crushed the bones in Vegeta's hand. Ah! Pain surged through his hand, and Vegeta screamed in agony. Bang! Denying Vegeta a moment to breathe, Sabo lunged forward, delivering a knee strike to Vegeta's gut, the terrifying force causing Vegeta's back to arch painfully. Spurt! Blood rained from the sky. Releasing Vegeta, Sabo brought both palms crashing down onto his head. Buzz! The eardrum shattered, a deafening roar filled Vegeta's head as the pressure caused blood to flow from his orifices, plunging him into unconsciousness. Bang! Sabo kicked the unconscious Vegeta towards Krillin, who gritted his teeth and rushed forward to assess Vegeta's condition, joined by Sun Gohan. Bulma and the others hurried over, and upon seeing Vegeta's state, Bulma turned away, unable to bear the sight. Cassius stepped forward, vigilantly watching the Ginyu Force and the now-reverted Sabo, the highest combatant outside of Vegeta. He felt compelled to take a stand, despite his trembling legs. Thank goodness, he is merely unconscious, and still has a pulse. Krillin and Bulma sighed in relief. Captain Ginyu, perhaps we should bring them all to Lord Frieza. I believe he would be quite interested in Cassius's betrayal. In this way, we can offer an explanation. Rubbing his eyes, Sabo glanced at the trembling Cassius. An amusing idea forming in his mind, he approached Ginyu and proposed the idea. Ginyu, glancing between Krillin and the others, ultimately nodded. Cassius's betrayal was indeed significant, especially considering his allegiance to Bai Qi. It would be best to bring him to Frieza for judgment. Sabo felt elated, eagerly anticipating Bai Qi's expression upon their arrival. Thus, Krillin carried Vegeta, while Cassius and the others were escorted by Ginyu and Sabo to meet Frieza. Cassius, walking ahead, was filled with trepidation, uncertain of what Frieza would do to him and to Bai Qi upon their meeting. Ah, Bai Qi, I'm sorry for causing you trouble again. With a sigh, Cassius was engulfed by guilt. Frieza sat in his hovering vehicle, gently swirling a wine glass, his blood-red eyes gazing into the distance. Oh ho ho ho! How amusing! His laughter was shrill, devoid of any genuine mirth. Ginyu had just informed him of the recent events through private communication. How delightful! It has been rather dull lately. Let us find some amusement with them. Crack! Frieza drained his glass in one gulp, shattering it in his grasp. Half an hour later, knock knock. Lord Bai Qi. The knocking roused Bai Qi from his slumber, and upon opening the door, he was informed. Lord Frieza requests your presence outside the ship. He says there is something of great importance for you to see. Very well. I shall be there shortly. Bai Qi returned to his room, fastening his ice edge at his waist before making his way outside the ship. It seems the secret can no longer be kept. Sensing Cassius, Ginyu, and some unfamiliar energies, Bai Qi realized the situation had likely been revealed. He was not particularly surprised, having anticipated this outcome. Frieza looked down upon Krillin, Sun Gohan, and the others as Vegeta regained consciousness, his bloodied eyes fixed on Frieza. Oh ho ho ho! Cassius, you have truly surprised me. Upon seeing Cassius, Frieza chuckled lightly, while Cassius remained silent, calmly meeting Frieza's gaze. Thud! Thud! At that moment, Bai Qi emerged from the ship, his long sword at his side, and was taken aback upon seeing Cassius. Cassius, aware of Bai Qi's gaze, lowered his head slightly, feeling a twinge of guilt. So, this is the Bai Qi with a power level exceeding 1,000,000. How infuriating that he has been surpassed by a mere earthling. Vegeta, spotting Bai Qi, felt a surge of resentment, internally screaming. Mr. Bai Qi, Krillin murmured, gazing at Bai Qi clad in black battle attire. What will become of their fates? It's been over 2 years since we last met. Why is he still wielding that hideous sword? And what else with that mangy hairstyle? Can he find a barber in this vast universe? Bulma criticized Bai Qi's hairstyle and sword sheath, completely oblivious to the dire situation. Jace and Ties also caught sight of Bai Qi. their hearts sinking into despair at the sight of the terrifying figure, notorious for his brutality, alongside the infamous Frisia. They felt as though they had fallen into hell since their arrival on Namek. Is this really Mr. Bai Qi? Sun Gohan observed Bai Qi in fear, while Dandy appeared utterly ghostly. Oh ho ho, Mr. Bai Qi may not yet realize, but Cassius has betrayed us. It was he who caused Odoria's demise. Frisia, watching Bai Qi's shocked expression, chuckled darkly as he revealed the events that had transpired. Sabo and Jinyu also looked on, curious about Bai Qi's reaction to he has betrayed Lord Frisia. This is a profound betrayal of Lord Frisia's trust in us. It is unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Bai Qi spoke, his heart heavy with anguish, glaring at Cassius. Oh ho ho, no matter, Mr. Bai Qi. Not only has he deceived you, but he has also deceived me as a traitor. We shall dispose of him shortly. Casting a glance at Bai Qi, he found himself uncertain whether he had been deceived by his acting. He chose to remain silent and turned his attention to the blood-soaked Vegeta. He chuckled softly. Ah, Vegeta, I held your potential in high regard, yet I never imagined you would betray me. Clearing his throat, he continued, Frisia, you have always been wary of us Scions. Did you think I was oblivious to your suspicions? Vegeta lifted his head, casting a cold stare at Frisia. Oh ho ho, discovered, were we? I had thought all Scions to be fools. Perhaps I was unwise to spare your life back then. Frisia observed Vegeta with a hint of surprise. Spare my life? What do you mean? Vegeta's brows furrowed in confusion at this revelation. Oh ho ho, I almost forgot that you were unaware. Very well, I shall enlighten you before your demise. Frisia divulged the truth of the destruction of planet Vegeta to him. Yet he was taken aback by Vegeta's calm demeanor. Oh, you don't seem surprised at all? Vegeta responded with a disdainful smile. Weaklings deserve only death. There is nothing to lament. Moreover, this merely illustrates your fear of our potential. Frisia exhibited no sorrow for the demise of his home planet, though perhaps the truth of his feelings lay buried within himself alone. Oh ho ho, what does it matter? After all, the Scions are destined for extinction. Frisia offered no rebuttal, his expression rife with mockery, dismissing the trembling Vegeta and the others, fixating instead on Bai Qi, whose countenance darkened due to Cassius's betrayal. Mr. Bai Qi, shall I deal with Cassius, or will you take the lead? Naturally, I shall eliminate him myself, given that he is one of my by the way, King Frisia. Of all our forces assembled, Bai Qi gazed at Cassius with regret, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Yes, they are all here. Once we ascertain the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, I plan to concentrate our forces and set out to search for them, as we have already squandered much time here. Why does Mr. Bai Qi inquire? Frisia's curiosity was piqued by Bai Qi's question. That is splendid. I intend for everyone to witness the dire consequences of betraying King Frisia. Oh, I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Bai Qi. Ho ho ho! Frisia's spirits lifted at these words that it is my duty. With that final remark, Bai Qi turned his gaze upon Cassius, the bloodlust that had long simmered within him now boiling over. His murderous intent permeating the air, causing a momentary stillness in the atmosphere, with the scent of blood saturating the nostrils of all present. Even the ruthless Jinyu force was taken aback by Bai Qi's aura, which was unlike the oppressive force of a typical powerful being. Bai Qi exuded a sharpness that seemed capable of cleaving through anything, akin to a razor's edge poised against one's throat, where even the slightest movement could result in decapitation. Gulp? Is this the extent of Lord Bai Qi's power? Jinyu swallowed hard, his voice trembling, while the others, including Sabo, felt a chill run down their spines. They had never witnessed Bai Qi in battle, and now they were thoroughly intimidated by his prowess. Even Frisia was slightly astonished, having never before encountered Bai Qi's unique aura. Quite remarkable, Frisia squinted at Bai Qi. Krillin and the others were rendered speechless, and even Vegeta's heart raced as he regarded Bai Qi, who, devoid of any earth-shattering transformations, emanated an overwhelming sense of mortality that reminded them of the perilous nature of Bai Qi's presence. At that moment, had there been an individual unfamiliar with Frisia, they would undoubtedly point at Bai Qi and exclaim, "Surely, you are the merciless cosmic tyrant. Frisia, Only Cassius dared to lift his gaze towards Bai Qi. "Are you ready?" Bai Qi's voice was cold and composed. Everyone present was momentarily taken aback, unsure to whom Bai Qi was addressing. With a swift motion, the ice blade was unsheathed. Boom! Frisia's previously relaxed demeanor vanished, his red pupils narrowing in alarm as an instinctual sense of impending death coursed through him. His floating vehicle erupted in an explosion. Chapter 21. Bai Qi versus Frisia, with a flash of red light. The moment Bai Qi drew his ice blade, a wave of lethal energy surged forth, cleaving toward the dazed Sabo and the others that a crescent-shaped scarlet energy sliced through the air towards Sabo and the Jinyu force, who were already stunned by Bai Qi's overwhelming presence. The strongest among them, Jinyu, sensed the impending danger and narrowly evaded the energy strike. However, by the time Sabo and the other 4 members of the Jinyu force reacted, the energy had already passed through. Crack. The weakest member, Good, was obliterated by the terrifying force of the energy, while Sabo and the other 3 were severed at the waist, collapsing to the ground amidst a torrent of blood and entrails. With the remnants of consciousness, Sabo cast a final glance at the panicked Cassius, a flicker of regret flashing in his eyes. "Had I known, I would have killed him right then and there." With a murmured lament, his consciousness faded. "Run." Cassius had prepared himself the moment Bai Qi spoke, witnessing the swift demise of Sabo and the others that he seized Dandy, who was closest, with his left hand and hoisted Gak with his right. Boom! After unleashing his energy, he sped away without looking back. Krillin, roused by Cassius's voice, hoisted the gravely injured Vegeta and tucked the pale-faced Ties under his arm, swiftly following Cassius's lead. Goku also regained his senses, hastily lifting the dazed Bulma, with Kairatsu scrambling onto his back. At this moment, even a moment's hesitation could spell death. Boom! 20 times Kaioken. Bai Qi activated the Kaioken technique, his bloodlust intensifying and surging skyward, obliterating the surrounding space and crushing the nearby extraterrestrials beneath its weight, causing the ground beneath to crack like spiderwebs. After slicing toward the Jinyu force, he maintained his momentum and aimed at Frisia, whose aura was beginning to swell. The red glowing ice blade approached Frisia's neck with a whoosh, boom, clang. With a burst of terrifying energy, the ice blade, having just made contact, could not penetrate further, as if striking an object of extreme density. Yet Bai Qi did not relent, forcefully propelling Frisia away. Crack! Frisia barreled through the spaceship, crashing into several mountains before finally being buried under the rubble. The entirety of Namek began to tremble, the lake's surface roiling under an inexplicable pressure, sending waves crashing forth that a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the clouds of dust. Frisia, having reverted to his original form, floated in the air, surrounded by fragments of stone that seemed to defy gravity. Hovering about him, his small, robust, and well-proportioned grayish-white body bore 2 tear streaks beneath his blood-red eyes. He raised a hand to touch the fading cut upon his neck, gazing apprehensively at the surging aura of Bai Qi below. The moment Bai Qi unsheathed his blade, Frisia's instinctual danger sense blared loudly, and his body's protective mechanisms shattered his prior restraint of power, allowing a formidable energy to shield him from the ice blade. Oh ho ho! How perilous! Before he could utter the words, a burst of red energy surged toward him, and the surrounding debris disintegrated under Bai Qi's bloodlust. The crimson blade aimed straight for Frisia's forehead. Bang! Frisia decisively unleashed his power, clasping the ice blade tightly with both hands, producing a piercing sound, his purple-black lips curling upward as he glared at Bai Qi, 2 beams of red light shooting from his eyes. Boom! Dodging the beams by tilting his head, Bai Qi delivered a massive meteor strike to Frisia's face, the resulting explosion enveloping both of them, sending the smoke-shrouded Frisia hurtling away. A red figure followed closely behind. Frisia, now incensed, halted midair before unleashing a surge of energy colliding with Bai Qi's own. Boom! Bang, bang, bang! Clang! The red and white figures intertwined, the sound of piercing air resonating as energy blasts and crimson blades scattered in all directions. Clang, clang! Frisia, unwilling to confront Bai Qi's ice blade with his body, expelled energy from within, enveloping his hands with a robust force, temporarily staving off the ice blade. Swish, swish, swish. Nevertheless, his body continued to accrue new wounds. As the ice blade, cloaked in bloodlust, increased its sharpness exponentially, rendering the external energy surrounding Frisia's body as fragile as paper. Swish, Frisia concentrated energy into his palm, crafting a solid purple blade aimed at Bai Qi. Thanks to his formidable spiritual energy, Bai Qi's heightened reflexes allowed him to easily evade the attack. Da-da! Bai Qi seized the opportunity and struck decisively at Frisia's chest, although Frisia managed to react and evade slightly. The blade's tip still grazed him, leaving a painful gash that made him cry out. Had he not dodged at the critical moment, combined with his own formidable physique, that strike would have certainly penetrated to the bone. Observing Bai Qi and the icy blade he wielded, Frisia realized he could not allow Bai Qi to approach any closer. Bang! 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 With both hands, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Bai Qi, using the distraction to swiftly distance himself. After retreating several dozen meters, just as he was about to catch his breath, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from behind, accompanied by a sharp pain at the back of his neck. Startled, Frisia exerted every ounce of strength to duck, simultaneously lashing out his tail with force. Swoosh! The icy blade sliced cleanly through his tail, passing overhead and leaving behind a thin crimson line and a few droplets of purple blood. Boom! Seeing his attack fail, Bai Qi's left fist followed through, landing a powerful blow to Frisia's side. The impact nearly folded Frisia's body, sending him hurtling away like a shooting star, where he crashed to the ground. Stirring up a cloud of dust, with the strength, speed, and defense amplified 20-fold by the Kaioken, Bai Qi was able to overpower Frisia, who was exerting only 50% of his strength. However, he couldn't afford to be careless. Frisia was still holding back, and the pain coursing through his body was becoming increasingly evident as the side effects of the Kaioken began to manifest. Before reaching his limit, he needed to swiftly eliminate Frisia, or it would be his own demise. With a gaze imbued with icy malice, Bai Qi fixed his blue eyes upon the spot where Frisia had fallen, and without hesitation, he gripped the icy blade tightly. Charging towards Frisia like a harbinger of death, bang, bang, bang. 3 beams of deathly light shot forth from the smoke as Bai Qi narrowly dodged them like a tea that moment. A searing heat enveloped his face. Countless fiery projectiles filled his vision. There was no escaping them. Gritting his teeth, he enveloped his body with his blood energy and pressed forward against the onslaught towards Frisia. Bang! More beams of death erupted, and Frisia realized he could not allow Bai Qi to close the distance, gathering energy for a frenzied barrage of long-range attacks. Bang! Boom! Slash! Damn it! This accursed Bai Qi, as he watched the approaching blue eyes. The chilling intent momentarily suppressed the excruciating pain in his tail, compelling him to launch a more frenzied assault of energy blasts and death beams. Everything transpired too swiftly. Bai Qi's relentless assault and razor-sharp blade left him struggling to defend himself. That blade, which he had always deemed a mere toy, had nearly claimed his life on several occasions, and the pain in his chest was intensifying, such as the power of M.R.B. in the distance. Krillin, carrying Vegeta, sensed the tremendous commotion behind them. Both Frisia and Bai Qi were the strongest beings he had ever encountered in his life. It was at this moment that Krillin recalled what Cassius had said about the lack of certainty. Coughing, he thought, Frisia is hiding his true strength so well. That human is actually able to fight him on such a level. What a scoundrel! Astonishment at Frisia's power, coupled with immense frustration, surged within Vegeta's heart. So much so that he temporarily overlooked his own pain. Straining to open his bloodshot eyes, he turned his head to look back. Even from a distance, the overwhelming murderous intent and colossal energy pressure were palpable. Huff, huff, huff. Tai Si and Bulma trembled, their bodies shaking as they began to breathe heavily. Bai Qi's sudden surge of energy left them momentarily stunned, only to snap back to reality afterward. What a terrifying being. Is he truly human? Though Bulma and Tai Si could not sense energy, the acrid smell of blood made them feel as though they were in a slaughterhouse, transformed into sheep facing a butcher wielding a cleaver. Bai Qi. Cassius, where do we go now? Krillin asked with concern. Oh, the elder Namek, of course. Now that Bai Qi has dealt with Frisia's minions and has Frisia himself occupied, there is no need for further hesitation. Let us advance at full speed. With that, Cassius enveloped Gak and Dandy in energy, propelling them towards the Elder at full force. Krillin and Gohan ignited their own energy to keep pace with Cassius. Cough, cough. Nairu, our friends from Earth are almost here. Prepare to welcome them. The Elder had already sensed the approaching energy of Krillin and the others, as well as the fierce battle between Bai Qi and Frisia in the distance. He has actually subdued Frisia. That kind of momentum, cough, cough, could only be the work of a demon to slay a demon, right? The Elder narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating the bloodthirsty Bai Qi and the brutal, powerful Frisia. Regardless of who emerged victorious, their crisis would not be averted. Yet, on a subconscious level, he hoped for Bai Qi's triumph. May that compassionate warrior from Earth succeed. Opening his eyes and gazing skyward, he entrusted his final hope to Son Goku. Inside the spaceship, Son Goku was adjusting himself, preparing to face the challenges ahead. The King Kai had informed him of the events transpiring on Namek, detailing Frisia and the enigmatic Bai Qi, whose allegiance remained uncertain as his aura began to contract. Son Goku gazed upon the approaching green planet, his expression grave yet tinged with excitement, a thrill at the prospect of confronting a formidable foe. Extreme blade storm. The air resonated with the sound of slicing blades as thousands of transparent edges materialized within a kilometer radius around Bai Qi. Clang. Frisia's energy blasts and beams of death were cleaved apart. Unfortunately, he reacted in time, exerting his power to flash several kilometers away. As he beheld the charging Bai Qi, Frisia felt an unprecedented sense of pressure. Even the powerful King Cold had never instilled such a feeling in him. He barely had time to think, let alone speak. Boom! Just as he pondered, a massive crimson meteor struck him squarely in the face. Damn it! With no time to evade, he could only raise his arms to shield himself. The explosion was colossal, painting the sky red and shaking the very earth beneath him. The wounds he bore began to seep purple blood due to the immense pressure, and his arms hung limply at his sides, feeling as though they would snap. Huff! Huff! With the cover of the enveloping smoke, Frisia gasped for breath. Just as he relished this rare moment of respite, the ominous sound of slicing blades pierced through the smoke, and a red flash bore down towards his forehead. His pupils constricted, and his vision was consumed by the crimson light, leaving him unable to lift his weary arms. The overwhelming aura surged forth, shifting the very heavens, causing the 3 stars above to be displaced from Namek's gravitational pull. The land that had never known night was gradually cloaked in darkness. The planet trembled once more. As darkness swept across the land, the Namekians gathered around the Elder, gazed upon this unprecedented scene, terror flooding their hearts. Roar! The fish in the rivers and the creatures on land grew restless, instinctively aware of impending doom. The end is nigh. This thought echoed in the minds of all Namekians as Cassius and his companions finally reached the Elder's dwelling. Bang! Exhausted from their relentless sprint, they collapsed to the ground, spent. Cassius looked towards Frisia's direction. My God, this is beyond absurd. The surrounding changes rendered everyone pale, and Krillin stared into the darkened earth, his parched lips quivering. What kind of terrifying being were they facing? Everyone, quickly come inside. The Elder has been waiting for you. Having recovered from his shock, Nairu rushed over to usher Cassius and the others into the Elder's abode. Uncle Piccolo? Piccolo, upon seeing Nairu's resemblance to Piccolo. Krillin and Gohan were momentarily stunned, mistaking him for Piccolo himself. The icy blade was repelled by a tremendous force, sending Bai Qi hurtling away. He collided with several mountain peaks before finally coming to a stop, rubbing his numbed right arm as he gazed gravely towards Frisia's location. A closer inspection would reveal beads of sweat forming on Bai Qi's forehead, his body trembling slightly, accompanied by tearing sounds. He was nearing his limit. If not for his robust physique, he would have crumbled long. 8G in a state of 100. One must gather strength over time. What is Frisia up to? Observing Frisia, whose muscles bulged and were enveloped in an overwhelming energy aura. Bai Qi's expression turned serious, tinged with a hint of confusion. This is not following the script. Anger and hatred flickered in his bloodshot eyes as he gazed at Bai Qi, 1,000 meters away. To harness such a state of power necessitated a gradual buildup of energy. Only then could he hope to maintain control over it. Yet, with Bai Qi pressing forward relentlessly, the imminent threat of death forced him to unleash this formidable force in a mere instant. The strange phenomena surrounding them were the result of his inability to contain this energy. His crimson gaze fixated on Bai Qi in the distance, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping him. 3 seconds. With all his might, he could only sustain this state for 3 seconds. Otherwise, the energy would inevitably tear him apart. Crack! Minute fissures appeared across his body, but he paid them no heed. Frisia clenched his fists, summoning every ounce of his strength, the terrifying force distorting the very air around him. First second, whoosh! Frisia vanished from his position in an instant, causing Bai Qi's blue eyes to narrow instinctively. His heightened perception prompted him to raise his ice blade defensively, his left hand pressing firmly against the blade's tip. Boom! Frisia materialized before Bai Qi, delivering a powerful punch against the ice blade. The resulting explosion sent Bai Qi hurtling into the sky, scattering the surrounding clouds in the wake of the tremendous impact. Second, Frisia raised both hands high, channeling all his energy into a single, massive red energy sphere that materialized between his palms. Within an incredibly brief moment, he infused it with every ounce of his power, causing it to swell to an enormous size, radiating an aura of annihilation. Second, with the last vestiges of his strength, Frisia propelled the colossal energy sphere towards Bai Qi, who was still ascending towards the void of space. The sphere racing towards him at a breathtaking speed. Atmospheric sphere, disperse into dust. Oh ho ho, cough cough cough. The surviving Namekians beheld a crimson sun rising amidst the darkness after releasing the atmospheric sphere. Frisia's swollen muscles began to contract, reverting to their original form, and he fell into a deep unconsciousness. Bai Qi neared the edge of the atmosphere. He finally came to a halt, lacking the time to assess the turmoil within his body. He raised his head, a red sun illuminating his visage. Damn! After letting out an expletive, Bai Qi, unable to evade, braced himself against the impending collision with the atmospheric sphere. Boom! The red sun was forcefully halted. Yet moments later, it resumed its slow advance. Sizzle! His arms felt as though they were being scorched by the intense energy, a noxious odor wafting through the air, and he was gradually pushed skyward, his heart racing with alarm. This thing is going to explode. The sensation of impending doom furrowed his brow, and gritting his teeth, he began to mobilize the remnants of his vitality, lowering his right hand, gripping the blade. He infused the ice blade with blood energy, manifesting a colossal sword forged from his essence. With a surge of strength, he swung the red blade behind him, cleaving the atmospheric sphere in two from top to bottom, the remnants whistling past his ears. Boom! One half crashed into a small star that had been blown away earlier, shattering it into fragments. The other half soared into the depths of the universe, coincidentally illuminating Sun Wukong's spaceship as it passed below, the red glow casting a shocked expression across his face. Boom! Reaching its zenith, a magnificent display of fireworks erupted in the cosmos. Transformation. What a repugnant ability. Trembling, he sheathed the ice blade. Utterly spent of energy, he could no longer maintain his form, succumbing to the gravitational pull of Namek, plummeting towards the ground, flames igniting as his body scraped against the air. I can't sense Frisia's energy anymore. Has he fled? During his descent, Bai Qi surmised that Frisia had likely escaped as for death. If it were that easy, he wouldn't be Frisia. Never mind, I shall seek out the elder. Cassius is probably there as well. With that thought, he bit down on his tongue, using the pain to alleviate the dizziness in his head, and began to adjust his trajectory towards Cassius's location. At the elder's place, Cassius and Krillin sensed something amiss and rushed outside. That. Brother Bai, a red meteor streaked towards them, and upon sensing Bai Qi's aura, Cassius's face lit up with joy. On the darkened ground, the surviving Jinyu Force members carried the unconscious Frisia towards the partially destroyed spaceship. Frisia, Hold on. Chapter 22. The Dying Elder Boom. A red meteor crashed beside the village. Midway, Bai Qi summoned a sliver of recovered energy to slow his descent. Yet it still culminated in a violent impact. The shockwave sent the Namekians in the village toppling to the ground. The earth was carved open, a long and wide fissure marking the site of his landing. Bai Qi standing at the end of the shattered pit. His black combat suit was tattered beyond recognition, especially his arms. Not only was the suit in shambles, but even his skin had seemingly vanished, revealing glimpses of bone beneath. Brother Bai, Mr. Bai, anxious, Cassius and Krillin rushed to his side. Hiss! Krillin inhaled sharply at the sight of Bai Qi's injuries, unsure if he himself was in pain, but the mere sight was enough to make his scalp tingle. Are you all right, Brother Bai? Cassius, accustomed to such sights, jogged up to Bai Qi, worry etched across his face, reaching out a hand to offer support. Fortunately, have you seen the elder? Bai Qi waved a hand dismissively, enduring the pain as he made his way towards the village. He was not yet at the stage where he required assistance. Yes, we found him. The elder is currently unlocking Dandy's potential to be the way. Brother Bai, has Frisia perished? Mr. Bai, it's been a while. Are you all right? Krillin approached, his expression tense, whispering his concern. Yes, it's been a while. He is not dead yet. Frisia allowed him to escape, upon hearing Cassius's words. Bai Qi nodded, glancing at the anxious Krillin in response, before saying nothing further and continuing towards the elder's chamber. What? Such a formidable presence could only flee before Mr. Bai. Krillin sensed Frisia's overwhelming energy, which had caused the very world to shift, yet it had only been able to escape from Bai Qi, leading him to reassess Bai Qi's strength anew. Within the village, the Namekians who had risen to their feet regarded Bai Qi with a mix of curiosity, fear, and trepidation as he entered. Ignoring their gazes, Bai Qi approached No, who stood guard at the elder's door. To Mr. Bai, the elder requests your presence. Naru regarded Bai Qi warily, yet since the elder had given prior instructions, he ultimately led Bai Qi inside, with Cassius and Krillin following closely behind. Request, whether invited or not, I shall enter. Hearing Naru's words, Bai Qi felt exasperated. He had risked his life to meet this elder. At this moment, anyone who dared to obstruct him would meet their demise. Sensing Bai Qi's murderous intent, Naru faltered slightly, while Krillin also felt the tension, anxiously observing the two. Cassius, however, remained composed. After a brief moment, Naru continued to guide Bai Qi towards the elder. Step, step, step. The sound of footsteps echoed, and within the room, Bulma and Tais looked up at the four, their expressions paling upon seeing Bai Qi. Tais was haunted by unpleasant memories, while Bulma was frightened by the sight of Bai Qi's injuries. The elder, larger than the average Namekian, sat in a chair, pressing his hand upon Dandy's head, unlocking his potential. Don't see me. Don't see me. Tais silently chanted within. With such wounds, he still bears an air of indifference, truly a monster. Bulma was astonished at Bai Qi's calm demeanor despite his injuries. Vegeta, leaning against the wall, sensed Bai Qi's aura, yet displayed no surprise, only a pale expression as he observed him, but Goku's face still bore traces of fear, while Jocko quietly turned away, his trembling shoulders betraying his inner turmoil. Uncle Krillin, Gohan spotted Krillin and dashed over, curiously peering at Bai Qi. Feeling the collective gaze upon him, Bai Qi remained unfazed, casually scanning the room until he paused slightly upon seeing Goku. Has there been a change? Ahem. Young man, you have arrived? An ancient voice abruptly interrupted Bai Qi's contemplations. The elder, who had successfully unlocked Dandy's potential, gazed intently at Bai Qi, while Dandy, keeping his head bowed, cautiously passed by, stealing a fearful glance at him. The imposing, corpulent elder sat upon his chair, enveloped in an aura of decay and age, reminiscent of a dying oil lamp. Is this the cost of foresight? Observing the elder's state, Bai Qi understood the gravity of the situation. He had glimpsed the future at the expense of his own life. That it appears you are aware of my arrival, and thus you surely recognize my purpose. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Swiftly produce the Dragon Balls. Bai Qi, unfazed by the elder's foresight, clearly articulated his intent. Ahem, I'm aware of this matter. The Dragon Balls from Namek can grant 3 wishes. How many do you intend to request? The elder inquired, avoiding unnecessary elaboration. Must I even voice it? Naturally, I desire them all. Upon hearing the elder's words, Bai Qi smiled broadly. Having endured such arduous efforts to arrive here, he was determined to maximize his gains. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others were taken aback. If all wishes were allocated to Bai Qi, what would that mean for their own efforts? A bitter smile crept across Krillin's face. What did it matter if they came in vain? Bai Qi was an adversary beyond their capabilities, and even in his current wounded state, he was not to be trifled with. Furthermore, Bai Qi had just saved them, whether intentionally or not, and Krillin felt a deep sense of gratitude. Vegeta, on the other hand, remained unresponsive. Ever since witnessing the powers of Frieza and Bai Qi, he had lost all interest in the concept of eternal life. In the face of overwhelming strength, immortality was but a farce. There is nothing to be done, alas. Krillin felt a sense of helplessness, mirrored by the gloomy expressions of Chaos and the others. No. Bulma was the first to leap forth in opposition. She had nearly risked her life for the Dragon Balls. How could she possibly leave empty-handed? What if Yamcha and the others were reincarnated? I say, Bai Qi, can't you leave one for us? She exclaimed, her anger palpable. Just as she was about to continue, Krillin quickly pulled her aside, covering her mouth with his hand, while Sun Gohan looked anxiously at Bai Qi, casting a casual glance at Bulma and the timid Tai Si behind her, who seemed to sense Bai Qi's gaze and hid behind Krillin for comfort. It was evident that only Krillin provided her a semblance of safety. I am afraid, young man, I can only grant you 2 wishes. Upon hearing this, Sun Gohan and the others felt a surge of joy. Bai Qi narrowed his eyes, his murderous intent simmering. What did not possible even mean? Why had he come here then? The relentless pain coursing through him and the elder's stubbornness only served to exacerbate his agitation, fueling a desire for violence. Elder, you would do well to consider the consequences before speaking. Everyone was taken aback, and although Nailu felt an acute sense of fear, he approached the elder with a stern demeanor, fixing his gaze upon Bai Qi. Ahem, young man, 2 wishes at most. Should you disagree, you may kill me, and in such a case the Dragon Balls would lose their efficacy. The elder spoke without fear, his words resolute. His murky yet wise old eyes locking onto Bai Qi's murderous blue gaze, after a protracted silence, during which Krillin and the others awaited with bated breath, Bai Qi retracted his murderous intent, displaying a hint of exasperation. Very well. 2 wishes it is. Now, let us proceed. In truth, Bai Qi had initially intended to leverage the deaths of the other Namekians as a bargaining chip, but upon witnessing the deathly resolve in the elder's eyes, he understood that pressing too hard could result in losing even 1 wish. Thus, he chose to compromise. Moreover, with Frieza's whereabouts unknown and time running short, expediency was essential. Excellent. I shall reserve the final wish for my friends from Earth. The elder regarded Krillin and the others with kindness, eliciting joy from them as they prepared to express their gratitude, when Bai Qi's voice interrupted once more. Friend from Earth? You could have mentioned it earlier. In fact, I am precisely the friend from Earth you speak of. If you doubt me, simply ask them. I am indeed a terrestrial being. Pointing at Krillin, Bai Qi asserted with utmost seriousness, leaving Bulma, Krillin, and Sun Gohan momentarily speechless. Astonished by his audacity, cough, the elder, taken aback by Bai Qi's boldness, coughed a couple of times, refraining from further comment, his gaze fixated on Bai Qi as a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Well, if you choose not to believe, so be it. Amidst the fervent scrutiny of the elder and the others, Bai Qi felt a flush of embarrassment creeping upon him, and after a brief cough, he opted for silence. Upon hearing this, the elder shifted his gaze to Krillin, Sun Gohan, and Chaos. Prior to this, I sensed untapped potential within each of you. You are all noble warriors if you approach me. I can assist in unlocking that potential. The elder addressed Krillin, eliciting delight as the trio hurried forward. As the elder guided the release of their potential, their energies surged exponentially, with Sun Gohan experiencing the most remarkable transformation. Bai Qi, choosing not to interject, closed his eyes and began meditating, as this enhancement of potential bore no relevance to him. considering that such guidance required inherent talent. So, I am the malevolent warrior. Am I? Observing Krillin, Cassius couldn't help but scoff internally, his dissatisfaction evident. Furthermore, warriors from the demon clan, you too possess hidden potential within. Come forth, cough. Perhaps sensing Cassius' discontent, the elder extended a benevolent invitation to him. Very well. Cassius scampered over, his face alight with surprise as he beheld his newfound strength. Bai Qi this moment. Vegeta surveyed the rapidly strengthening Krillin and the others, his heart shaken. Yet, recalling the elder's words about noble warriors, he scoffed disdainfully, closing his eyes in meditation. He was well aware of his own nature and saw no need for self-deception. Just then, Dandy approached Vegeta at the elder's behest. What do you want? Boy, Vegeta queried, opening his swollen eyes with a hint of confusion. The elder instructed me to treat your injuries. Dandy spoke nervously, for the elder's intervention had prevented Vegeta from inflicting harm upon the Namekians, leaving him merely fearful rather than openly hostile. Humph, meddlesome fool. Vegeta scoffed dismissively as the elder's aged voice resonated. Accept the treatment, Scion. The nefarious Frieza yet draws breath if a great battle ensues. We shall require your strength to resist him. What? Frieza still lives. The elder's revelation startled Vegeta, compelling him to withstand the pain and rise to his feet, his gaze fixed on Bai Qi. Indeed, Frieza is not dead. Sensing Vegeta's inquiry, Bai Qi confirmed the elder's assertion. Sending a wave of dread coursing through the hearts of all present, the Vegeta's veins bulged, his expression a tempest of emotions. Yet he ultimately acquiesced to Dandy's treatment. Frieza's formidable power was well known. Now was not the time for internal strife. Chapter 23. The Wish and the Arrival of Son Goku. Thus, let us commence. Should Frieza come to attack, we must be prepared. Bai Qi's impatient voice broke the silence as he opened his eyes to regard the elder. He had already squandered too much time. I apologize for the delay. Nailu, please step outside and fetch the Dragon Balls. Cough, cough. The elder's words were abruptly interrupted by a fit of violent coughing, his life force rapidly waning. Elder, Nailu, Dandy, and the others rushed forward, their faces etched with concern as Krillin and the others quickly gathered around. Get away from me. The elder's condition caused Bai Qi's eyelids to flicker. He had yet to make his wish. Hastily, he channeled a sliver of his primal energy into the elder. Cough, cough. Thank you, young man. After absorbing Bai Qi's energy, the elder appeared somewhat revitalized, expressing his gratitude. Oh, not speak. Let us begin without delay. Bai Qi gazed at the Grand Elder, urging him to cease his incessant chatter, for his heart could no longer endure the mounting tension. Outside the dwelling, apart from Vegeta, Dandy, and the Grand Elder, everyone else had exited the building. 7 Dragon Balls, each larger than a basketball, lay upon the ground, surrounded by a throng of Namekins. This the Dragon Ball of Namek. It is significantly larger than those on Earth. Bulma marveled at the extraordinary Dragon Balls with wide-eyed astonishment. Nalu stepped forward, invoking the dragon in the Namekian tongue. With a resounding thud, a dragon unlike any other appeared in the night, the formidable Purunga, adorned with dark horns on its shoulders and head. Tai Si and Jack, having never witnessed a dragon before, looked on with curiosity, while Bai Qi harbored a lingering question. The Namekians are known for their peaceful nature, yet this dragon exudes an aura of aggression and a palpable societal presence. Bulma and the others stared in astonishment at the distinct Purunga, whose visage deviated greatly from their preconceived notions. Purunga, speak your wish. I shall translate. The dragon could only articulate in Namekian that I wish to instantly learn the instantaneous movement technique of the Kaioshin. Remember, it must be immediate. Bai Qi emphasized the urgency, for having suffered once, he was adamant that once he mastered this technique, even if Frieza were to obliterate Namek, as in the original tale, he could depart without delay. Moreover, the Kaioshin's instantaneous movement was far more convenient than Goku's. It required no sensing of ki and had no distance limitations, allowing him to reach even the king of All's palace at will. Nalu conveyed Bai Qi's wish to Purunga, who responded with an incomprehensible string of words. Bai Qi felt no change within himself, indicating that his wish had gone unfulfilled. Noticing Nalu's anxious gaze, Bai Qi felt a sense of foreboding. Purunga states that your soul energy is rather unique. It appears to be excessively powerful, preventing him from directly altering your memories. However, he can imprint the cultivation method into your mind, should you agree. Unique? Is it a consequence of living two lives, or perhaps due to cultivating the soul? Bai Qi pondered the reason. Feeling a surge of frustration, the two dragons seemed to have conspired to vex him, igniting a desire to roast Purunga. This dragon is rather ineffectual, is it not? Very well, just impart the cultivation method to me. With a hint of resignation, he realized he had no choice but to compromise. After all, he could not return empty-handed. Nalu wiped the sweat from his brow and translated Bai Qi's words to Purunga, omitting the earlier remark. This time, Purunga refrained from any further superfluous dialogue. His eyes glowed red, and Bai Qi felt a surge of obscure memories flooding his mind. Cautious, you may present the second wish. After bestowing the second wish upon Cautious, Bai Qi disregarded his astonished expression and turned to re-enter the Grand Elderess abode. This wish was rightfully Cautious's, given his long-standing companionship. Thank you, Brother Bai. Cautious called out gratefully to Bai Qi's retreating figure, while Krillin and the others looked on with envy. Such a precious wish, so readily granted. How generous, Bulma murmured softly. Then please resurrect my family who perished at the hands of Darila in the demon realm, and bring them to Earth. Without hesitation, Cautious voiced his wish, eagerly gazing at Purunga as Nalu translated it. Moments later, Nalu regretfully informed Cautious, I'm sorry. Purunga states that due to the passage of time, your family has already been reincarnated, and thus your wish cannot be fulfilled. Nalu's expression mirrored his sorrow as he looked at Cautious. Alas, Krillin and the others shared his disappointment. As friends, they felt a profound sadness for Cautious. That's so. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Cautious's eyes, yet he quickly regained composure. Reincarnation could be a blessing, and he silently wished them well. What should I wish for? Presently, Cautious found himself devoid of any desires, pondering momentarily before noticing the eager faces of Krillin and the others nearby. Very well, I have no wishes of my own. Krillin, you have traveled far. Surely there is something significant you wish for. This wish is yours. With a warm smile directed at Krillin, Cautious relinquished the wish. Krillin, Bulma, Gohan, and Den gazed at him in disbelief, their expressions a mix of shock, emotion, and profound gratitude. Even Nalu cast a deep glance at Cautious, who had aided them immensely. He could have departed, but chose to remain, and now bestowed this invaluable wish upon them. It's nothing. Hurry, make your wish. Cautious chuckled nonchalantly, urging Krillin to proceed. After a moment's pause, owing to Purunga's limitation of resurrecting only one individual, Krillin ultimately wished for Piccolo's revival, thus enabling the use of Earth-S Dragon Balls. At that moment, Goku's spaceship finally descended upon Namek, and he emerged, surveying the pitch-black landscape. Strange, that overwhelming energy has vanished. Goku's expression turned grave. He had sensed Frieza's unleashed energy, the most terrifying aura he had ever encountered. Incredible! Bai Qi seemed to be battling that fiend just now. Goku's face radiated admiration. His heart filled not with fear, but with a fervent desire for battle. That Goku's energy. Goku has arrived. Krillin's face lit up with unprecedented excitement, while Den and Gohan also beamed with joy. Really? Goku is here? Bulma exclaimed, her expression brimming with exhilaration. No matter the circumstances, Goku remained a steadfast source of reliability in everyone's hearts. Yes, it's Daddy's energy. Nalu, can we postpone our final wish for a while? Let us first reunite with Goku. Observing the exuberance of the group, Dandy and Tai Si felt slightly bewildered, yet they preferred the safety of following Krillin rather than remaining with Bai Qi. After a moment's reflection, Krillin turned to Nalu and spoke, who nodded in agreement. Purunga could exist for a limited time, but cautioned, be swift. Fantastic. Yes, Krillin and the others hastened towards Goku's location, with Cautious following suit, idly passing the time. Inside the Grand Elder's abode, that energy, Kakarot has arrived. Vegeta, whose injuries had healed, sensed Goku's presence, his own energy having surged considerably due to his Saiyan traits. Bai Qi sat calmly on the ground, having anticipated Goku's arrival. Super Saiyan, perhaps? Sensing Krillin and the others converging towards Goku, he surmised the events about to unfold. When Dandy approached him, the Grand Elder has instructed me to heal you. Dandy glanced at Bai Qi and the wounds on his arms, speaking with trepidation. Then I shall be in your care. Bai Qi expressed his gratitude, accepting Dandy's treatment as he felt on the verge of agony. Cough, cough, Scion, your body harbors immense potential. I can help you tap into a portion of it to prepare for the impending battle. Clearly, the Grand Elder possessed knowledge of certain matters and was unprecedentedly willing to assist Vegeta. After a disdainful grunt, Vegeta swiftly approached the Grand Elder, for no one could resist the allure of power, especially when faced with Frieza's formidable strength. Bai Qi observed Vegeta's actions and felt a surge of contempt within. Moments later, Vegeta's energy began to soar, surpassing that of Krillin and the others, reaching at least 1.5 million in combat power by Bai Qi's estimation. I asked that Vegeta's energy. The traveling Krillin and the others sensed it too. Their astonishment palpable, yet their foremost priority remained to reunite with Goku. Crack. Clenching his fists, a surge of battle power swelled within Vegeta, bringing him a modicum of joy, albeit fleeting. After enduring the assaults of Bai Qi and Frieza, he knew this newfound strength was woefully inadequate. Nevertheless, confidence bloomed within him, for he believed he could surpass both Bai Qi and Frieza. The Grand Elder had proclaimed his vast potential, stating that only a fraction had been unleashed, which stirred memories of a certain legend among the Scions. Suppressing his aura, he ventured outside, intent on seeking Son Goku. As he passed by Bai Qi, he halted, his eyes brimming with combat fervor, fixated on Bai Qi. What? Do you wish to spar? Bai Qi smirked, his expression a mask of mockery. Despite his grievous injuries, he could easily dispatch Vegeta in an instant. Earthling, I shall undoubtedly surpass you, sensing the imminent danger rising within him. Vegeta averted his gaze, merely committing Bai Qi's visage to memory, with no intent to engage in battle. Moreover, regardless of the outcome, he had no desire to challenge the injured Bai Qi. With a final parting remark, he departed. Unfazed by Vegeta's words, Bai Qi glanced at Dandy, whose face was flushed from the exertion of healing him. Oddly, Dandy's treatment had temporarily alleviated the pain from his wounds, yet there was no sign of healing. Could it be due to his immense physical prowess? Unlike Krillin and the others, his body's strength remained unchanged, irrespective of energy enveloping him. If it doesn't work, so be it. My condition is rather unique, and your healing cannot aid me. Upon hearing this, Dandy awkwardly took his leave, wiping the sweat from his brow, casting a curious glance at Bai Qi. Once Dandy had departed, Bai Qi settled cross-legged on the ground to meditate, relying solely on his own recuperative abilities. With eyes closed, he felt a deep sense of frustration. Ever since arriving on Namek, fortune had eluded him. Observing Bai Qi, the Grand Elder remained silent, lost in his thoughts. His weary eyes shut, plunging the room into a profound stillness. Chapter 24. The Grand Elder's request stepping outside. Vegeta cast a glance at the somewhat anxious Naru and the hovering Porunga, then made no delay in propelling himself towards Son Goku. Goku! An excited voice resonated as Krillin and the others finally reunited with Son Goku, gathering in a jubilant circle. You finally made it, Goku! Bulma's gloomy demeanor brightened at the sight of Son Goku's reliable figure. Haha, Krillin, Gohan, Bulma. It's such a relief to see you all safe. Son Goku, upon spotting Krillin and the others unharmed, felt the tension in his heart dissipate, his face adorned with a radiant smile, his hearty laughter instilling a sense of calm in Krillin and the others. Tai Si observed Son Goku, clad in an orange martial arts uniform, alongside the now cheerful Krillin and his companions. Her curiosity piqued. Why do they seem to have found hope, despite him not appearing particularly formidable? Though unable to sense their energy, Son Goku's presence did not strike her as overwhelmingly powerful, especially in comparison to Bai Qi. Gak was also discreetly watching with his large yellow eyes. Cassius stood at the back of the crowd, gazing at Son Goku, who was surrounded by Krillin and the others. Ah, it's that kid? Haha, Krillin, I can feel the change in your energy, Son Goku remarked, surprised by the shift in Krillin and the others. Goku, it's like this Krillin, filled with excitement, was about to recount their experiences when Son Goku gestured for him to remain silent, placing a hand on Krillin's head to employ his telepathy. Huh. Krillin, along with Gohan and the others, froze momentarily, and after a brief moment, Son Goku removed his hand. I understand everything now. It has been a while. Cassius, thank you for taking care of Krillin and the others. And Bai Qi, I'm truly grateful for him saving them, but a look of gratitude washed over Son Goku as he turned to Cassius, deeply moved by the latter's actions. Krillin stared at Son Goku in astonishment, utterly taken aback by this display of ability. It's nothing, really. Cassius chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed, knowing that the conflict between Bai Qi and Frieza was largely due to him. By the way, here S.A. Senzabine. It can heal all injuries. Please deliver it to Bai Qi. Aware of Bai Qi's injuries, Son Goku promptly produced a Senzabine and handed it to Cassius. Is it really that miraculous? Thank you, Cassius exclaimed, elated, carefully stowing the Senzabine away, deeply concerned for Bai Qi's condition. It's my pleasure. No need to be formal. By the way, you must be Bulma's sister, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. At that moment, Son Goku noticed Tai Si and Gak, recognizing her identity, and extended a friendly hand at, yes, hello. Tai Si, somewhat puzzled that Son Goku knew her identity, nonetheless shook his hand, his warm smile making it easy to lower her guard. Kakarot, just as everyone was exchanging pleasantries, a cold voice descended from above. Vegeta, arms crossed, descended slowly, his overwhelming aura causing Krillin and the others to tense up. Vegeta now surpassed everyone present in strength, instilling a sense of dread that if he chose to act, none could restrain him. Ignoring the anxious expressions of Krillin and the others, Vegeta fixed his icy gaze on Son Goku, his eyes devoid of murderous intent. It's been a while, Vegeta, I didn't expect you to become this strong. Haha. Son Goku, observing Vegeta's newfound power, felt no apprehension, merely marveling at his growth. Kakarot, the battles on Earth are far from over. Were it not for the looming shadow of Frieza, Vegeta would have relished the opportunity to duel Son Goku right then. Vegeta, I've been itching for a fight with you, but now isn't the time. That fellow named Frieza is still alive, right? Son Goku replied with a chuckle, his voice tinged with combat eagerness, clearly yearning for a confrontation with Vegeta. But recognizing the inopportune timing, Vegeta scoffed at Son Goku's words, his expression softening slightly. By the way, Goku, let us hurry to the Grand Elder. He can help unlock your potential that you're already stronger than us. And once your potential is unleashed, you will undoubtedly reach astonishing heights, giving us a better chance against Frieza. Krillin urged Son Goku to visit the Grand Elder, convinced that the latter could become even mightier, perhaps surpassing even Vegeta. Yes, Dad, we still have a wish to make. Let us hurry back. Gohan chimed in, reminding Son Goku of their unfinished business. Nodding, Son Goku caught sight of Purunga in the distant sky, saying nothing further as he and Krillin made their way towards the Grand Elder's village. Kakarot, do you truly believe you can surpass me? Vegeta taunted, trailing behind them, firmly believing that no matter how much Son Goku harnessed his potential, he would never surpass him, the proud Scion Prince. Cough, cough, young man. Your name is Bai Qi, correct? May I impose upon you for a favor? Within the room, an aged voice shattered the silence, the Grand Elder struggling to open his eyes, gazing at Bai Qi, who appeared even more weakened than before. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's request, Bai Qi concluded his meditation, opening his slightly weary blue eyes. His injuries had yet to heal, and the intense pain persisted unabated. Having suppressed the pain caused by the wish earlier, he now felt excruciating agony coursing through his arms and vital organs. The confrontation with Frieza proving far more arduous than Krillin and the others had anticipated. Additionally, maintaining the 20-fold Kaioken during the battle had begun to manifest its side effects, with his muscles still trembling subtly. This terrifying consequence led Bai Qi to ponder if Son Goku's future heart condition during the Android Saga might be attributed to excessive use of the Kaioken. I have little time left. I wish to ask you a favor. Should my children encounter insurmountable difficulties in the future, would you be able to extend your assistance within your capabilities? The frail Grand Elder unexpectedly articulated these words with surprising fluency. Indicative of the considerable contemplation that preceded his utterance, Dandy, standing beside the weakened elder, gazed upon him and spoke softly, his tone imbued with sorrow. You must be quite muddled in your old age. Matters such as these should be addressed with the newly arrived Sun Wukong. Bai Qi's expression was laced with derision. He was adept at taking lives, but the notion of protection was foreign to him, something he had never practiced nor intended to, for he held no inclination to make promises to others. Ahem, should the opportunity arise, I will convey this to him. However, that warrior possesses an excess of kindness, a trait ill-suited for dealing with foes. At times, it is the wicked who must confront the wicked, instilling fear in them to deter their advances. The Grand Elder calmly articulated sentiments that seemed at odds with his esteemed position, perhaps influenced by certain events that had altered his perspective. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Bai Qi's expression shifted to one of astonishment, not because the Elder labeled him a villain, but because such sentiments had emanated from his lips. Throughout Bai Qi's past experiences, both on television and in reality, the Grand Elder had always embodied benevolence. This pronouncement undoubtedly shattered those preconceived notions. The Grand Elder regarded Bai Qi quietly, his aged eyes heavy with supplication. In that moment, he was no longer the revered sage privy to the future, but merely an elder longing for the survival of his race. This was not an animation, and the Grand Elder was not an NPC. Each being was a living entity, striving to exist in the tumultuous world of Dragon Ball. How intriguing. This is the first time someone has implored me to undertake such a request. Well, considering your cooperation, if I am still alive in the future within the bounds of my capabilities, none shall disturb you. Bai Qi regarded the Grand Elder, offering a self-deprecating smile before acquiescing to the request, now understanding why the Elder had sought to unlock Vegeta's potential. He did not appear to be so decrepit after all. Moreover, Bai Qi found himself in agreement with the Elder's sentiments. Sympathy for enemies? Absurd. In the face of adversaries, one must be as ruthless as a frigid winter. Either they perish, or I do. Ahem. On behalf of all Namekians, I sincerely thank you, Mr. Bai Qi. Upon receiving Bai Qi's affirmation, the Grand Elder's heart finally eased, and he expressed his gratitude earnestly. Without further reply, Bai Qi closed his eyes to resume meditation. Although the prior incident had been somewhat unpleasant, it had nonetheless facilitated his objectives, rendering the request reasonable. What is that? Standing at the mouth of the spaceship, Jinyu stared in astonishment at the figure of Barunga illuminated against the night. Could it be the Dragon Balls? Witnessing such a spectacle and recalling their recent fruitless search for the Dragon Balls, he began to piece together the situation. Crack! From deep within the spaceship, the sound of shattering glass echoed. Upon hearing it, Jinyu's expression brightened as he disregarded Barunga and hastened toward the source of the noise. Lord Frisia, breaking through the glass of the healing pod, a rejuvenated Frisia stood on the ground, his newly regrown tail robustly striking the earth. Oh ho ho ho! Captain Jinyu, my sincere thanks to you this time. Hearing Jinyu's voice, Frisia offered a faint smile, his tone laced with a rare sincerity as he expressed gratitude. Lord Frisia, it is my duty. May I inquire about your injuries? Jinyu looked at the restored Frisia, unable to conceal his delight, yet uncertainly posed the question, Haha. Do not worry, Captain Jinyu. I am quite well now. Observing Jinyu's concern, Frisia spoke softly to reassure him, though his expression began to grow cold. This is splendid. Allow me to perform a dance to celebrate Lord Frisia's recovery, with a rhythmic clapping and high knee kicks. Jinyu began his jubilant display, clearly exuding happiness. This time, Frisia did not intervene, silently watching Jinyu's performance. After a brief nod, he stepped outside. His aura was no longer as frenzied as before, evidently having mastered this newfound power through his battle with Bai Qi. Chapter 25, Vegeta, the Super Saiyan. Creak, creak. As he moved, Frisia's body emitted sounds reminiscent of rusted metal grinding against itself. Captain Jinyu, what is the situation outside? In response to Lord Frisia's inquiry, the Namekian relayed that they appear to have used the Dragon Balls. By the way, my lord, has Bai Qi perished? Jinyu shared what he knew with Frisia, simultaneously expressing curiosity regarding Bai Qi's fate. Upon hearing Bai Qi's name, the surrounding air seemed to freeze for several seconds. As an aura of murderous intent enveloped Frisia's face, it took a while for him to regain his composure before stepping outside. Yes, that's so. The dragon Shinran. Oh ho ho, Bai Qi should not be dead. How could he die? You must fully experience the wrath I am about to unleash. His calm tone was filled with an almost palpable malice, and at that moment, he caught sight of Barunga in the sky. Ah, still alive, are we? Quite resilient. Jinyu began to sweat profusely at the realization that Bai Qi had not perished. The memory of the red blade that had slain the four, Zabo and others, was still fresh in his mind, its aura of death haunting him deeply. Do not be afraid, Captain Jinyu. My previous state was a sudden transformation, and I lack control over my power. I have now acclimated to this form. That damned Bai Qi is no longer my opponent. Frisia smiled confidently, attributing his earlier predicament to the abruptness of the situation and Bai Qi's relentless assault. Now that he had adjusted to this power, he felt assured in his ability to eliminate Bai Qi. Humph! I knew that traitor Bai Qi would not stand a chance against Lord Frisia. Hearing Frisia's words, Jinyu wiped the sweat from his brow. Finally feeling at ease, thought, oh ho ho, that scoundrel Bai Qi is likely still injured. This time, I will ensure he understands what true fear is. Without the healing pod, Frisia believed Bai Qi's injuries must still linger, presenting a prime opportunity for him. Is that the dragon capable of granting wishes? He mused, gazing at the distant Barunga, his heart devoid of excitement. Eternal life? No, his singular desire now was to flay Bai Qi alive. The memory of having shared a meal with Bai Qi before the great battle filled him with frustration to the point of nausea. Namekian, the terror has only just begun. A cruel smile graced his lips as he raised a finger, unleashing a beam of death that tore through the night sky, aimed at Barunga. Not good. As Sun Wukong and his companions hurried back, they felt a flash of purple light overhead, within the Grand Elder's dwelling. Bai Qi suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! Barunga was instantly obliterated, the colossal explosion causing the houses in the village to collapse. The Namekians, filled with dread, looked up at the demise of Barunga. Grand Elder, Dandy's mournful voice echoed. It appeared the destruction of the Dragon Balls had severed the Grand Elder's final breath. Bang! Ignoring the lifeless Grand Elder, Bai Qi, enduring pain, seized Dandy and dashed out before the building could fully collapse. Frisia, those fools Krillin and the others have yet to make their wish. Damn it! I need to ask Sun Wukong for a sense of being. Tossing Dandy to the panicked nail, Bai Qi propelled himself towards Sun Wukong's direction. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and his companions observed with grave expressions as the white figure intercepted them. Oh ho ho ho! Vegeta, it seems you are still alive. However, that will not matter soon, for your end is nigh. Frisia's maniacal laughter reached Krillin and the others, causing their bodies to tremble as fear surged within them. Gazing at Vegeta, the unfamiliar Sun Wukong, and Krillin's group, Frisia's dark lips curled into a sinister smile. Eager to unleash his pent-up fury as for Jinyu, he had not summoned him. If he accidentally perished, he would be left with only Jinyu, his sole loyal subordinate. Humph, who dies is yet to be determined. Do not be too arrogant. Without wasting words, Vegeta, empowered by his newfound strength, instantly appeared before Frisia, launching a punch aimed at his face. Ha! Boom! Effortlessly dodging Vegeta's blow, Frisia retaliated with a kick to his abdomen, the sheer force distorting Vegeta's features into a painful grimace. Ha! Ha! Sun Wukong, having learned of Frisia through Krillin's memories, recognized him as an enemy. In an instant, he erupted with rage and kicked toward Frisia. Boom! Frisia made no attempt to dodge, brazenly absorbing Goku's assault while mockingly gazing at him, as he beheld the somewhat familiar visage of Goku, a figure with a head wrapped in red bandages and bearing a scar. Flickered in his memory. I see now. You too are a scion, aren't you? Ha ha ha, splendid. I can ensnare you all at once. With his trademark laugh, he delivered a powerful punch to Goku's face, sending him hurtling away, followed by a somersault, with his robust tail striking Vegeta on the head. The ensuing crash reverberated as Vegeta was driven into the ground. Cough, cough. Damn it. The disparity is too vast. Struggling to rise, Vegeta was beset by excruciating pain that blurred his vision. After spitting out blood, he charged at Frieza once more. Huh. Tenfold Kyoken. Aware that he was outmatched, Goku decisively activated the Kyoken, radiating a crimson aura as he lunged towards Frieza. Ugh! The sudden eruption of red flames startled Frieza, stirring unwelcome memories, leaving him unguarded against the onslaught for Vegeta and Goku. Oh ho ho! How utterly vexing! Upon sensing a slight discomfort in his abdomen, Frieza regained his composure with a dismissive smirk, engaging in combat with the two warriors. Get lost, Kakarot! Stay out of this! Ha! Ha! Bang! Bang! As the trio clashed, it became evident to any onlooker that Frieza was merely toying with them, rendering Goku and Vegeta's efforts futile. Bulma, Ties, stay back. Gak, take them away and don't come near. Krillin sternly instructed Bulma and Ties, knowing they needed to assist Goku while ensuring their safety. Gak offered no objections. Reluctant to confront Frieza, Energy Sphere slash, Evil Flash. Ha! Boom! Frieza instinctively dodged the Energy Sphere slash, now particularly sensitive to sharp objects, yet he paid little mind to Gohan and Cassius's attacks, allowing them to strike him unopposed. Bang! Bang! The trio was enveloped in a cloud of explosive black smoke, with Goku being the first to be sent flying by a tail swipe, as a wave of red energy surged from the smoke towards Krillin and the others. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, Krillin and his companions collapsed, losing their combat effectiveness with a single strike. Unscathed, Frieza grasped the bloodied Vegeta, yanking him out of the smoke. Cough. Ugh. Vegeta struggled to breathe, his face reddening from the pressure. Frieza sensed a slight tug on his body, turning to see Din barely managing to rise. The gap in strength rendered Din's telekinetic control ineffective against Frieza. Oh ho ho, little one. This is how telekinesis works. With a sinister grin, Frieza clenched his left hand, lifting Din into the air with an invisible force. He tightened his grip. Bang! Din was crushed. Din! Bang, 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 bang. With a furious roar, Krillin struggled to rise, gathering energy blasts to fire at Frieza, while Gohan and Cassius also fought to their feet, exerting their remaining strength against Frieza. Frieza regarded Krillin and the others with derision, casually positioning Vegeta in front of him as a shield. This is bad. Bang! By the time Krillin and the others reacted, it was too late. Their attack struck Vegeta instead. Discarding the barely conscious Vegeta aside, Frieza pointed a finger at Krillin and his allies, gathering a death beam between his fingers, prepared to execute them. 20-fold Kyoken, Goku, now empowered with the 20-fold Kyoken, flashed beside Frieza, delivering a punch that sent the astonished villain flying, catching the falling Vegeta and hastily feeding him a Senzu-bean. Transforming into a red blur, Goku pursued Frieza. Bang! Bringing his feet together, he struck Frieza in the abdomen, causing pain to resonate within him just as Frieza bent forward. Thud! Folding his right leg, Goku delivered a knee strike to Frieza's chin. Bang! As Frieza's head jerked upward, Goku clasped his hands together, unleashing a powerful blow that drove Frieza into the ground. Kamehameha! Boom! The robust energy wave crashed into the recently rising Frieza. Power up! Recovering, Vegeta was astonished by the effects of the Senzu-bean. Seizing the opportunity, he gathered energy for a power-up attack directed at Frieza. The brilliant light illuminated the night sky of Namek, followed by a seismic explosion that created a vast, dark crater. Phew, did we succeed? Goku, having released the Kaioken, gasped as he descended beside Vegeta. Suddenly, a death beam pierced through Goku's chest, and in the horror-stricken gaze of Vegeta, he collapsed to the ground. Oh ho ho. Quite the force, just the warm-up I needed. Now, the game is over. With only a few scratches on his body, Frieza chuckled menacingly before instantaneously appearing before Vegeta, gripping his hair and forcefully slamming him into the ground. Bang! The earth fractured instantly, sending shockwaves that hurled the near-lifeless Goku away. Krillin, gritting his teeth, crawled to Goku's side, desperately searching for the last Senzu-bean on him and feeding it into Goku's mouth. Phew. After a series of deep breaths, Goku returned from the brink of death, witnessing Frieza mercilessly lifting Vegeta by the neck with his tail and relentlessly assaulting his abdomen. Bang, 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 bang. Frieza skillfully controlled the force of his blows, ensuring they did not kill Vegeta, but inflicted excruciating pain. PFF. With his innards twisted, Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood. Oh ho ho, such filthy blood. Bang, disdainfully observing the blood dripping from his tail, Frieza released his grip and flung Vegeta away. 20-fold Kaioken reinvigorated, Goku activated the Kaioken once more and charged at Frieza. Bang! Ha! Bang! However, this time, Frieza was no longer taking the fight seriously. And Goku steadily retreated in the distance. A red blur raced through the night, cold sweat pouring from Bai Qi's forehead, his blood surging through his still-recovering body, pain radiating throughout. If I had known Krillin and the others hadn't made their wish yet, I should have had Shenron heal my injuries first. Damn it, Cassius is still over there. Knowing Dandy's abilities offered him some comfort, he now realized he had underestimated the situation, feeling a wave of concern wash over him as energy fluctuations emanated from afar. Bang! Crack! A tail struck Goku into the sky, followed by a knee strike to his waist, accompanied by a sharp crack as Goku released the Kaioken and collapsed to the ground. Creak! Creak! With his tail ensnaring Goku's feet. Frieza approached Vegeta, who lay face down, nearly unconscious, and pressed 3 toes on a Vegeta's head. Oh ho ho! A wild monkey is just a wild monkey. What a pathetic scion prince. How does it feel? Do you regret betraying me? Bang! 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 As he spoke, he repeatedly pressed Vegeta's head into the ground, causing the earth to crack beneath them. Oh ho ho! Given that your father conquered countless planets for me alongside those wild monkeys. If you grovel and plead for mercy, perhaps I might spare you. Ha ha. While uttering words of mercy, his foot pressed down harder. Vegeta, cough. Goku lay in the background, his swollen eyes fixated on the ravaged Vegeta. Vegeta's face had become a gruesome mess from the ground-esque friction, and the pain jolted him awake from his near-unconscious state, filling his mind with hatred. Hatred for Frieza, who ruthlessly annihilated planet Vegeta. Their scion race had fought for Frieza for years only to meet this grim fate. Hatred for his own impotence, for being a fool who allowed Frieza to toy with him, destroying his ancestral home, and for taking pride in his strength. Hatred ignited a fierce anger within him, an overwhelming fury surging through his heart, with reason teetering like a fragile vessel amidst a tempest. Thud! Thud! His heart, on the verge of halting, seemed to be reinvigorated, pounding heavily and forcefully. The power buried deep within his genes was awakened, and reason had broken free, madness flooding his mind. Bang! A formidable force field hurled Frieza away, causing the crater on the ground to expand under immense pressure. The tail released Goku, and Frieza, with blood-red eyes filled with trepidation, gazed at Vegeta. Witnessing the drastic change in his aura, an instinctive thought emerged in his mind. His muscles slightly swelled, and he began to levitate slowly. Fragments of rock broke free from gravity, soaring upwards that a savage, resplendent golden aura enveloped his form, his hair transforming to a deep, dark purple, while his bloodied eyes fixated on Frieza, the pupils having vanished, leaving behind a horrifying, ghostly white. Vegeta, Krillin, and the others looked up at him, sensing an overwhelming increase in gravity pressing down on their hearts. That moment, Bai Qi finally arrived at the scene. Upon seeing Vegeta, his heart raced. An astonishment painted his pale face. Vegeta, Super Saiyan, Mimicry, Chapter 29, Life and Death. That's merely a tedious legend. Frieza, observing Vegeta from a distance, immediately dismissed the notion in his mind. His gaze then fell upon Bai Qi, whose astonished expression made his countenance twist into a snarl. Oh ho ho! Bang! Just as Frieza prepared to speak, a fist enveloped in golden aura struck his face with great force. Puff! The air exploded, and the tremendous impact sent him flying, leaving a small trace of golden flame on his visage. You fool! Do not presume that a mere change in appearance will allow you to defeat me. Wild monkey! Without sparing another glance at Bai Qi, he resolved to eliminate Vegeta first, his ghastly white eyes locking onto him. Suppressing his shock, he summoned all his strength to engage in battle. Bang! Crack! The sounds of energy bursts filled the air as Vegeta, in his mimicry state, matched Frisia's 50 power, seemingly overpowering him due to an apparent loss of sensation. Mimicry. Could it be due to insufficient foundational power, or perhaps a lack of a tranquil heart? Bai Qi. Catch. This is a senza bean. It can heal your injuries. Just as Bai Qi pondered, the barely upright Cassius tossed the senza bean Goku had given him. Slap. Boom. Without hesitation, Bai Qi swiftly chewed and swallowed it. Once healed, he would hasten to join the fray. Vegeta's current state likely bore significant drawbacks and could not be sustained for long. Upon consuming the senza bean, a gentle, warm energy coalesced in his arm, instantly healing the visible wounds, though his internal injuries remained unaddressed. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Qi accepted this reality, having prepared mentally due to Dandy's failure. Lisa's arm was functional, allowing him to wield his blade. What of the healing pod? Was it merely stimulating muscles to evoke natural recovery, or had my injuries already healed substantially at that time? Hey, Cassius, you all keep your distance, with no clarity in his thoughts. Bai Qi decided against further contemplation, moving closer to the gravely injured Goku. Cough cough, Bai Qi, long time no see, haha, cough cough. Yes, it has been a while. Seeing Goku, who looked as though his spine had been shattered yet still managed to smile. Bai Qi could only shake his head in exasperation, admiring his indomitable spirit. Hiss, turning Goku on his back caused him to wince in pain. Fortunately, it was merely a misalignment. Roar. Oh ho ho, is this all you can muster? Bang, crack. Though he spoke with bravado, Frieza was inwardly astonished. The once insignificant Vegeta now stood toe-to-toe with him at 50 power. Truly frightening. It seems the decision to annihilate planet Vegeta was indeed the right one. Their frozen demon clan, while individually powerful, was limited in numbers, currently totaling only 3. The Saiyan population on planet Vegeta was vast. If several more like Vegeta emerged, their dominion over the universe could become precarious. Casting a glance at Bai Qi and the prostrate Goku, Frieza felt a twinge of trepidation, a surge of murderous intent washing over him. Once I have dispatched these 2 Saiyans, I shall devise every possible means to eradicate the remaining Saiyans in the universe. And that planet called Earth shall be obliterated as well. Bang! As Frieza ruminated, Vegeta unleashed a punch that sent him flying once more. Boom! Seizing the opportunity to create distance, Frieza unleashed a death beam aimed at Vegeta's forehead as he charged forward. Roar! Vegeta momentarily hesitated but then charged at Frieza, his head steaming with fury. What? Frieza found himself overwhelmed by Vegeta's ghostly white gaze, pain exploding across his face, followed by a wave of dizziness. You scoundrel! Slap! Infuriated, Frieza spun around, his tail striking Vegeta's neck. Vegeta braced himself, gripping Frieza's tail, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Not good. With a mighty heave, Vegeta yanked Frieza down to the ground. Roar! Bang! Bang! Vegeta ruthlessly slammed Frieza into the earth, creating a series of craters that widened with each strike. Hiss! Cough cough, Bai Qi. Contemplating a healing method, Bai Qi flipped Goku over once more, causing him to roll his eyes in agony, ignoring Goku's discomfort. Bai Qi placed his hand on Goku's abdomen, confirming the location before delivering a controlled strike. Crack! With a piercing scream and a faint crack, Goku's spine realigned. Hiss! That hurt. Thank you, Bai Qi. Struggling to his feet, Goku wiped the sweat from his brow, expressing his gratitude, though he still felt a chill in his lower back. At least he was standing. What of Vegeta? Noticing Vegeta in the distance, Goku appeared curious. Perhaps it is a transformation unique to your Saiyan race. Observing Vegeta pummeling Frieza, Bai Qi's expression grew serious, his hand instinctively drifting toward his blade's hilt. The mimicry state of Super Saiyan offered a maximum increase of merely 30-fold. Yet it demanded tremendous energy, often leading to a loss of rationality. As for Broly, that was merely a natural gift. Cough cough, Vegeta, you wild. Bang! 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 As Vegeta relentlessly swung Frieza around, smashing him into the ground. Frieza, caught off guard, was bombarded with debris. Rip! With a resounding tear, Vegeta severed Frieza's tail entirely, sending his body flying away. Clutching his severed tail, Vegeta's ghostly white eyes locked on Goku. Kakarot, as he uttered the name. Recognition dawned upon Vegeta, his rationality slowly returning, the violent golden aura dissipating. Indeed, the restoration of his sanity led to the cessation of that state. Bai Qi felt a weight in his heart. None remained capable of contending with Frieza now. What just happened? Aha! Indeed, I transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Ha. Though devoid of rationality, he deeply etched the invincible feeling he had just experienced into his memory. Hiss, cough, cough. At that moment, the pain from his injuries, particularly in his forehead, surged, a searing sensation coursing through his mind. Discarding the severed tail, the wounds sustained during battle rendered Vegeta unable to maintain his footing, and he collapsed to the ground. Vegeta! Goku sprinted his side and helped him up. Cough, cough, Kakarot, I succeeded. I'm indeed the mightiest Saiyan. Cough, cough, by the way, has that scoundrel Frieza perished? This time? Vegeta accepted Goku's assistance, laughing heartily as he rose. Despite his body feeling as if it might fall apart, his heart soared with joy after thoroughly thrashing Frieza. It seems not yet. Goku's expression turned grave as he gazed toward Frieza's trajectory. Sensing a terrifying aura coalescing in the darkness, oh ho ho, you have indeed provided me with much amusement. Frieza, his severed tail trailing behind him, descended slowly before them, his visage seemingly enshrouded in frost. Blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent as he regarded Goku and Vegeta. Step! Bai Qi walked beside Sun Wukong, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at Frieza. The situation had turned dire. The three of them were gravely injured, while Frieza, aside from his severed tail, remained in peak condition. A chilling aura began to manifest around Frieza. Cough, cough. Humph, Frieza, do not become too complacent. Just now I was the Super Saiyan you fear. Vegeta declared, a proud smile adorning his face despite his injuries, embodying the pride of the Saiyan. Oh ho ho, is that all the so-called Super Saiyan is capable of? Allow this ignorant wild monkey to witness true power. Frieza mocked, his gaze fixed on Vegeta as the energy around him began to boil, surpassing the savage aura of Vegeta's transformation, enveloping him in a swirling purple flame. His muscles swelled, and arcs of lightning flickered around him. Though lacking the cataclysmic presence of his initial transformation, a more formidable and intangible force pressed heavily upon everyone's hearts. What was happening? Vegeta's smile faltered, his once unshakable pride evaporating, having witnessed Frieza's 100 form while injured. The reality of its manifestation was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. No, it cannot be. Such power. Fear began to creep into Vegeta's heart. He realized that even if he transformed into a Super Saiyan, he would not stand a chance against Frieza. This shattered his belief in the invincibility of Super Saiyans. What a terrifying being, this sense of powerlessness. Even the ever-optimistic Sun Wukong wore a bitter smile, the vast disparity in strength momentarily sapping his fighting spirit. Cough, cough, have we arrived in hell? In the distance, Krillin, Gohan, and Cassius lay on the ground, their eyes filled with despair as they looked at Frieza. Finally grasping the difficulty of Bai Qi's earlier battle. Cough. Has Mr. Bai Qi's condition not improved? Gohan asked, observing Bai Qi's pale face, noting that his injuries seemed unaffected despite consuming the senzu beans. Your beans are probably expired, Cassius replied helplessly. He had witnessed their effectiveness on Vegeta and Sun Wukong, yet they appear to have lost their potency on Bai Qi. Cassius. What shall we do now? Krillin inquired anxiously, having lost his resolve under Frieza's pressure. We wait for death. Cassius replied grimly, Bai Qi, your injuries have not healed. Despite having eaten a senzu bean, Sun Wukong suddenly realized, astonished to see Bai Qi's aura still faint. Vegeta, too, cast a bewildered glance at him, having experienced the bean's effects himself. Perhaps that one was underripe. With a flash of cold light, disregarding the dazed Sun Wukong, Bai Qi drew forth his ice edge, the tip angled toward the ground as his icy blue gaze locked onto the ever-growing Frieza. In the past, he would have seized the opportunity to strike, but now, in such a state, rushing him would only lead to his swift demise. The energy field surrounding Frieza was not to be trifled with. The dandy and senzu beans had proven ineffective, and the Dragon Balls were destroyed, as if invisible hands were impeding him. History seemed to be adhering to its original course. Cough, cough. Hey, you don't intend to confront Frieza in your current state, do you? Vegeta remarked, taken aback at Bai Qi's unsheathed blade. Anyone could see that a confrontation with Frieza would result in his immediate obliteration. Otherwise, we simply await our end, casting a sidelong glance at Vegeta. Bai Qi began to gather the little energy he had regained, his sharp aura slicing through the oppressive force enveloping everyone. Was he a worthy opponent? Certainly not. As for devising a method to have Krillin or Gohan perish before Sun Wukong, that was out of the question. Given Cassius and Krillin's relationship, he would never resort to such tactics to, if possible, he wished to take Frieza's life with his own hands that he asked for death, without a resolve to embrace it. How could he dare confront a monster like Frieza in his human form? Having already faced death once, he was indifferent to it. Victory meant life, defeat meant death. Remember, to falter before the battle is a grave error. Clang! Rarely did he utter a word before battle. Fueled by his bloodlust, Bai Qi lunged at Frieza with his ice edge. What? You bastard! Do you look down on me? Vegeta exclaimed, momentarily stunned by Bai Qi's words, which ignited a fury within him, causing him to forget his pain. His expression twisted into a snarl, veins bulging on his forehead as he pushed past Sun Wukong, channeling his recently regained energy towards Frieza. Sun Wukong stood still, watching the two charge ahead with a sense of helplessness, opting not to follow. With a serious expression, he recognized the urgency of the situation. Taking a deep breath, he raised both hands, preparing to unleash his final technique. Genki-dama! Oh ho ho, you really are courting death. Frieza sneered at the advancing Bai Qi and Vegeta, unimpressed by their sluggish movements, as he had already unleashed his full power, confident that a single punch would be enough to end Bai Qi's life. Boom! The bloodlust surged, as Bai Qi forcefully activated a 20-fold Kaioken, his muscles tearing apart under the overwhelming pressure. This agony washed over him like a tidal wave. He slashed toward Frieza that ho ho ho. I anticipated this move. The farce ends here. Perish! Frieza roared, unleashing a torrent of brutal, dense purple energy that erupted outward, enveloping Bai Qi in a cold, suffocating embrace. Zzz. Bai Qi's right arm was scorched, the skin vaporized by the concentrated energy, yet his expression remained unchanged as he delivered his final strike. Swish! A red beam pierced through the purple energy net, striking Frieza's chest, but it was merely a glancing blow. Quickly repelled by the overwhelming energy, Vegeta, following closely behind, was flung back upon contact with the energy wave, crashing into the still-gathering Sun Wukong. Thud! The tremendous impact sent both of them tumbling to the ground. While the energy net continued to expand rapidly, unabated, 1,000 meters away, hidden behind rocks, Bulma, Tai Si, and Jack stood frozen, their eyes wide as they beheld the encroaching purple energy net. In a crucial moment, Krillin gritted his teeth and swiftly moved in front of the trio, raising his hands to channel the little energy he had regained, attempting to shield them from the purple energy. Gohan and Cassius, regaining their composure, dashed to Krillin's side, releasing their meager energy reserves in a desperate effort. In an instant, the purple energy net enveloped them all, forming a semicircular, multi-kilometer-wide sphere of violet light that illuminated the dark sky. No explosion followed. After spreading for several kilometers, the energy wave finally ceased. Moments later, as the purple energy dissipated, the now pristine Frieza hovered in the air, panting, a shallow scar marring his chest. This energy discharge had drained considerable stamina, yet its efficacy was undeniable. The scorched earth for miles around bore witness to the searing energy, now a desolate expanse of blackness. In the distance, Sun Wukong and Vegeta lay in a blackened crater, their bodies charred, with embers still smoldering in their hair. Cough, cough. Sun Wukong trembled as he lifted his head, the lingering burns still coursing through him. Beside him, Vegeta coughed violently, barely clinging to life after distancing himself from the center of the explosion. Who? Krillin, Cassius, and Gohan were likewise cloaked in soot, their bodies racked with intense pain from the burns, while Bulma and the others, under protection, remained relatively unscathed. Not far from Frieza, The ice edge lay half-buried in the scorched earth. A trace of blood energy dissipating into the air. Bai Qi, who had charged ahead, now found his right arm reduced to charred bone, the joints connected by patches of darkened flesh. His blackened face bore closed eyes. His hair singed away, revealing a scalp interspersed with blood. The concentrated energy had torn through his chest, exposing his ribs, beneath which his heart lay quietly curled, its life force extinguished. Chapter 27. Similar Histories. Eerie spaces, oh ho ho, what a pity to perish so easily. Truly, one cannot withstand much. Was it my strength that was excessive? Hovering in mid-air, Frisia gazed at the lifeless form of Bai Qi with a hint of regret. Not for the demise of Bai Qi, but rather because he felt he had not yet fully tormented him. Bai Qi's presence, sensed by Sun Wukong, began to fade away, prompting him to struggle to his feet, his eyes filled with sorrow. "Cough, you bastard! I told you long ago." The weakened Vegeta also trembled as he rose, his gaze dimmed, for he had long anticipated such an outcome. From the moment he launched his attack, he had accepted the possibility of death, only to survive by mere coincidence. Brother Bai, at that moment, Cassius's mind went blank, the foundation of his resolve crumbling, leaving him weakly seated on the ground. Mr. Bai, Krillin, and son Gohan wore expressions of profound grief. Bai Qi was gone, and they feared they would be next. That guy was undeniably strong, Bulma murmured. Though she found Bai Qi somewhat irksome, she could not deny that he was the mightiest among them. Now, with his death at the hands of Frisia, what were they to do? Tai Si and Gak looked ashen, as if they had glimpsed their own fates. Cough. Pull yourself together, Cassius. We can use the Dragon Balls on Earth to resurrect Mr. Bai. Krillin softly reassured Cassius, recalling that the Dragon Balls could also revive through Piccolo. Yes, and the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing Krillin's words, Cassius's dim eyes sparkled with hope as he repeatedly murmured the term Dragon Balls. But we must first survive this crisis. Krillin's statement. Everyone's faces fell, their expressions despondent as they looked toward Frisia in the distance. Overcoming this crisis seemed an insurmountable task. Oh ho ho ho. Do not despair. Merciful me shall soon reunite you all. The harsh voice interrupted Krillin and the others' thoughts, as Frisia surveyed them with a mocking glint in his blood-red eyes, raising a finger. Bang! 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 3 beams of deadly energy pierced through Krillin and the others, deliberately avoiding vital points to ensure their suffering continued. The ground, charred and blackened, was stained red as Krillin and the others fell. Writhing in agony, Krillin, Gohan, Cassius, Bulma, and Tai Si, paralyzed with fear, fell to their knees, rushing to surround the 3 in a state of anxious urgency. Gak stood frozen in terror. Do not fret, detestable earthlings, not only Namek, but I shall personally visit that so-called Earth as well. Oh ho ho ho. The cold, cruel laughter echoed in their ears. Bastard! Cough cough! What did you say? Sun Wukong's heart ignited with fury at the sight of his injured companions. Glaring angrily at Frisia. Bang! A death beam sent Sun Wukong flying. Truly, how infuriating! Frisia! Vegeta snarled at Frisia, his long-held obsession with defeating the Super Saiyan now shattered, hope extinguished. Frisia, observing the furious Sun Wukong and the grim-faced Vegeta, along with the despondent Krillin, felt a twinge of boredom. He had seen such expressions far too often. With a swift motion, he vanished, only to reappear, holding the dazed Jinyu. Lord Frisia. The game is over. Oh ho ho. Ascending into the sky, energy began to gather on his index finger, forming a yellow energy sphere that illuminated the night. Frisia, having lost patience for further play, reflected on his journey to Namek, where he had neither acquired the Dragon Balls nor preserved his legacy. Nearly being slain by Bai Qi, the very lowly monkey he had scorned even to the point of having his tail yanked off to, oh ho ho, let it all turn to cosmic dust. As dawn broke, the Namekians gathered by Nairu glanced at the sudden appearance of the yellow sun in the sky, the immense radiance casting their world into daylight. What is this? Only Nairu gazed at the scene in despair. As a warrior, he understood the magnitude of what was unfolding. The colossal energy sphere capable of obliterating Namek, a yellow energy sphere, as large as a planet, coalesced above Frisia, its blinding light illuminating the faces of all in despair. The death energy sphere, enveloping Jinyu in energy, Frisia waved his finger, and the energy sphere began its slow descent toward the ground. Boom! The terrifying pressure caused the earth to sink before it even came close. Is this how Vegeta's planet was destroyed? As he beheld the approaching death energy sphere, Vegeta's one snarl transformed into a serene calm, murmuring, "Brother Bai, I shall join you now." Cassius forced a grim smile as he watched the sphere descend. Krillin and the others, drained of color, recognized the inevitability of their fate. A figure, resolute and unyielding, appeared beneath the energy sphere, an injured, bloodied Sun Wukong, defiantly using his body to collide with the descending force. Alas, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The energy sphere continued its relentless descent, instantly evaporating the blood from Sun Wukong's body. Gritting his teeth, blood seeped from his gums due to the overwhelming pressure. His expression frenzied as he strained against the force. Kakarot, Vegeta, stared blankly at Sun Wukong, watching as the deathly intent in his gaze gradually faded, his mouth agape, as he involuntarily exclaimed, "Super Saiyan." In a peculiar realm, amidst an endless ocean, Bai Qi lay naked upon a floating ice block. All his wounds vanished, and no longer in pain, he stared vacantly at the boundless sky. "It seems I have indeed perished this time." He chuckled bitterly, realizing he was still too weak. Having been in the Dragon Ball world for over 3 years, this was his conclusion. That a wry smile crossed his face. He never expected to fall short of even surviving the Namek saga. Merely a passerby, fleetingly arriving and departing. I wonder how Cassius is faring. That if all goes well, Sun Wukong should transform into a Super Saiyan. Surely he can navigate through this crisis in the brief span of 3 years. The sole lingering concern occupying his mind is Cassius. By the way, where exactly is this place? Gazing at the inexplicable expanse around him, Bai Qi is enveloped in confusion. Ever since his demise at the hands of Frisia, he has found himself here. The sky is a pure white devoid of clouds, presenting an unbroken expanse of whiteness, while beneath him lies an ice floe large enough for two, gently floating on the surface of the sea. Since awakening, he has been lying supine on this ice, feeling the relentless, biting cold seeping through him, utterly devoid of strength. Aside from the ability to open his eyes, his body feels paralyzed, as if pressed down by an unseen force. With great effort, he attempts to survey his surroundings. It appears he is adrift upon a vast, deep blue ocean, with no islands in sight. In the distance, the sky and the sea seem to intertwine, dividing the entire space into hues of blue and white. As time passes, an unsettling sensation begins to creep into his heart. Silence reigns, too much silence. The sky is barren of birds and clouds. Even the sun is absent, leaving only an expanse of white. The surface of the sea is devoid of waves. No, the entire ocean appears as still as the Dead Sea. There is not a whisper of wind. The space around him is utterly frozen in stillness, save for the movement of his eyes and the rhythm of his heartbeat. It resembles a painting of blue and white. A profound sense of loneliness overwhelms him, as if he has been cast aside by the world. Suppressing the discomfort in his heart, Bai Qi struggles to mobilize his body, but the once surging power within him has dissipated, rendering him immobile. Unable even to twitch a finger, It seems he has lost command over his own body. The only things he can control are his eyes and the slight rise and fall of his chest. One thing is certain. This is surely not heaven, though it bears little resemblance to hell either. Reflecting on the realms of heaven and hell depicted in Dragon Ball, he concludes that ascending to heaven is certainly out of the question. Yet under the current circumstances, he does not find himself in hell either. Could it be that his soul does not belong to the Dragon Ball universe? Perplexed and on the brink of madness, he wonders if he is destined to remain here for eternity, a solitude more dreadful than death itself. Thud! His pupils constrict as his once calm heart feels as though it has been gripped tightly by an unseen hand, contracting and then leaping violently. Fear, a sensation he has never experienced before, overwhelms him, a feeling he did not encounter even in his final moments against Frisia. What is this sensation? Bai Qi's eyes dart around, straining to discern whatever may be watching him. He scans his surroundings, yet the source remains elusive. No, wait. This feeling of being watched emanates from below him, yet beneath him lies only the ice flow. Could it be? Bai Qi's keen instincts suggest that the gaze comes from the ocean beneath the ice, yet he cannot even turn his head to ascertain the situation below. From above, the tranquil surface of the sea reveals only Bai Qi at its center, surrounded by an unfathomable deep blue descending into darkness. Rather than an ocean, it resembles an abyss. What is it? What manner of being is observing me? No, I cannot simply sit idly by Bai Qi concentrates, and after a prolonged effort, his lips finally begin to move, and the muscles of his face can be controlled to a limited extent. Crack, crack. At last, through sheer determination, his neck begins to turn mechanically, his head gradually tilting, however obscured by the ice. He can only glimpse the distant sea surface, unable to discern what lies beneath the icy expanse. What is humanity's greatest fear? The unknown. Bai Qi is ensnared in precisely such a predicament. Beneath the ice floe on which he lies lurks an unknown entity that watches him. His instinctual perception of danger seems to have failed him. Yet Bai Qi is 100% certain that whatever dwells below harbors a profound malevolence. The sudden jolt of his heart moments ago vividly conveyed the terror of that lurking presence. You. If you have the guts, you can. Bai Qi, using the mobility of his mouth, begins to unleash a torrent of furious invectives, seeking to alleviate the confusion that plagues him and dispel the encroaching fear. However, it proves futile. In the stillness of the space, no changes occur apart from the sound of his voice. Damn it, I'm going all in. After muttering a curse, Bai Qi bites down on his tongue, hoping the sharp pain will stimulate his body. Hiss, damn it, I can still feel pain even in death. After this bitter reflection, Bai Qi attempts to shift his body. Perhaps spurred by the pain, he regains a modicum of control. He inches closer to the edge of the ice, beneath which lies the deep sea. Danger! Extreme danger! As he draws near, his heart begins to constrict, and the remnants of his barely functioning body tremble uncontrollably. Everything warns him that should he dare to glance below, something horrific will transpire, something more terrifying than death itself. Oh, hell with it. Today, I shall see what lies beneath this fade, suppressing the changes within him. Bai Qi stubbornly approaches the edge like a mule. However, as he nears, his vision begins to blur, an irresistible wave of drowsiness washes over him, and his eyelids grow heavy. What the hell is happening now? Chapter 28. The curtain falls, departing Namek. Bang, bang. On Namek, Goku, transformed into a Super Saiyan, is mercilessly thrashing Frieza, who is now wholly outmatched. You bastard, this is impossible. Frieza, battered and bruised, gazes at Goku in disbelief. Just moments ago, having witnessed Vegeta's downfall, he had paid little mind to Goku's transformation. After all, he had fought against Vegeta in his altered form, managing to hold his own at 50% of Vegeta's power, and without rationality, victory was merely a matter of time. Yet, upon engaging Goku, he realizes how gravely mistaken he was. The Super Saiyan before him is overwhelmingly powerful, so much so that he feels he could not prevail even at 100%. Moreover, Goku retains his composure, attacking with precision and tremendous force. Don't get too cocky. Wild monkey. Bang! With a swift motion, Goku deflects Frieza's death beam and fixes his cold, pale green eyes upon him as strong. This power, no wonder Vegeta was so obsessed, along with this primal fury within me. The power surges through him, astonishing even himself, as the urge to tear Frieza apart intensifies. Bang! Bang! Boom! After deftly evading Frieza's assault, Goku delivers a powerful blow, sending his opponent hurtling away, suppressing the feelings rising within him as he charges toward Frieza. The true Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Vegeta stands on the ground, staring in disbelief at the astonishing display of power from Goku. This low-class warrior he has always looked down upon has transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Clenching his fists in frustration, he sits on the ground. How? How can this be? I'm the Prince of the Saiyans. A wave of profound defeat washes over him. Yet moments later, determination returns to his expression. If Kakarot can become a Super Saiyan, so can I. My transformation earlier must have been tied to the Super Saiyan as well. I will undoubtedly become one too. With clarity of mind, Vegeta rises anew. His fervent gaze fixed upon the battling Goku. Haha, indeed, this is the true Super Saiyan, the strongest warrior in the universe. He notices a sly figure descending below. It's Guldo, his purple face etched with anxiety. Frieza, embroiled in battle with Goku, has no time to spare for him and can only drop him down for now. Listen to this, or Captain Ginyu. Vegeta sneers, landing beside Guldo with disdain. Vegeta, have you been struck senseless by Lord Frieza? Guldo, oblivious to the battle between Vegeta and Frieza, and having lost a scouter, still believes Vegeta's power level remains unchanged. Observing the indifferent Ginyu, Vegeta wore a smile, remarking, "If you can't defeat Frieza, how could you possibly contend with me?" Krillin and his companions leaned against one another. Though their injuries had yet to heal and their faces remained pale, they gazed up at Goku with excitement. Cough, cough. Haha. Goku is truly impressive. Is that what Vegeta referred to as a Super Saiyan? Krillin chuckled, his spirits lifted as the crisis had passed. Frieza, the harbinger of despair, was no match for Goku. Tai, be gentle. Even in such a state, you still find cause to laugh. Tai was carefully bandaging Krillin's wounds when she tightened the bandages in response to his laughter. Haha, I assent to it, just joy. Krillin scratched his head and grinned foolishly, his pale face flushing slightly as he watched Tai tend to his injuries. Wonderful, we can return to Earth and revive Brother Bai. Ouch, I say, Gak, can you even manage this? In his daydreams, Cassius winced as Gak inadvertently brushed against his wound, causing him to gasp in pain. Yes, my apologies, I just trembled a bit. Wiping the sweat from his brow and calming his racing heart, Gak nervously worked on Cassius's injuries. Dad, he's become so powerful, so impressive. Gohan gazed at Goku with admiration, his small face brimming with excitement. Indeed, Goku is as reliable as ever, Bulma said, lifting her gaze from treating Gohan's wounds to look at Goku. Her tone relaxed. Thanks to Goku's transformation, the ominous cloud that had loomed over everyone dissipated. Meanwhile, Frieza, who was being pummeled in the air, felt far less cheerful. He was on the verge of spitting blood in frustration. Ever since arriving on Namek, he had endured nothing but hardships. First being nearly slain by Bai's betrayal, then having his tail forcibly removed by the underestimated Vegeta, and finally being viciously beaten by this suddenly emerging Saiyan. What is happening in this world? Why does everyone seem to ride on my back, treating me with such disdain? If I recall correctly, I'm the Emperor of the universe. Just as he pondered his misfortunes, he was struck again by a powerful punch from Goku, sending him flying in a pit. Bai's charred body lay still, his heart long since ceased to beat, beginning to dry up. I could see that moment. The ice blade planted in the ground began to tremble slightly. A surge of blood essence flowing from the withered heart, encircling it. The heart, as if nourished, became full and lustrous. Suddenly, it beat once more, unleashing a torrent of blood essence. Boom! The blood essence surged forth, transforming into a brilliant red beam that pierced the night sky like a spear. Everyone was taken aback as a sharp aura manifested in the vicinity. Bai Goku, no longer paying attention to the battered Frieza, was captivated by the familiar and extraordinary energy that sparked his interest. Is that human? Upon witnessing the ascendant blood essence, Vegeta, who had just dispatched Ginyu, was momentarily stunned. It was a stark contrast to Goku's overwhelming and brutal Super Saiyan energy. Bai's aura exuded a fierce and relentless spirit. Brother Bai, Cassius exclaimed with unrestrained joy, pushing aside Gak without concern for his bleeding wounds, standing up in excitement. What a dangerous aura, Mr. Bai. Krillin and Gohan were equally astonished, a vague sense of danger enveloping their hearts. The Knife Man has resurrected. Bulma spoke, her tone tinged with fear, yet a hint of joy. Tai and Gak stood frozen in place. What? Bai is dead and buried. How could he possibly return to life? Frieza's swollen eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the astonishing aura. in the crimson beam, Bai slowly began to rise, his flesh rapidly regenerating, fatal wounds healing. His blue eyes snapped open. I'm alive. In his final moments of consciousness, he remembered approaching the icy surface, just about to discern the world below, when an overwhelming drowsiness had overtaken him, leading to his slumber. Upon awakening, he found himself back. The feeling of being alive is splendid. Once he regained consciousness, he gradually drew the surging blood essence into his body. As the light dissipated, Bai appeared before everyone, his injuries healed save for his tattered clothing. Splendid, Bai. A smile broke through Goku's stern visage as he expressed delight at Bai's resurrection. With a hum, the ice blade floating in the ground drifted beside Bai. Clang. Upon grasping the blade, he felt the reassuring coldness and the surge of power within him, granting him the confidence to cleave Frisia in any form. Brother Bai. Cassius's voice resonated from afar, and upon seeing that Cassius was unharmed, Bai felt a sense of relief and nodded at him. With a swift motion, he sheathed the ice blade and looked up at Goku in the sky. Indeed, the trend cannot be altered. Sensing Bai's renewed strength, Vegeta's expression darkened slightly as he snorted. Bai, you've grown even stronger. Goku, filled with fighting spirit, regarded Bai intently. He responded with a faint acknowledgement, his cold blue gaze locking on Goku's green one. How infuriating that arrogant gaze. No wonder so many grow increasingly agitated when battling Super Saiyans. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, Goku's aura was fierce and potent, his eyes cold and sharp, exuding an air of supreme arrogance. What is this? This sudden resurrection and the drastic change in Bai's aura. What is happening? A super earthling. Frisia's heart shattered at the sight. Bai's aura now subtly surpassed his own, a foreign feeling washing over him as he realized this world felt increasingly unfamiliar. Hey, Frisia, you should leave. You currently lack any fighting spirit. Let us resume our battle once you've trained properly. Goku coldly addressed the dazed Frisia, having lost interest in battling someone he no longer viewed as a foe. Goku, Krillin, and the others were bewildered by Goku's actions. Kakarot, are you out of your mind? Coming back to reality, Vegeta was incensed, nearly spitting blood. Letting Frisia go, he had forgotten how Goku had also spared him on Earth. Observing Goku's astonishing choice, Bai remained composed. After all, that was Goku's nature. You intend to let me go? Frisia's face contorted in disbelief as he felt Goku's disdain. Just as he prepared to utter a venomous retort, a lethal gaze fell upon him. Fine. Once I distance myself from you, I will obliterate this planet and watch how you survive in the universe. With a vengeful thought, Frisia prepared to flee, retreating slowly without uttering another word. Swish, clang, Bai flashed before Frisia, the red light flickering as the ice blade swept across his neck. Boom! Without granting Frisia the opportunity to speak, Bai conjured a colossal meteor in his left hand, obliterating Frisia into fragments. A dense, transparent essence surged outward, but Bai did not immediately absorb it. Instead, he enveloped it with blood essence and stored it within his body. The explosion roused the stunned onlookers, who gazed in astonishment at the scattered remnants of Frisia. Bai, what are you doing? Goku questioned angrily, having clearly spared Frisia. You, Goku, chose to spare him. What concern is it of mine? Bai calmly replied as he sheathed the ice blade. Ignoring Goku's contemplative state and flying towards Cassius, seeing Bai approach, Tai instinctively hid behind Krillin. This planet is no longer habitable. Take those Namekians back to Earth with you. With your enhanced strength, you should be able to establish a large-scale teleportation array. Yes, understood. Cassius nodded as a group of individuals made their way toward the village on Namek. Well done. Amongst the crowd, none appeared more elated than Vegeta, who for the first time found Bai Qi remarkably agreeable. Casting a glance of faint sympathy at the shattered remains of Frisia, Goku, enlightened, swiftly followed suit. Indeed, Bai Qi made a valid point. My decision to spare Frisia is entirely my own. He mused to himself as he soared through the air. Naru, Dandy, and a cohort of Namekians stood upon the teleportation platform, yet the Namekians proved to be obstinate, resolutely refusing to leave despite Krillin's fervent pleas. It was only after Bai Qi brandished the ice blade that they finally acquiesced to depart. With a swift motion, Goku infused his energy into the teleportation device. A flash of white light enveloped them as the multitude of Namekians was transported to Earth, necessitating 2 separate trips due to their sheer numbers. Observing their departure, Bai Qi felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Were it not for his promise to the Elder, he would have cared little for the fate of the Namekians. After all, having just pledged his support, it seemed unreasonable that so many of them perished in such a short span. Bai Qi, Goku, and their companions positioned themselves on the teleportation platform, while Vegeta, arms crossed defiantly, brazenly joined them, maintaining his air of disdain that a flash of white light illuminated the scene. In an instant, they found themselves on Earth. Amongst a throng of Namekians, Piccolo spotted Goku and was about to speak when he caught sight of Bai Qi. His expression tightening. Noticing Vegeta behind him, his demeanor shifted further, adopting a vigilant stance, ready for confrontation. "Ah, Piccolo, how wonderful to see you revived," Goku exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. "Piccolo, uncle." After Goku explained the situation, Piccolo grasped the full extent of the peril they had faced. "I never imagined it would be so harrowing. My homeland." Piccolo's expression turned pensive as he had yet to set eyes upon Namek. However, this mattered little. For Piccolo, as long as Gohan was safe, that was sufficient. Having foresight, he had already gathered the Dragon Balls, yet without Goku's presence, he dared not use them hastily. Gazing at the Dragon Balls scattered on the ground, everyone fell into contemplation, for the Earth's Dragon Balls could only grant one wish, while their desires were manifold. Additionally, Kairatsu had already been revived once, and the Earth's Shinron could not restore him again, while Namek's dragon had been obliterated by Frieza. The Namekians also required a new home, as they could not adapt to Earth's environment. Ahem, everyone, at the behest of the Elder, I am now the new Elder of Namek, and I may be able to assist you with your concerns. Just as the group was deep in thought, an Elder Namekian stepped forward to speak. The new Elder, named Mulin, could conjure a temporary Dragon Ball within a few days, capable of granting 2 wishes, after which it would vanish. However, the Namekian Dragon Balls could resurrect the same individual indefinitely, albeit one at a time. Thus, combined with the Earth's Dragon Balls, they could fulfill 3 wishes, alleviating the group's worries. As the group prepared to depart, Bulma extended an invitation to Vegeta, who had nowhere else to go, to stay at her home. After all, she had witnessed his defeat and had learned from Frieza that his planet had been destroyed, stirring a flicker of sympathy for the unfortunate Scion Prince within her heart. Despite disdainfully referring to her as a lowly woman, Vegeta begrudgingly followed her, as he truly had nowhere else to turn. To express her gratitude for Cassius's efforts, Bulma intended to gift him a house. However, after searching for some time, she discovered that Bai Qi had taken Cassius and left following Mulin's words. Chapter 29. Krillin in Love, Rigorous Training. Journey to Namek concluded. Days later, everyone stood beneath the Shinron bidding farewell to Neru and the others. After Elder Mulin summoned the temporary Shinron, Goku first used the Namekian Dragon Balls to revive Kairatsu, followed by the Earth's Dragon Balls to bring back Tin and Yamcha. And now, Neru and his companions were preparing to use the final wish of the Namekian Dragon Balls to depart. Initially, they intended to restore the original Namek. However, to prevent future disturbances from individuals like Frieza, Neru resolved to lead the Namekians to a new world where they could thrive. Farewell, Dandy. Who knows when we shall meet again? Gohan lamented as he bid Dandy goodbye. They had forged a deep friendship in a remarkably short time, both being of similar age. Yes, goodbye, Gohan. I hope we meet again someday, Dandy replied, equally reluctant to part ways. Piccolo, are you certain you do not wish to join us? Neru inquired, glancing at Piccolo, who leaned against a tree. Their initial meeting had been one of astonishment, as they bore an uncanny resemblance to each other. Over the past few days, they had formed a bond, and having trained on King Kai's planet after death, Piccolo's strength far exceeded that of Neru, who had benefited from Piccolo's guidance during their time together. No, I have grown accustomed to life on Earth. Piccolo shook his head, declining Neru's invitation. Aside from his fondness for Earth, he found himself ill-suited to the peaceful lifestyle of the Namekians, as he thrived on battle. Very well, then, I hope to see you again, Piccolo. Naru could only bid farewell with regret, and upon receiving a nod from Piccolo, he turned to make his wish to Shinran, just as they were about to depart. Bai Qi discreetly infused a trace of his energy into a Namekian's body from the back of the crowd. As Naru completed his wish, all the Namekians vanished in an instant, and the temporary Shinran dissipated once its task was fulfilled. So this is the location. After carefully sensing that trace of energy, Bai Qi confirmed the new Namek's whereabouts, having promised the elder to pay heed to their plight. Ignoring the others, Bai Qi soared toward his residence on Earth, where he intended to thoroughly investigate his resurrection, his surging power, and the instantaneous movement now residing in his mind. Watching the Namekians depart, Goku and Piccolo also chose to leave the scene to resume their training. Cassius lingered momentarily, his expression one of astonishment as he observed Krillin, who was holding hands with ties, radiating happiness. He had not anticipated that Krillin would end up with the reckless ties. Ah, Krillin, congratulations on your newfound romance. Cassius teased as he approached Krillin. Oh, thanks. Krillin replied bashfully, scratching his head. Since returning to Earth, an inexplicable bond had formed between him and Ties. Yet, standing before the formidable Ginyu Force, he had lacked the courage to confess his feelings to Ties. At a loss, he once sought advice from Cassius, only to be met with a bewildered expression, realizing he had asked the wrong person. Later, he had a light bulb moment, recalling that Yamcha would be the best person to consult on matters of the heart, as no one understood relationships better than him among their Earth companions. What? You like Ties? Yamcha exclaimed, eyes wide with shock as he gazed at the embarrassed Krillin, who he considered a brother, while Krillin wished to become his brother-in-law. If you genuinely care for her, then boldly confess your feelings. Yamcha, recovering from his surprise, thoughtfully advised Krillin, recognizing the importance of this matter concerning Krillin's happiness. Everything else could wait. But what if she rejects me? Krillin's face turned tense as he stammered. If you're turned down, then so be it. You cannot fear the outcome without taking the first step. At that moment, Yamcha transformed into a life coach, drawing from his extensive experience to guide Krillin. After an hour of encouragement, Krillin finally mustered the courage to act. Thus, on a moonlit night, yes, under the cover of darkness, as Krillin feared too many would know, dressed in formal attire, he stood before Ties' door. With flowers in hand, and after a fierce internal struggle, he knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Dressed in her nightgown and seated at her desk, Ties was engrossed in writing her novel when she heard a knock at the door. With a hint of confusion, she rose and walked towards the entrance. Such a late hour. Who could it be? Could it be Bulma? Upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find Krillin standing there, impeccably dressed and holding a bouquet of flowers. Krillin, what brings you here? Ties exclaimed, momentarily stunned by his unexpected appearance and attire. To Ties, Krillin stammered, his cheeks flushing as he gazed at her. His eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before him. The pristine lace-trimmed nightgown fluttered slightly in the breeze from the door, framing her youthful beauty, a face marked by the innocence of youth beneath her short, golden hair, her delicate eyebrows, seemingly furrowed in contemplation over her novel, added to her allure, while her bright, clear black eyes regarded him with confusion. Krillin? She queried softly, marveling at his appearance. How beautiful! Krillin murmured, oblivious to Ties' words, lost in his thoughts and forgetting the lessons taught to him by Yamcha. His mind a blank slate. Ties, upon hearing her name, Ties' face turned crimson, and Krillin's attire sparked a realization within her, causing her already flushed cheeks to redden even further. It is inappropriate to confess to a girl at night, she exclaimed, her voice a mix of indignation and embarrassment. Cough, cough. Ties, I like you. Please, will you be my girlfriend? With his purpose finally crystallizing in his mind, Krillin mustered his courage, raising the flowers high as he proclaimed his feelings. After a tense pause where the air seemed to freeze, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, leaving Krillin frozen in place. Bouquet in hand, a bittersweet smile crept onto his face, and his heart felt drenched in icy water. Though he had anticipated this outcome, he couldn't shake off the profound disappointment that washed over him. Suddenly, the door cracked open slightly, and Ties' hand shot out, snatching the flowers from Krillin's grasp before she swiftly shut the door again. A faint voice drifted through the door. "You fool! Who confesses to a girl at night?" Krillin's heart surged with a mix of excitement and trepidation. "So, Ties, did you agree?" he asked cautiously, his voice trembling with hope. A barely audible slipped through the crack, filling Krillin's heart with unbridled joy. Inside, Ties, still blushing, gazed at the flowers in her hand, her heart racing from Krillin's confession. That night, as Krillin made his way home, he was enveloped in happiness, feeling invigorated, as if he could face even Frisia without fear. Meanwhile, Ties found her interest in writing her novel dissipating, her mind consumed by Krillin's words, upon hearing Cassius's remarks. Ties's cheeks reddened, and she shyly retreated behind Krillin, feeling a rush of warmth. On Namek, Krillin had always stood before her, unflinchingly shielding her from danger, leaving a profound impact on her heart. After agreeing to be with Krillin, she chose to stay with him instead of departing with Gak, intending to finish her novel alongside him. When Gak learned that Ties would no longer accompany him, a wave of relief washed over him. He felt a thrill not unlike Krillin's. This adventure on Namek had made Gak acutely aware that his greatest peril stemmed from Ties, and now it seemed he had successfully rid himself of this troublesome specter. Fearing that Ties might change her mind, he hastily left that very night, capsized their friendship's small boat. Among everyone, Bulma was the most incredulous. She could hardly fathom that one day Krillin would become her brother-in-law. Observing the somewhat bashful Krillin and Ties, she felt as though she were dreaming. "Haha, Krillin, you must remember to invite me to the wedding," she exclaimed, genuinely thrilled for her friend who had found love. "Of course, you and Brother Bai must come," Krillin replied, only to be playfully pinched by Ties, who pouted and scampered off, though she made no objection to the notion of marriage. "Cassius, since you are here, this is for you." After regaining her composure, Bulma handed over the universal capsule she had meant to give Cassius previously. "What is this?" Cassius inquired, puzzled as he examined the capsule. A token of gratitude for all you and Bai Qi did on Namek. This capsule contains a grand house. If it doesn't suit you, I can find something else," Bulma explained with a smile, recalling how much help Cassius had been during their ordeal, even relinquishing the most precious wish to them. "Ah, thank you so much, Bulma. This gift is more than sufficient," Cassius expressed his gratitude, realizing that the accommodation he shared with Bai Qi felt somewhat cramped, making Bulma's gift quite timely. "That's wonderful. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Most matters can be handled here on Earth," Bulma declared, hands on her hips, exuding confidence. "All right then, goodbye, Bulma," Cassius replied. "Krillin, remember what I said about the wedding. Farewell." The three exchanged farewells before parting ways. On a picturesque island, beside a lush green lawn, stood a semicircular house. "How strange. What is that bizarre space about? I was dead, yet here I am, revived. Is it connected to the entity below that was watching me? And what of this surging energy?" Bai Qi pondered, bewildered in the gym as he felt the pulsating energy at his heart. Deciding to set aside his confusion, he began to focus on regaining his composure. Within his heart, a dense vitality enveloped in energy, absorbed from Frisia's defeat, stood quietly. A mysterious pull emanated from his heart, as if it yearned to consume the surrounding energy. The energy began to seep from his body. As before, Bai Qi formed a protective membrane of energy, clinging tightly to his form before dispersing the excess energy. Uncontrolled energy was swiftly drawn into his heart, filtered, and then redistributed throughout his body. A familiar wave of pain surged through him once more, but this time he was prepared, gritting his teeth to endure. The sound of his body tearing echoed in his ears, as the energy felt like a myriad of sharp blades slicing through his resilient form. An hour later, Bai Qi released the energy clinging to his body, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. As I suspected, it's still the same. I thought the revitalized energy would allow me to easily absorb this vitality. But the experience remains unchanged. Yet, it matters not. The increased strength and vitality reassure me that in this world, formidable power is the most fundamental and reliable asset. After a brief respite, Bai Qi rose and made his way to the bathroom, as his entire being was drenched in sweat post-absorption. "Are we moving to a new house, Brother Bai?" Cassius, who had just returned, inquired as he observed Bai Qi seated on the sofa after a shower. "I think I'll pass. I've grown accustomed to this place. Perhaps you should move in," Bai Qi replied after sipping his juice, shaking his head. He had no desire to change residences. "Oh, is that so?" Cassius was surprised by Bai Qi's reluctance to relocate. Feeling conflicted, while he wished to move in, he felt too shy to voice it if Bai Qi was unwilling. "Well, you should move in, and be sure to bring Uncle Butters along. That he's been on Earth for over a year without a place to stay." After some contemplation, Bai Qi decided to have Cassius bring his father over as well. That it was not a viable solution for Bartz to stay at the Turtle Sage's home every day, and he could sense Cassius's inner turmoil, realizing that he too wished to move out. Brother Bai, are you trying to send me away?" Cassius feigned a heartbroken expression, yet the corners of his mouth betrayed him. "Yes, let's move tomorrow. I don't particularly enjoy sharing a bed with men." "All right." Bai Qi's words left Cassius's subsequent retort unspoken, and a pang of sorrow struck him, making him feel bereft of love. The next day, there came a knock at the door of a luxurious villa. Bai Qi, having just awakened, approached Cassius's new home with a serious demeanor. With a creak, the door opened to reveal Bartz, who had just moved in. Upon seeing Bai Qi's stern face, Bartz was momentarily taken aback, but his grayish-white visage quickly morphed into a broad smile. "It's Bai Qi. Do come in and have a seat." "Uncle Bartz, I won't intrude." "May I ask if Cassius is home?" Bai Qi's expression softened upon recognizing Bartz, who replied, "Cassius left for Shidu early this morning. There's something you need from him?" "I see. When Cassius returns, could you please inform him that I no longer want the game console and television he took? But I hope he can return the refrigerator this afternoon." Bai Qi expressed his mild exasperation, having woken to find all those items mysteriously missing, nearly leading him to think they had been stolen. "Ahem. All right, you see this child? Rest assured, I will definitely relay your message to Cassius." Bartz's lips twitched, his grayish complexion betraying his embarrassment. "That rascal told me those things were purchased. Then I shan't impose any longer." With a nod, Bai Qi turned to leave. He could forego games and television, but he still needed to eat. Chapter 30. A despairing future. In the future, on a desolate planet, all structures had crumbled into ruins. Within a relatively intact house, under dim lighting, a striking figure sat by the bedside, feeling a soft caress on his face. Bai Qi slowly opened his eyes. Gradually, his vision cleared, revealing a pair of blue eyes gazing intently at him. Beneath golden short hair, a beautiful face bore a hint of fatigue, gently stroking his cheek with a tender expression. Bai Qi wore around his neck the same teardrop-shaped red gem as before. Clad in a black shirt beneath a blue jacket, and yellow boots under black trousers. Up so early. Lazily, Bai Qi sat up. His mature face still bore a sharp gaze, though fatigue lingered in his blue eyes. "I didn't wish to disturb you, but I sense that group is coming again," she observed Bai Qi. Lazily's expression turned cold, her voice soft yet filled with worry and concern. "Those persistent phantoms," Bai Qi remarked with a hint of resignation. Noticing Lazily was already dressed, he unsteadily rose, walked to the door, picked up the ice blade leaning against the wall, and casually donned a jacket before stepping outside. With Lazily quietly following him, several computers, Bulma, dressed in a white lab coat, furrowed her brow as she typed furiously. Due to overexertion and immense pressure, her once beautiful features now bore signs of aging. Before her stood a machine resembling a spaceship, surrounded by thick cables. Leaning against the door, Sun Wukong, now a young man in an orange martial arts uniform, wore a serious expression on his composed and resolute face. It seems they are indeed approaching. After a moment of reflection, Sun Wukong turned to the sword-wielding youth beside him and spoke. "Yes, I can feel it too, Brother Wukong. I'll go notify Mom to prepare for evacuation." The boy, dressed in a purple coat over a black vest, bore a face reminiscent of Vegeta, but shadowed by sorrow, his light purple eyes gazing anxiously at Sun Wukong. As they conversed, Bai Qi and Lazily approached slowly. "Uncle Bai Qi, Aunt Lazily." They greeted in unison. "It seems you both sensed it too." Bai Qi nodded faintly as he entered the house, with Lazily responding with a gentle nod. "Its Bai Qi. Are we about to evacuate again?" Seeing Bai Qi enter, Bulma immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Yes, it appears our location has been compromised again. By the way, how much longer until your time machine is complete? Bai Qi inquired curiously, gazing at the enormous time machine before him. Well, it's almost finished, just a few adjustments left. However, time is tight, and we're always running out of it. Not to mention the energy required for the time travel needs to be gathered. Bulma expressed her regret. Every time they reached a crucial adjustment phase, that group would arrive, preventing the completion of the time machine. Well, I suppose that is somewhat good news. Hearing Bulma's words, Bai Qi breathed a sigh of relief. His previously heavy heart lightening slightly. After so many years, this time machine was their last opportunity. Gohan, have you mastered instant transmission? Yes, Uncle Bai Qi, I have completely mastered it and can use it flexibly now. Bai Qi nodded in satisfaction at Son Gohan's response. He was indeed the one with the greatest potential, learning swiftly. Meanwhile, Trunks, standing nearby, felt a bit embarrassed. Though he had also studied instant transmission, he had yet to fully master it. Excellent. Then you should pack up and leave early that I will buy you some time. What? Uncle Bai Qi, Son Gohan exclaimed in astonishment, not expecting that Bai Qi had taught him instant transmission for this very reason. Trunks was equally shocked, gazing at Bai Qi. Throughout this desperate period, Bai Qi had always been their pillar of support. Yet now no, Uncle Bai Qi, I have reached full power as a Super Saiyan 2 now. I will stay, Son Gohan, realizing the implications, spoke without hesitation. Such a task should be handled by the strongest among them. Uncle Bai Qi, I too. Are you both choosing to stay behind to die? At least not now. I have no room left for growth in my power. If anyone stands a chance against them in the future, it will undoubtedly be you too, and do not be misled into thinking your current strength can surpass mine. Against them, you stand no chance. Bai Qi interrupted Trunks with a cold reprimand. Having not absorbed any energy for quite some time, his strength had not progressed further. However, even so, he was not to be compared with Son Gohan at this moment. Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, the two fell silent, acknowledging that, as Bai Qi stated, remaining behind was ultimately a path to certain death. In such dire circumstances, it was indeed the wisest choice to leave behind those with greater potential and room for growth. Like Son Gohan. Bai Qi, have you made your decision? After all these years, you truly have not changed at all. Bulma looked at Bai Qi with mild surprise. She had long grown accustomed to his unyielding nature over the years. Yes, prepare to leave. If all goes well, I should be able to ensure the time machine is completed in the time I buy you. Bai Qi's expression was calm. This was currently the best course of action. He had hoped that his arrival would prevent the despairing situation depicted in the original narrative. Yet as he feared, the future had indeed transformed, becoming even more desperate. Lazuli had remained silent throughout. Gazing intently at Bai Qi, years of companionship had made her acutely aware of her husband's thoughts. Ever since Bai Qi began teaching Son Gohan and Trunks instant transmission, she had subtly sensed the underlying intentions. Throughout the years, no matter what Bai Qi chose to do, she had always been his staunchest supporter. Yet this time felt different. Not wishing to disturb Bulma and the others, who had begun packing, Bai Qi approached Lazuli. Sensing her gaze upon him, in her surprised eyes, he gently took her hand and led her aside. That I truly apologize. Lazuli, it must have been difficult to face my sour visage every day for so long. Haha. Gazing at the silent Lazuli, feeling the softness in his hand, Bai Qi spoke gently, his once cold blue eyes now filled only with profound affection. Tisich, you finally realized, huh? He chuckled, eliciting a laugh from Lazuli. Though her smile was tinged with sorrow, for she understood that this would be their final encounter. Releasing her hand, Bai Qi enveloped her in his embrace, cherishing the softness that had quietly nestled into the depths of his lonely heart. Once, Cassius had often teased him about spending a lifetime with his icy blade, and he had never countered those remarks, for he held little desire for romance. After such a prolonged period of fleeing, his heart had unknowingly developed a deep affection for the woman before him. Yet the looming crisis kept his heart perpetually tensed. He recalled how he used to scorn Vegeta's inability to express love, only to find himself transformed into such a person in the end. Lazuli clung tightly to Bai Qi, burying her face in his chest. This somewhat frail figure had long become the most significant part of her life. Perhaps I should have asked you for a baby back then, she laughed, a hint of regret lacing her words. Observing the busy Trunks and Gohan, Bai Qi remarked playfully, a lightness in his tone he had never experienced before. Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, Lazili could no longer contain the sorrow within her, trembling as she began to sob. Even with prior mental preparation, the reality of the moment overwhelmed her emotions. I in this desolate world. Where the Dragon Balls had long ceased to exist, death meant a permanent separation from the living. Watching the two embrace from a distance, Bulma, who had already stored away the time machine, bore a weary expression that hinted at nostalgic memories. As a solitary, cold yet endearingly fierce figure appeared in her mind, remembering that silhouette brought a smile to Bulma's face, her eyes sparkling with happiness. The one often perceived as cold-blooded had reserved all his tenderness for her. As Bulma noticed that the preparations were nearly complete, she teased Bai Qi. Bai Qi, you do have a sense of romance, don't you? Indeed, haha. All my romantic inclinations are reserved for Lazili, Bai Qi replied, smiling for once, as he looked at Lazili, his previous cold demeanor melting away as he uttered a surprising declaration that left everyone astounded. Gohan and Trunks exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that their uncle Bai Qi had suddenly become enlightened in such a manner. Even Lazili, who had spent considerable time with him, felt her cheeks flush at his corny declaration of affection. Oh, by the way, Trunks, come here for a moment, Bai Qi said, as if recalling something important, pulling Trunks aside. What is it, Uncle Bai Qi? Trunks inquired, a look of confusion on his face. Clearing his throat, Bai Qi began, if my assumptions are correct, once the time machine is complete, it will be you who travels back to the past. Right? Yes, that's right, that we've decided that I will go back, as Gohan is the strongest and has mastered instant transmission, while my strength is inferior to his, Trunks admitted, a hint of embarrassment evident as he feared Bai Qi would criticize him for neglecting his training. That's good. Listen carefully. When you return to the past, if everything is resolved and nothing has changed between Lazili and me, you must tell my past self to treat Lazili with kindness. And make sure he knows it's my request. That moment. Bai Qi was beyond embarrassment, his expression turning serious as he urged Trunks, don't worry. Uncle Bai Qi, I promise to convey your message, Trunks assured fervently after a brief pause. Sensing that Bai Qi seemed like a different person today. Nodding in acknowledgement, Bai Qi returned to Bulma's side, casting one last glance at Lazili. Well then, farewell, Bulma, Lazili, Gohan, Trunks. I entrust the path ahead to you, Bai Qi said, his expression devoid of mirth as he delivered his final farewell. Goodbye, Uncle Bai Qi. With their fingers poised to their foreheads, the four vanished before his eyes. Contemplating Lazili's lingering gaze, Bai Qi stood in the now empty room, the recent events feeling like a fleeting dream, save for the damp fabric of his shirt, still imbued with the chill of tears, sensing several powerful presences abruptly appearing on the planet. The warmth in his eyes faded, replaced by glacial coldness as an overwhelming killing intent surged forth, tearing through the clouds above. They are dead, all dead. On that fateful day, those whom Bai Qi could never have imagined descended upon Earth like a nightmare. It seemed as if they had plotted beforehand, swiftly eliminating Piccolo, and later it was revealed that they had even destroyed New Namek. Then commenced the slaughter. Not a single soul on Earth could stand against them. Were it not for Goku's timely breakthrough, allowing him to teleport the others to another planet, they might have perished long ago. Yet even so, those formidable foes managed to locate their hiding place in mere moments. Their numbers dwindled as they narrowly escaped, and just months prior, Vegeta had sacrificed himself to protect them. Now, with Gohan having mastered instant transmission and Trunks diligently learning, Bai Qi could finally set his heart at ease and pursue what he had always desired. Bulma was right. Despite the years that had passed, he remained unchanged, still the same person he had always been. The sharp, intense bloodlust began to boil within him, instantly shattering the debris surrounding Bai Qi, engulfing the entire planet. The sky transformed into a sea of crimson, the stench of blood permeating every corner, as he stood amidst it all, resembling a malevolent specter from the depths of hell. In this sanguine ocean, his blue eyes radiated a soul-devouring brilliance. As the cells within him screamed, the bloodlust spread across the globe, and Bai Qi concentrated his energy to its apex, causing the surrounding space to groan under the strain. Emitting a sound akin to tearing fabric, his might surged like a sharp blade piercing through the cosmic void, as beings on the surviving planets instinctively trembled at the ominous aura that enveloped them. The remaining strong beings in the universe felt the pressure, beads of sweat forming on their brows, as an overwhelming sense of dread gripped their hearts. Ah, what an astonishing aura, Mr. Bai, an aged voice echoed from above. As four figures materialized in the air, clang, without a word, Bai Qi unsheathed his icy blade, his frigid blue gaze fixated upwards, ready to confront his final battle. Chapter 31. A despairing future to Dr. Bai Qi, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, raising his hand in a gesture that summoned a figure from behind him to the forefront. Bai Qi beheld this shadowy figure, his pupils constricted, and an uncontrollable surge of murderous intent surged within him. Clad in a black trench coat, the figure bore a striking resemblance to Bai Qi, albeit significantly younger. His black eyes stared at Bai Qi devoid of emotion, unlike Bai Qi, who exuded a sharp, killing aura. Instead, an eerie and ominous presence enveloped the newcomer. The long, straight blade hung from his waist, lacking curvature or guard, entirely black, resembling a mere staff from a distance. With a sharp sound, the blade was unsheathed, releasing an unsettling aura of resentment that permeated the air, bloodstains resembling veins clinging to its surface. Bai Qi narrowed his eyes. He did not share the same bloodthirsty energy, but within the crimson veins, countless vengeful spirits could be faintly discerned. You must be feeling quite displeased as well, Bai Qi remarked softly, glancing at the ice blade in his hand. You bastard, with a forceful exclamation directed at the shadow above. Bai Qi propelled himself off the ground, appearing before the artificial Bai Qi in an instant. His terrifying speed caused the earth beneath him to crack violently as he vanished, clang, with a resounding clash. The ice blade met the straight sword, sending countless transparent energy blades shooting in all directions, leaving faint traces in the air. Swish, clang, clang, bang. Bai Qi's figure flickered continuously, transforming into a red shadow in midair, while the artificial Bai Qi remained stationary, effortlessly parrying each of Bai Qi's assaults with precise strikes of his straight sword. This thing is absurdly powerful. Bai Qi, having been sent flying, gazed at the impassive shadow. Feeling a surge of frustration, he had endured excruciating pain countless times to grow stronger. Yet this counterfeit, whose origins were a mystery, had completely surpassed him. The straight sword in the artificial Bai Qi's hand even conjured an impenetrable wall of energy around him, rendering Bai Qi unable to penetrate his defenses. Swish, clang. As he pondered, the artificial Bai Qi suddenly vanished from sight, and an acute sense of danger surged within Bai Qi. Acting on instinct, he reflexively slashed forward. Clang! After a crisp sound, the ice blade clashed with the straight sword that had appeared before him, and although he managed to block the attack, the force behind it sent Bai Qi hurtling away. The residual energy shredded the fabric of his right arm, and he stabilized his form only after sliding back thousands of meters. Boom! His blood energy surged, veins bulging like roots, and Bai Qi activated the 20-fold King's Fist, launching another offensive. Clang! This time, the artificial Bai Qi did not defend. He swung his straight sword to meet Bai Qi's onslaught, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange, colliding hundreds of times in mere moments. Each clash sent shards of transparent energy blades scattering, and debris on the ground was instantly obliterated upon contact. However, even with the King's Fist activated, Bai Qi remained at a disadvantage. The shockwave from each collision caused his entire body to tremble. Minutes later, Bai Qi was once again sent flying, slicing through the air with a piercing wail. Blood surged behind him, and after barely stabilizing himself, he ignored the numbing sensation in his right arm, his bloodshot blue eyes locking onto the emotionless figure before him. Throughout the encounter, the figure exhibited no expression, and his black eyes reflected not a hint of turmoil. Clang! Without a word, the two resumed their fierce battle, the air crackling with the sound of slicing energy. Clang! Bang! Ha! Dr. Bai Qi, your creations are truly remarkable, Dr. Myo remarked, observing the duel between the two. The ominous aura surrounding them, though familiar, never failed to send shivers down his spine. You flatter me. Your Broly is equally impressive, Dr. Bai Qi humbly replied, though his smile betrayed his pride. Dr. Myo fell silent, glancing at the imposing figure behind him. Broly, clad in black armor, his metallic skirt gleaming, with arms crossed. He hovered in the air, disdainfully watching the battle unfold, his black eyes reflecting a confidence and arrogance that stood in stark contrast to the emptiness he displayed under Paragas's control. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, a cacophony of slicing sounds filled the air as countless red energy blades manifested, blanketing the entire planet in a wave of indiscriminate assault. Crack! The remnants of ruins and withered trees on the planet's surface, even towering mountains, were obliterated, and the layers of Earth thousands of meters below were upheaved. The entire planet shrank in size under the relentless onslaught. Bang! 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 A green energy shield enveloped Dr. Mio and the other two as red blades struck upon it, leaving transparent marks with each impact. Humph! As the shield threatened to shatter. Broly let out a disdainful grunt, releasing a surge of energy to reinforce the barrier, stabilizing it against the impending destruction. The two doctors remained unfazed, continuing to observe the conflict below, confident that with Broly present, they were in no danger. Crack! The artificial Bai Qi swung his straight sword at the oncoming red energy blades, shattering them effortlessly. Then, with a swift motion, he aimed a powerful strike at Bai Qi, who was unleashing a storm of energy blades. Clang! Bang! Bai Qi reacted instantaneously, barely managing to block the attack with his ice blade, which bent under the tremendous force, sending him crashing into the ground. Swish! The impact was so great that it pierced through the entire planet, reaching the opposite side where a black figure awaited him, the straight sword poised silently. Ha! Sensing the chill against his neck, Bai Qi shouted, twisting his body in an instant. Clang! The two blades collided once more, and predictably, Bai Qi was sent flying. Boom! Upon landing, he unleashed a massive meteor toward the black figure above as it ascended. It expanded dramatically. Ha! Broly couldn't help but scoff derisively, his face a mask of mockery. Swish! In a flash of white light, the straight sword cleaved it in two. Boom! One half flew into the depths of space, vaporizing upon contact with the remnants of a planet, while the other half hurtled toward the approaching Dr. Bai Qi and Dr. Mio. The two doctors remained unfazed, their expressions unchanged as they faced the approaching energy sphere imbued with destruction. Swish! Broly's towering figure positioned itself before them, effortlessly deflecting the energy sphere into the distance. Bang! A massive red blade, over 100 meters long, materialized before everyone, slicing toward the artificial Bai Qi in midair, creating a whirlwind under the immense pressure, the black skirt billowing ominously. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he swung his straight sword downward. Clang! 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 With Bai Qi's relentless assaults, the colossal blade danced through the air, generating gusts of wind. The space around the artificial Bai Qi seemed to be constricted, rendering him immobile as he coolly blocked the incoming attacks with his straight sword. Clang! Bang! Clang! The giant blade struck as though against unyielding metal, continually rebuffing the strikes. Crack! Having seemingly grown bored, the artificial Bai Qi shattered the red giant blade and conjured a massive white energy blade directed at Bai Qi. Phew! In a moment of desperation, Bai Qi summoned all his strength to dodge, the white blade slicing through his left shoulder, yet its momentum remained undiminished as it struck the ground. Slash! The entire planet was cleaved in two. Who? His left arm fell lifelessly to the ground as Bai Qi gasped for breath, staring at the figure above him. He was utterly outmatched. Bai Qi, cease your resistance. Your body still holds some research value. Cooperate, and perhaps I will spare your life, Dr. Bai Qi proclaimed, hovering beside the artificial Bai Qi, his tone dripping with arrogance. Spitting blood, Bai Qi used his energy to staunch the wound on his left shoulder. Though cold sweat dripped from his brow and his body trembled, he glared coldly at Dr. Bai Qi. Who? After expelling a breath of stale air, he began to draw all his blood energy back within, the cold, sharp aura calming to a tranquil state. Oh, you still haven't given up? Ha! Very well. Let us see what other tricks you have left. I shall demonstrate that my most perfect creation is invincible. Observing Bai Qi, who appeared poised to launch an offensive, Dr. Bai Qi remained unfazed and returned to Dr. Mio's side, but he refrained from intervening in Bai Qi's actions, preparing instead to shatter his confidence, imparting the lesson that all efforts at this juncture would be futile. Indeed, great power often breeds arrogance, a universal flaw. This was precisely what Bai Qi desired to witness. He chose not to speak further, closing his eyes. Over the course of the past decade, he had certainly not lived like a dog. He had racked his brains to concoct a grand surprise for the two doctors. The once nebulous red silhouette in his mind had solidified into a crimson ice blade, quietly suspended within. As he channeled his mental energy, the red blade began to dissipate in his mind, while in reality, the blade in his hand emitted a faint red glow. The emotionless black pupils of the artificial Bai Qi cast a glance downward. It felt as though his very soul was being tugged, suppressing the pain that emanated from the depths of his being. Bai Qi ignited the blood coursing through his veins, each cell seemingly howling in fervor. Although he had been preoccupied with survival and had not made any advancements in his raw power, he had, over this prolonged period, devised something intriguing. His path had always been unconventional, and now he chose to pursue that unconventionality to its fullest extent. Crackle! Red flames ignited across his body, and the form he had fortified began to contract, his black hair starting to turn white from the roots. What is this? Dr. Leiji's previously nonchalant demeanor shifted as his eyes widened in astonishment at the suddenly transformed Bai Qi. Is he burning his own life force? Dr. Mio speculated uncertainly. No, he is also utilizing his soul energy. Dr. Leiji exclaimed in shock, utterly unprepared for Bai Qi's madness. Typically, regardless of the circumstances, individuals possess the chance for reincarnation after death. Bai Qi's actions, however, unequivocally severed his own route of retreat. Even with the Dragon Balls, he could not be resurrected, effectively erasing all traces of his existence in this world. Madman. The two exchanged glances, arriving at the same assessment. Thud! After a heavy thump, his heart gradually withered, just as Dr. Leiji had anticipated. He had exhausted both his life force and soul energy. The continuously enhanced flesh and the diligently cultivated soul energy were forcibly transmuted into blood qi. All his power coalesced, yet no earth-shattering transformation occurred. As for reincarnation after death, nonsense. He firmly believed that upon dying, he would return to that peculiar space he had visited 2 decades prior. He sensed that this time something terrifying would transpire, hence his decision to extinguish all possibilities now. The notion of reincarnation held no significance for him. His sole focus was to eliminate the rascals ahead of him, particularly that imposter. Crack! The entire planet, unable to bear the strain, shattered completely. Under the protective dome, the 3 individuals were unaffected by the cosmic chaos. Meanwhile, the artificial Bai Qi exhibited no such concerns, his emotionless black eyes fixated on the rapidly escalating aura of Bai Qi. Clang! Grasping the ice blade, his blue eyes gleamed with fervor as he regarded the 4 individuals, declaring that the finale was yet to come. He possessed one final trump card. Throughout this time, he had long surpassed the limits of the Kaioken technique. Yet such a powerful Kaioken could only be employed once in a lifetime. 50-fold Kaioken! Hiss! His parched skin reddened and cracked, and the already fearsome aura surged once more, pushing his body to its breaking point. Buzz! The ice blade began to tremble as Bai Qi tightened his grip for one final strike against the 4, unleashing a cascade of crimson light. Clang! The sound of the blade startled the 2 astonished individuals. And Dr. Mio, regaining his wits, was horrified to find himself unable to move. Dr. Leiji, who had been orchestrating the situation, also displayed fear for the first time on his countenance. Sensing the imminent danger, Broly, who had remained passive, let out a furious roar. His pupils vanished, muscles bulging instantaneously as his black hair transformed into a verdant golden hue, all swept back to a robust and violent green-golden aura erupted from his being. Electric currents crackling around him. The sudden release of formidable power shattered his constraints, whisking the 2 doctors away in an instant. The artificial Bai Qi remained stationary, his emotionless black eyes fixed on the descending red light. Without hesitation, he swung his straight blade to meet it. Crack! The red light hesitated momentarily before shattering the straight blade, cleaving the artificial Bai Qi in half from top to bottom. Whoosh! The two doctors, transported to a distance by Broly, stared wide-eyed at the location where the red light had descended. The artificial Bai Qi had vanished without a trace, and a rift in space opened where he had stood, filled with chaotic, deep purple energy. Gulp, a single swing had cleaved through space. Dr. Mio and the pallid-faced Dr. Leiji gazed at the rift, swallowing hard, their voices faltering. Broly too stared gravely at the rift, estimating that should he unleash his full power, he might withstand the ensuing chaos, but at what cost? In the final moments before his body dissipated, Bai Qi cast a regretful glance at Dr. Mio and the others. Regrettably, you managed to escape, as the last thought crossed his mind. His consciousness faded into oblivion. Only a fragment of the ice blade remained, quietly floating in the cosmos, that on a distant planet, Sun Wukong and Trunks sensed the sudden surge of energy emanating from Broly. This power, Sun Wukong's eyes flickered with discontent. Bai Qi was correct. He was still far from being a match. Did his father truly perish at his hands? Murmured Trunks, falling into silence. Meanwhile, Lotzi Li, who was assisting Bulma with the time machine, halted abruptly. The permanent energy core that had replaced her heart long ago pulsed with a flicker of sensation. Seemingly aware, she lifted her gaze toward the direction of Bai Qi's battle, her tranquil face dimming as her cool blue eyes dulled. Chapter 32. The wedding in progress. 5 months had passed since their return from Namek. What? Krillin is getting married. Outside on the flat ground, Bai Qi, practicing his swordplay, was taken aback by Cassius's words, pausing mid-action and looking at him in surprise. Ah, yes, he is marrying Ties, the one who almost fell victim to Brother Bai's wrath. Cassius, casually holding a bag of chips, spoke with a calm demeanor, indicating he had long been aware of Krillin and Ties' relationship and was not surprised. Is that so? Bai Qi soon regained his composure. Ever since Vegeta had become a mimic of the Super Saiyan on Namek, he realized that the original narrative could only serve as a reference, for this world was in constant flux. However, Krillin and Ties had only known each other for just over 5 months, and they were already tying the knot. He felt this was rather abrupt. Moreover, if no further changes occurred, wouldn't Krillin become Vegeta's brother-in-law? It is astonishing how quickly time flies, and now Krillin is getting married. Oh, by the way, he invited us to the wedding. Brother Bai, what do you think? Cassius looked at Bai Qi with a hint of anticipation, visibly excited about attending a wedding for the first time, finding it quite novel. You may go. I have no interest, Bai Qi replied coolly. Standing to resume his sword practice, he had little enthusiasm for weddings, especially since he had nearly killed Ties in the past. His presence would only serve to dampen the mood. Oh, are you really not going? Brother Bai, if Krillin had not been so busy these past few days, he would have come to invite you personally. Moreover, I heard Bulma hired the best chefs on Earth to cater the banquet. With an abundance of delicacies, Cassius, who had anticipated this outcome, appeared somewhat regretful, clearly having expected Bai Qi's reluctance due to his aversion to crowded settings. Did you mention the banquet? Bai Qi had only caught the part about the banquet. He almost forgot that Ties was the daughter of the world's wealthiest man. The wedding feast would undoubtedly be of the highest standard, and exquisite cuisine would be plentiful. Yes, with Bulma's family background. The banquet will be top-notch, and the chefs will be exceptional. Observing Bai Qi's reaction solely to the food, Cassius felt a bit speechless, yet he breathed a sigh of relief, knowing how much Krillin looked forward to Bai Qi's attendance. Why didn't you say so earlier? When is it scheduled? The day after tomorrow at noon at that splendid Brother Bai. Let us go together then. I'll prepare a gift now. Upon receiving Bai Qi's affirmation, Cassius responded with a light-hearted tone, hastily departing to prepare a wedding gift. After all, it was the wedding of his dear friend, and he was quite invested in it. Observing the jubilant Cassius as he left, Bai Qi chose to ignore him and continued practicing with his sword, knowing that Cassius would handle the gift preparations far better than he could, given his lack of experience in such matters. 2 days swiftly passed. Bai Qi stood before the mirror, attired in a formal ensemble, a blue sweatshirt paired with white casual trousers. The relaxed fit of the sweatshirt and pants brought him satisfaction. As he was not fond of the constricting nature of suits, this attire afforded him comfort. His tousled hair framed his face, and his piercing blue eyes reflected a sense of self-appreciation as he regarded himself in a mirror. Behind him stood Cassius, clad in a striking red suit, impeccably groomed, his hair slicked back to a shine, as he regarded Bai Qi with an expression of bewilderment, though it was his first time attending a wedding. Cassius subconsciously felt that Bai Qi's ice blade, worn at his waist, was somewhat inappropriate for the occasion. Furthermore, Bai Qi's casually cropped hair was driving him to distraction. Had Bai Qi not abhorred anyone touching his hair, he would have been tempted to offer a haircut himself. Bai Qi, in turn, silently derided Cassius's flamboyant red attire. Having completed their preparations, they made their way outside to meet Bartz, who was also dressed formally for the occasion. With a gift for Clin beside him. "Let us proceed," they declared, placing their hands on Bai Qi's shoulders. The extravagant Bulma had arranged her sister's wedding on a private island. Guests included Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, Master Roshi, Lan Shi, Oolong, and even Goku's family, with Piccolo attending at Goku's invitation. Meanwhile, Vegeta was busy hunting down the remnants of Frieza across the universe, his reputation as a formidable warrior spreading to every corner. Far away, Gak received an invitation from Tais and journeyed to Earth for the wedding. Today, Clin donned a white tuxedo, his face radiating happiness as he warmly greeted all the attendees. "Congratulations on your marriage." Clin echoed the heartfelt wishes from everyone present. Even Piccolo softened his stern demeanor to nod in acknowledgement. Clin returned their smiles with genuine gratitude. Bulma and Yamcha were outside welcoming guests. Among them were some friends of the brief couple. In addition to Tianjin Fan and others, with a sudden flash, Bai Qi and Cassius appear before Bulma and Yamcha at "Ah, it's you too, ha!" Bulma exclaimed, startled, though she quickly regained her composure, having been informed by Clin of Bai Qi's invitation, and warmly welcomed the trio. Yamcha's expression stiffened upon seeing Bai Qi, but quickly transformed into a broad smile. "Apologies for our tardiness, haha," Cassius chimed in cheerfully, while Bai Qi nodded in acknowledgement, with Bartz beaming beside them. Ignoring Cassius and the others, Bai Qi walked inside, disregarding the wary gazes of Piccolo and Tianjin Fan, and sat at an unoccupied table, waiting for the meal to be served. Gak sensed Bai Qi's subtle shiver, but, recalling the significance of the day, relaxed his demeanor. "Ha, Bai Qi, you made it. How had you been adjusting to life on Earth?" Goku approached him, clad in a light-colored suit, grinning broadly as he fiddled with his attire. "Yes, I received an invitation from Clin," Bai Qi replied, his lips twitching slightly at Goku's question about adjusting to Earth life, a query that seemed rather odd coming from Saiyan. "Huh, Mr. Bai, I truly appreciate your presence," Clin said, approaching with a warm greeting. "Congratulations on your marriage, Clin," Bai Qi sincerely offered, feeling compelled to extend his best wishes. "Tais, you've been away for so long. I never expected you to return with a boyfriend." "Haha. You certainly have an interesting circle of friends, including one with long horns and another who is entirely green, and oh, there's a cold, handsome fellow carrying a sword," Mrs. Brief remarked, beaming as she glanced at the guests. Addressing Tais, who was adorned in a white wedding gown. Haha, some of them are Clin's friends, Tais replied, her smile unwavering, though it faltered slightly at the mention of the cold, handsome fellow with the sword. However, she quickly regained her composure, feeling secure with Clin by her side. Beside her, Dr. Brief observed his daughter with a proud smile, content with her choice in Clin, whom they found far more agreeable compared to the fickle Yamcha. Most importantly, their daughter was happy. Soon, the wedding ceremony commenced. Clin, in his white tuxedo, and Tais, in her white gown, exchanged rings beneath Master Roshi's solemn vows, surrounded by the warm blessings of the guests. Bai Qi, however, had little interest in the proceedings, as he and Goku stood at a long table laden with delectable dishes, indulging heartily. Despite his culinary skills having improved over the past 5 months, Bai Qi found himself weary of the limited variety of food. In high spirits, Cassius took to the stage, determined to offer his most sincere congratulations through artistic expression on this joyous occasion. In the astonished gaze of Clin, Tais, and the others, Cassius performed a peculiar dance. How impressive! Gohan, dressed in a white tang suit, gazed at Cassius in admiration. Piccolo, seated nearby, was taken aback by Gohan's exclamation and quickly leaned down to impart some stern advice, as the audience recovered from their astonishment at Cassius's performance. They began to frantically search for Bai Qi, since Cassius had always been in his company. Unfortunately, Bai Qi had sensed the impending awkwardness well before Cassius took the stage, having already swiped a few roasted chickens before utilizing instant transmission to discreetly slip away. Chapter 33. A harmonious family. On this day, a massive spaceship approached Earth. Those training on Earth could sense two formidable energies emanating from above. Father, is this Earth? Yes, according to the coordinates, this is the place. The two were none other than King Cold and Gula, who had come seeking vengeance, while also harboring an interest in the Dragon Balls. Below, Goku and his companions gathered, deducing from the spaceship's exterior that its occupants were likely connected to Frieza. Tais, disregarding Klin's protests, accompanied Bulma, much to Klin's dismay. Vegeta, having just returned from training in outer space, also arrived at the scene, dressed in an eye-catching red outfit. Is this the enemy Goku faced on Namek? Yamcha's voice trembled as he sensed the overwhelming energies from above, far exceeding his expectations. Piccolo, Yamcha, and Tianjin Fan regarded the spaceship with grave expressions, realizing just how formidable Goku's victory had been on Namek. Damn it, why now? Vegeta glared at the ship above, his frustration palpable. He was so close to achieving Super Saiyan status. Just a little more time, and he was confident he could succeed. Goku, on the other hand, felt exhilarated at the sight of the two powerful energies, stronger than Frieza, igniting a long-suppressed desire to fight after a year of inactivity. And no matter how much he pleaded with Bai Qi, he had never been able to engage in a spar. Amidst the crowd, Cassius remained calm, reassured by the presence of Super Saiyan Goku and Bai Qi, believing they would not face significant danger. With a flash, Bai Qi appeared above them, unperturbed by the astonished expressions below, gazing curiously at the spaceship. Frieza has been reduced to ashes. It should be impossible for him to be resurrected. So, is it Gula and King Cold? Bai Qi had assumed that after fracturing Frieza, King Cold would not return to Earth. Yet it seemed he had received information through other means. Bai Qi, it has been a long time. Sun Wukong greeted enthusiastically as always Bai Qi, who had just landed, nodded in acknowledgement. Haha, such an opponent truly excites me, he remarked. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Klin and his companions were left speechless, yet they felt a sense of relief, for it indicated that Sun Wukong was fully confident in overcoming the impending foes. Especially with the equally formidable Bai Qi by his side. That moment, the air around them turned crimson, and Bai Qi began to gather a massive flow of stellar energy in his left hand. He could not afford to let King Kurd land safely. Eliminating him in midair would be ideal to, Bai Qi, what are you planning to do? Sun Wukong asked seriously, noticing Bai Qi's actions, while the others understood the gravity of the situation. Secretly alarmed by the terrifying energy in Bai Qi's grasp, of course, I intend to eradicate them. What? Do you wish to reminisce with them? Bai Qi looked at the others with confusion, wondering why they couldn't see such an obvious intention. I still want to engage them in battle. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Klin and the others began to sweat profusely. Vegeta, however, nodded slightly, his spirits lifted. This combative nature was quintessentially Saiyan, although he currently favored Bai Qi's approach. Have you lost your mind? Just as Bai Qi was about to unleash his energy blast, a formidable aura suddenly erupted from afar, and a golden energy wave surged toward the spaceship. The expressions of King Kurd and his companion changed drastically upon sensing the energy wave's overwhelming power, a sense of danger surging within them. Just as they prepared to evade, the energy wave struck the spaceship. Boom! The powerful energy wave instantly shattered the vessel, engulfing the two occupants within. They vanished in a flash of energy, having arrived quickly and departed just as swiftly. Meanwhile, those on Earth were left in stunned silence, the intensity of the aura beyond comprehension, with Vegeta wearing an incredulous expression. Sun Wukong's face was also grave, as this energy surpassed his own. Witnessing the two above being obliterated in an instant, Bai Qi released the colossal flow of starlight from his hand, thinking he might not have to deal with this handsome figure after all. But this is rather powerful. Just as everyone pondered the identity of this sudden aura, a violet figure appeared before them. Dressed in a purple jacket and wielding a sword, Trunks emerged, exuding a chilling and potent presence. His light purple eyes swept over everyone, momentarily lingering on Bulma and Vegeta before finally resting on Bai Qi, who remained composed. "Long time no see, Uncle Bai Qi," Trunks greeted with a smile, much to the astonishment of those around him. "Yamcha, what do you think those three are discussing?" Klin asked Yamcha, who stood beside him, watching as Bai Qi and Sun Wukong engaged in animated conversation. "How would I know?" Yamcha replied, equally perplexed. Meanwhile, Piccolo, standing nearby, twitched his ears, sensing something ominous, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Are you all right, Uncle Piccolo?" Son Gohan inquired with concern, noticing Piccolo's tense demeanor. Ignoring Gohan, Piccolo's expression grew increasingly grave. Vegeta, seated on a stone, glared irritably at Sun Wukong and the others who were whispering among themselves. "That bastard Kakarot, what is with those strange glances?" Vegeta fumed, irked and annoyed by Sun Wukong's inexplicable looks. Bulma closely observed Trunks, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this mysterious and handsome youth. "So, you are the son of Vegeta and Bulma," Sun Wukong said, his face displaying rare shock, unable to fathom that Vegeta would marry Bulma and have a son, because Uncle Yamcha was too much of a playboy back then. Trunks replied with a smile. Bai Qi remained expressionless, but internally, Trunks' revelation stirred tumultuous waves of thought. Uncle Bai Qi doesn't seem very surprised," Trunks noted, observing Bai Qi's unchanged demeanor. In his memory, Bai Qi had always appeared unfazed. "You traveled back from 20 years in the future. Don't say you are Vegeta's son." "I'd believe you if you claimed to be my son," Bai Qi said slowly, having already prepared his response. Cough. "You have a point," Trunks replied, somewhat taken aback by Bai Qi's words, his stern expression slightly flushed. However, Uncle Bai Qi now truly resembles that demon. The youthful Bai Qi bore an uncanny resemblance to the terrifying figure from Trunks' recollections. Trunks had relayed to Bai Qi and Sun Wukong all the details regarding the androids that would appear 3 years later, as well as events that would transpire 9 years hence. Sun Wukong's demeanor shifted, his expression becoming serious as he processed Trunks' words, realizing that he too would meet his end in battle against formidable foes in the future. That time, we had no means to resist. Ultimately, it was just my mother and me left, along with Gohan and a few others. Trunks abruptly shifted the subject, stealing a glance at the contemplative Bai Qi, feeling a slight relief. An hour later, Bai Qi departed first. The others were now aware of the situation. Aside from the fact that Trunks was Vegeta's son, they also learned that powerful androids would emerge 3 years hence, and that they were currently no match for them. "Of course, if you fear them, I can intervene," Trunks added, feigning disdain, eliciting the expected ire from everyone. "Who do you look down upon?" As the crowd erupted in commotion, Trunks nodded inwardly, pleased with the outcome. Only through battle could Earth's warriors rapidly grow stronger. Only by becoming powerful could they confront the dire future that awaited. Setting aside the formidable foes that will appear 9 years from now, anyone lacking confidence against the androids in 3 years should not bother showing up. With a cold snort, Piccolo departed. Vegeta, too, left with a dark expression, furious to learn that he would fall to the hands of another scion in the future. This revelation ignited his anger, for he believed himself to be the mightiest scion. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of urgency to transform into a super scion as soon as possible. The collective resolve of the group was ignited, and they all set off to train. Trunks, however, did not leave. He wished to seize this opportunity to see if he could locate those 2 doctors in advance and eliminate them, thereby preventing future tragedies. Chapter 34. The grueling training of the warrior's boom. A headless, grotesque body collapsed to the ground as Bai Qi, wielding a blade, furrowed his brow. Since receiving the astonishing news from Trunks, he had departed Earth, wandering the cosmos. Have they not yet been born? Or have they intentionally concealed themselves? Observing the encroaching extraterrestrial beings, Bai Qi mused aloud, having scoured thousands of planets without a trace of Dr. Lecky or Dr. Mio. Logically, during times of galactic destruction, it should have been the responsibility of the god of destruction, Beerus, to intervene. Yet, as Bai Qi suspected, that cat had likely perished in slumber due to the death of the Kaioshin. The thought made Bai Qi feel nauseous. Such a powerful entity could perish so easily. Truly irresponsible. Clang, swish. A circular energy blade sliced through the surrounding aliens into fragments, and Bai Qi vanished from his location. Earth what? You don't know where they are. Bai Qi's expression darkened as he gazed at the hovering Shenlong. If even the dragon was unaware, what hope did he have searching through countless planets like searching for a needle in a haystack? No, it is akin to searching for a needle in the vast cosmos. How could one possibly succeed? The warriors, drawn in by the divine dragon, wore expressions of astonishment, all hoping to locate the enemy's position and quell the impending danger in its infancy, in a one wish to personally endure that grim future. Yet the words of the divine dragon dashed all their hopes. After fruitless searches throughout the universe, Bai Qi returned to Earth, having gathered all the Dragon Balls, prepared to make a wish to see if the divine dragon knew the whereabouts of those two old men. Indeed, the divine dragon did not disappoint him. It was as infuriating as ever, declaring that there was no trace of these two individuals in the universe. This scenario could lead to two possibilities. Either these two old men had never been born, which was evidently impossible, or they had already perished. But if they were dead, how could they have caused such a dire future? Were they to miraculously resurrect? With no alternative, Bai Qi abandoned the thought of venturing to Namek. Thus, he wished for the fortitude of Earth to be amplified to its utmost potential. Reflecting on his circumstances, Bai Qi articulated another wish to the divine dragon. Having settled on Earth, he certainly did not wish to be whisked away in his sleep, along with the planet, this time. The divine dragon did not let him down, indicating that it could indeed fulfill his wish. As the divine dragon's eyes flashed red, everyone distinctly felt Earth's resilience significantly strengthened. This revelation brought a mix of joy and surprise to all, particularly regarding Bai Qi's choice of desire. After granting the wish, the divine dragon dissipated, and the assembly dispersed, now left with no choice but to relentlessly train, striving to become stronger in preparation for the impending crisis posed by the androids. After stocking up on a substantial supply of compressed food and drinking water, Bai Qi departed Earth without even packing up his home in a remote corner of the universe, on a lifeless colossal planet. Bai Qi hovered in midair. Ever since his unsuccessful wish with the divine dragon, he had devoted all his energy to training. The planet he found himself on was characterized by an exceptionally harsh natural environment, with a mass several times that of Earth. The dark continents were riddled with deep fissures, filled with molten lava of extreme temperatures, while the air was permeated with the scent of charred matter. Beyond the land lay a tumultuous ocean, where no signs of life could be perceived beneath the crashing waves. Thunder rumbled. The sun was obscured by thick clouds, and massive bolts of lightning surged within. Resembling roaring thunder dragons in the sea of clouds, flash. The lightning illuminated Bai Qi's stern visage. He was not here merely to admire the scenery. Raising his head, he drew the energy within himself, gradually ascending into the thick clouds, preparing to employ a training method commonly found in the novels of his past life, known as lightning body tempering, though he was uncertain of its efficacy. Gazing at the high-voltage lightning above, Bai Qi's brow twitched, recalling the future in which he would be slain by an unknown impostor, causing a knot of frustration to form in his heart. He could not fathom the reasoning behind Dr. Bai Qi's choice to utilize his earthly human cells rather than the potentially limitless Scion bloodline. Bai Qi believed his own cells lacked significant growth potential. After all, he was merely human, and he could not understand why Dr. Bai Qi had fixated on him. I detest scientists. And how did Broly and Dr. Mew end up together? Dying at the hands of an insurmountable foe would be one thing, but succumbing to a fabricated impostor was something he would never accept. Damn it, I'm all in. Gritting his teeth, he plunged into the sea of clouds. Crack! Boom! A blinding flash of lightning struck Bai Qi, causing his body to go numb as he plummeted to the rocky ground. Enveloped in black smoke and convulsing in a crater, it was not until a day later that Bai Qi emerged from the pit, feeling the intense activity of his muscles, invigorated by the relentless lightning strikes. This method works. Sensing the transformation within his body, Bai Qi felt a surge of delight. It was only through the strength of his physique that he could engage in such extreme training, evidently proving to be quite effective at AS for relying on conventional training methods. Ridiculous. It would take eons to be able to contend with such formidable foes that I end the original narrative, the future Gohan and Trunks. being hybrid scions of immense potential, could only reach Super Saiyan 1 over an extended period, largely due to the absence of Goku and Vegeta for guidance. How much more difficult would it be for someone like him? An Earthling? Normal training would likely result in a slow demise. Not to mention that he doubted he could even match the artificial being known as Android 17. That damn Dr. Bai Qi. Just wait until I get my hands on you. After contemplating the situation, Bai Qi surged back into the sea of clouds, choosing the risk of being struck down or potentially growing stronger over the certainty of being killed in the future. While Bai Qi engaged in his reckless training, the others on Earth did not remain idle, each commencing their own rigorous training regimen. Krillin and Tais ventured into the cosmic expanse. Krillin believed that traveling and training across different planets would yield far superior results than training on Earth. He had originally intended to leave Tais on Earth, but under her insistence to care for him and seek inspiration for her writing, he reluctantly agreed to bring her along. Upon learning of Bai Qi's wish, Trunks realized that he could no longer preemptively eliminate Dr. Bai Qi and Dr. Mu. After providing Goku with the future's miraculous heart disease remedy and issuing numerous warnings, he departed in his time machine, assuring everyone he would return before the androids appeared. Goku, accompanied by Gohan, began his training. Initially, Chi-Chi was staunchly opposed, but after Goku revealed the impending events of the future, she relented and allowed Gohan to train. With Chi-Chi's consent, Goku sought out Piccolo to train alongside him. As they continued their training and sparring, Piccolo began to grasp the extent of the disparity between himself and Goku, especially when Goku transformed into Super Saiyan, leaving him with a profound sense of inadequacy. Whenever he meditated in silence, the overwhelming sense of unfulfillment surged within him, making it impossible for him to find peace. A thought began to surface in his mind. Meanwhile, Vegeta persisted in his cycle of leaving Earth to train, returning only after sustaining injuries, continuing this process indefinitely. Having already parted ways with Yamcha, Bulma devoted herself to caring for Vegeta, during which she gradually developed deeper feelings for him. On one fateful day, is this the true power of a Super Saiyan? On a planet with a harsh environment, the battered Vegeta stood, his hair now spiked and golden, while his cold, light green eyes glimmered beneath golden brows. Enveloped by a fierce, golden aura of power, a formidable and terrifying pressure filled the space, far surpassing what he had manifested in his previous forms. This power is immense. Yet, it is still insufficient. Clenching his fists, Vegeta suppressed his elation, fully aware that this strength was inadequate. Contemplating the future where he would be slain by a certain scion, he let out a displeased snort and resumed his training. In preparation for the looming crisis, everyone embarked on their own arduous training, unwilling to be slaughtered without resistance in the future. Chapter 35. Piccolo's Decision. Rumbling thunder on a colossal planet of immense mass. Amidst the flashes of lightning, Bai Qi sat cross-legged on the ground, striving to stabilize the chaotic energy within him caused by the earlier lightning strikes. His bare torso was marked with scars from the electric shocks. While the wounds had healed, the scars remained. His hair had grown long due to neglect, each strand standing upright in a wild explosion due to the lightning. His trousers had long since tattered into rags. Barely concealing his modesty, beneath the wild hair, a pair of blue eyes flickered with traces of electricity. It is time to explore the depths of the ocean. Whoosh! Splash! Bai Qi did not plunge into the clouds this time. Instead, he soared toward the tumultuous sea surface. Taking a deep breath, he dove headfirst into the depths. In stark contrast to the churning waves above, the ocean was enveloped in silence, devoid of any signs of life. As Bai Qi continued his descent, the pressure surrounding him steadily intensified, plunging him into an impenetrable darkness where his eyes became futile. Upon reaching the limits of his physical endurance, he ceased his descent. The water pressure felt akin to a colossal hand, threatening to crush him in the next moment. Gasp! Even the rise and fall of his chest became exceedingly laborious, his bones creaking under the immense burden, as if they were on the verge of breaking. Ignoring the changes in his body, Bai Qi tightly closed his eyes, striving to calm the turbulent energy coursing within him. The cells that had been hyperactive from prolonged lightning strikes gradually settled, huddling closely to withstand the overwhelming pressure. The abyss-like surroundings reminded Bai Qi of that inexplicable space he encountered after his death, the eerie depths that existed beneath the ocean. Splash! His heart grew heavy. And after reaching his limit, Bai Qi surged back up to the surface. Gasping for air, he greedily inhaled the fresh oxygen as he landed on a rocky outcrop. Crack! Producing some rations, Bai Qi replenished his energy while taking a moment to rest. He pondered whether he would return to that space after his death, and what might transpire if he did. Gazing at the roiling sea, Bai Qi contemplated that strange realm that still sent shivers down his spine. He feared not death itself, but the possibility of returning to that space afterward. He harbored a foreboding sense that something terrifying awaited him upon his next return. Is this world truly so fearsome? Is it impossible to die a normal death? As these thoughts consumed him, Bai Qi managed a bitter smile. The terrifying, despairing future stifled his will to live, while the eerie, unsettling space deterred him from embracing death. Is it because of you? Recalling the blood mist fused with his heart, Bai Qi speculated that this peculiar dimension might be connected to it. Alas, ultimately he realized he was still too weak. Everything boiled down to his own inadequacy. If he were strong enough, the sudden emergence of Dr. Bai Qi and Dr. Liao, along with their toys, as well as that bizarre space, would pose no issue. With absolute power, even the likes of Beerus the Destroyer, with the Angel, or even Zeno, could no longer sway his fate. Having indulged in these pleasant fantasies, Bai Qi took a sip of water and dove back into the sea, reaching the previous depths swiftly. A flash of white light illuminated his surroundings as Bai Qi drew forth his ice blade, commencing his practice. Under the oppressive pressure, each swing was an arduous endeavor. Yet Bai Qi persevered in his monotonous training regimen. On earth, a despondent Cassius lay sprawled on the large sofa. Ever since Qin's marriage, the one most affected was undoubtedly his father. Following Qin's wedding, Bartz had relentlessly urged him to find a wife, especially since Cassius was the last remaining heir to their family legacy. However, Cassius had no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship. Firstly, there was simply no one. Secondly, the terrifying events of the future left him utterly disinterested. He had withheld this from his father, fearing that his delicate health could not withstand a shock. After much persuasion, Trunks had revealed that he would perish at the hands of someone resembling Bai Qi, which left Cassius in a state of shock. Once he managed to regain his composure, a mischievous thought crossed his mind, prompting him to slyly inquire whether Bai Qi would marry in the future. In response, Trunks merely smiled mysteriously, saying nothing. Clearly, Cassius misinterpreted Trunks' meaning. Never mind, time to train, not game. Having calmed his mind, Cassius headed to the gym to study magic in a dense forest. Yamcha had secluded himself in the mountains for rigorous training following his breakup with Bulma. His disheveled hair framed a determined face adorned with stubble, and beneath his bushy brows were sharp, wolf-like eyes. As he moved, his hand struck forward repeatedly, and amidst the afterimages, one could almost hear the echoes of wolf howls. New Spirit Bomb. Afterimage Fist. The plains reverberated with the sound of Tianjin Fan's fierce shouts, his figure flickering as he continuously refined his techniques in earnest training. Inside a spaceship, Qin struggled to perform push-ups in the gravity chamber. Though he could not match Vegeta's levels, he had reached his own limit. Huff! Huff! So this is how that monster, Goku, trains? No wonder he's so strong. Turning off the gravity switch, Qin gasped for breath and sighed, stepping out of the chamber to find Tai watching him with gentle eyes. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her slightly rounded abdomen. Gazing at Tai, Qin felt a surge of happiness, resolutely vowing, "I will never let that madman harm you." Meanwhile, Vegeta was drenched in sweat in the gravity chamber. Having kept his transformation into a Super Saiyan a secret from everyone, he planned to unveil it during the fight against the androids, intending to astonish everyone. "Just wait, I'll be the one to defeat those puppets. Humph, Kakarot, I'm the strongest Saiyan, and that includes Bai Qi." A triumphant smile broke through the tension on Vegeta's face, already envisioning the astonished expressions of everyone when the moment arrived. At that moment, after careful contemplation, Piccolo arrived at the Supreme Kai's temple. "Your current power is insufficient to protect Earth. Prepare for what is to come. Merging into a complete entity is the best course of action." Gazing at the old Supreme Kai, Piccolo spoke slowly, This decision had been one he had contemplated for quite some time, recognizing that the potential of Namekians could not compare to that of Psiots. Moreover, in his currently incomplete state, he felt unable to keep pace with Goku as the impending situation loomed, whether it be the androids or that ominous future. Only by restoring his full strength could he hope to confront the challenges ahead. I need to think it over. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, the old Supreme Kai remained unfazed, clearly having anticipated this. He was already aware of the news Trunks had brought. Indeed, such an important matter requires careful consideration. I shall first visit Namek, and upon my return, I hope you will have made a decision. If not, I will assist you in making one. After a deep gaze at the old Supreme Kai, Piccolo exited the temple. Watching Piccolo depart, the old Supreme Kai stood atop the temple, lost in thought for a long while. The Supreme Kai, Bobo, looked at the old Supreme Kai with concern. Before leaving, Trunks had imparted the technique of instant transmission to Goku. Originally, Goku had intended to seek Bai Qi for guidance, but he could not locate him and thus missed the opportunity. Fortunately, Trunks had taught him the instant transmission technique, and during this training period, Goku successfully mastered the skill. The new Namek is located here. Thank you, King Kai. Goku expressed his gratitude toward the sky, having learned the location of the new Namek from King Kai at Piccolo's behest. Let us set off, Piccolo. With that, Goku addressed Piccolo. Nodding in response, Piccolo prepared for their journey to Namek, primarily to seek out Nail, who had once provided him with a unique method of empowerment exclusive to the Namekians. At the time, he had rejected the idea, but now, with the situation pressing, he recalled this method to navigate the looming crisis. He needed to harness every available power. Additionally, Piccolo planned to find a Namekian capable of succeeding the old Supreme Kai, as the Dragon Balls were of utmost importance and could not be absent. Placing a hand on Goku's shoulder, the two vanished from their location in an instant. Chapter 39, A Sudden Attack in the Future. Bai Qi lay quietly on the scorched ground of hell, a ring atop his head. Is it because my soul force and life force have been exhausted that I have not returned to that space? In the end, as he burned everything to ashes, he had thought that his soul would be shattered, only to find himself awakening in hell. Due to his past deeds, the King of Hell did not even bother to judge him. He was simply cast into this realm that moment. The once mighty vitality within him had completely dissipated, and inexplicably his body, which should have vanished, remained intact. However, his heart had reverted to its ordinary state, with only the strength cultivated through relentless training preserved. Had everything returned to the starting point? Gazing at the surroundings that bore a resemblance to the demon realm, Bai Qi stood in silence, lost in thought. The events of the past 20-odd years felt like a grand dream, and upon awakening, he found himself back in the same place in the external world, on a metallic planet heavy with mechanical vibes. Intricate metal structures rose from the ground, devoid of vegetation or any trace of life. At the planet's center, a towering conical structure loomed over the landscape, reaching hundreds of meters into the sky. Inside a research laboratory filled with a myriad of complex instruments, Dr. Mio and Dr. Liji were gathered around a 2-meter-tall, transparent chamber filled with green slime. Unbelievable. I never anticipated that Bai Qi would unleash such power before his demise, Dr. Liji remarked darkly, his aged features twisted with disbelief at the notion that a mere earthling could possess such strength. As he gazed at the half-formed silhouette within the chamber, perhaps we should have let Broly confront that Bai Qi instead. Haha, Dr. Mio interjected with a hint of schadenfreude, observing the glass enclosure. That level of power might not even be a match for Broly, Dr. Liji retorted with a cold snort, his expression somber as he speculated about the terrifying strength Bai Qi had exhibited, knowing that even Broly would find it a daunting challenge. Indeed, Dr. Mio conceded, falling silent as he pondered the implications, aware that Broly was far from simple. Had Bai Qi been present to witness the chamber, he would have been taken aback, for within the green liquid lay the artificial Bai Qi. He had obliterated. One half of its form remained humanoid, while the other half consisted of a mass of entwined red flesh, surrounded by writhing strands of flesh that appeared grotesque and horrifying. Several wisps of grayish-white gas coiled around it. As Dr. Liji gazed at the half-formed artificial Bai Qi, His heart ached, remembering how he had discovered a mere remnant of flesh amidst the chaos of battle. Without pause, he had rushed back to utilize every piece of equipment at his disposal, dedicating months alongside Dr. Mio to restore that fragment of flesh to vitality, rescuing his most exquisite creation from the brink of destruction. Yet, despite the revival, its strength had diminished significantly, inciting an intense hatred within Dr. Liji for Bai Qi. As his most perfect work lay in tatters, at least it was not completely annihilated, he murmured to himself as he gazed at the artificial Bai Qi. Months later, Bulma, Trunks, Gohan, and Lazili were gathered around a table for a meal. Since we've given them advance notice, Goku and the others should be on guard. I hope they won't repeat past mistakes, Bulma remarked, feeling somewhat relieved as she observed Trunks enjoying his meal. Ever since Trunks' return, the mood among everyone had improved considerably. Moreover, since Bai Qi's battle, Dr. Liji and his associates had not pursued them for a prolonged period. Yes, Uncle Goku and the others must be prepared. They won't be caught off guard like we were. Given Uncle Bai Qi's character, he should be able to navigate that crisis, Trunks affirmed, putting down his utensils, confident that his warning would ensure the warriors' safety. Rest assured, I will return shortly to remind them once more, he added after a moment of contemplation. That sounds good. Bulma nodded reassuringly, while Gohan, having finished his meal, looked up and cheerfully stated, that would be wonderful. We've endured despair, and I hope my father and the others won't have to experience it again. Lazili, seated beside Bulma, remained silent, quietly listening to Trunks until he mentioned Bai Qi, which elicited a slight reaction from her. Upon hearing Trunks' intention to return and notify them again, her cold demeanor softened marginally, as she too wished to prevent a recurrence of past events. Boom! Just as they conversed, a green energy blast struck their location, transforming the area into ruins in an instant. Reacting swiftly, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and erected a protective barrier to shield Bulma and the others from harm. His light green eyes coldly fixed on the figure hovering in the air, while Trunks also transformed into a Super Saiyan, drawing his sword and bracing for battle. Lazili shielded the defenseless Bulma behind her, her blue eyes alert as she scrutinized the four figures ahead. How hard you are to find, Dr. Mio sneered, observing the group. They had completely concealed their energy, eluding detection by Gohan and the others. At that moment, Broly descended slowly, his power surging as his muscles bulged beneath his black armor, his eyes blank, and his hair transformed into a greenish-golden hue, directed coldly towards Gohan, ignoring Trunks entirely. The son of Kakarot. Is it? Broly's boisterous laughter resounded, his overwhelming and brutal aura bearing down on Gohan and the others like a mountain. Minutes later, Broly chuckled, You are far too weak. Compared to your father, you failed to pique my interest at all. With no visible injuries, Broly, in his transformed state, grasped the severely wounded Gohan with one hand, a maniacal grin plastered across his face, in the face of a staggering power disparity. Gohan, Trunks, and Lazili were no match for Broly, suffering defeat in a matter of moments. Nearby, a battered Trunks lay on the ground, with a dust-covered Bulma cradling him, her eyes filled with hatred as she glared at Dr. Mio and the others. Despair weighing heavily upon her heart, Lazili stood resolutely before them, fixated on Broly and the looming figures of Dr. Mio and Dr. Liji, as well as the dark silhouette behind them. Though she too was injured, the advantage of her eternal energy kept her from appearing overly disheveled. Bulma, though you are my enemy, I must concede that you are indeed a prodigious genius for managing to develop a time machine. But do you truly believe you can construct such a device? Dr. Mio remarked, astonished as he examined the information he had obtained from Bulma. That a time machine? Do you think you can go back and stop us? How naive, Dr. Liji derided, though he was still taken aback by Bulma's ingenuity, recognizing that regardless of whether or not she could actually create it, her ambition far surpassed their own. Upon hearing their words, Bulma remained silent, holding on to Trunks as her despair gradually quelled, her gaze flat as she regarded Dr. Mio and Dr. Liji. Is this the end? Bulma realized that escape was impossible today, yet she felt no fear of death. For Trunks had left behind a glimmer of hope for the past. Even if it was but a sliver, she could face her demise with peace. Dr. Liji, perhaps you would be intrigued by this? Lazuli, who had remained quiet until now, spoke softly, her gaze fixed upon them. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed out a universal capsule, and a time machine materialized before them, only to vanish again as they comprehended its presence. She had discovered it on Trunks just moments ago. What could that have been? Dr. Bai Qi stammered, his face a mask of disbelief as he recognized the machine, identical to the one depicted in the schematics. A time machine? Dr. Mio echoed, mirroring the astonishment on Dr. Bai Qi's face, though skepticism still tinged his voice that, it seems you are not as foolish as I thought. Indeed, this is a time machine. I'm certain you find it intriguing. Why don't you set Gohan down so we can have a proper discussion? Holding the universal capsule, Lazuli gazed at the two with a calm demeanor and spoke softly. Chapter 37, A Dangerous Signal. Lazuli, what are you planning? Bulma, standing behind her, felt a sense of irritation as she regarded Lazuli. If Dr. Bai Qi and his associates were to obtain the time machine, it would undoubtedly result in catastrophic consequences. After Lazuli shot her a reassuring glance, she turned her attention back to the increasingly fervent expressions of Dr. Bai Qi and Dr. Mio. Do you truly believe we would be swayed? Why don't you hand over that contraption for us to verify its authenticity? Perhaps then we might consider sparing son Gohan's life, suppressing his excitement. Dr. Mio shot a glance at Broly, who tightened his grip on the power he wielded, causing son Gohan's already pale visage to grow even more ashen. If that's the case, then let us proceed. Kill son Gohan, and you can forget about the time machine. Lazuli was not fooled by Dr. Mio's deceptive words. She dismissed his threats entirely, gathering energy in her other hand as she slowly approached the capsule. Wait! Unable to contain himself any longer, Dr. Bai Qi interjected, realizing that if the time machine was indeed genuine, missing out on it would be a grave loss. I doubt you would dare play tricks, with a shared longing for the time machine. Mio reluctantly acquiesced to Lazuli's demand, signaling Broly to release son Gohan. Humph! With a displeased grunt, Broly cast the barely conscious son Gohan at Lazuli's feet. Seeing this, Lazuli quickly pulled son Gohan back behind her. Ensuring that the energy sphere in her hand remained intact, her gaze fixed on Dr. Bai Qi and Dr. Mio. Cough, cough. Aunt Lazuli. Struggling to open his eyes, son Gohan managed to speak with difficulty as he looked at Lazuli. Do not speak. This is a senzu bean. Wait for the right moment to consume it. Here, take this. Without turning her head, Lazuli whispered to son Gohan, discreetly handing him a senzu bean along with what appeared to be another capsule. Lazuli moved swiftly and with utmost stealth, ensuring that Dr. Bai Qi and Dr. Mio were oblivious to the senzu bean and the other capsule. Son Gohan remained silent, clutching the senzu bean and the capsule tightly, while Bulma hurriedly pulled him closer. Gohan! In Bulma's embrace, the nearly unconscious Trunks managed to muster a bit of spirit upon seeing son Gohan. From a distance, Dr. Bai Qi and Dr. Mio fixated intently on Lazuli, having only observed her pulling son Gohan behind her, unaware of any other actions. The capsule they believed to be the time machine remained firmly in Lazuli's grasp, never leaving their line of sight, thus sparking no suspicion in their minds. Broly stood nearby, his gaze firmly fixed on the four, ready to eliminate Lazuli should she make any untoward movements. Meanwhile, the recently revived artificial Bai Qi stood immobile at the back. Watching the scene unfold, Dr. Mio and his companion believed that the strongest fighters among the four, Son Gohan and Trunks, were gravely injured, leaving only Bulma, who posed no threat, and Lazuli, who they deemed powerless. They were confident that even if Lazuli and her companions attempted to flee, escape from their grasp would be nearly impossible. Thus, they harbored little concern regarding any tricks Lazuli might attempt. Observing Son Gohan and the others huddled together, Lazuli felt a sense of relief. The senzu bean had become their last lifeline, provided by Bai Qi. Very well, Son Gohan, we have released him. Now, swiftly hand over the time machine to Dr. Bai Qi addressed Lazuli coldly, stating that had it not been for the time machine, Lazuli and her companions would already be corpses. Do not be so impatient, Dr. Bai Qi. Surely, you do not fear us remnants? A faint smile broke through Lazuli's otherwise stoic expression as she inched the energy sphere closer to the universal capsule. Slightly shifting his stance, Dr. Bai Qi and Dr. Mio halted abruptly, their eyes locked onto Lazuli. If looks could kill, she would have perished hundreds of times over. Ignoring their murderous glares, Lazuli subtly tilted her head towards Sun Gohan, who instantly understood, his swollen eyes widening slightly. "I'm sorry." Suppressing his sorrow, Sun Gohan gritted his teeth, bracing himself for the right moment, his grip on the senzu bean trembling slightly. Clever boy. Lazuli felt a sense of satisfaction at Sun Gohan's reaction. Observing the barely contained impatience of Dr. Bai Qi and Dr. Mio as she gradually approached them, her blue eyes glinting with mischief. Suddenly, with a swift motion, she hurled the energy sphere at Dr. Bai Qi and Dr. Mio, while simultaneously, Sun Gohan quickly consumed the senzu tea that moment. Broly, who had been watching intently, reacted immediately. Just as Sun Gohan swallowed the senzu bean, a massive, powerful green energy sphere hurtled toward them. Boom! Prepared for the attack. Lazuli stepped in front of the energy sphere, and amid the ensuing chaos, Sun Gohan teleported away with Bulma and Trunks, escaping the planet just before the explosion enveloped them. Bang! Lazuli was propelled into the ruins by the explosion, a cloud of dust rising around her. Ha! Truly, she's that Bai Qi's wife, decisive and unafraid of death. Dr. Mio's voice was laced with menace, knowing full well the connection between Lazuli and Bai Qi. Meanwhile, Dr. Bai Qi's expression darkened as he witnessed the time machine slip from his grasp. Though unscathed, the data he had obtained from Bulma concerning the time machine was obliterated in Lazuli's attack. Furthermore, the capsule he believed to be the time machine was also destroyed by Broly's strike. Cough, cough. That is to be expected. Wounded, Lazuli struggled to rise, bloodied yet resolute, confidently lifting her head as she spoke. Humph, such a demeanor, reminiscent of Bai Qi's stubbornness. Unfortunately, your efforts are in vain. Like Bai Qi, you too shall soon meet your end. Dr. Bai Qi, having regained his composure, spoke with palpable malice, his old face twisted in rage. Lazuli's actions had thoroughly incensed him. Cough, cough. Is that so? I suppose my husband has prepared quite a surprise for you before his demise. Lazuli cast a glance at the now weakened figure, fully aware of Bai Qi's temperament, and chuckled softly, her expression mocking as she regarded Dr. Bai Qi. Humph! Ignorant fool! Dr. Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback by Lazuli's words, his expression darkening as he chose to ignore her, vanishing alongside Dr. Mio into the outer reaches of the planet. Broly casually hurled a massive meteor toward the ground, which rapidly grew to a planet-like size as it approached. Let us all be reduced to dust, foolish woman. Exhausted and wounded, Lazuli slumped to the ground, the gentle breeze stirred by the pressure tousling her golden hair as she calmly gazed at the impending green planet. In the face of death, a smile graced her lips. Though they should have all perished, 3 had managed to escape, achieving her purpose. Even if only one had fled, there remained a glimmer of hope. I hope Bulma and the others succeed, she murmured before she and the planet were reduced to ashes beneath the overwhelming energy. Observing the obliterated planet, Dr. Bai Qi and his companions did not linger. Returning to the metallic world. Humph, the next time we locate them, there will be no games. We shall eliminate them all, Dr. Bai Qi stated with displeasure, clearly infuriated by Lazuli's words. Those little mice pose no threat. Perhaps we should focus on researching that time machine first, Dr. Mio replied nonchalantly, a hint of excitement in his demeanor. Humph, the manufacturing data and the existing time machine were both destroyed, so how can we conduct our research? Dr. Bai Qi retorted, still brooding over Broly's destruction of the time machine. While the time machine may be gone, the manufacturing data is intact. Dr. Mio confidently pointed his head. How could I have forgotten? Let us hasten our research. If that Earth woman could create it, so can we. Upon witnessing Dr. Mio's actions, Dr. Bai Qi instantly grasped the situation, his face alight with exuberance. Indeed, Dr. Mio is a robot. He has meticulously recorded all the production materials he glanced at. The two exchanged knowing glances, instantly comprehending each other's thoughts. The laboratory echoed with frenzied, distorted laughter. Chapter 38. The kindness of Yama King in the future realm of the underworld. After death, the halo-crowned Lazuli stood before the towering Yama King, whose form reached a height of 30 to 40 meters, adorned with twin horns and clad in crimson skin. Let me see. Lazuli, your merits certainly warrant a place in heaven, the Yama king remarked, flipping through a colossal ledger as he addressed her. Please wait a moment, Your Majesty Yama. If I may be so bold, could you tell me whether a young man named Bai Qi went to heaven or not? Lazuli asked respectfully, recalling how Bai Qi had previously mentioned the Yama king, the overseer of all souls, though you must be referring to that animal-loving boy, correct? His kind-heartedness surely earned him a place in heaven. The Yama king replied with a smile, displaying remarkable patience, as he remembered each warrior's soul lost during the tragic events that transpired on Earth. He felt a profound sense of helplessness regarding that period, as an overwhelming influx of souls surged into the underworld, far exceeding his capacity to manage, which fueled his resentment towards Dr. Bai Qi and his companions. Despite feeling sympathy for the fallen warriors of Earth, he was unable to provide effective assistance, merely striving to care for the souls of those who perished. That is good to hear that, Your Majesty Yama, may I inquire about Bai Qi? What became of him after his death? Upon learning that her brother had ascended to heaven, Lazuli breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Qi had sacrificed himself at the hands of Dr. Bai Qi and his companions to buy them time. Now, with the knowledge that her brother had found a good resting place, she felt at ease, yet cautiously inquired about Bai Qi, her blue eyes filled with anticipation. Ahem. As for Bai Qi, well, he is in hell, the Yama king stated awkwardly, his crimson visage betraying a hint of embarrassment, having dispatched Bai Qi without a proper examination. How could this be? Bai Qi died to save us. Why would he end up in hell? Lazuli murmured, disappointment etching her features, having assumed that Bai Qi's sacrifice would grant him a passage to heaven, much like her own. This is due to the fact that he completely exhausted his life force and soul energy during the battle. Logically, he should have been obliterated. However, considering his selfless act of saving others, and despite the remnants of his soul being but a shadow, its strength remained formidable that I managed to preserve both his soul and body. Nonetheless, the bloodshed he caused in his youth cannot be overlooked. Much like the equally powerful Scion warrior, Vegeta, he too must descend to hell, the Yama king explained, revealing the rationale behind Bai Qi's fate, while also reflecting on the terrifying strength of Bai Qi's soul. What? Soul obliteration. The phrase soul obliteration reverberated violently in Lazuli's mind, leaving her momentarily stunned. She fully comprehended the terrifying implications, her thoughts rendered blank. Bai Qi had never mentioned such a dire outcome to her. Well, that should suffice for your inquiries. Now, Lazuli, I shall escort you to heaven. The Yama king nodded, preparing to send the inquisitive Lazuli on her way. Wait, Your Majesty Yama, could you possibly take me to hell instead? Lazuli exclaimed, her previously cool blue eyes now brimming with desperation. Wait, what did you just say? The Yama king, momentarily taken aback by her request, found himself dumbfounded. Such a plea was something he had only heard from the most malevolent of souls. Yet upon further scrutiny, he discerned that Lazuli's soul, aside from its serene and beautiful blue hue, bore no trace of malevolence. How could she make such a request? Just as he was about to counter her demand, the Yama king suddenly spotted something in his ledger, his expression shifting to one of understanding. Ah, I see. You are Bai Qi's wife, aren't you? Upon realizing the connection between Lazuli and Bai Qi, the Yama king was both enlightened and astonished that such a gentle soul could harbor feelings for Bai Qi. He vividly recalled the fierce purity of Bai Qi's soul, a stark representation of slaughter, which was precisely why he had arranged Bai Qi's fate so clearly, deeming an interrogation unnecessary. You realize that should you descend to hell. The Yama king began to explain the differences between hell and heaven, hoping to dissuade Lazuli from making such a rash decision. Yes, I understand. I am Bai Qi's wife, that I appreciate your concerns, but I kindly ask you to take me to hell. Lazuli nodded, her indifference to the distinction between heaven and hell evident as she listened politely to the Yama king's words, her expression still pleading. Very well, if you are resolute in your decision, I shall respect your wishes, the Yama king said, gazing at Lazuli in disbelief, clearly aware that she had not absorbed his counsel. Rest assured, I will transport you directly to Bai Qi's side, with no other option. The Yama king relented, offering a friendly, expedited journey. Thank you so very much, Your Majesty Yama. Furthermore, I sincerely appreciate you for preserving Bai Qi's soul. Lazuli bowed deeply, her voice infused with genuine gratitude. Hell, Bai Qi lay languidly on the ground, his hands cradling his head. How utterly dull. I wonder how Lazuli and Bulma are faring. Has Trunks successfully returned to the past? Has the crisis been averted? His mind wandered aimlessly, rendered powerless to do anything but wait idly. Ugh, I wonder where Vegeta, who died before me, has gone. Could he have ascended to heaven? And what of Frieza, Cell, and those old friends of mine? They seem to have vanished as well, bored. He had hoped to find Vegeta or Frieza for a game. But after searching in vain, he found no one. Bai Qi. Just as he wallowed in melancholy, a familiar voice filled with joy rang out nearby. Huh. Suspecting he was imagining things, Bai Qi sat up abruptly, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets upon seeing Lazuli beside him, the halo above her head causing his heart to plummet. Moments ago, he had been worried for her safety. Minutes later. What the hell are those two brats, Gohan and the others, doing? How could they let you die? Bai Qi grumbled, visibly displeased. Were it not for the constraints of their situation, he would have wanted to confront the two of them. Don't worry, it was my decision, and Gohan had nothing to do with it. Besides, thanks to my cleverness, Bulma and the others successfully escaped. Hee. Lazuli said, gently leaning against Bai Qi's shoulder, her tone slightly prideful as she awaited his praise. Completely shedding her usual aloof demeanor. After a prolonged silence, Bai Qi, exasperated, replied, Your cleverness? Are you foolish? You forfeited your chance to go to heaven to come to this dreadful place. What? Humph. And what about that certain someone who hasn't yet informed me about the perilous act that led to your soul's obliteration? Lazuli retorted, pinching Bai Qi's waist with irritation, her eyes narrowed in discontent. Bai Qi stammered, suddenly feeling guilty and at a loss for words. Was it the Namek who divulged this to Lazuli? In that instant, Bai Qi comprehended the reason behind her anger, his expression tinged with helplessness. Just then, Lazuli suddenly embraced him tightly. Promise me, don't do such reckless things again. It feels so good to see you again. She murmured, burying her face in Bai Qi's chest, her voice trembling slightly. The phrase soul obliteration had frightened her deeply. I promise I won't. Ha. Upon witnessing the frightened Lazuli, Bai Qi uttered no further words, instead enveloping her in a tight embrace, soothing her fears. How could he not be moved by Lazuli's willingness to descend into hell to seek him? A pang of guilt stirred within him. Let the matter of Dr. Bai Qi be a headache for my past self. After all, I am merely a dead man now. Upon learning that Dr. Bai Qi had perused the materials on the time machine, Bai Qi understood that his former self had landed in trouble. Yet what could he do? He was merely a specter. With this thought, he tenderly tucked Lazuli's golden hair behind her ear, a serene smile gracing his face. Chapter 39. The 3-year pact has arrived in the vast expanse of the ocean to the ocean floor. The pressure reached an unfathomable degree, darkness consuming all light. Suddenly, deep blue eyes fluttered open in the abyss. Boom! The entire deep sea seemed to tremble under an inexplicable force, the agitated surface momentarily freezing in an illusion before swiftly returning to its chaotic state. Rising from his meditative position at the ocean's depths, Bai Qi stood, the surrounding water beginning to ripple. An invisible force field repelled the water beside him several meters away, creating the illusion of being encased in a transparent sphere. Whoosh! Bai Qi's figure vanished from the seabed. The water in the absence of pressure crashing together in a tumultuous embrace. 3 years had passed. Gazing at the surging sea, Bai Qi's voice was slightly hoarse. He had spent 3 long years on this planet. The monotonous rigors of training now drawing to a close. Thunder rumbled ominously above, dark clouds swirling as lightning roared. Bai Qi surged into the center of the tempest, countless bolts striking him, yet he remained unscathed. Crackle! The surrounding lightning, like a wrathful dragon, surged towards Bai Qi, releasing a cacophony of thunderous roars that sent shivers down the spine. Bai Qi allowed the lightning to entwine him, brilliant white light engulfing him. The effect was remarkable. Under such terrifying strikes, Bai Qi merely felt a negligible tingling sensation spread through his body, a smile creeping onto his unshaven face. Amidst the tempest of thunder, the composed Bai Qi resembled a god of thunder descending upon the earth. After assessing the fruits of his training, Bai Qi's chest expanded slightly as he opened his mouth. Roar. The sound of his roar eclipsed even the thunder, a terrifying wave of sound piercing through the dense clouds, causing them to tremble. The ensuing powerful, invisible sound waves instantaneously scattered the clouds, leaving the once tumultuous sea of thunder devoid of its dragon-like presence. To his astonishment, the previously perpetually overcast sky revealed a scene of clear, unblemished blue. Satisfied by the long-awaited sight of the clear sky, Bai Qi nodded in approval and instantly teleported away from the planet. In the gravity chamber, Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan form, relentlessly kicked and punched. At this moment, he no longer exhibited the astonishing turbulence he had at the onset of his transformation, having fully mastered it. His aura, though still somewhat ferocious, had calmed considerably. With a snap, he turned off the gravity switch and wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel. That self-proclaimed time traveler mentioned that the androids would appear within these few days. Those puppets, along with Kakarot, will be dealt with by yours truly. Returning to his normal state, Vegeta chuckled triumphantly, the immense power within him instilling unparalleled confidence. As he opened the gravity chamber door, he headed toward the bathroom. Passing by the bedroom, he caught sight of Bulma, cradling a chubby boy with lavender hair, sitting on the sofa engrossed in the television. Vegeta cast a brief glance at them. These days likely marked the arrival of the androids the mysterious boy spoke of. Bored, Bulma fiddled with the television channels, seemingly sensing Vegeta's gaze. By the time she turned to look, he had already stepped into the bathroom. Just like Goku, a fellow who only knows how to train. Trunks, you must not grow up to be like your father, huh? Bulma chuckled, playfully teasing the boy in her arms. She wished for Trunks to enjoy a carefree life, free from the hardships Vegeta endured. The young Trunks, oblivious to Bulma's words, reached out his chubby little hand to grasp hers, his lavender eyes blinking innocently. Splash! In the bathroom, water cascaded over Vegeta, the scars from years of battles and recent training etched across his body. Beneath those scars lay well-defined muscles, the water flowing over them like a stream in a valley, concealing the terrifying power within. Emerging from the bathroom, he noticed the blue battlesuit Bulma had prepared for him draped over a nearby chair. Gazing at the attire, a flicker of emotion stirred within his typically cold heart. Speaking of which, the despairing future that mysterious boy described is truly terrifying. Everyone, even Goku and the others, perished. Observing the playful Trunks in her arms, Bulma murmured, her face brightening as she lifted him high. But do not worry. When the time comes, your father will protect us. Won't he, Trunks? Vegeta, just stepping into the doorway of the bedroom, paused slightly upon hearing Bulma's words that a spaceship was approaching Earth. How swiftly time passes. 3 years have flown by. Krillin, now sporting longer hair, sat in the pilot's seat, gazing at the approaching Earth with a sense of wonder. Tai Si, cradling a golden-haired girl in the co-pilot's seat, wore a calm demeanor, though concern tinged her voice as she addressed Krillin. Krillin, it's almost time for the androids the mysterious boy spoke of to appear. You must ensure your safety. Fear not, Tai Si. During these 3 years, I've been training diligently. With me around, you shall not come to harm. Krillin scratched his head, his voice brimming with confidence as he reflected on the progress he had made over the past 3 years. Seated there, his 1.5-meter stature exuded an aura reminiscent of someone 5 meters tall. In the sacred land of the Kai. Having returned from Namek, Piccolo stood before the old Kai, his presence amplified several times due to his fusion with Nail. Kai, I trust you have made your decision, Piccolo began, gazing at the old Kai's serene countenance. Indeed, you are correct. Earth does not require a feeble K.I.T.O. confront such a crisis. A formidable warrior is what Earth truly needs. The old Kai, with wise eyes fixed upon Piccolo, spoke calmly, having reached his conclusion. Rest assured, Earth cannot lose the Dragon Balls. A new Kai has already been chosen. Piccolo glanced at Dend, who stood beside Bubbles. As he conveyed this to the old Kai, that is splendid news. Then, Bubbles, I thank you for your years of care. The old Kai turned to the sorrowful Bubbles, expressing gratitude before instructing Piccolo to place his hand upon his chest. His aged essence was ill-suited for a warrior's role. Thus, he relinquished his consciousness, entrusting it to Piccolo. Piccolo, The fate of Earth is now in your hands. With those final words, the old Kai erupted in a burst of white light. His blood, having cooled for centuries, began to boil. The IT surged for the impending superpower, for he, too, had once been a warrior devoted to the pursuit of martial prowess before becoming the Kai. As the white light dissipated, a transformed Piccolo emerged before bubbles and dinned, his formidable energy saturating the entire Earth. What is this energy? Is that Namekian? How can this be? Vegeta, mid-meal, abruptly set down his bowl in disbelief. Piccolo, what an incredible aura! Goku, training with Gohan in Super Saiyan form, felt the overwhelming energy radiating from Piccolo and smiled widely. Uncle Piccolo, incredible! Is this the result of 3 years of training? Gohan exclaimed, his face beaming with joy as he paused his training. That guy, Piccolo, just finishing his training. Yamcha and Tien also sensed Piccolo's energy, collectively sighing. The struggles of their 3 years suddenly felt trivial. This is good. At least our chances of survival in that impending crisis have significantly increased. Although Yamcha appeared somewhat melancholic, he nonetheless harbored a sense of joy within. Regardless of who it may be, the addition of strength equates to an increase in hope. Remarkable, indeed, is Piccolo upon sensing Piccolo's energy. Krillin, who had just arrived on Earth, displayed admiration on his face, devoid of any feelings of defeat. For quite some time, Krillin had understood that Piccolo was not of the same ilk as them. He belonged to the same category as Goku, Vegeta, and Bai Qi. Each of them possessed their own pride and would never permit themselves to lag behind others. One could only wonder how powerful Mr. Bai Qi had grown. Contemplating Bai Qi filled Krillin with longing, for unlike the Saiyans, the Namekians, and Bai Qi were earthlings like him. Meanwhile, at home, Cassius felt an immense joy upon sensing Piccolo's aura. What did this signify? It indicated that he could once again enjoy the simple pleasures of being a carefree recluse. Chapter 40. The early arrival of Trunks on May 11th, the day before the androids emerged. Trunks, having traversed through time once more, appeared before Goku's family, who were preparing to dine. Its Trunks. Haha. Come in quickly. Chi-Chi has just finished cooking. Goku exclaimed warmly, inviting Trunks to join their meal. Chi-Chi stood by, curiously observing Trunks. Gohan, standing behind Goku, wore a look of surprise, for in his perception, Trunks was exceedingly powerful, stronger even than his father. Thank you, Uncle Goku, but I want to be dining today. I mainly came to check if you've taken the special medicine, Trunks said with a smile, shaking his head. He was not here for a meal. His Uncle Goku had a rather carefree disposition when it came to matters outside of battle. What medicine? Oh, you mentioning it almost made me forget. Ah, Goku responded, scratching his head in mild embarrassment as he finally understood Trunks' intent. Ultimately, under Trunks' watchful gaze and Chi-Chi's furious glare, Goku swallowed the medicine. Very well, I shall not disturb you further. Farewell, Uncle Goku, Aunt Chi-Chi, and Gohan. With that, Trunks felt a sense of relief, bidding farewell to the trio before vanishing with a flash of instant transmission. What a kind and polite young man. Goku, you truly make me worry. Chi-Chi lamented, her heart nearly breaking for Goku's condition, which she had been unaware of until Trunks' reminder. She glared at Goku, pinching him with her fingers. Ha, I was wrong. Chi-Chi, Goku chuckled awkwardly, having intended to take the medicine when he felt unwell. He quickly apologized. Seeing this, Gohan returned to his seat, quietly resuming his meal, avoiding Chi-Chi's gaze. He was aware of his father's ailment. But due to his training, he had forgotten, now fearing that Chi-Chi would unleash her frustration upon him. Father, Uncle Piccolo's energy is immense, and Uncle Krillin and the others have also become significantly stronger after 3 years of rigorous training. Trunks, soaring through the sky, felt the presence of Earth's warriors and nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he had hoped for. Uncle Bai Qi had also returned from his cosmic training. One could only wonder how powerful he had become. He felt a mix of anticipation and concern about what awaited him. Let us hope my arrival does not alter any events, he murmured, suppressing his anxiety as he steeled his gaze, placing his index and middle fingers against his forehead. Suddenly, Bai Qi, who was bathing at home, sensed an unfamiliar energy in the room. Without even donning his attire, he swiftly drew his ice blade and aimed it at a specific location. Clang. Trunks, having just arrived via instant transmission, was taken aback, a flash of white light illuminating the room as he instinctively drew his sword to block the ice blade. Crash! The two weapons collided, producing a jarring sound, and the surrounding furniture was shattered by the force of their encounter. This was still a restrained exchange. Otherwise, the small island would have been obliterated. Trunks, remember to knock next time, Bai Qi remarked, lowering his guard as he looked at Trunks, exasperated. You appeared so suddenly. Who could withstand that? Oops, my apologies, Uncle Bai Qi, I accidentally forgot, Trunks said sheepishly, sheathing his sword and discreetly rubbing his tingling wrist. Upon noticing Bai Qi's nakedness, he quickly turned his head away. What a terrifying level of vigilance. He was secretly astonished by Bai Qi's perceptiveness, while also feeling slightly bemused, pondering who would be so alert in their own home. Bai Qi, noticing he was still without clothing, hastily put on a garment, although he himself was not particularly concerned that a few minutes later, by the way, you arrived quite punctually. Were you worried about something? Bai Qi inquired as he sat on the sofa, tousling his tousled hair. Glancing at Trunks beside him, he recalled that this dashing young man had appeared after Vegeta and the others had defeated Android 19. Given your current strength, Uncle Bai Qi, the androids are no match for you. The subsequent encounters will merely present a few challenges, Trunks replied with a smile. Although he had been quite young at the time, he recalled his mother mentioning that the androids had not posed much difficulty for Bai Qi and the others. Did I ask that so? Bai Qi nodded. Vegeta had already transformed into a Super Saiyan, and Piccolo had merged with the Supreme Kai ahead of time. Their collective strength far surpassed that of the original story. Excluding himself, Goku and the others alone could likely sweep through without encountering any resistance from the likes of Lightning Cell, that if they play it smart, they could bring everything to a swift conclusion. Furthermore, I have not been idle these past 3 years. I am even willing to engage with Lightning Cell. One wonders if my presence will invoke the emergence of the alternate timeline Cell, due to Bai Qi's influence and other circumstances. The future had undergone significant changes, and he found himself curious as to whether a timeline of total annihilation would still exist. Trunks, what level are you currently at? Bai Qi inquired, taking a keen interest in Trunks' strength. Having observed the recent exchange, he believed Trunks' capabilities exceeded those depicted in the original narrative, and the formidable sword that had blocked the ice blade was certainly not a mere decorative piece. Due to my innate talent, I can barely transform into Super Saiyan 2, Trunks replied with some embarrassment, acknowledging that his potential paled in comparison to future Gohans. He had only recently attained Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2? Bai Qi feigned confusion while feeling a weight of seriousness. He was well aware of what Super Saiyan 2 entailed. With Trunks' level of power, combined with an even stronger Gohan, any incarnation of Cell would be reduced to ashes, let alone Goku and Vegeta. However, despite this, they would still fall short against Dr. Gero and his creations, which offered him a clearer understanding of the formidable foes that awaited them. Super Saiyan 2 represented a new transformation that surpassed the original Super Saiyan, effectively doubling its power. Knowing Bai Qi's curiosity, Trunks patiently began to explain. The transformations of your Saiyan race are quite intricate, Bai Qi remarked, nodding symbolically, feigning a side to ha-ha. I recall Uncle Bai Qi once critiquing our transformations as being ostentatious yet lacking substance. Trunks laughed, recalling how the future Bai Qi had frequently expressed his disdain for their transformations. Indeed, that sentiment resonates with me as well. Bai Qi expressed his agreement with this sentiment. After uttering those words, he remained silent, casually withdrawing the ice edge from beside him and beginning to polish it slowly. Trunks, seated across from him, also refrained from speaking, mimicking Bai Qi's actions as he wiped down his greatsword, his gaze occasionally darting towards Bai Qi, quietly awaiting any inquiries he might pose, perhaps regarding Bai Qi's own romantic entanglements. Trunks had prepared responses for such questions. However, it was evident that Bai Qi had no intention of asking. As he continued to sit on the sofa, diligently cleaning the ice edge. Half an hour later, Trunks coughed lightly and declared, Well then, Uncle Bai Qi, I shall take my leave. Until tomorrow, unable to remain any longer. Trunks hurriedly bid farewell and departed, having discerned that Bai Qi displayed no interest in matters of the heart. Furthermore, It was clear that Bai Qi had no desire to invite him for dinner. Indeed, Bai Qi responded indifferently to Trunks' farewell, his thoughts consumed by the formidable adversaries that lay ahead. Truly a troublesome fellow, he mused, gazing at the empty space left by Trunks. He felt no trepidation regarding the imminent androids that would emerge. Were it not for his excessive training, which he feared might dull his intellect, he would have marched directly to the lair of Dr. Gero in the original narrative and eliminated the troublemaking old man before proceeding to other planets for further cultivation. This time, he needed to devise a plan to locate the two old coots, Dr. Bai Qi and Dr. Mu. Having sensed Trunks' strength, Bai Qi realized that allowing such fearsome foes to develop in the future was unacceptable. Unlike the Scions, he lacked their inherent aggression. The sooner unknown adversaries were extinguished, the better. Chapter 41. The androids on a small island located in the southwest of the southern capital. There lay a city with a population of over 100,000. Tianjin Fan, did you not bring the dumplings? Yamucha inquired, somewhat puzzled, as he observed Tianjin Fan standing alone. This battle is quite perilous, so I chose not to bring any weaklings like the dumplings. Tianjin Fan had sensed the danger of the upcoming confrontation and thus left the less formidable dumplings behind. Except for Vegeta and Bai Qi, everyone had gathered atop a mountain here. Ha, Yamucha! Who would have thought that after 3 years, you and Bulma have welcomed a child into the world? Krillin, now sporting a freshly shaved head, jested as he glanced at the boy Bulma held in her arms, while Ties, under his insistence, had not joined them. Oh really? You got married and didn't even think to invite me? How inconsiderate. Bulma, interjected Cassius, clearly unaware of the situation between Vegeta and Bulma. Meanwhile, the great Trunks stood with his hands in his pockets, his worries alleviated upon seeing Bulma and the infant Trunks. You are mistaken. Bulma and I separated long ago. This is not our child, Yamucha said with a wry smile as he leaned against the wall. What? When did you two break up? And whose child is this? Krillin asked, his face a mask of confusion. Having been away from Earth for 3 years, he was out of the loop regarding Bulma's circumstances and had returned solely to prepare for the imminent battle. Having not seen Bulma at all, Ties, who had met Bulma, had also not shared any information with him. Let me take a guess. This must be Vegeta and Bulma's child. Right, Trunks? Goku quickly approached with a knowing expression, causing the great Trunks to startle, his eyelids twitching as he stared at Goku. He was not yet prepared to reveal his identity, remembering that his uncle Goku had promised to keep his lips sealed. What? Before Bulma could respond, everyone else, except Piccolo, looked on in astonishment, unable to fathom the revelation. Indeed, he's the child of Vegeta, and me. By the way, Goku, how did you know his name is Trunks? Bulma admitted openly. Regarding Goku, with confusion, Trunks' existence was a secret to all, and even if someone guessed his identity, it was unlikely they would know his name. Goku's smile faltered as he noticed the great Trunks shooting him frantic glances. Realizing he had misspoken, he began to stammer, his head nearly overheating as he struggled to find the right words. Among all, Krillin appeared the most shocked. Upon hearing Bulma's admission, he was rendered speechless. So this means I am now Vegeta's brother-in-law. Although Vegeta would never acknowledge it, he vaguely recalled having once pulled Vegeta's tail. After all, they had a vendetta against each other. Cassius pondered in confusion. He was well aware of Vegeta's personality and was taken aback by this news. Gohan, meanwhile, was entertaining the infant Trunks with silly faces, eliciting hearty laughter, while Piccolo looked on, slightly exasperated. He understood the situation and was about to speak up on Goku's behalf, when suddenly, the great Trunks unleashed an energy blast towards an airplane soaring overhead. Boom! The energy blast exploded beside the aircraft, and those who had been taken aback by Trunks' actions clearly witnessed 2 figures plummeting from the plane. All right, enough chit-chat. Those 2 were the androids. Now it's your turn to handle them, Trunks stated calmly, having anticipated the attack on the airplane and acted instinctively to intervene. What? Just as you said, these individuals give off no energy whatsoever. The relaxed expressions of the group vanished, replaced by seriousness. Indeed, as Trunks had described, they sensed no life force emanating from the androids. Without further discussion, they all soared towards the city. Piccolo, arms crossed, having merged with the Supreme Kai, also detected the androids. But before he could make a move, the great Trunks had already acted, casting a deep glance at the great Trunks. Piccolo flew towards the city, impressed by the strength of Vegeta's son, which surpassed his own perception. "Thank you," Goku said, regaining his composure and expressing gratitude to the great Trunks for saving the people aboard the aircraft. "No problem. Just be careful," Trunks replied with a hint of detachment. Choosing to remain silent thereafter, he would not intervene further. His earlier actions had been purely instinctual. Goku nodded and flew towards the city below the mountain. "Hey there, handsome, aren't you going to help?" Bulma questioned, observing that while everyone else had rushed to confront the androids, only the great Trunks remained stationary at This is a battle for Mr. Goku and the others. I shouldn't interfere, and they wouldn't want me to. The great Trunks answered promptly, his gaze fixed on the infant Trunks in Bulma's arms, a smile breaking through his typically stern demeanor. "I see." Bulma responded, somewhat bewildered. She gently rocked the infant Trunks, not giving much thought to his words. Meanwhile, she failed to notice the warmth in his tone. The great Trunks fell silent again, his lavender eyes intently focused on the scene below, steadfastly guarding Bulma's side. Compared to the formidable Goku and others, his only concern was for his mother, who lacked combat prowess. What could father be doing? He still hasn't arrived, nor has Uncle Bai Qi. The great Trunks furrowed his brow. Bai Qi's absence was tolerable. Perhaps he had little interest in the androids. However, Vegeta's absence was unacceptable. With his wife and child in such a perilous situation, one would expect him to come and protect them. Despite having lived with Vegeta for several years and understanding his character, the great Trunks felt a lingering dissatisfaction. How could this be? We were clearly hidden. Who is that mysterious individual? And how could they have discovered our presence? A man with a handlebar mustache, pale hair, and a hat adorned with a red ribbon emblem, alongside a pale-skinned, plump figure hid behind a building. They were none other than Dr. Gero, who had transformed himself into an android. An Android 19. This mysterious youth appeared 3 years ago, but since then, we had no trace of him, and we lack detailed information, Android 19 mechanically stated, unaware of the great Trunks' true identity, whoever it may be. It is evident that our capabilities are far from ordinary. Had we observed more closely initially, we might have uncovered events of which we are currently unaware, should the situation take a turn for the worse. We must hasten back to the laboratory. Dr. Gero regarded the approaching figures of Sun Wukong and his companions with caution. The moment Trunks easily detected and dispatched them, he sensed something amiss. "Indeed, Dr. Gero," he muttered, "what a troublesome individual." Piccolo soared to the pinnacle of the tallest tower in the city, surveying the expanse below. Having merged with the Supreme Kai, he could discern every corner of the earth with his naked eye. Fixating intently on the city, leaving no suspicious detail overlooked, Yamcha treaded cautiously through the streets, alertly observing his surroundings, a hint of a smirk playing upon his serious countenance. "Humph, no matter who you are, artificial beings stand no chance against my wolf-like instincts," he boasted, only to be abruptly silenced as a hand equipped with a suction device clamped over his mouth. The pallid visage of Android 19 materialized behind him, clutching him tightly as he prepared to absorb his energy. Bang! Piccolo, already on high alert, instantly sensed Yamcha's distress and swiftly intervened, launching a powerful kick that sent Android 19 flying. Dr. Gero, concealed in the shadows, gradually approached the now standing Android 19. Sun Wukong, Gohan, and Krillin also felt the commotion and quickly arrived at the scene, finally encountering the duo of Dr. Gero and the androids at that moment, Bai Qi, who had been seated on the sofa for a day and a night since Trunks' departure, finally rose. With a swift motion, he sheathed his ice blade and donned a black jacket. Enough of this. Let us see what these so-called androids are all about. Having pondered the matter throughout the night without clarity, Bai Qi vanished from his spot in an instant. Chapter 42. The Eerie Vigil in the City of South Capital. Passers-by gazed curiously at the sudden appearance of Sun Wukong and his companions, alongside Dr. Gero. Bang! Merged with the Supreme Kai, Piccolo was determined to prevent any harm to the populace in a flash. He appeared next to Android 19, delivering a powerful punch that sent the android hurtling away. Boom! Before Android 19 could react, he transformed into a white blur, swiftly distancing himself from the city and crashing onto a desolate patch of land beyond a small island. What? Dr. Gero's pupils contracted in shock as he narrowly dodged Piccolo's next strike. Humph! With a disdainful snicker, Piccolo then kicked Dr. Gero, sending him flying as well. His already frail body nearly crumbled under Piccolo's might, crashing into a mountain in the wilderness. Much like Android 19. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and the recently rescued Yamcha stared wide-eyed, having barely comprehended Piccolo's swift actions. Is this the extent of Piccolo's power? Krillin's voice trembled with astonishment. Although he sensed Piccolo's overwhelming energy earlier, witnessing it firsthand exceeded their expectations. Tien Shinhan and Yamcha shared the same sentiment. The reality before them was far more vivid than they had imagined. "Whoa, did something green just zip by?" exclaimed Cassius, startled as he pondered how Dr. Gero managed to create such androids. Just then, a green figure swiftly struck both him and Krillin. Ignoring them, Piccolo sped towards the location where Dr. Gero had fallen. Wow, is this the result of Uncle Piccolo's 3 years of rigorous training? Gohan's face radiated admiration for his uncle, who always seemed to astonish him. Piccolo's done remarkably well. Huh. All right, let's head over there, Sun Wukong chuckled lightly, evidently having anticipated Piccolo's prowess and feeling quite approving of his actions. This way, they could engage in battle without concern for the innocent civilians in the city. Indeed, the others echoed, employing their flight techniques to follow Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo is doing excellently, remarked future Trunks, observing from the mountaintop, nodding in satisfaction at Piccolo's strategy. His approach was quite astute, as it would prevent Dr. Gero and his accomplices from committing any heinous acts during the fray. "What are you mumbling about? Has something happened?" asked Bulma, feeling vexed as she gazed at the receding city below, a look of confusion adorning her face. She had intended to witness the rumored androids, yet remained stationary, while the enigmatic youth beside her occasionally uttered incomprehensible phrases. Well, huh. Future Trunks chuckled awkwardly at Bulma's remark, acutely aware that she was quite oblivious to the unfolding events, only able to feel anxious. "All right, stop smiling foolishly and help me think of a solution. Trunks has Bulma suddenly found herself at a loss as little Trunks began to urinate in her arms, having rushed out without a diaper. "Oh, right." Future Trunks hurriedly approached, a flush of embarrassment gracing his face as he removed his jacket to wrap around the small Trunks. "Thank you. Handsome," Bulma sighed in relief as she managed to control little Trunks, expressing her gratitude to Future Trunks. "Haha, it's nothing." The usually stoic Future Trunks transformed into a bashful boy before Bulma, smiling as he spoke. "My apologies for the mishap. I'll wash your clothes when I return home." Noticing his jacket enveloping Trunks, Bulma felt a pang of embarrassment, suddenly realizing the Capsule Corporation's logo emblazoned on it, leaving her momentarily stunned. By the way, did we know each other in the future?" Bulma's face was filled with suspicion, both from the familiarity she felt towards Future Trunks and the significance of the logo on his jacket, suggesting a substantial connection between them. Future Trunks was momentarily speechless, realizing that Bulma was not so easily deceived. Just then, an idea sparked in his mind. "Are you interested in the androids? I can take you to see them up close." "Really?" Wukong said it was dangerous. "But if we go," upon hearing Future Trunks' offer, Bulma's skeptical expression transformed into one of delight, although she still hesitated slightly. "Don't worry. You won't be in any danger. Trust me," Future Trunks assured her, his tone confident and resolute. "Then thank you," Bulma, having grown bored and restless, immediately agreed. "Not a problem." With that, Future Trunks grasped Bulma's shoulder and, in a flash, transported them to Krillin's side, where Dr. Gero was currently engaged in battle with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong had requested to take on Dr. Gero after observing Piccolo's earlier engagement, and Piccolo, having gauged Dr. Gero's strength, was no longer interested in fighting, thus acquiescing to present. Sun Wukong was battling Dr. Gero. Appearing to struggle against the formidable foes, Krillin and the others were not overly anxious, well aware of Sun Wukong's tendency to test his opponents before unleashing his full power. They had grown accustomed to this behavior over time. Dr. Gero and Android 19, however, were far from as relaxed. Despite their upper hand, they were acutely aware that Sun Wukong possessed the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, signifying that he was merely toying with them. Dr. Jero's face flushed with frustration. It seemed his vengeful plans were unattainable. On an island situated 100 kilometers from South Capital, the entire land was blanketed by a dense forest, aside from the rhythmic crashing of waves against the rocks. The surrounding forest was eerily silent, a stark contrast to the expected chorus of birdsong that had succumbed to an unsettling stillness. Whoosh! How peculiar! Bai Qi hovered above the forest, his brow furrowed as he gazed down at the eerie woods below. He had intended to teleport next to Sun Wukong, but en route, he felt an unsettling gaze fixated upon him from a distant location, sending chills down his spine. Resolutely abandoning his plan to meet the androids, he instinctively followed the source of that gaze to this very spot. As he treaded through the forest, the only sound accompanying Bai Qi was the echo of his own footsteps. The entire woodland was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid even of the soft rustle of the breeze through the treetops. The chirping of birds and the buzzing of cicadas were conspicuously absent, and the towering trees shrouded the sunlight, casting the depths of the forest into a profound gloom. Is that the self in the timeline where everyone was annihilated? Bai Qi halted his advance, standing still as he surveyed the increasingly shadowy surroundings, his thoughts drifting to the cell who had seized Trunks in an alternate timeline. Clang, as he pondered, an inexplicable gaze reappeared behind him, prompting Bai Qi to draw his sword and unleash a crimson arc of energy. Crack! Every tree in the path was severed, the blade of light slicing through the forest at an astonishing speed, ultimately cleaving the mountainside several kilometers away, which promptly crumbled. Boom! The felled trees reacted belatedly, collapsing in a cacophony that shattered the stillness of the woods, a cloud of dust swirling into the air. Bai Qi squinted. Although the unsettling sensation had vanished, he knew that his previous attack had yielded no results. Playing tricks? Are we? Boom! The forest erupted with the sound of slicing blades, a dense array of energy blades filling every nook and cranny. With an air of impatience, Bai Qi raised his hand and unleashed a tempest of razor winds that enveloped the entire forest, his disdain for such inexplicable sensations evident. The once lush forest was laid bare. The toppled trees sprawled upon the ground, and with their removal, sunlight streamed in, illuminating the thick clouds of dust swirling in the air. Bang! Yet it was not over. Bai Qi leapt into the air, gathering energy in his hand, causing the sky around him to take on a red hue. He grasped a massive charge of energy and, without hesitation, hurled it towards the now flattened forest. Boom! An explosion radiating red light erupted, sending shockwaves across the nearby sea, stirring the waters into frothy waves. As the smoke dissipated, the original forest, along with the small island, was obliterated, revealing a vast, dark abyss. Splash! The surrounding seawater surged in, and before long, the island and forest vanished, replaced by a tumultuous sea. What a bizarre encounter. The strange sensation dissipated, and Bai Qi's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Chapter 43. The astonished Dr. Jero, as Dr. Jero was at a loss over Sun Wukong's penchant for seeking punishment. The great Trunks sensed the surge of Bai Qi's energy from a distance. Casting a glance at Piccolo, he chose not to take Bulma with him and teleported away from the scene. The others had long grown accustomed to Trunks' enigmatic actions and were not overly surprised. Meanwhile, Bulma recognized Dr. Jero from a magazine she had seen before. Uncle Bai Qi, what happened? The great Trunks appeared beside Bai Qi, following his gaze to the churning sea. Though it was merely a normal ocean, is everything all right? Have the androids appeared? Retracting his gaze, Bai Qi calmed his heart. If that had indeed been the cell from the future, he should be dead now. Though Bai Qi was somewhat perplexed as to why this individual chose to provoke him, that if it were not him, the situation would grow increasingly complicated. Yes, I encountered them. With Uncle Wukong and the others' power, those two androids are no match for them. Trunks, who had not discerned much, also withdrew his gaze and replied indifferently. By the way, Trunks, are you certain that you came here alone at that time? Bai Qi inquired quietly, suspecting a significant connection to the earlier appearance of Trunks if it had not been celled out of course. Uncle Bai Qi, I did indeed come to the future alone, Trunks affirmed decisively. Convinced he had arrived unaccompanied, Bai Qi nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Simultaneously, after several minutes of probing, witnessing that he was outmatched, Sun Wukong effortlessly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Unlike the earth-shattering transformation on Namek, his powerful and violent aura was completely reined in within him. Old Sun's power has advanced further. Observing Sun Wukong's calm energy after his transformation, Piccolo quickly deduced that Wukong's current state surpassed his own. A sense of resignation washed over his green visage. He had initially believed that merging with the Grand Kai would at least allow him to match Wukong, only to realize the gap between them was even wider than he had anticipated. Gohan, what is Old Sun's current state? Despite his reluctance, Piccolo was genuinely curious about Wukong's condition. Uncle Piccolo, according to Dad, he's currently at full power as a Super Saiyan, Gohan replied with a smile. Hearing this, Krillin and the others, who had been listening intently, understood immediately that this form was significantly stronger than an ordinary Super Saiyan. As they observed the restrained Sun Wukong, the initial tension in their hearts dissipated. With such strength, Wukong posed a formidable challenge to any android. How could this be? In just 3 years, their power has increased so drastically, and they seem to be aware of our presence. What on earth happened during these 3 years? Bam! Jero, caught in astonishment, was sent flying by a punch from Sun Wukong. Smack! The battered android 19 seized the opportunity to grapple with Sun Wukong from behind, activating his absorption device. Absorbing energy, was it? A peculiar tactic, but ultimately insufficient. Sun Wukong, at full power as a Super Saiyan, merely smiled nonchalantly, steadily channeling his energy into Android 19. Humph, arrogant fool. Sensing Sun Wukong's actions, Android 19's pale face twisted with delight. The Scion's immense energy surged his own level skyward. Yet, the joy was short-lived as panic soon replaced the once proud expression. How is this possible? It felt as though an unending torrent of energy was flooding into him, and he quickly realized that his energy core was reaching its limit. Yet the influx showed no signs of abating. Ugh! Realizing something was amiss, he attempted to break free from Sun Wukong, only to find himself ensnared, as if bound by an electric current, unable to escape. Aha! Have you noticed? Bang! 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 Sun Wukong seized control of Android 19, delivering a relentless barrage of punches, dislodging part from his chubby face that, it turns out he is a robot? The curious Cassius, observing the unfolding battle, finally had his questions regarding Dr. Gero and his accomplice resolved. This won't do. The previous data is outdated and no longer useful for reference, that I must find a way to escape back to the lab and release Androids 17 and 18. Realizing the dire situation faced by Android 19, Gero quietly began to crawl away, slowly retreating. Despite harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Sun Wukong, the current circumstances had spiraled beyond his control, whether due to their unexpectedly formidable strength or their foreknowledge of his location. Everything compelled him to suppress his animosity. As Dr. Gero retreated, he found himself pressed against a wall. Old man, where do you think you're going? Vegeta, clad in a blue battle suit, blocked Dr. Gero's path, his icy voice causing the scientist to shudder. Bang! The terrified Dr. Gero was sent flying by Vegeta's swift strike. Boom! He collided with the beleaguered Android 19, who was freed from Sun Wukong's grip, both crashing to the ground. Vegeta, I thought you wouldn't show up. Seeing Vegeta's delayed arrival and his immediate knockout of Android 19, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of annoyance. He had been enjoying the fight. Piccolo, Krillin, and the others regarded him with curiosity, wondering where Vegeta had been. Is this the best that you pathetic puppets can muster? Observing Sun Wukong in his full power state, Vegeta let out a disdainful snort, casting a glance at Bulma before arrogantly addressing the rising doctor. Gero had just arrived, but first took the opportunity to assess the strength of Piccolo and Sun Wukong. Now that he had comprehended the situation, he was prepared to stretch his muscles. Vegeta, do not be overly arrogant, Gero thought, astonished by the substantial increase in power of Sun Wukong and Piccolo, which filled him with trepidation towards Vegeta. The bewildered Android 19, still under the impression that Vegeta, who could not transform into a Super Saiyan according to the database, remained no match for him, charged at Vegeta with a thunderous expression. No, 19, But it was too late for Dr. Gero's warning. 19's fist connected squarely with Vegeta's face, without him flinching. Daha! Boom! After taking the full brunt of the blow. Vegeta merely tilted his head slightly, let out a cold chuckle, and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. His golden aura surged forth, propelling 19 away with tremendous force. The ground around them was crushed into a massive crater. As the vicious and formidable essence unique to the Super Saiyan re-emerged before the onlookers. While Piccolo and Sun Wukong were not particularly surprised, Krillin and the others gazed at Vegeta in astonishment. Especially Yamcha and Tin, who had never been to Namek. Compared to Sun Wukong's subdued aura, Vegeta's transformation was far more impactful than in truth, Vegeta could have completed his transformation in a more understated manner. But what would be the point of that? He had waited 3 years for this moment. Pleased to see Krillin and the others' astonishment, Vegeta relished the outcome he desired. With a flash, he appeared before 19 and delivered a punch that pierced right through him. Crack! With a powerful tug upward, only half of 19's body remained as it fell away, leaving him with a visage stripped of any expression other than sheer terror as he beheld the approaching Vegeta. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero, realizing that Vegeta had no interest in him, was paralyzed with fear and dared not move. Can a mere android experience fear? Hee. As Vegeta observed the dread on 19's face, a cruel smile crept across his own. Unlike Sun Wukong, who, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, endeavored to suppress the brutality within him to maintain calmness, Vegeta rarely made an effort to restrain that sensation. On the contrary, he reveled in it, clearly sensing that in this state of heightened ferocity, a Super Saiyan could unleash even greater power. Vegeta, Sun Wukong, watching Vegeta's actions with furrowed brows, wished to intervene. He found such ruthlessness in battle distasteful. Old Sun, Piccolo shook his head at Sun Wukong, stifling his words, for after all, Dr. Gero and his creations were foes and did not deserve sympathy. With a series of steps, Vegeta disregarded Sun Wukong and approached the now half-destroyed 19. Crushing his face beneath his foot under 19's terrified gaze, he then shifted his attention to Dr. Gero, whose heart raced at the sight of Vegeta's icy glare, well aware of 19's grim fate. With a swift motion, Trunks and White arrived beside Sun Wukong. Chapter 44. Rescuing Dr. Gero Brother Bai. Cassius exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the suddenly appearing White. Your efforts over the past 3 years are much appreciated. White expressed his gratitude to Cassius, whose diligence had kept his abode on Earth pristine over the years. No trouble at all. Cassius scratched his head, having lived in that house himself for quite some time. Mr. White, Krillin greeted with a beaming smile. It has been a while. Bai Qi, Sun Wukong chimed in, his eyes brimming with the spirit of battle as they remained fixed on White, still eager for more action after the recent fight. Yamcha and Tin, upon realizing that it was White who had appeared, felt a slight sense of relief. You all carry on. I shall merely observe. Noticing the defeated 19 and Vegeta approaching Dr. Gero, White ignored Sun Wukong's gaze and nodded at Krillin. Speaking in a measured tone, he also stepped back beside Cassius to avoid being splattered with blood. Spotting White after 3 years, although he appeared calm, Vegeta sensed an underlying strength that was anything but trivial. He was not foolish enough to believe that he was the only one who had grown stronger during those years. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and even that mysterious youth all posed considerable pressure upon him. Nonetheless, the surge of power from his transformation into a Super Saiyan instilled him with unwavering confidence. He even entertained the thought of facing each one of them in battle. Piccolo remained silent, his expression stoic as he regarded White, though inwardly, he felt anything but tranquil. What a terrifying monster! Having acquired all the abilities of the Supreme Kai, Piccolo was acutely aware of White's danger. Though they had yet to clash, the ominous feeling lingering in his heart kept his vigilance at its peak. So, this is the one who initially let 17 and 18 go, compared to Sun Wukong and the others. He seems rather ordinary. The sight of the enigmatic and undocumented Trunks alongside White, whom he had previously scrutinized, plunged Dr. Gero into despair. Resentment surged within him. He had collected data on Sun Wukong and the others. Believing he held the upper hand, only to be dealt a crushing blow by reality. "Old man, what are you thinking?" Boom! Vegeta swiftly materialized before Dr. Gero, delivering a powerful punch to his chest, the sheer force causing it to cave in. Uffed! Dr. Gero was instantly roused from his stupor, spewing a mouthful of blood as he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Huh. Can robots even bleed? Cassius observed in astonishment, having expected that any fluid would be oil. Due to the human modifications, he retained some human traits, Trunks calmly explained, while Krillin, Yamcha, and the others, equally curious, nodded in understanding. White, however, paid no heed to Vegeta and the others, focusing instead on the lively Sun Wukong. He had assumed that Sun Wukong was still bewildered. So, Trunks arrived early for this purpose. Realizing that Trunks had come ahead, White understood that under his supervision, Sun Wukong had taken the medicine well in advance. Indeed, the notion of a mental demon is mere nonsense. With an absolutely pure heart, how could Sun Wukong ever harbor such a thing as a mental demon? Bang! Boom! Over with Vegeta, he kicked the severely injured Dr. Gero, sending him crashing into a small mountain. Cough, cough. Dr. Gero struggled to rise, his hat now absent, revealing his brain encased in a glass dome. With unyielding eyes, he gazed at everyone, realizing that with his vengeance unfulfilled, it was no longer possible given the circumstances that he lamented. Had I known, I would have released 17 and 18 sooner. Dr. Gero murmured bitterly, regretting not unleashing them earlier, even if they had been defeated by Sun Wukong and the others. He was confident that he would not be in such a pitiful state now. What utter trash! Vegeta scoffed, raising his right hand toward the distant Dr. Gero, gathering energy to form a blue sphere in his palm. Big Bang attack. 19 and Dr. Gero failed to pique his interest, and he yearned to conclude this tedious battle swiftly to seek out the other androids mentioned by Trunks or to engage in combat with Sun Wukong and White. Bang! With a thunderous shout, the blue sphere in Vegeta's hand sped toward the despairing Dr. Gero. What a fitting name! Cassius silently exclaimed in awe at the name of Vegeta's technique. Clang! Boom! Just as the blue sphere was about to strike Dr. Gero, a flash of white light appeared, effortlessly splitting the sphere in two, causing explosions to erupt behind him as dust billowed forth, shrouding Dr. Gero's figure. What? Vegeta's eyes widened. He had sensed a shadow and then saw his attack effortlessly neutralized. Swiftly, swiftly, Bai Qi materialized at the heart of the dust, followed in succession by the formidable Trunks, Son Goku, and Piccolo. With a sudden gust, Bai Qi's aura dissipated the swirling dust, revealing a shattered scene where Dr. Gero once stood. What just happened? Son Goku's face was etched with curiosity, while Piccolo wore a grave expression, having noted the bewilderment on Trunks' typically composed visage. Clearly, the events that had transpired exceeded Trunks' understanding. Vegeta, his countenance darkened, flew over, having reverted from his Super Saiyan state. This moment, Cassius and Krillin, finally grasping the situation, hurriedly approached, despite their ignorance of the prior events. However, witnessing the expressions of Trunks and the others, they surmised that something grave had occurred. Something had whisked Dr. Gero away. Addressing the serious yet inquisitive faces of Krillin and the others, Trunks recounted the recent occurrences. How is that possible? Krillin, Cassius, Yamcha, and Tien's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that the ferocity of the attack should have rendered Dr. Gero incapable of survival. The implication was clear. This individual possessed strength surpassing even Vegeta's. This was precisely why Vegeta appeared so troubled. It was a blow to his pride. Yet, upon witnessing Trunks' solemn demeanor, Krillin and the others understood that the situation was indeed dire. Could it be those other two androids you mentioned? Cassius inquired uncertainly, as Trunks had previously divulged all he knew about the androids. No, such a scenario has not occurred in the future. The one who rescued Dr. Gero was not an android, Trunks promptly denied, while Bai Qi remained silent, his expression equally grim. The other androids were 17, 18, and 19. In that situation, neither 17 nor 18 possessed the capability to effect a rescue, and naturally, they could not have saved Dr. Gero. Could it have been 19? His strength might be sufficient to achieve such a feat. Though Bai Qi pondered this, he felt an unsettling dissonance. as the earlier strange gaze and the sudden appearance of this entity suggested a complexity beyond mere happenstance. "What are you all doing? Is something amiss?" Having just calmed the weeping trunks, Bulma approached the peculiar gathering with a perplexed expression. "Humph, it's none of your concern," Vegeta retorted gruffly, his mood already soured. "This place is perilous. For your safety, I must escort you away." Ignoring Vegeta, Trunks stepped beside Bulma, placing a hand on her shoulder. Before she could respond, he instantaneously transported them away. "Tisich, meddling fool," Vegeta grumbled, visibly annoyed at Trunks' actions, while Bai Qi and Piccolo remained unperturbed. "This is the sacred land, currently the safest location on Earth. Please remain here while we address the issue at hand." "Thank you, Mr. Bobo," Bulma began, but Trunks had already vanished again. "What a strange fellow. What transpired?" "Who are you really?" Bulma murmured, her mind swirling with questions in need of answers. Chapter 45. Dr. Reiki cough. "Who are you? Why did you save me?" Meanwhile, Dr. Gero, disheveled and bloodied, regarded the figure before him, cloaked in black and obscured from view, with a look of bewilderment, just as he resigned himself to his fate. A shadow appeared beside him in an instant. Accompanied by the crisp sound of sharp objects scraping, a flash of light enveloped him, and the environment swiftly transformed, bringing him to this new location where another shadow loomed. "Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that I saved you. You are still alive, are you not?" An ancient voice emanated from within the black cloak, revealing only a pair of eagle-like eyes, while the figure that had rescued him remained still, as unmoving as a tree. This was indeed true. He had to thank his savior. "I appreciate your assistance, but I believe we are unfamiliar with one another." After expressing his gratitude, Dr. Gero was still filled with confusion, deducing from the voice that the figure was likely another elder. "That is inconsequential. I hear you have a vendetta against the Science, correct?" Without addressing Dr. Gero's confusion, the cloaked figure posed a peculiar question. "Science? Are you referring to Son Goku and his companions? I certainly have enmity with them. Are you here for their sake?" Dr. Gero was well aware of who the Scions were while also curious about the old man's grievances with them. "Indeed, I seek the Scions. They are also my enemies, and a deadly one at that. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Might you be interested in an alliance?" As the mention of Scions filled the voice with deep-seated hatred, the tone brooked no disagreement. That's so? Excellent. It seems we share a common goal. If that is the case, let us collaborate harmoniously. A smile broke through Dr. Gero's withered visage, having discerned the underlying implications in the tone. Moreover, the shadowy figure behind the cloaked elder, having rescued him from Vegeta's clutches, clearly possessed formidable strength. He understood he had no choice, but what did it matter? He was alive and could still seek vengeance against Son Goku. That was enough. Dealing with an astute individual is indeed a pleasure. Thus, I shall not conceal my intentions. A satisfied voice resonated as the cloak fell to the ground, revealing Dr. Reiki, who was deep in thought, now standing before Dr. Gero. Greetings. Upon seeing another elder, Dr. Gero was momentarily taken aback before extending a friendly hand. "Greetings, Dr. Gero. You may call me Dr. Reiki. Now, you must listen intently to what I have to say." After shaking hands with Dr. Gero, Dr. Reiki gradually unfolded the truth about the future, while the shadow behind him remained motionless like a corpse. With each word, the expressions on Dr. Gero's face grew increasingly animated. "Humph. Next time I encounter an enemy, I shall be the first to strike," Vegeta declared, visibly irked as he soared through the air, accompanied by the composed Bai Qi, the returning Trunks, the serious Piccolo, and the alert Krillin. After Trunks had escorted Bulma away, he promptly returned, and under his suggestion, the group set forth toward Dr. Gero's lair in the north. Bai Qi had initially intended to teleport directly, but even Trunks only possessed a rough idea of its location, let alone himself. "In a way, Vegeta, you just fought against Dr. Gero and Android 19. My opponents should be the ones I confront," Son Goku retorted, displeased with Vegeta's assertion. "What? Kakarot?" Vegeta shot back, and the two began bickering. Aside from Bai Qi, Trunks, and Piccolo, the others watched the squabble between Vegeta and Son Goku in silence. "What was that earlier? Why didn't Tima mention anything about this situation?" though Trunks maintained a calm exterior as he flew ahead. He was inwardly anxious. The events unfolding were not something future Bulma had informed him of, that a sense of unease arose in his heart. Once confident in his grasp of everything, Bai Qi followed behind with an indifferent expression. He had long been prepared for the alterations in the narrative after the bizarre events of the future. He would not be overly surprised by what transpired now. His curiosity lay solely in what would occur next. Casting a glance at Cassius, who appeared indifferent, Bai Qi had previously advised him to leave, fearing for his safety lest he meet an untimely end. Brother Bai, over these 3 years, it hasn't just been you who has progressed. I have been training tirelessly as well. Upon hearing Bai Qi's suggestion, Cassius, exuding confidence and unwavering determination, replied with his exact words. Bai Qi chose not to comment further. Perhaps Cassius truly had a hidden strategy. Despite Bai Qi's inability to discern any change in him after 3 years of intense training. Sensing Bai Qi's gaze upon him, Cassius smiled, almost as if to say, "Do not worry, trust me." Meanwhile, Krillin and the others felt a renewed sense of concern. Having just witnessed the change in demeanor of the formidable Trunks and his companions, they realized the situation had spiraled beyond their control. A bittersweet sensation washed over them, as they, after 3 years of arduous training, found themselves without the qualification to intervene. Their faces wore expressions of gravity, particularly Yamcha, whose heart was already contemplating retreat. Yet, seeing Krillin and Tien Shinhan following closely behind, he had no choice but to press on. Although Tien Shinhan felt trepidation, he resolutely continued, aware that he was outmatched yet driven by the desire to witness firsthand the disparity between himself and the likes of Son Goku. As for Krillin, his indifference had grown. The trials of the universe had not only augmented his strength, but had also subtly transformed his mindset. He understood that fleeing from an adversary powerful enough to challenge even Son Goku was futile, and he pondered who would protect Tais and the others if he chose to retreat. This was the reason he chose to follow, fully aware of the dangers ahead. Meanwhile, in a dense northern forest, within the concealed laboratory of Dr. Gero, he and Dr. Reiki arrived at their destination. The identity of future Trunks and the inexplicable presence of Son Goku and company waiting for them in South City were elucidated by Dr. Reiki, who claimed to hail from the future. Dr. Reiki stood impassively behind the industrious Dr. Gero, offering only a vague overview of the future, without delving into specifics. "Oh, is this your creation?" Dr. Reiki inquired, gazing curiously at the 2 dormant capsules marked with the numbers 17 and 18. "They're my engineered weapons designed for vengeance against Son Goku. Why apologies for their appearance?" Dr. Gero responded, glancing at the capsules with the numbers 17 and 18. Ignoring the imminent danger that loomed, he activated the controls and opened the capsule doors. With a hiss, the capsule opened, and out stepped a young man with a scarf around his neck. Clad in a black top, his long black hair just covering his ears, adorned with a pair of golden earrings. This young man was none other than Android 17, his piercing blue eyes immediately fixated on the remote control in Dr. Gero's hand, a surge of murderous intent welling up within him, until a chilling gaze from afar diverted his thoughts. He turned to see Dr. Reiki floating in the air, accompanied by a shadowy figure, the latter instilling an inexplicable sense of dread in him, causing 17 to abandon his dark intentions. "Hello, Dr. Gero," Android 17 greeted with a smile, discreetly eyeing the girl who had just emerged behind him. The girl, adorned in a blue jacket and golden earrings, her golden hair cascading just past her ears, possessed a strikingly cold visage complemented by her piercing blue eyes and yellow boots, approached. "Hello, Dr. Gero," Android 18 acknowledged, momentarily suppressing her murderous intent as she flicked her golden hair, addressing Dr. Gero, while also taking note of the unfamiliar figures present. 17, 18, "How delightful to see you both greeting me. It appears you have been restored," Dr. Gero remarked, his heart swelling with joy. As these rebellious siblings finally seemed inclined to heed his commands, Dr. Reiki observed Android 17 with a sense of déjà vu, his eyes widening in recognition as Android 18 emerged. They look remarkably similar, but the names, although they bore a striking resemblance, the differing names left him in a state of hesitation. After their brief exchange, Android 18 disregarded them and walked directly to a nearby table. With a swift motion, she opened a drawer and retrieved a red stone adorned with a rope, which she then donned around her neck. Android 17 looked on in disbelief, noting that his sister, who typically valued her appearance, still wore that unsightly necklace. Chapter 49. Uncontrollable. Are you not going to release that one? Observing the emotionless expressions of androids 17 and 18, Dr. Bai Qi momentarily set aside his questions and pointed to another dormant capsule marked with a number 19. Dr. Jero had only released androids 17 and 18, seemingly disregarding the capsule, which appeared to house yet another android. Android 17 gazed curiously at the imposing green figure within the capsule, astonished by the readings indicating that Android 19's energy surpassed his own. Android 18, indifferent to the unfamiliar Dr. Bai Qi and his companion, dismissed their presence, convinced that any association with Dr. Jero could only lead to misfortune. She casually tapped the red necklace around her neck, her blue eyes fixed on Android 19. Lost in her thoughts, this is a failed experiment. Its immense power renders it uncontrollable, which is why I have never released it, Dr. Jero solemnly explained, his expression serious as he repaired his severed arm. Powerful yet uncontrollable. Are you a fool to create a weapon that you cannot command? Dr. Bai Qi scoffed at the notion of such power, his derision growing as he mocked Dr. Jero, a scientist. He knew that the foremost requirement for any creation was absolute obedience to his commands. Otherwise, no matter how formidable, it was merely a failure. Dr. Jero felt the sting of embarrassment from Dr. Bai Qi's taunts, acknowledging the truth in his words. To engineer a weapon beyond one's control was indeed a disgrace for any scientist. Stealing a glance at androids 17 and 18, he resolved to keep their previous lack of control a secret from Dr. Bai Qi, for revealing such information would surely cost him his dignity. Enough, release them. You cannot possibly believe that these two toys of yours can stand against Son Goku and his allies. If they are truly uncontrollable, then their existence is unnecessary, Dr. Bai Qi retorted, his disdain evident as he dismissed the notion of their formidable power. He still needed to utilize Dr. Jero's creations to gauge the strength of Son Goku and Bai Qi, as his own masterpiece had significantly weakened. Without Dr. Miao by his side, he dared not act recklessly. That old fool, as Dr. Bai Qi referred to them as toys, Android 17's irritation flared, his energy beginning to mobilize as he prepared to teach this presumptuous old man a lesson. Android 18's icy gaze remained fixed on Dr. Bai Qi, her murderous intent surfacing as she locked onto him, awaiting Android 17's move. Suddenly, a terrifying aura seemed to perceive their intentions, enveloping them in an instant, the overwhelming sense of danger causing their pupils to contract. With a swift motion, they both turned their attention to the shadowy figure behind Dr. Bai Qi, which had remained motionless. They recognized that the menacing aura had emanated from that very presence, exchanging a knowing glance. Android 17 and 18 mutually suppressed their fluctuating energy. Now is not the time to act. Very well, Dr. Jero, oblivious to the unfolding tension, reluctantly opened the door to Capsule 19 with a resounding clang. On the 19th, a towering figure emerged from the sleep chamber, adorned with a striking red, rooster-comb hairstyle and clad in verdant armor, the insignia of the Crimson Satin Brigade emblazoned upon his chest. Number 17 and 18 regarded the muscular man before them with mild curiosity. Unlike their imposing physiques, number 19 exuded an aura of tranquility and serenity, which felt rather incongruous. Unlike the humanoid creations represented by number 17 and 18, number 19 was a purely mechanical being, equipped with sophisticated computer systems capable of processing a myriad of information, and like them, he too possessed a perpetual energy core. Upon gazing at number 19's familiar countenance, Dr. Jero momentarily faltered, yet quickly regained his composure and spoke. Dr. Bai Qi, however, dismissed his words regarding such mechanical humanoid weaponry as rather mundane, with only the concept of a perpetual energy core piquing his interest slightly. Number 19 remained unresponsive to Dr. Jero's inquiries, his gaze calmly surveying the surroundings. Number 19, what is your mission? Dr. Jero ventured to ask. Eliminate Son Goku. Number 19 replied flatly, devoid of any inflection. Hearing this, Dr. Jero exhaled in relief. Number 17 and 18 appeared unimpressed. They had heard their orders repeated ad nauseum by Dr. Gero, and were thoroughly bored. Dr. Bai Qi observed them with an enigmatic smile. Meanwhile, the formidable Trunks and his companions finally arrived at the vast, undulating forest in the northern region. According to the information I have received, this is likely the location, Trunks stated, surveying the expansive woodland. The others felt a headache coming on, overwhelmed by the sheer size of the area they were tasked to search. Oh, this is the place. Bai Qi nodded, gathering his energy. Searching for a few lifeless androids in such an immense expanse was evidently an impossible task. Rather than relying on visual search, he had a more efficient method. The sky around them began to turn crimson, rapidly absorbed into Bai Qi's left hand, where a colossal energy sphere materialized, its terrifying power causing a jolt of alarm among Krillin and the others. Vegeta nodded in agreement. This move would significantly ease their endeavor. Trunks was taken aback. If his information was accurate, Aunt Lazuli was still within this forest. Without hesitation, he positioned himself beside Bai Qi, who was about to unleash an energy blast, and sternly warned, "Uncle Bai Qi, your actions are perilous. What if innocent individuals are harmed? I'm fortunate to have arrived early. Had I come a day later, I shudder to think what consequences might have ensued." Finding a convenient justification, Trunks felt a rush of relief, sensing that his arrival had indeed triggered certain changes. Observing Bai Qi's unperturbed demeanor, Trunks began to sweat nervously, while Son Goku also stepped forward, equally disinclined to cause collateral damage. "Rest assured, I am mindful. I will not affect others," Bai Qi reassured them. Seeing the two, especially Trunks, Bai Qi felt puzzled, sensing that things were not as Trunks had portrayed. The surrounding Krillin and others looked at him in disbelief. Recognizing that the energy of Bai Qi's blast could obliterate the entire forest, yet he was brazenly speaking nonsense. Trunks remained skeptical of Bai Qi's claims, warily watching him, prepared to intercept any impending attack. And Son Goku held a similar stance. Noticing Trunks' resolute stance, Bai Qi reluctantly dissipated the energy sphere. With an unknown adversary present, it was not the time for infighting. Bai Qi released the energy sphere. Trunks quietly sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Chapter 47. Prepared for the show, a colossal energy fluctuation detected from afar. Within the laboratory, number 19 instantly sensed Bai Qi's energy and promptly spoke. Is that Son Goku and his associates? How fortuitous. Dr. Gero, having already repaired his arm, emitted a cold chuckle. Now, with numbers 19, 17, and 18 at his disposal, he felt no fear towards Son Goku and the others. Hatred surged once more within him. I must remain discreet for now. Remember to conceal my identity later. Nearby, Dr. Bai Qi draped a dark cloak over himself, shielding his form. It was not yet time for him to reveal himself. Upon hearing of Son Goku's arrival, numbers 17 and 18 exchanged glances. Curiosity piqued regarding the enigmatic figure Dr. Gero frequently mentioned. Number 19 remained impassive, his gaze steady upon them. Of course, Dr. Gero acknowledged Dr. Bai Qi's intentions, confident in his formidable lineup, unperturbed by Son Goku's presence. That moment, Son Goku and his companions finally located the laboratory, hidden halfway up a mountainside. It seems this is the place. Boom. Krillin had just begun to speak when Bai Qi, growing impatient, hurled an energy blast at the lab, instantly reducing it to ruins. This time, Trunks did not intervene. He feared that further delays would arouse Bai Qi's suspicions. And besides, the previous blast had not been particularly powerful. Krillin awkwardly retracted his words, and all eyes were fixed on the smoke-shrouded remnants of the laboratory. "Are you all so eager to meet your demise?" Bai Qi taunted. Boom! He flung another energy sphere, interrupting Dr. Gero's futile monologue. As anticipated, Dr. Gero had taken refuge here. A protective barrier enveloped Dr. Gero and his companions, shielding them from harm, as the shockwave from the explosion swiftly cleared the smoke, revealing their figures. So, is you lot conjuring up mischief? Bai Qi's gaze locked onto the two shadowy figures behind Dr. Gero, his eyes narrowing. Son Goku and the others paid varying degrees of attention to the other individuals present, while Trunks remained focused on the peculiar shadows. The sight of Bai Qi wielding a sword surprised number 17, who maintained the protective barrier. He had not anticipated encountering Bai Qi here. Is it him? Number 18's expression shifted coldly upon recognizing Bai Qi, recalling something, and promptly concealed the red necklace around her neck beneath her clothing. Redirecting his gaze from the dark, cloaked figures, Bai Qi finally focused on Dr. Gero, lingering his attention on numbers 17 and 18. So it is you two. Since encountering those somewhat familiar twins on Earth, he had deduced their identities during a moment of contemplation after training. They were none other than the androids, 17 and 18 from the original narrative. He had initially believed that his involvement would spare the siblings from their grim fate of modification. However, he had underestimated the situation. What do you think, Bai Qi? Surprised are you? Dr. Gero snarled, sensing Bai Qi's gaze on numbers 17 and 18. So your name is Bai Qi. Number 17 and 18 finally learned the identity of the person who had rescued them. Do we have a grudge? Bai Qi inquired, somewhat bewildered. He rarely spent time on Earth, so why did Dr. Gero seem to harbor animosity towards him? Sun Wukong and the others looked at Dr. Gero with curiosity. They understood their own vendettas, but what could they possibly hold against Bai Qi? Trunks also felt puzzled, though his gaze remained fixed on the shadowy figures behind him. Your decision to let 17 and 18 go caused me considerable trouble. I expended significant effort to locate them, Dr. Gero declared vehemently, recalling the substantial losses he had incurred in recapturing the siblings, which had delayed his plans. Number 17 remained silent, staring intently at Bai Qi, lost in thought. After initially being taken aback, number 18 regained her icy demeanor, occasionally glancing at Bai Qi, her piercing blue eyes flickering. Who would have thought Bai Qi would play the hero? Yamcha mused. Surprised, this act of saving others seemed rather out of character for Bai Qi. Sun Wukong shared a similar sentiment of astonishment. Trunks, however, appeared unfazed, evidently already aware of this development. You truly bear a grudge, old man. Upon hearing Dr. Galo's words, Bai Qi nodded in understanding, unable to suppress his admiration for the man's capacity for vengeance. Now I shall allow you to taste death at the hands of those you once saved. Number 17 and number 18. Eliminate Bai Qi. Ever since he was soundly beaten by Vegeta and his companions, Dr. Galo had not known a moment's peace, and now he sought to reclaim a measure of interest from Bai Qi. The scant information he had gathered about Bai Qi revealed little, yet it did not indicate any formidable combat prowess. Goku and his friends remained unperturbed, clearly demonstrating that Dr. Galo was unaware of the true nature of his adversary. Upon hearing Dr. Galo's command, Bai Qi's brow twitched slightly as he slowly descended to the ground. Number 17 and number 18, having received their orders, approached Bai Qi with deliberate intent. Have they had their memories erased? Observing the two who obeyed Dr. Galo's command, Bai Qi thought to himself, though he was not particularly surprised. His left hand gradually settled upon the hilt of his blade. Since they were enemies, they would be dispatched without hesitation, and he was also curious whether these androids dared to withstand his strike. Vegeta crossed his arms, surprisingly refraining from opposition, shifting his gaze from the cloaked figure to Bai Qi. Very well. Let's allow these two to test his mettle. At that moment, number 17 and number 18 stood before Bai Qi. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Number 17 scoffed, his hands shoved into his pockets. A look of arrogance plastered across his face. Number 18 regarded Bai Qi with an expressionless visage, her own blue eyes calmly observing him. Hey, when number 17 and I reveal a flaw, take the chance and flee. Bai Qi prepared to draw his blade to surprise the defiant youth. A cool, muted female voice whispered in his ear. Bai Qi paused, looking at number 18, whose lips moved slightly, her blue eyes blinking at him, signaling him to be ready. It was evident that number 18 was alerting him in a manner that only they could hear. The boastful number 17 subtly nodded at him as well. Realizing he was underestimated, Bai Qi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, but understood that their memories had not been erased. You truly are inept. You fled only to be captured again. The deliberately arrogant number 17 and the subtly signaling number 18 froze at Bai Qi's words. Was he mocking them? Was this truly the time for jibes? Ignoring the stunned siblings, Bai Qi gripped the hilt of his blade, his body slightly lowered, coldly fixing his gaze upon them, a terrifying murderous intent locking onto them. Number 17 and number 18 were taken aback. The chilling aura sending shivers down their spines. They seemed to have underestimated Bai Qi. Moreover, it was not Bai Qi who required assistance. Chapter 48. The Blade of Revenge. All eyes were upon the trio below, particularly on Bai Qi, who exuded a menacing aura. The Vegeta's eyes widened, eager to gauge Bai Qi's current prowess. Just as everyone's attention was fixed on the impending clash among the three, the cloaked figure at the back seemed to sense something. His robe billowing without wind, in a flash. Just as number 17 and number 18 braced themselves, Bai Qi vanished from their sight. Number 17 and number 18's pupils constricted sharply, instantly alert to their surroundings. Bai Qi's strength far exceeded their expectations. Clang. With his aura fully unleashed, Bai Qi suddenly materialized before the cloaked Dr. Bai Qi, a flash of red light as his blade slashed downward with ferocity. Clash crack! A sharp metallic screech echoed as a straight sword intercepted Bai Qi's strike. And the motionless cloaked figure remained steadfast in front. Boom! Blood, energy, and a grayish aura intertwined, forming a swirling vortex of red and white, filled with a chilling murderous intent and an eerie sense of unease. Gulp! Krillin and the others felt their scalps prickle, involuntarily swallowing hard as the air became thick and suffocating. Crack! The ground could no longer withstand the overwhelming pressure and cracked open, the vortex swelling rapidly, reaching heights of several hundred meters before twisting and contracting. Bang! The invisible pressure crushed the vortex, causing it to explode, the murky aura swiftly spreading outward. Amidst the obscured, murky haze lay sharp, fragmented energy blades, enveloping the two in a shroud of deathly intent. Crack! Nearby trees splintered instantaneously. Number 19, still in shock, glanced at the approaching energy blades, which radiated a terrifying deathly aura, and urgently called out for the nearest number 19. Without fail, number 19 sprang into action, his robust frame swiftly pulling Dr. Galo away to safety. Upon Bai Qi's disappearance, number 17 and number 18 had heightened their vigilance to counter his assault, thus they were the first to react. Seeing the erupting storm of shards, number 17 and number 18 immediately ascended above the ground, hovering in the air, gazing nervously at the center. Swish! Number 19, carrying the nearly shocked Dr. Galo, appeared beside them, his eyes calmly fixed on the battlefield. Trunks and Goku disregarded Dr. Galo and the others, their expressions serious as they began to gather energy. A clearing had been made in the dense forest, the vortex explosion kicking up clouds of dust. Two silhouettes faintly visible within. Swish! The invisible whirlwind dispersed the dust, and all who witnessed the scene widened their eyes in disbelief. Bai Qi, Cassius's astonished voice echoed, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Number 17 and number 18 gazed incredulously at the center, momentarily oblivious to Dr. Galo beside them. The calm facade on Trunks' face evaporated, his heart plummeting, as though plunged into an icy abyss, his aura gradually boiling over. A blood-stained straight sword firmly blocked Bai Qi's ice blade, wisps of grayish gas wafting forth. The cloak on the figure had been shredded by the energy blades, the black coat billowing in the wind. And on the face identical to Bai Qi's, cold black eyes regarded Bai Qi's icy blue gaze with indifference. The true identity of the cloaked figure was revealed, the unscathed doctor. Bai Qi now bore a chilling smile as he surveyed the astonished crowd. Long time no see. Everyone, bang! With a forceful thrust of the straight sword, Bai Qi felt a tremendous power surge through the ice blade, propelling him backward to land some distance away. So, he is from the future, that eerie gaze. As Bai Qi looked up at Dr. Bai Qi, many of his questions were answered, though his heart grew cold. With Dr. Bai Qi's arrival, it seemed that Dr. Mew and Broly were likely here as well. Dr. Bai Qi. Trunks gritted his teeth, forcing out the 4 words. That face would remain etched in his memory until death, his aura intensifying as he could scarcely believe Dr. Bai Qi had arrived. What of Bulma and Gohan in the future? Trunks dared not contemplate what lay ahead. What? Everyone gasped, realizing this was indeed the future enemy Trunks had mentioned, Dr. Bai Qi, and the counterfeit Bai Qi. A replica? Number 17 and number 18 regarded the artificial Bai Qi, connecting the dots to Dr. Likey's identity, and deduced the origin of this imposter. Haha, Trunks, did you think only Bulma could create a time machine? Do not forget, we are the universe's greatest scientists. We can also construct a time machine, Dr. Likey declared to the sky as Trunks' aura surged, his words shocking everyone anew. Trunks, aside from Piccolo and Goku. Everyone gaped at Trunks and Vegeta, and oh wonder, Goku had foreseen the name, with his light purple eyes and hair resembling that of young Trunks, and a face akin to Vegeta's. Thus, there was no need for concealment. Indeed, he was Vegeta's son from the future, Trunks. With a grave demeanor, Piccolo slowly spoke, his aura beginning to fluctuate. The counterfeit Bai Qi below exerted unprecedented pressure upon him. Meanwhile, Vegeta stared in astonishment at Trunks, momentarily neglecting the battle below, his heart shaken. This mysterious figure he found so irksome turned out to be his own son. Trunks remained unresponsive, his expression icy as he fixed his gaze upon Dr. Likey, his thoughts drifting to the fates of Bulma and the others, his aura subtly spiraling out of control. Very well, let us catch up when we reach the underworld. Dr. Likey's ominous voice shattered everyone's train of thought. A frenzied smile creeping across his face. Haha, you are still unaware of my masterpiece at this moment. Allow me to grandly introduce it to you. Observing the bewildered crowd, Dr. Likey laughed heartily while pointing at the expressionless artificial Bai Qi. He is my lifelong creation, the strongest weapon in the universe, the blade of revenge, Yuan. Everyone pondered the significance of this name, uncertain of its meaning. Klin, you should leave now, he urged. Klin and his companions hesitated. But upon seeing Trunks' extremely serious expression, they understood it was not the time to act recklessly. Be careful. Klin sighed helplessly as he, Yamcha, and Tenshinhan placed their hands on each other's shoulders. Kaoshu's paused momentarily, then joined them, realizing that his presence would only complicate matters for Bai Qi. Noticing Trunks' gaze, Sun Gohan shook his head resolutely. With that, Trunks averted his eyes from Sun Gohan, teleporting the four of them to the temple before immediately returning. Do you not understand? There is no escape. Dr. Likey observed Trunks' actions quietly, making no attempt to stop him. To him, Trunks' actions were utterly meaningless, merely postponing the inevitable demise of Klin and his companions. The scene was left with only Dr. Gero, Dr. Likey, the androids 19, 17, 18, Bai Qi, as well as Vegeta and Goku with their sons. Chapter 49. Chaos seeing the formidable Yuan, Dr. Gero, shaken from a stupor, hurried back to Dr. Likey's side, who remained indifferent, continuing to watch Bai Qi and the others. Your creation is truly astonishing, Dr. Gero exclaimed with admiration towards Dr. Likey, the might of Yuan having frightened him. Dr. Likey chuckled lightly, his expression unperturbed as he observed Goku and the others. Hey 19, 17, 18, assist Yuan in eliminating Goku and his companions. Gero commanded, attempting to steady his nerves. Android 19 remained silent, while 17 and 18 furrowed their brows. They regretted not having taken the opportunity to eliminate Dr. Gero earlier. It was a sudden turn of events, and they had missed a prime chance to dispose of him. Sensing their hesitation, Dr. Gero retrieved a control device, compelling 17 and 18 to reluctantly drift towards Yuan's side. Android 18 casually glanced at Yuan, who resembled Bai Qi, and felt a shiver run down her spine from the chilling aura he emitted, perceiving him as a true weapon devoid of any superfluous emotion. Android 19 followed suit, standing alongside the trio in confrontation against Goku and the others. Uncle Piccolo, Father, Son Gohan, I leave 19, 17, and 18 to you, Trunks said, suppressing his rising emotions as he solemnly strategized. Hey, are you trying to command me? Who do you think you are? I intend to battle that Yuan. Those three androids hold no interest for me, Vegeta retorted angrily, feeling slighted by Trunks' tone, which implied disdain for his power. This was intolerable. Father, never mind, Trunks, you, Vegeta, Goku, and Bai Qi engage Yuan, while Son Gohan and I will confront the androids. Piccolo interjected, preventing a quarrel, exchanging a glance with Son Gohan before charging towards the three androids. Bang! Midway, Piccolo shed his weighted clothing, unleashing his full power, surpassing even Vegeta in Super Saiyan form. The three androids, sensing this, approached to engage, and the five commenced their fierce battle. In an instant, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, reaching a pinnacle before retracting his energy, the serene expression on his face replaced by cold resolve as he gazed down at Yuan. Recalling the atrocities Yuan had committed in the future, an overwhelming rage surged within him, incinerating everything he cherished at Yuan's hands. His murderous intent eclipsed even his fighting spirit against a formidable foe. "Oomph!" Vegeta scoffed, raising his energy and transforming into a Super Saiyan. The transformation was not yet complete as his muscles began to swell that Kakarot, do not think you are the only one who can surpass Super Saiyan. With a fierce roar, Vegeta's muscles expanded significantly, his power and speed perfectly balanced. His energy had now exceeded Piccolo's. "Vegeta, I did not anticipate you had developed a new form, though it seems to come at a great cost," Goku remarked, somewhat astonished by Vegeta's second-stage Super Saiyan transformation. However, he quickly recognized the drawbacks of this state. Before my energy is exhausted, it will be sufficient for me to dispose of him," Vegeta declared confidently. Arms crossed, step by step, Bai Qi began to advance toward Yuan, his bloodlust boiling, a terrifying and sharp aura instantly overwhelming Goku and Vegeta. As he walked, he focused his energy. In battle, one's aura is equally crucial. And Bai Qi's energy had reached its zenith, directly aimed at the indifferent Yuan. From afar, Android 17, engaged with Piccolo, observed the unfolding scene. Although they could not sense the energy, the oppressive feeling was unmistakable. That old fool Gero must be out of his mind, asking us to tackle these monsters, including the one who previously saved my sister and me, Bai Qi. He silently cursed Dr. Gero. Though arrogant, he was no fool. Against Goku, Vegeta, or even Bai Qi, he stood no chance. He could not fathom Dr. Gero's audacity in seeking vengeance. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero was equally intimidated by Goku and the other's strength. Had Dr. Bai Qi not arrived, he would have likely met his end long ago. Android 18, currently overpowering Son Gohan, was astonished by the strength displayed by Goku and the others, particularly Bai Qi. Reflecting on her earlier bravado about sparing Bai Qi, her cold visage flushed slightly, but upon witnessing Bai Qi's formidable might, she subconsciously sighed with relief. Son Gohan, battling against Android 18, was far from at ease. His face flushed, beads of sweat trickling down. He was utterly outmatched. Had Android 18 not been holding back her full strength, he would have perished already. Android 19 intermittently interfered with Piccolo, as neither he nor 17 and 18 had any desire to engage seriously. Piccolo sensed this, wisely opting to retreat. 17 was at his level, while 19 vastly outclassed him, that if they were to take things seriously, both Piccolo and Son Gohan would have long since been defeated. "Let's go," Trunks declared, observing Bai Qi's advance. As he spoke, golden flames surged from his body, surprising Vegeta and Goku. With a swift motion, Trunks transformed, his lavender hair billowing upward, tips spiking like needles, while his eyebrows and hair turned golden. His energy reaching its peak, subtly surpassing both Vegeta and Goku. Super Saiyan. Ignoring the astonished expressions of Goku and Vegeta, Trunks drew his sword and charged towards the impassive Yuan. Clang! The two blades clashed violently. "Remember this. The one who defeats you is Super Vegeta," Vegeta called out, slightly displeased as he and the solemn-faced Goku surged forward. Boom! With a forceful shove, Yuan pushed Trunks aside, swiftly bringing his blade towards Vegeta's neck. In a flash, the chilling sensation of the blade against the skin made Vegeta halt abruptly, tilting his head back just in time to narrowly evade. Bang! At the same moment, Goku's attack struck, but Yuan's left hand firmly caught his fist, yanking him forward with immense strength. Thud! A powerful knee struck Goku's face, pain coursing through him as he gritted his teeth, leveraging the momentum to spin and kick at Yuan. Boom! His kick landed squarely in Yuan's abdomen, sending him flying, while Vegeta, regaining his footing, charged in with another assault. With a swift slash, a gash appeared across Vegeta's chest. Just as he was writhing in pain, another kick sent him flying. Trunks charged forward once more, his sword a blur as it clashed with the opponent's blade, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds in stark contrast to Trunks' contorted expression. Yuan maintained an air of indifference, expertly parrying the sword with his straight blade. Coughing violently, Vegeta felt a sharp pain in his chest. With just one move, he was teetering on the brink of losing his combat ability. Meanwhile, a slightly better off Goku summoned his energy and charged at Yuan once more. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Vegeta suppressed the turbulent energy within him and, before his strength could wane completely, launched himself at Yuan once again. Chapter 50. Different combat styles. How far have Goku and the others come in their strength? In the Temple of the Gods, Krillin, Yamcha, and others sat on the ground, feeling the oppressive energy emanating from below. Their faces were etched with fear. Had Trunks not brought them here ahead of time, they surely would have perished by now. The once empty temple was now dotted with people. Ties, the brief couple, Master Roshi, the turtle, Lan Shi, Oolong, Jiaozi, as well as Pu'er, Bai Qi, the Ox King, and Bad Ox, all rescued by Krillin and his companions. I hope everything will be all right. The intuitive sense of a martial artist prompted Krillin to believe that something dreadful was about to unfold on Earth, which was why he and Yamcha had brought their friends to safety. Goku, Gohan, please do not come to harm. Bai Qi clasped her hands together, gazing anxiously at the clouds below, silently praying for her husband and son, her face laden with worry. Bulma, too, was consumed with concern for Vegeta. Through Krillin, she had learned that this enemy was unlike any they had faced before, and victory would not come easily. An atmosphere of unease permeated the air, shadows of apprehension clouding every face. Brother Bai, you must defeat that impostor. Cassius silently cheered for Bai Qi in his heart. At the center of the temple lay the Dragon Balls, gathered by Piccolo in advance to guard against any eventuality. After Dandy created the new Dragon Balls, Piccolo had assembled them. Thanks to Dandy's enhancements, the Dragon Balls could now grant 2 wishes at once. Clang! A crimson light enveloped Yuan, Trunks, Goku, and Vegeta as the long-awaited Bai Qi finally faced Yuan. The oppressive aura struck their faces like a blade. Swiftly, Yuan's straight blade danced through the air, the sound of slicing filling Goku and Vegeta's vision with blinding light. Their keen instincts went into overdrive, and their extensive battle experience prompted them to cross their arms defensively in front of them. Slicing through the air, the straight blade effortlessly breached their formidable energy defenses, tearing through their flesh with ease. The blade sank deep into their arms, exposing their stark white bones. The excruciating pain contorted Goku and Vegeta's faces, their teeth clenched, their indomitable fighting spirit preventing them from crying out, but they were left without the strength to continue fighting. They could only lower their arms and retreat. Crack! Trunks managed to block the blade's flash just in time, yet the force behind it still sent him staggering back. In a mere breath, Yuan had forced the 3 of them back. Standing resolutely against Bai Qi, clang! The straight blade clashed once more with the ice edge, the immense pressure creating a deep crater in the ground, the resulting shockwave sending Trunks and the others flying. Ding! With a slight swell of his right arm, Bai Qi pushed against Yuan, forcing him back a few steps, the straight blade and ice edge parting with a dazzling shower of sparks. Bang! The 2 exchanged powerful kicks, the impact producing a dull thud that sent them both reeling. Without a moment's pause, Bai Qi surged toward the still unsteady Yuan. With a whoosh, the high-speed movement generated a red lightning-like aura, crackling as it enveloped Bai Qi. Boom! The veins on his right arm bulged as he channeled his energy into the ice edge, unleashing a powerful sweeping strike aimed at Yuan's neck. Clang! Planting his foot firmly on the ground. Yuan remained impassive, watching Bai Qi with a calm demeanor. With a flick of his wrist, he positioned the straight blade in front of him, facing the ice edge. That moment, an eerie, grayish-white aura began to emanate from Yuan, enveloping the straight blade as the ice edge approached. Buzz! The collision of the red and white auras generated a tremendous recoil that made the ice edge and straight blade quiver, producing a deep, resonant hum, the pressure momentarily dispersing the auras surrounding both combatants. Crash! The already damaged ground was torn apart like withered bark by an iron grip, the force of the energy scattering debris, toward the gravely injured Goku and Vegeta. Their pupils constricting, they gritted their teeth, ready to resist. Boom! Trunks, whose arms were still tingling, appeared before them, channeling his energy into a powerful wave that erupted in the air. The concentrated energy vaporized the debris and energy waves, shielding Goku and Vegeta from harm. In the distance, the passive combatants, Android 17 and 18, along with Piccolo, noticed the commotion between Bai Qi and Yuan, coming to a halt in unison, though they were far enough to avoid the brunt of the attack. The released energy still reached them, whipping up a fierce wind that tousled their hair. It really this exaggerated. 17 felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, the remnants of his arrogance dissipating entirely. The golden strands of hair were lifted by the wind, while 18's mouth hung slightly open, her cold expression frozen in shock. This a human from Earth? Piccolo even began to question Bai Qi's heritage. Staring in astonishment at the two combatants, the ever-confident Dr. Lecky stood frozen in place, the strength of this version of Bai Qi far exceeding his expectations. Gulp. Dr. Goro was rendered speechless. The Bai Qi he had consistently underestimated was far stronger than the individuals he considered primary threats, like Goku and his allies. Even in the face of Bai Qi's terrifying assault, Yuan remained unfazed, the trembling straight blade firmly preventing the ice edge from advancing further. Boom! With no time to dwell on his slightly numb arm, Bai Qi immediately gathered an immense amount of energy in his left hand and hurled it at Yuan, the explosion's shockwave engulfing both combatants in an instant. Clang, bang, at the heart of the explosion. The red and white auras continued to clash. Amidst the black smoke, they intertwined like chains, sparking with every contact. Whoosh! Goku and Vegeta hung their arms limply, and with Vegeta severely injured and exhausted, he had reverted from his Super Saiyan form. Damn it, that strange blade is utterly insurmountable. Gazing at the center of the conflict, Vegeta's face began to twitch. Think he, who believed he had surpassed the Super Saiyan level, could not even withstand a single blow. Goku, too, wore a grave expression, observing the epicenter of the explosion. In his full-powered state, he had minimal energy depletion, still managing to maintain his Super Saiyan form, but his severely injured arm could no longer lift itself. Our energy cannot possibly withstand that black blade, Goku said with a tone of resignation. The fists that he and Vegeta had prided themselves on were utterly insufficient against Yuan's straight blade. To put it plainly, the combat style of Yuan and Bai Qi was their kryptonite. It seems Uncle Bai Qi is not adept at coordinating with others in battle. After shaking off the tension in his arms, Trunks discerned that Bai Qi was incapable of cooperating with others. Once he launched an attack, he could not attend to anyone else. Old son, keep going. Piccolo, calming his mind, tossed a Senzu bean to Goku, while 17 and the others pretended not to notice. Gulps. After sharing one with Vegeta, the two quickly consumed their beans, their wounds and energy reserves instantly replenished. Clang, bang. Bai Qi and Yuan had already burst through the smoke, clashing in the air, the sounds of their weapons reverberating throughout. Chapter 51. The unseen enemy. Damn it, I can't get involved at all. Even with their restored strength, Goku and Vegeta dared not launch an attack. Fearful that their energy blast would harm Bai Qi, it seemed they could only sit idly by. Trunks felt similarly. Despite his sword in hand, he was hesitant to interfere with Bai Qi's fight. Uncle Bai Qi's power is truly terrifying. Although Yuan's strength has significantly diminished due to the constraints of the future, Trunks was still astounded to witness Bai Qi holding his ground against Yuan at this moment. However, as if struck by a sudden thought, he quickly scanned the surroundings in search of the figures of Dr. Reiki and Dr. Gero. Sun Wukong and Vegeta immediately grasped Trunks' intent and began to look around, only to find that the two, who had been standing at a distance, had vanished. Dr. Reiki had sensed the ominous turn of events when he saw Bai Qi and Yuan reach an impasse. And upon noticing Trunks alongside the revived Sun Wukong and Vegeta, he had decisively fled. With no aura emanating from Dr. Reiki and his companion, they were impossible to locate by mere sight, forcing Trunks and the others to abandon their plan of capturing the leaders first. At that moment, Dr. Reiki and his companion had retreated to a shadowy cave, where Dr. Reiki, his expression dark, hesitated for a considerable time Before producing a peculiar remote control and crushing it suddenly, Dr. Gero looked at him in confusion but refrained from questioning, assuming it to be a contingency plan of Dr. Bai Qi. Nevertheless, the worry etched on his aged face was apparent. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable for them. Moreover, the androids he had created, number 19, number 17, and number 18, were evidently unreliable. Having observed their distracted combat against Piccolo and the others. "Ha! Do not fret, Dr. Gero. We are not fighting alone." Dr. Bai Qi, having regained his confidence after shattering the device, noticed Dr. Gero's concerns and smiled reassuringly. "Da-da. There are allies." "That is splendid news that this." Dr. Gero felt a wave of relief wash over him. Despite not knowing who it was, having encountered Yuan, he believed Dr. Bai Qi's allies would also be formidable. "Ha! Brace yourself, Dr. Gero. The true nightmare is about to commence." With a maniacal laugh, Dr. Bai Qi disregarded Dr. Gero's evident puzzlement and sat cross-legged in the air, closing his eyes. Internally, he began to establish a connection with Yuan, who was currently engaged in battle with Bai Qi. Clash, clash. Bai Qi and Yuan continued their relentless exchanges in the air, their respective energies entwined around their blades in a ceaseless dance. Red and white auras painted the sky, the violent sounds of their clashes echoing like distant thunder. Bai Qi's icy blue gaze was fixed intently on Yuan's indifferent black eyes. Throughout the encounter, they had exchanged not a single word, their blades providing the most eloquent of responses. Slash, slash. The icy edge of Bai Qi's weapon repeatedly inflicted wounds upon Yuan, whose dark coat had been shredded into tatters, gradually revealing a body marred by electric scars. Old wounds had healed, yet new cuts continued to appear. Years of rigorous training had forged Bai Qi's formidable physique, and the resilience of his muscles was sufficient to withstand the onslaught of the radiant blade. Though his injuries multiplied, they did not significantly impede him. Meanwhile, Yuan's black trench coat had been nearly obliterated by Bai Qi's attacks. Unlike Bai Qi, whose body bore the scars of lightning, Yuan's form appeared ashen, with his wounds pulsating grotesquely, healing at an astonishing rate before Bai Qi's astonished eyes. While he too could recover from injuries, his healing speed was far from abnormal. "What manner of monster are you?" Bai Qi could not contain his curiosity as he stared at the detached Yuan and his peculiar blade. In response, Yuan's straight blade radiated a chilling light. Thud! Thud! Noticing that Dr. Gero had departed, number 19, number 17, and number 18 lost their will to fight and halted their movements. Piccolo and Gohan also ceased their activities, returning to Sun Wukong's side. "Old Sun, how are you holding up?" Piccolo inquired gravely, having observed Sun Wukong being overpowered by Yuan during their confrontation. Gohan looked at him with concern. Well, that Yuan is truly terrifying. I couldn't withstand his blade at all, and neither could Bai Qi. His strength is beyond comprehension." Sun Wukong replied helplessly, marveling at Bai Qi's prowess, while Vegeta beside him huffed disdainfully. Sigh. Piccolo sighed, realizing they were wholly ill-equipped to counter Yuan's fighting style. Trunks remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the two combatants above. "What should we do?" Number 18, "Shall we make our exit?" Number 17 asked number 18, that now momentarily free from Dr. Gero's control, they were no longer bound. "Wait a moment," number 18 replied, brushing her hair aside while observing the conflict between Bai Qi and Yuan, feeling an inexplicable sense that something significant was about to unfold. Sigh. Number 17 shrugged in resignation, turning his attention back to the two in the sky. Particularly Yuan, lost in thought. Bai Qi's formidable strength was one thing, but why did Yuan, seemingly a mere copy, also exhibit such power? Number 19 silently listened to their conversation, processing the combat data between Bai Qi and Yuan with the microcomputer within him. Incalculable, the computer relayed, prompting number 19 to glance skyward. Uncertain whether it referred to Yuan or Bai Qi, it appears that Bai Qi and Yuan are nearly evenly matched, Sun Wukong assessed, observing the two in a standoff. And Piccolo nodded in agreement, not let her guard down. The threats extend beyond Dr. Bai Qi and Yuan. Trunks spoke solemnly, realizing that with the appearance of Dr. Bai Qi and his companion, the whereabouts of Dr. Mew and Broly remained uncertain. Trunks was certain that Dr. Mew and his cohort had also arrived via time machine. He just did not understand why they had yet to show themselves. This was why he had refrained from utilizing Super Saiyan 2. He was wary of Dr. Mu, whose power far surpassed that of the current Yuan. Uncle Bai Qi, you think the same, do you not? Trunks murmured, his gaze fixed on Bai Qi in the sky, sensing that Bai Qi had yet to unleash his full potential. Evidently also on guard against the unseen Dr. Mu. You mean to say that Dr. Mu and Broly have also come from the future? Piccolo's expression darkened as he observed Trunks nod. Trunks had informed them of Yuan's diminished strength. But Broly was undoubtedly at full power. Sun Wukong and Gohan were taken aback by Piccolo's words, becoming vigilant of their surroundings, while Vegeta's eyes widened in alarm. It is just as you said. No. Point 18, number 17 acknowledged, understanding the implications of number 18's words. Number 18 and number 19 remained silent, yet the three of them instinctively huddled together, their minds alert to the looming threat. Chapter 52, Crossing the Galaxy. Hee haha. In the dim cave, Bai Qi, seated in the air, seemed to sense something, a smile spreading across his previously grim face. Dr. Gero, beside him, looked on in confusion, having long been accustomed to Dr. Raiki's enigmatic behavior. Could it be that the allies he spoke of have arrived? Dr. Gero speculated, believing that the only reason for Dr. Raiki's joy could be the arrival of these allies. Clash, slash, Bai Qi struck fiercely at Yuan, who retaliated in kind, both combatants using the opportunity to distance themselves from one another. A searing pain coursed through Bai Qi's chest, yet he remained largely unperturbed, while Yuan's wound pulsated, rapidly mending itself. The two began to face off in the air, with Yuan surprisingly refraining from further attacks. His indifferent gaze fixed upon Bai Qi, as if awaiting something dumb. What is happening? Sun Wukong inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion as he watched the two pause mid-battle, with Vegeta beside him equally perplexed. Having earlier witnessed Yuan's terrifying regenerative abilities, they worried whether Bai Qi could overcome Yuan. The two fighters in the sky suddenly halted their fierce engagement. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged questioning glances directed at Trunks. A tremor ran through Piccolo as a chilling signal resonated within him, the energy around him fluctuating violently. Something is approaching. His voice deepened, and Piccolo's usually stern expression turned pale. Uncle Piccolo. Beside him, Sun Wukong watched Piccolo with a concerned expression, for it was the first time he had seen the usually composed Namekian exhibit such anxiety. Though he could not discern the nature of the impending crisis, it was evidently urgent. What? Is it Broly and the others? Vegeta exclaimed in surprise, quickly scanning the surroundings, yet he sensed no other energies. Sun Wukong, too, surveyed the area with a grave demeanor, concentrating intently to perceive any fluctuations in energy, but to his dismay, he found nothing amiss across the entire planet. After a brief reply, Trunks fell silent, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, as the familiar aura he could never forget loomed ominously in his mind, heralding destruction with every arrival. Upon receiving Trunks' affirmation, Sun Wukong and Vegeta's expressions shifted dramatically, and they hastily adjusted their own energies, their vigilance surging to its zenith point. 18. Why do they appear to have encountered something dreadful? Do you sense anything? 17 inquired. Observing the unusually tense demeanor of Sun Wukong and the others, he could not detect any aura, but felt an unsettling thickness in the surrounding air. I don't know, 18 replied, her brows furrowing as she gazed at the suspended confrontation between Bai Qi and Yuan above them. Equally perplexed by the situation involving Sun Wukong and the others out on the sacred realm. What is happening, Mr. Popo? Bulma asked, shaking small Trunks as she turned to the suddenly upright Popo, previously tending to everyone. Popo stood frozen in place, his eyes wide and glazed, beads of sweat dotting his dark face. He remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Glancing at the unusually still Popo, Krillin and the others felt a tightening in their chests, instinctively aware that something terrifying was about to transpire. Wukong. The weighty voice of North Kai echoed suddenly in the minds of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks. Ah, Lord Kai, have you discovered something? Sun Wukong called out, sensing that North Kai's sudden contact must signify a grave revelation. Trunks was not overly surprised, but Vegeta felt a twinge of curiosity, wondering who was speaking. You all need to flee immediately. North Kai's voice trembled, delivering words that left the three in a state of heightened anxiety. Sun Wukong froze, about to inquire further, when he caught a glimpse of Bai Qi suddenly gazing skyward. It's here. Bai Qi's eyes pierced through the clouds into the depths of the cosmos. His instinct relaying a profound signal of danger, he detected a powerful energy source rapidly approaching from beyond the earth. As 17 and 18 followed Bai Qi's gaze towards the heavens, the calm voice of 19 reached their ears. The two exchanged glances, synchronously asking, a powerful energy source in the sacred realm. Popo also abruptly turned his gaze towards outer space, his eyes widening in astonishment. The others, having noticed Popo's reaction, followed his gaze upwards. The enemy is approaching from beyond Earth. Sun Wukong and Vegeta realized the gravity of the situation. In the vast expanse of space, several light years away from Earth, a green comet hurtled through the dark cosmos towards the planet. It emanated an unfathomable power, forcing nearby celestial bodies off their orbits with an unseen force. The sun, moon, and stars parted as if in reverence. With a resounding crash, a nearby planet was obliterated, while others narrowly avoided destruction. Veering off course, in mere moments, it was nearing Earth. Bai Qi retracted all his energy within, preparing his body for the imminent confrontation, fully aware that the true battle was just beginning. Boom! Sun Wukong and Vegeta felt an overwhelming pressure from above and began to unleash their energies to counteract the immense weight bearing down upon them. Waves of anxiety surged within. If this was merely the pressure from the approaching entity, one could only imagine its true strength. Piccolo and Son Gohan also summoned their energies to withstand the oncoming force. Trunks fixated on the sky, his energy fluctuating slightly. 17 activated a shield, enveloping 19 and 18 within its protective barrier, shielding them from the external pressure. It seemed as though an even more terrifying monster was on the verge of arrival. The tension in 17's face was palpable. Even without witnessing the entity, the oppressive force had already made its presence felt. What kind of world were they living in? Though far removed from Sun Wukong and the others, the pressure emanating from the cosmos still affected Krillin and the others. With a mighty shout, he began to release energy to shield Bulma and her husband, ordinary individuals devoid of combat prowess. Fortunately, they were not the primary targets, and thanks to Krillin and the others' efforts, everyone remained unharmed. Are we dreaming? Krillin muttered, his lips pale and trembling, his expression vacant. Boom! The clouds above parted. All eyes turned towards the increasingly imminent green meteor. This can't be. Is this the energy a human can emit? Before it even landed, Vegeta and Sun Wukong felt as though they were facing not a mere being, but a colossal star poised to crash into Earth. The meteor descended at an extraordinary speed, landing not far from Sun Wukong. Boom! It came to a steady halt mid-air, unleashing an overwhelming green aura, shaking the entire Earth with its immense energy. Had it not been for the intentional restraint of its power, the planet would have split asunder. Bai Qi stood unaffected, eyes narrowed, sheathing his ice blade. This planet truly endures countless tribulations. You must hold your ground. If you survive this crisis, I shall enhance you further with the Dragon Balls from Namek. Perceiving the tremor of the earth, Bai Qi could only hope that the guardian of the planet would withstand the turmoil. Chapter 53. The new Broly whoosh, a tempest whipped through, sweeping over everyone. The wind carrying an intangible pressure. Bang! Vegeta instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, joining Trunks and Sun Wukong as they unleashed a powerful golden aura that dispelled the cyclone. The blustery winds grazed 17's shield, producing a shrill sound that made the three within the barrier frown. Bai Qi remained unfazed. The seemingly formidable wind pressure merely tousled his hair, his blue eyes unwaveringly fixed ahead as the wind subsided. Everyone widened their eyes, finally seeing the source of their immense pressure within a green shield. Dr. Mu stood calmly in the air, a smile on his face, as if greeting old friends and Sun Wukong and the others. Behind him loomed two towering figures. Upon recognizing them, Bai Qi's heart skipped a beat. What the hell? The two words vividly encapsulated his feelings, as Sun Wukong, and Vegeta shared identical expressions of disbelief. Their eyes widening in astonishment, Trunks stood momentarily dazed, an icy chill coursing through him. Clad in a black battle suit, Broly crossed his arms, surveying everyone with a disdainful grin, while beside him stood another Broly. Bare-chested, adorned with a red skirt and white trousers, his black hair cascading casually over his shoulders. His visage appeared youthful and innocent, his black pupils calmly surveying the crowd, pausing slightly as his gaze met Sun Wukong and Bai Qi's. Just as Sun Wukong and the others had surmised, it was indeed Dr. Mu and his peculiar companions. Yet to their astonishment, there were two Brolys. Bai Qi, observing the duality of Broly, felt the urge to utter a curse. He had not anticipated Dr. Mu's audacious strategy. He recognized the second Broly, the one he had faced in a different timeline. Locking his blue gaze on a Dr. Mu, Bai Qi was intrigued by the old man's methods in commanding the volatile Broly. And now, astonishingly, there were two of them. The black-clad Broly from the future and the present-day Broly. Just one was enough of a headache, and now two had appeared. Suddenly, seeing their allies return, Dr. Bai Qi and Dr. Gero materialized beside Dr. Mu. I didn't expect you to arrive so promptly, Dr. Mu. It seems your plan was a success. Dr. Bai Qi gazed at Dr. Mayu with a hint of surprise. He had only just signaled, and he hadn't anticipated their arrival would be so swift. Observing the timeline's Broly, it was evident that they had embarked on this journey immediately after constructing the time machine. While Dr. Bai Qi and Yuan remained on Earth, Dr. Mayu and Broly ventured into the cosmos to locate their counterparts from this timeline. And judging by their current presence, they had succeeded that, the other me could not emerge. But upon receiving your message, I brought them here ahead of time, Dr. Mayu stated calmly, disregarding the inquisitive expression on Dr. Glow's face. After all, they had traversed the cosmos with great effort. Is that so? Well, it is good that you have arrived, huh? Dr. Bai Qi exclaimed joyfully, feeling the absolute control now firmly in his grasp. Dr. Glow observed the newly arrived Dr. Mayu and the two Brolys, his curiosity momentarily distracting him from the presence of Android 19 and the others. Clang! Yuan sheathed his sword and returned to Dr. Bai Qi's side. Noticing the three elderly men, Bai Qi sensed that they were in peril and slowly descended beside Trunks. Upon seeing yet another old man, Android 18 and 17 felt a wave of displeasure. They held no fondness for the combination of old men and scientists. The three landed behind Son Goku and his companions, prepared to retreat at the first sign of danger. Prince Vegeta, it has been a long time, Dr. Mayu remarked, eyeing the tense Vegeta. That Vegeta's expression was one of confusion. He had never encountered Dr. Mayu before, yet the tone suggested familiarity. Ha. I presume you are all quite puzzled, Dr. Bai Qi chuckled, addressing the many questions that lingered in the air, including the origins of this new Broly. With each revelation, Son Goku and his companions grew increasingly somber. Bai Qi, however, was not particularly surprised. With the original storyline as a reference, he could piece together certain elements that in essence, Dr. Mayu was a mutant android created by the Zephyrians, who had been annihilated by the Scions, while Dr. Bai Qi was a scientist of the Zephyrian race. Strictly speaking, they were of the same kin, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the Scions who had obliterated their kind. Their lives were essentially devoted to vengeance, that a chance encounter led them to ally with a shared objective. Unfortunately, planet Vegeta had been destroyed, and the Scions were nearly extinct. Thus, they redirected their wrath toward the surviving Scions. Son Goku and Vegeta, residing on Earth as an android, Dr. Mayu first sought out the planet Bixta, now a colossal metal sphere with autonomous consciousness, located in the cosmic graveyard. With Dr. Bai Qi's assistance, he reached an accord with the planet's consciousness. They established their base on Bixta, preparing for vengeance against Son Goku and his comrades. That on one occasion, while Dr. Bai Qi was away, Bixta detected a massive energy fluctuation nearby, coinciding with a battle between Bai Qi and Broly. Ultimately, after Broly obliterated the entire planet, he fell into a coma, drifting through space, where Bixta and Dr. Mayu discovered him. However, due to Broly's overwhelming power, Bixta initially refused to accept him. Yet, recognizing Broly's Scion identity, Dr. Mayu insisted, and Bixta reluctantly acquiesced. Through his research, Dr. Mayu discovered that Broly possessed unimaginable strength, yet his nature was brutal and violent, seemingly born for destruction and difficult to control. After much contemplation, Dr. Mayu conceived a brilliant plan. He sought out the embryonic form of the strongest life form he had previously created, Baby, who could be considered the Zephyrian king. Dr. Mayu merged Baby with the slumbering Broly, intending for it to seize control of the formidable body. However, a legendary super warrior was not so easily corrupted by a mere baby. Even in slumber, Broly's ferocious consciousness nearly shattered Baby. In Dr. Maya's moment of despair, Bixta offered to infiltrate Broly's consciousness to assist Baby. Mayu was well aware of its ulterior motives, yet with no other options, he reluctantly consented. Thus, Bixta, as a third party, plunged into Broly's psyche, even faced with Baby and the consciousness of the entire planet. Broly's subconscious remained like a wounded Tyrannosaurus, fiercely resisting them. A stalemate ensued, and just then, Dr. Likey returned. Yet, even with his help, the situation remained dire. After prolonged deadlock, Baby and Bixta could no longer sustain themselves, while Broly continued his relentless aggression. It was too late to withdraw. Any sign of weakness would result in the merciless consumption of their essence by the frenzied Broly to preserve themselves. Baby and Bixta had no choice but to initiate a forced fusion with Broly. However, surrendering when outmatched was no simple feat, especially against the already crazed Broly. After ruthlessly ravaging their consciousness, Broly finally absorbed them. Nevertheless, post-fusion, Broly's domineering nature prevailed. Thus, a new super warrior was born, the reborn Broly. The consciousness of the old Broly ensured that his combat prowess remained unscathed, while the planet's consciousness kept Broly from losing control, fully mastering the destructive urges within him. Moreover, a fragment of Baby's consciousness rendered Broly devoid of hostility towards Dr. Mayu. While he would not be entirely obedient, he would not launch an attack either. The most powerful scion in the universe, the embodiment of fear, had arrived. Chapter 54. Grudges. In the end, it was Son Goku and his companions who had sown this chaos. After listening to Dr. Likey's words, Android 17 was the first to speak, noting that all of this stemmed from the Zephyrians' hatred for the Scions. Bix glanced at Vegeta as the prince of the Scions. He held the most authority on the matter. To harbor such hatred for the Scions, why then rely on our strength? I presume the Broly beside you is also a Scion, Vegeta remarked, his tone laced with sarcasm as he regarded Dr. Mayu. Having calmed down, he would not refute the actions of his own race. He had learned of the deeds of the Scions from Prince Vegeta and felt no guilt. The weak deserved to perish. A belief he had long held. What do you know, ignorant monkey? As long as revenge can be achieved, the means are inconsequential. The end justifies the means. Before Dr. Mayu could respond, Dr. Likey interjected, his face contorted by hatred. He cared not for the methods employed. As long as the Scions were annihilated, that was sufficient. Vegeta remained silent, for as Dr. Likey had articulated, the process was of little importance. Trunks showed little reaction to Dr. Likey's words, his focus fixed on the group, his energy already mobilized and prepared for an attack at any moment. Bai Qi was even less concerned, idly polishing the hilt of his sword as he observed the newly arrived Broly and Yuan, quietly calming the turbulent energy within him from his battle with Yuan, that he had no interest in the enmity between the Zephyrians and Scions. It was entirely reasonable for a race to seek vengeance against another, and the Scions had only themselves to blame for not eradicating the threat. Allowing the Zephyrians to rise anew had led to this absurdity. The actions of the former Scions were their own, and they were long dead. Why should they be implicated? Furthermore, according to Trunks, even after they had been killed, the destruction did not cease. Earth was devastated, and countless planets across the universe fell to their hands. Those worlds bore no animosity against them, yet they were ruthlessly annihilated. Son Goku furrowed his brow in rebuttal, asserting that while Dr. Likey appeared solely driven by vengeance, the dire events of the future were indeed the results of both he and Dr. Mayu. Son Goku, you are far too naive. Indeed, you are unaware of those events. But do you not know that the incubation pods you enjoyed as children, the spaceships you constructed, all the technology that facilitated your lives, even the planet you inhabited, were all plundered from us Zephyrians by your ancestors. Since you have relished the fruits of our conquest, you must also bear the hatred that accompanies it. This time, Dr. Miao spoke up, methodically addressing Sun Wukong's queries. For all these years, animosity had been the driving force behind their actions. Indeed, we too bear a share of this hatred, although it may come rather late. I still wish to extend my apologies. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Despite having lived on Earth since his youth, he found Dr. Miao's words to possess considerable merit, and he earnestly apologized beside him. Piccolo looked on in bewilderment, astonished by Sun Wukong's thought process. Why are you apologizing? Is there even any point at this juncture? Vegeta, on the other hand, cast a cold glare at Dr. Bai Qi and his companions, resolutely refusing to apologize like Sun Wukong. Apologize? Ha! Are you out of your mind? If apologies were effective, there would be no violence in this world. Only the wails of your demise and the despair reflected in your eyes can serve as the most genuine form of apology. Those who dare stand in our way must perish. The entire earth, even the whole universe, shall accompany them to the grave. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Dr. Bai Qi couldn't suppress a laugh, mercilessly mocking him. Dr. Miao regarded Sun Wukong with a look of incredulity, clearly sharing Bai Qi's sentiments that in the distance. The three members of number 19 watched Sun Wukong in astonishment. Unperturbed by Bai Qi's derision, Sun Wukong maintained a calm demeanor, believing that if one has committed a wrongdoing, an apology is warranted. That moment, the energy within him surged. He would never allow them to desecrate the planet he cherished. This world encompassed everything he held dear, and unless he were to perish, he would not retreat an inch. Gohan gazed resolutely at Dr. Bai Qi and his companion, the earlier confrontation still fresh in his mind.